We're back on the road to the international, and we're glad you're all joining us here for the Chinese regionals as we get back into the upper bracket after a little foray into the lower there. Danog, and some real great games today. The first two series up should be exceptional, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Upper bracket action, and it's all the favorites that have been able to advance on through. So I'm excited to see who's going to be the two teams meeting up in that upper bracket final to give themselves the double chance at qualifying to the international, because you can get there through the upper bracket or the lower. Even if you lose the upper bracket final, straight to the lower bracket final. So that double chance is going to be even more advantageous, especially when you've got these teams like Team Turtle, for example, and Kev in the lower bracket, who are just looking completely dominant. We saw Old Warrior, they're not a bad team by any stretch, but Team Turtle really made them look kind of clowny at times.
Yeah, they put them in their place. You know, Chalice came in, Somnus came in, just like, nah, we're here. We're gonna storm through this lower bracket. And hell, you've skipped over one there. There's literally a team called Dark Horse. You know, what can we expect from them in the lower bracket? The Dark Horse is gonna come through and qualify to the international, huh? But yeah, I think you're right. You know, the favorites up in the top: G2IG, LGD, and Azure Ray. The three that we're really looking at here for the two slots. I mean, out of those three, would you lean towards a specific two of them?
I am a big fan of Azure in general. However, their recent results haven't really impressed me as much. They've like scraped through with a bunch of different qualifications. So at the moment, I'm favoring G2IG and LGD, and I mean, they're on opposite sides of the bracket as well. So there is a chance that both of them will be there in that top three.
I mean, one of these teams is going down to lower bracket today, right? LGD, Azure Ray, going to be our second series up. We'll see how that pans out. But first up, G2IG up against Team Zero. And G2IG been very impressed with their play since they formed, basically, have looked like an incredible squad put together very nicely. And it's going to be a serious hurdle here for Team Zero, who are the kind of upstarts coming into this, right? You know, finding themselves in the upper bracket against some of the big dogs. How do you think they fare? Do you think Team Zero has a shot here to take a game, a series, or are they going to get?
I think they've got a shot to take a game for sure. Like it really does depend on. I mean, we're both big fans of JT, and we know that he's preparing very, very well for this this series. I mean, he will look dominant, though, up against Old Warrior in that first round of the upper bracket. Also, the thing that makes me not want to go away from G2IG, they haven't lost a single competitive game on this patch yet, both through Riyadh qualifiers and these, not even dropping a game, let alone a series. Granted, they did play against teams like Team Bright, Kev, and Old Warrior, not the absolute pinnacle, so I'd say Team Zero is probably one of their biggest tests this far.
Okay. And then, of course, I'll be looking in that upper bracket final against LGD or Azure Ray. They'll have a serious challenge down there as well, whoever goes through. But yeah, I mean, this is your time, right, as Team Zero, to kind of come in here. If you knock G2IG down, all of a sudden you're going to be that kind of scary team. Like, who are these guys? They're going to be able to bring down LGD or Azure Ray. Suddenly the confidence could drop if you're not quite sure what's going on in that upper bracket. But expectation-wise, looking at G2IG and, like you said, I think LGD kind of going through the upper bracket final and fighting for one of those slots at the very least.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a balance between like hunger and experience, right? Because experience, of course, at these big high-stakes qualifiers is always going to be incredibly important, just to be able to, have the nerve to be able to calm down, treat the game as it is, not get too overly emotional. But you've got people like Team Zero. Some of them haven't even been to TI ever before, so this is a huge deal for them. They're obviously going to have that little bit of an extra push, because I know after their first series, I was talking about it previously, right, against Spiky Gaming, they were expecting a clean 2-0. It was 2-1, and they were very unhappy with that. So yeah, they instantly, as soon as that series finished, I had a quick look on my friends list, straight back into scrims. Like, there was no rest for the wicked. They know that this is a big chance for them to be able to move on forward.
Yeah, just keep that grind going, get the reps in, make sure you're all warmed up and ready to go. Super important here to kind of get yourself to TI. Like you say, these unexperienced players would be a great little boost for them. As I see some of the stats there from Team Zero. Damn, I was thinking about something I was going to ask you, and I forgot what it was now. Right, lower bracket. What are your thoughts on lower bracket runs? Because in my mind, I know I always bring this up, it's like a storyline I like to spin. With the lower bracket, the more games you get to play, the more you get to get, warmed up and stuff like that. it often to me feels like staying in the upper bracket is sometimes a disadvantage, and going to the lower bracket early on to get more games can be good, but Team Turtle's down there, right?
Yeah, you got to make sure you get at least to the right side of the lower bracket so that you're avoiding them. I mean, on the other side, you got Kev, who aren't a bad team either. You know, they've been playing in a couple of like studio events recently. But I don't know how much I agree with that. I always value the double chance. Maybe just to, you know, if you're going to go down to the lower bracket, I guess this is the time to do it because at least you've skipped like 2 stages of that lower bracket. You know, you've got a couple of extra teams eliminated, and there is a bit of a balance between getting to play more series and, you know, not having to jump through as many hoops to be able to qualify. But the big thing for mine always is it's a new patch, right? Yes, playing more real games on the patch is always going to be important, but there's also the potential for you to get surprised. You know, we saw a Meepo last pick come out yesterday, and that was really the one that just completely turned the game on its head. Our favorite player was able to just run it away with his Meepo. And yeah, I'd be a little bit scared if I'm, you know, some of these more favored teams that this same sort of thing could happen to them.
Yeah, like kind of little cheesy picks coming out. And I guess the mentality also is, I know a lot of Dota players and, you know, high-level captains always talk about this, where if you want to win a tournament, you've got to beat the best teams there, right? So if you want to be able to get to TI, if you want to perform at TI, you're going to have to put up numbers against G2IG, against Azure, LGD. You can't just be like, oh, we'll drop to them in the upper bracket, we'll get to lower bracket, and everything will be fine and dandy. You do have to kind of put that serious work in. We are just getting into lobby, getting into draft in just a few moments. Looks like we've had a little hiccup, but no worries, we'll get there shortly. Thinking about the draft, though, you know, before we get into this, has there been a particular hero or pairing that Team Zero has kind of utilized to find victories? Is there a comfort zone for Team Zero? Because we kind of know what G2IG like to go for.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the thing that we saw the most was that Brewmaster Rubik combination, right? That's something that's given them a pretty decent amount of success. I don't think they won in this tournament with the Brew, but Rubik at the moment, I think they're undefeated when they're able to play it with Ponlo, being able to pick it up. So that's obviously going to be a big benefit to them. They love themselves the clockwork, no surprise there. You know, again, it's one of those heroes that does provide something a little different to what the Rubik does. So I'd be happy to see them go for that sort of combination. And I think they're just, again, leaning into strong lanes win games, and that's the same sort of mentality that I have. It's something that this roster has had for a few years now. You know, this isn't a new roster. They've changed a player, but really it's the same core 4 that they've been playing with for quite some time.
I mean, have you looked at the stats since yesterday? We had a little peek at picks and bans and win rates and stuff. You found a little like clockwork 22% win rate when you ban him, losing games when you ban the clockwork. Has anyone kind of risen or fallen from expectations or from a great height?
I think we're still seeing a lot of the tiny, which is good to me because I do love the flex, right? We've seen it work in the position 1, we've seen it work in the position 4 role, we've seen it work from mid as well, you know, just as that big explosion of damage. The crash landing when you're able to play it as that 2 or 4 is really now an unexpected extra burst that you're getting through a lot of the time. So yeah, I'm keen to see if they're able to, you know, keep up the momentum with that flex. I mean, we're seeing a lot of the Troll Warlord as well. The Weaver I still think is being underpicked. I was having a quick look though at like pub win rates and that sort of thing, and I'm always an advocate for the Bat Rider. I think he has the lowest pub win rate right now, like 41%, even lower than Tinker. But then again, Chen has a 43% win rate, and we know that Chen is kind of busted. So, you know, you can't always trust the pub win rates.
Yeah, I mean, we start to get into that discussion, right, you know, about some of these overpowered heroes, and when they do get let through, it's often a better team letting a weaker team have the hero, right? And then that kind of scuffs up the win rates, and things look a little bit weird on the old stats. And we had that. We always have that with heroes like, you know, Rubik or I guess Bat Rider, like you're talking about, where they're so commonly picked, everyone is picking them, that even if the best teams are dominating with it, you know, the worst teams are still losing with it. So it kind of goes back to that, you know, around 50%, maybe even a little less in terms of win rate. We're still trying to get back into the lobby. We should be getting in there momentarily, just a minute or so before we can see these first bans coming out in the draft here. Pacing wise, thinking back to G2IG's first series that we cast on day one, it felt like they needed a little bit of warm-up time, a little bit of time to kind of click into gear. Do you think that's a continual problem, or is that something that is just kind of early day shakes, day one of qualifier?
I think that's just day one. I think, as we've been saying, JT put in a body of work. I think they got away with a greedy draft a little bit just because they were going up against a slightly inexperienced roster with Old Warrior, not the players, but in them playing together. And I don't know if they're going to be quite as forgivable. Team Zero. Like I said, they've been crushing the scrims. They've been just going back and forth constantly. What's with the chuckles, Gary? What are we
Look at Baboka. Baboka's having a little mini game there, bobbing along in his chair, sitting behind JT now. What's JT
always watching JT with his pearly whites.
Well, he's got his back, right? The offlane buddies. They got each other's back.
For sure. I think that was the thing that actually got. Hopefully for his sake and for his team's sake, it's a lot more vocal Bobika than we've had in years, because that was the issue, right? Where he got kicked from that previous roster. It was because he was basically silent the entire game, and they're like, well, we just can't play with this. You might be the most mechanically skilled person in the world, but you need to communicate. When you're able to move, when you're able to help with power runes, all that sort of stuff. So certainly it's something that they would have been working on as we have a look at the Team Zero camp. Of course, Blink there in 70's chair at the moment. So we had a look at the gaming chairs yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Looks like a classic office, like comfy looking chair. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I don't know if they've all got the
little Herman Millery.
Yeah, they've all got the Herman Millers going on. They look very ergonomic.
Oh, Obelisk the Tormentor shirt. Let's go, 70. Big Yu-Gi-Oh fan.
Yeah, I have no idea what any of those words mean.
It's just like an Egyptian god card where basically you summon it and win the game.
Okay.
Kaiba had it. Mr. Blue Eyes.
I know Blue Eyes White Dragon and that. Wait, don't spoil it.
Exodia.
Oh, come on, Dan. I was trying to remember Exodia. Those are the 5 pieces. You got the crotch and the legs and the head, and you just dump out your hand and win the game.
The crotch is the most powerful for sure. You nerf that one and no one's going to be happy. But a lot of people talk about, like, it's so crazy how these really old, not even memes, but just like terminologies have stuck around, right? Like, I think it's Yapsor, maybe he didn't coin it, but he uses it all the time with Faceless Void. He just talks about, you get the 6 pieces of Exodia, which has basically become 6 slotted, and you just can't lose the game. The game is over because you've got Initiation, you've got a Refresher, you've got the BKB, you've got all the damage you could possibly want. Like, you're just unbeatable, basically, at that stage. And speaking of the Void, we haven't seen it a single time, have we?
No, we've kind of looked at it as a possible last pick in a couple of the games, but it's either been, banned once, I think, then ignored the rest of the time. But it looks like we've got a draft ready for us. Here we go. Bans coming out already pretty quickly, as it felt like the players were itching to get into the draft of the game already. You can see Super. He's got his thinking cap on, already getting through this first phase of bans with Chen, TA, Lifestealer, Phoenix Slardar, a Witch Doctor ban as well coming through. And you were speaking about pub win rates, and this guy's looked pretty good in the clips and videos I've been seeing.
Yeah, the old don't level cask build, basically just go into the Voodoo Restoration and just be this constant damage source for the laning stage, which is very annoying, I have to say, as a support player to just go up against it. It basically means, like, we've been talking about all these great traders in lane, Gary, and I mean, Witch Doctor is certainly one of them, but it wouldn't be a China game without DK first pick. Honestly, any game in the world. I think if you're not picking DK first and you've got the opportunity to, I think you're missing out. Basically, the only stronger hero, in my opinion, is maybe the TA, but even then, it's like up for debate.
Yeah, I mean, they do very different things, right? DK just brings so much to the table. Tower push, team fight, blink initiation, kind of ridiculous here. How tanky he can become as well with some of these builds.
Minus armor even for Roshan, right? So
Yep.
even something that TA really had over him before, not so much anymore. And there's that clockwork that we were saying that Team Zero really does like to go for, so gives them a little bit of flex. It's a little bit more of a, Ponlo's not really going to be playing it so much, so I'm expecting to see ZZQ on this one. We haven't really seen too much success come out of the ranged position ones, though, have we? I mean, a couple of times it was like a clockwork Doom lane that was able to still made work, but In terms of the ranged POS ones, not exactly many, especially considering in the last patch it was like what, the Morphling, the Luna, occasionally the Drow. Yeah, they were really just at the very top of the line. I guess the main one is Weaver, that's still really coming out with somewhat regularity, and maybe the Gyrocopter, I guess, but certainly
Troll,
Weaver at the very top.
Troll I'd throw in there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're seeing a whole lot more of like, you know, your Ursas and even Juggernaut occasionally. I wouldn't hate seeing a Muerta this game come out for Team Zero, because it is a really strong lane, Clockwork Muerta. You're basically guaranteed to start pinballing people inside of those cogs. You've got obviously a aggressive position 5 that's going to be able to make space for you. And I mean, especially against a Dragon Knight, right? He, like we've been saying, he gets very, very tanky, but if you could just pop that Pierce the Veil, you don't care about the tankiness.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm going to disagree and say I hate Muerta as a hero. I've not seen her win in like 3 years. I don't think it's good. As a position 1, I think it can kind of work as a pos 4, but I think she's one of those heroes where in that slot for that archetype, you know, as a pos 4, I'd rather have a Hoodwink, and as a pos 1, I would rather have a Weaver you're mentioning, or a Troll, or a Drow, or something like that. Speaking of the Hoodwink, there she is. Rears her little squirrel head, comes out into the Chinese region, and I don't know if we've seen her in any of our games.
Bobica played it.
Bobica did play it?
Remember when he was just staying in the fog and he was doing Ancients, like, back and forth?
Right.
Just constantly cutting waves, when I think JT had his Brewmaster Fire Brewling cutting lanes at the exact same time, and he finished the game on, like, a Glip near Daedalus, and I think he had a Nullifier as well.
That's the one.
On Bobica, so yeah, kind of nuts.
Straight into the Enchantress now as well. Here we've seen have some pretty good success. Good laning support. So now you've showed your mid potential flex with a DK. Hoodwink and Enchantress, your pos 4 and 5. And you're going to have Decrep against... Enchant against this Decrep. You're going to have potential Force Staffs and mobility and saving tools here from your supports against the Clockwork as well.
I mean, it's just... It feels like a much simpler draft to execute on G2IG's side, right? Like, you've got 2 heroes that are very capable of pushing. You've got a Hoodwink that's able to dish out a ton of damage from long range. You've got DK, who kind of wants to be like frontline-ish, and even Ench, right, can roam around the map, be a bit more of that like moving observer ward that we typically saw Bounty Hunter and Ricky and all that sort of stuff. I think I just realized that the reason that we're not seeing a lot of Ricky is that I think his I want to say facet or innate is still broken, where you actually don't get assist bonus XP. So that's a little annoying, but yeah, well, I want to see it come through. And well, I think this might even be a little bit of a block pick with the Brewmaster, right? Like, if you're going to get run at, Brewmaster isn't exactly the best hero to be able to play against that, because we know how greedy he can be. Tiny's the opposite, though, right? You need to be able to blow up the Enchantress really early on before the Untouchable is a factor, or before, you know, the Hoodwink is able to scurry away, or, you know, get a little bit of that CC onto you. Tiny, one of the better heroes at being able to resolve that, and I would probably say it's going to be 7E playing it from the mid lane. I think even with the Decrep, right, if you're looking to try and get aggressive, this roaming trio is going to be able to make a ton of space for Beyond to be able to, you know, maybe go down a little bit more of that greedy route with his Brewmaster.
Yeah, that mid Tiny looked absolutely incredible. And just thinking about the way this kind of progressed as well, it felt like this was getting to critical mass in terms of you're picking a strong laning hero, we're picking a strong laning hero, back and forth. You know, Clock and Pugna, both very strong, you know, laning trading heroes and supports. Ench and Hoodwink, exactly the same thing. DK holds his own in every single lane he's put into. Gyrocopter now brings you early magic damage for G2YG. While Tiny and Brew, you know, Tiny can be a decent laning hero there, depending on what his lane partner is, or if he's just that mid lane hero, like you're saying, can just have a good time. Is Brew a good laner, do you think?
Depends who he's laning with. I think it's really dependent on that, right? You're going to have, I would assume, Polno playing the Pugna, just so Netherblast is going to be able to at least pop the Cinder Brew prior to you getting... Because, like, Brew doesn't want to go earn anymore, right? Maybe he's going to need to, going up against, you know, the Nature's Attendants, going up against a DK, just to get into, like, that Spirit Vessel. But outside of that, the Cinder Brew doesn't actually proc, even if you're, like, throwing it out, right? Even the impact damage. You still actually need to do damage to be able to make it go off. So I'm expecting the lane to go... No, okay, but there's nothing really stopping them from just consistently running at you, right? Like, where's the stuns? You might have a slow, but you've also got a slow of your own with the Enchantress, and, you know, at one point in the homing missile feels very impactful.
Yeah, and you're going to be kind of spammed out by the gyrocopter flat cannon as well. So that whole, kind of back and forth. We love to say the ebb and flow of the lane where Gyro's pushing forward, Pugnant and Brew trying to kind of hold in front of their tier 1, but then you have Enchantress, manipulating the jungle, pulling, stacking, grabbing creeps, and being an absolute nuisance. The possibility to roam into mid as well is pretty hefty from both teams. I'd love to see that, 5-minute 30 move to get towards that 6-minute active rune and have a massive 3v3, maybe like 4v4 battle in the mid lane. That's what I'm dreaming of.
Oh, for sure. I'm also just having a think of, me, last pick, favorite of mine, and Team Zero have got it this game. So I'm kind of leaning towards a lifestealer. Oh, never mind, they've already banned it themselves. It would have been a great lifestealer game going up against the Gyro. Of course, once you get into the Aghanim Scepter, basically force him to pop the BKB or the Satanic, then just jump inside of him to disarm. Would have been nice against, honestly, the other 3 heroes in this game, but not going to be a possibility for them. So a lot of the time, the issue that you have going up against a Gyrocopter with something like, I'm just going to throw a hero out here that's probably not going to be picked, in the Medusa, for example, is that you're just able to get outranged because you've got the flak cannon, you've got the impetus from afar, you've got the sharpshooter, you've got so many different ways to be able to just deal damage to you without the damage coming back the other way. So I'm just trying to think of any other hero that can kind of replicate that. I talk about replicate, Morphling is the hero that I think of, but Morphling's kind of in a trash place right now.
It doesn't feel the best. I guess you've still got the flex of the Tiny, depending on lane matchups as well.
Sure.
To see how things pan out. But yeah, thinking about G2IG's pick, as that comes up first, offlane hero pool is pretty dead right now, with Brew picked, Centaur Doom, Slardar banned. DK still flexible, but I'd just prefer him to be mid than an offlaner. And I think JT here is the one making the call, saying, give me a Meepo, give me a Magnus, something a little bit fun and spicy here.
Could be. Could also be a nice Mars game as well, right? Like, especially with the arena, right? Blocking off all of that vision can be good to prevent saves coming through from the Pugna if you are looking to try and get aggressive. And anything that's just going to provide area denial to allow the Gyrocopter to just sit there and flak cannon, going to be a huge bonus. Same sort of thing with the Hoodwink and Enchantress. You can actually dish out a good amount of damage inside of that arena. And it also kind of dissuades Team Zero for going for their own ranged hero as well, right? You just can't hit into the arena as well. But a Bristleback, okay. Is this the first time we've seen this hero?
In a little bit, yeah. I mean, as a carry from the offlane, right? You've got these 3 cores backed up by a couple of very good laning and sniping supports. Yeah, 0 pick,
like
0
Viper,
ban.
maybe? Viper, the break is pretty decent against the DK and the Bristleback, but it does put a lot on the back of, like, everyone else to do the other heavy lifting, right? Like, it's not like the old Aghanim Scepter Viper build, which I really liked. You could go Manta style into the Ags and just shove out basically every lane on the map. It really shrunk the area that people could look to play with.
Yeah.
But
can I swap into Timber?
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, what, Timber mid? We've seen DPS dominate Timbers lately, is the thing.
That's what the intonation of my voice was like, yeah, Timber mid. Troll Wall, we talked about this early on, right? Troll Wall has been one of the keys here to Team Zero's success in the victories they've had, so makes some sense they picked it up here. I know we like to talk about Troll against Slardar, against Centaur, a lot of these melee offlane kind of initiation heroes Troll does very well against. Is it the same against a Bristleback?
Not as much, I would say, and even just because of, what you're going up against. I guess the Clockwork makes it a little easier for sure, just having another really strong laner to be able to back up, that strong level 1 timing. I'm really expecting them to try and abuse that as much as possible, right? Because JT needs to make a choice, Are you looking to try and survive and get those early levels, or are you looking to try and be that, big harasser in the early parts of the game? So they're not going to be able to get kills, I don't think, on this bottom lane G2IG with Bobica and JT, but they just need to be a little bit worried about giving up their own life. I honestly wouldn't even be surprised to see Bobica try and pull the wave a little bit, just to behind the tower, just to get like at least maybe level 3 on JT's Bristle before he's able to roam around and, like we've been saying, play around those power runes.
Yeah, I mean, it feels very much like if the lanes aren't going well for them, they've always got the backup plan of stacking and farming camps, right? Bristleback and Gyrocopter both very adept at doing that. Enchantress and DK can kind of hold their own on the map while that's happening. They've got a pretty good lineup to defend their ancients, defend their little spot. on the opposing side of the map. Whereas I think Team Zero are much more lane focused. They need to get out of laning stage with a little bit of a victory so Troll can dip back into the jungle and accelerate. And Brewmaster, right? This guy who likes to buy Radiance needs time. So laning stage has to go, middling to well for Team Zero to get into these level 6s, which are vitally important for the Brew in particular. And then, of course, the 2 supports. Would love to have them. But yeah, primary items, pretty key here. If it is a Brew Radiance, there's the potential for him to swap it. We talk about it every once in a while, but it feels like talking about Brew itemization is that 1%, 1% chance. It's always the Bracer into Radiance.
For sure. And I'm just looking at this bristleback as well, right? Again, we haven't really seen it on this new patch. JT has chosen the Snot Rocket facet, which means that he's just going to be a basically massive minus armor hero for them. And I mean, considering you've got a flak cannon to be able to buff you up, I feel like Monet has the potential to really rip apart a lot of these heroes in the early stages of the game, especially considering he will have a fairly tanky bristleback, a fairly tanky Dragon Knight, even the Enchantress to a lesser extent, who are able to play a little bit more on the front lines, take attention away from him. So I think the key thing is for Team Zero, how are you able to actually initiate onto Monet rather than just running straight at G2IG?
Yeah, Clockwork, that's on you, I think. The big hook shot's pretty necessary here. Just your point there, thinking about how we're entering team fights later on in the game, right? I think lane's super important for Team Zero. G2IG, much better backup plans and safety nets, I think, for their draft to flourish. But entering fights, this game has a pretty severe lack of stuns. We've got Tiny to go in with a combo. We've got a hookshot to start off fights. On the G2IG side, we've got Dragon Knight with his dragon tail and like a bushwhack. Catching people and killing them has got to be very quickly done because extended fights with no stuns can just, end up in chaos.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they don't exactly on either side have a ton of burst damage either. Like, it's mostly around the Tiny on Team Zero, and of course he can be buffed up by the Decrep as well to really be able to just blow someone up inside that Avatos combo with the crash landing. And it's a lot more around Bobica with his Hoodwink on G2IG's side, right? Like, he's going to be just looking to play around the mid lane. So I'm really feeling like you've got pretty similar sorts of strategies, at least in terms of who's going to be moving at what time, right? Like Tiny, Clockwork, Pugna, they need to move around together. Clockwork finding the first initiation into the Tiny damage coming through, and it's going to be probably a little bit reversed for that. It's going to be DK trying to, find the initiation, and then with the Hoodwink coming in off the back of that. But it's a really interesting thing to see, like, who's just going to be able to execute a very, very similar sort of draft better, because they're both going to be working on pretty similar things, right?
Yeah, and that's kind of why I feel like Team Zero here, being the underdogs, potentially being the lesser of the 2 teams, needs to come out of the laning stage with a bit of a grip on the map, a bit of a grip on the game. And this Clockwork in particular, you can't just be the fodder for the troll in lane. You can't just feed and die to protect your troll. I think you need some serious experience to get up to level 6 as quickly as you possibly can, and then wisdom runes. I think Team Zero, if they lose their wisdom rune, if they get duped by Baboka or someone like that, yeah, this could be trouble for them. I've seen how Baboka likes to go in and steal stuff. And who is that with the chat? Is Baboka dropping all the chat wheel lines? He's a connoisseur.
I can't wait for the new chat wheels, man.
JT.
We need the new memes to be able to come through. I feel like there's going to be a brother going to be coming through this one this time around.
Hey now. That's in my little notepad of potential ones. We'll see what comes. Off we go. Here we are. Start the game off. 5-man smoke for Team Zero. And G2IG, they're going to leave the base naturally. Holding a smoke on the Enchantress could go for a late one here as they move into their own Ancients for now.
So JT's already leveled up the Quill Spray, so obviously very conscious of just getting into that level 3 or so for himself. I'm really going to be looking towards the early-ish game, right, is, hold on, do we see a Vanguard that he's looking to purchase up here, Gary? The first one that we're seeing as an actual, like, this is for the Vanguard build? I think it might be. Because that's going to be his role in the game, right? He just wants to get that Bristleback leveled up. He wants to get the Nasal Goo leveled up so that he can get that Snot Rocket facet popping off. You know, he just wants to be able to turn around, start the team fight, get them to go on him. And they do have a decent amount of, like, unavoidable damage coming through, right? With the Tiny, with the Brew. Eventually you're going to be building into stuff like the Radiance. Clockwork has a decent amount of AoE stuff as well. So that some of that minus armor could really start to stack up quite quickly as...
With a flat cannon over the top as well, yeah.
Yeah. ZZQ needs to be very careful about where exactly he's positioning himself. I'm liking the fact that he's just staying active. He's a lot of focus coming through from these Team Zero boys.
Yeah, making sure they're on the ball. Going for that bottom bounty rune. Does pick it up. And Bristleback taking a fair amount of damage here from the Troll and Pugner. Nothing to say, though, into the back onto Pon Low. Down goes JT for first blood, though. And Chantress with the blood grenade chucks it at the Pugner as Pon Low's Pugner trying to get away from the breathe fire and the right clicks. Not going to happen, though, as Baboka's going to come in to help secure that trade kill. But a decent start there for Team Zero, getting themselves first blood. And 3 bounty runes as well. ZZQ Beyond and Beyond. Yeah, the Brewmaster getting a couple.
Very nicely done. You just see how squishy the Bristleback is early on, right? It's always been kind of his issue. You know, that first level or two is always going to be a little bit of danger for him, as once again we just see a little bit more of this Clockwork action in the bottom lane. ZZQ is just constantly using the power cogs off cooldown. And we saw it as, I'm just going to throw a bit of a Western Europe meme out here, but Thompson, everything comes back to Thompson at the end of the day. How were they able to beat stuff like a Bristleback and all these other heroes that need mana? Well, he used a Diffuser Blade on his Gyro. Clockwork, kind of a similar sort of thing, right? And now you're able to guarantee that it's popping off. So how is JT actually going to be able to get last hits in this lane if ZZQ's on point with some of these cogs? He's missed a few, though, so... certainly not making the absolute most out of this lane thus far.
He's trying, though. He's keeping JT on his toes, that's for sure. Cogging up, punching them around, sending all these projectiles at him. And Baboka, his job really just to try and chip away at the Troll Warlord from the tree line as often as possible. Stay out of the way of the Clockwork. But there we go again with ZZQ. Just cogging it up.
Yes.
Oh, missing a couple. I mean, it's kind of difficult to find that angle when you're the one kind of stuck inside and you've got to maneuver yourself around and try and
especially
find that
early
line.
on, pre-boots as well is a bit of an issue, right? Like it only lasts for I think 5 seconds level 1, so that's always going to provide a little bit of an issue for ZZQ, but I think I've only seen him hit 1 out of 6 attempts so far, so I'm sure he would be wanting at least a little better than that.
Warm up, he's missing all those early free throws. He'll get them on later on.
He's the Shaquille O'Neal.
It's still crazy to see some of these like innate. Oh, it's fine.
Sorry. Then the chat wheel, Bobica knows.
Yeah,
it's such a key part of this lane. Like, it might seem something just like a little clowny, but it actually is so influential to stopping this Bristleback from farming. And we know that, again, you're going to be wanting to make some rotation with Bobica. You can't let this this Bottle Tiny look to pick up a few of these, even water runes, right? He's going to be wanting to try and harass with the avalanche to be able to stop Nothing to Save from, getting these last hits, securing the denies, delaying that level 6 on the DK as much as possible.
Baboka just going to step up and keep the hits in onto YSR. What have you spotted?
I mean, the base damage on DK is kind of nuts, right? Like, he's got 83 damage to a Tiny's 75. And then you've also got minus 30% damage coming back the other way.
What's Treant's base damage? Okay, it's getting close, huh?
It's getting pretty damn
close. Treant is like 85 or something? No, it's not. It must be 90.
Yeah. 90 average, yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty wild.
Damn.
Just have a base damage close to a Treant who's thumping away at people. Well, up in top lane, we've not seen too much happen up here until Pomlo has overstepped and overstayed his welcome. Tried to contest the small camp pull. Deep Breath will delay his death.
Just a little, though.
And Beyond with a blood grenade on him. Another rocket barrage coming. Is this the Brewmaster dying as well? Oh, he's going to get under tower with a creep wave protecting him from the rocket barrage. Monet not wanting to overstep himself.
He's got a salve as well, and he is going for that urn. Right, okay, so I don't hate this too much, right? Just because I feel like you are going to be able to get that little bit more active. You're going to be looking to play around that level 6. You're going to be hoping for the level 6 power rune to be, sorry, the minute 6 power rune to be up top so that 70 has the potential to rotate to your lane. You start getting a few more of those own charges and you've got more guaranteed harass, I suppose you could call it, for the via the urn, just to be able to try and keep the gyrocopter out of the lane as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was calling for yesterday or a couple of days ago. I'm not a massive fan of just, you know, cookie cutter radiance every game on a brewmaster.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, it can feel good, and it's going to be game specific when you go for this urn or vessel. But I think it's a good idea here to shift. It's down at bottom in the cogs. JT rooted and trapped inside. Does pop a pretty hefty stick, but the damage just keeps on coming. And now Baboka getting rooted up as well. Troll going to go in with the hits as the body block's not quite good enough from CZQ.
Oh.
A good bushwhack will allow Baboka to escape.
But even just the smallest of things, right? Like, finally they're able to get a couple of mana burns and they land the cogs as well, right? So it just means that, again, JT, very, very squishy early on. We might have gone away from that Vanguard build, though. Just looking to help out his mana situation a little bit. For sure, against this annoying clockwork.
And how much value does a casual Ring of Health have nowadays? So it used to be like, oh, I can go Vanguard, I can go Hood, I can go this or that.
I guess as a Bristle, it's still kind of okay, right? Just because it is going to allow you to farm a little bit easier. Even if you're completely out of mana, right? You're going to be able to rely on some of those Bristleback procs to be able to, you know, stack up a few of these Ancients, pick up farm in that sort of way.
Well, the stacking begins. Baboka will start it off. And 6 minutes in.
6-man mid.
We do not.
It's close.
And a couple of heroes wandering in. A little bit too late, though, as X-Nova grabs up the amplified damage rune with a catapult wave.
Tower,
and the Dragon Knight here. The tower is just melting to the damage over time from G2IG. Gonna toss around the Wild Wing. Can't kill off the Enchantress Courier. Now, Tiny was having a good time the first 2 or 3 minutes, but then, you know, DK gets the levels up, no longer being harassed, now out trading everyone, gets a 6.5 minute tier 1 tower. Where does Tiny go? Like, he's gonna have to sit here and play mid? Can't really rotate and roam around yet.
Yeah, that's the frustrating part. Like, it is a 800 net worth lead right now for this DK versus the Tiny.
Monet's just 1v2ing up on top. Ponlo and Beyond are like, can we step up on this Gyro? We've seen the Enchantress. No, you cannot step up on to Monet. He just stands there, flaks you, zones you away. As, ooh, Clockwork, this is good. A big victory here to steal the Wisdom Rune, get the double. Ponlo gets the other one on the opposing side of the map, and this is super important to unlock the power of your Clockwork. You need this hook shot to start your fights.
Oh, for sure. Even just getting the additional levels for the mana burn. He doesn't have 1 point in the rocket flare, and once again, they're not going to be able to stop the... Maybe they are, actually. The initiation onto Beyond. Erica, nice rotation. Look at
down under the tower, and Monet, yeah, chased out by the Troll Warlord. X-Nova may be able to hold him back. Ranged axe is coming up shortly as Beyond and Ponlo charging forward. The Cinder Brew and the damage from the Pugna gets a double kill for Ponlo. And now X-Nova trapped inside his cogs as ZZQ has made his way over. Big rotations, big moves here from Team Zero, getting some pretty hefty kills and a Centaur to boot.
Yeah, you also rotated on is making the big rotation through Erica, coming through clutch, because that was the big thing that I thought was lacking in this top lane for Team Zero, right? They just don't have a stun to be able to stop people from running at you, and, you know, maybe they even realized that and they said, hey, well, we know what they're going to do. They're going to be a little predictable. Why not just bait it out a little bit, and then we can make this rotation happen. The downside, of course, is that a team like G2IG aren't going to let you get away with something like that for free. Even though they did lose a few of these heroes in the fight, and you lose the tower, you get one in exchange as well, with nothing to say, rotating down bottom. Already level 8, already a full 1,000 net worth ahead of his opposing Tiny. He should be feeling very happy with the situation.
Yeah, and I think that is the elephant in the room right now. We talked about how well 70 has played on this Tiny in previous games, how good it's looked, and potential here in this game to just blow up an Enchantress or a Hoodwink. But starting to, you know, see how the cores on G2IG are scaling and building already. Now, Bristleback, Dragon Knight, innately tanky, but we're going for Vanguard, Mage Slayer. This Gyrocopter, you know, picking up a Falcon Blade and a wand, still holding a Healing Lotus, is also pretty tanky with an Enchantress by his side. Tiny might struggle to find pickoffs. and he's kind of already a little behind. When his Blink Dagger comes up, do you think he's going to have much success?
I think so, again, as long as he finds the right target to be able to go on, because the one hero that is really struggling on G2IG, ironically, is Monet, right? Like, he is below pretty much everyone at the moment in time, and he's still looking to go into that damage dealing build that we were talking about. You know, you are going to have a huge amount of damage this game, just off the back of the other heroes being able to set up for you. As shot missed.
We have a Boca, too slippery. Still going to get Avalanche tossed, though, looks like, inside the cogs and down to ZZQ. Nova's being eyed up as well by Beyond. The Brewmaster slips in from the staircase off to the left. A Hurricane pushes X-Nova to high ground, trying to slip away, but the toss and a crash landing there to secure the kill. Some good moves again.
I think Nothing to Say should be able to get away. Hookshot, still level 1, obviously, so 30-second cooldown. Thought they might be considering.
They're trying.
Mind. Another good rotation, actually, from Erica.
And the body blocks are there. He put down the Seeds of Serenity to try and heal up, but now he's trapped inside the cogs. Well, that's what, 3 in a row for Team Zero as they swing into mid, come down to the bottom rune, kill the DK off. I think Nothing to Say his game plan there, I think, just to drag attention away from his tower. And you can even see a neutral creep on the map. It just died, but Enchantress dragged that mid wave even further away, so the push mid cannot happen. Or it couldn't happen until now.
Yeah. The siege creep wave is still alive, though. That's the big thing. And Ponlo is still alive, so he's just going to be spamming out that Nether Blast from the tree line. Should be a fairly safe one for them. They, of course, want to try and keep this as long as possible, but Team Zero aren't going to enable them to. I'm liking the little things coming out from both teams, honestly. Like, when they went for that Avatos combination onto the... Oh, God, who was it? I think it was the Hoodwink at the time. They tossed to ZZQ inside of his cogs, and he made sure to just walk towards the internal wall of his cogs, just to get that additional pushback, that additional little bit of stun. It's the tiny things that they're doing. Even when they were going for that retreat on Nothing to Say, it was it Bobica? No, it was JT with his trusty shovel. He had shoveled up a kobold creep, and he was there at the power rune spot at the 10-minute mark to try and deny it, because they knew that they weren't in a position to be able to take it themselves. So
clever.
Little things that both teams are doing quite well.
Well, off the back of this now, Tiny with 11.5-minute blink on top of treads has more than recovered out of that laning phase where he was a bit behind the DK, and what, a 2,000 or 3,000 net worth lead for Team Zero emerging. If they can keep up this pace and get a couple more kills in a row, get this Tiny unlocked, and more importantly, this is all noise and chaos on the map to protect your troll. It is defense through aggression. YSR is here, pressing forward on a tier 1 tower, saying, hey, look at me, I'm a troll, I'm a juicy target, but he is surrounded by allies. If G2IG want to come down, defend, and maybe fight, they've got to bring everyone. There's no way you can come in piecemeal to this, and I think, who was that? X-Nova kind of TP'd down bottom, was like, nah, never mind. I don't want to be here. Is walking all the way back through mid.
Yeah. Ends up just walking up into the wave, though, on 7E. So they know now that the Blink Dagger is available, but you've got a shield rune Tiny. They just don't want to fight into this at all. And I'm honestly a little surprised that this ZZQ rune that X-Nova and JT are farming under has been able to survive. That Sentry Ward was placed after the fact. So it's a little bit of a misplay that they weren't able to get rid of it. And because of that, they're going to be able to find Nothing to Say on his own, knowing that the boys aren't there to back him up.
Yeah, good catch. Nice bit of money there for Ponlo as well, who gets the last touch on it. And immediately kicking into next gear as well. This Brewmaster has the split and 2 Spirit Vessel charges. Would love to have his supports come up top and maybe have a poke at one of these heroes which are lurking in the shadows trying to farm the jungle camps. It seems like G2IG, after a decent laning stage, things break down. Team Zero get an advantage, but coming back to what we said in the draft, the safety net is still there for them. They're farming in these deeper parts of the map, taking Ancients with, X-Nova farming kind of greedily himself. Bristleback. Man, there's Bristleback and Brewmaster and all sorts of stuff in this.
All the bees.
All the bees. But yeah, they're finding space on the map still. So this net worth lead, it could have accelerated very quickly for Team Zero, but it's being held around 2 or 3K.
Yeah. I'm sure Team Zero were hoping to get a little bit more out of this top side of the map, but they're going to be happy enough to be able to have the glyph popped for themselves. So they can look to make a few of these rotations around the map, especially if they're able to get in onto JT as he's looking to try and take this Ancient stack. That'd slow down his Aghanim Scepter so much.
All the hookshot misses. They've still got the avalanche toss into the cogs, though. JT trying to stand here and spam the quill sprays as much as he can with a two-man bushwhack, and the damage in from that sharpshooter. They've taken down Beyond, no split, and 7E's in trouble as well. They bring the numbers here, G2IG, as JT survives from that crash landing toss. A four-man avalanche might have bought enough time here, but 7E helped out by Ponlo, not enough life drain, and the bushwhack is there again from Baboka. 3 heroes down as the invasion into the enemy ancients does not work out for Team Zero.
I mean, they were able to react to that because they had that Ob Sentry combination down prior to the team fight starting. So they knew as soon as that popped, the smoke was coming. They were able to sidestep. And once again, ZZQ, that's just his first death of the game, actually, giving away a killing spree streak. But he was just a little bit off the mark with not just the hook shot, but didn't get a single use out of the cogs either to try and burn down some of the mana on that bristleback.
What's Ponlo up to here? Just invis and scouting? Oh yeah, sniping the hoodwink.
Second Vanguard. ZZQ's got it. Wanting to go into a Crimson makes a lot of sense against the damage coming through from the gyro. And speaking of, he's also going in onto Nothing to Say, maybe feeling like he could get a kill here. 7E, maybe toss back into the cogs.
That's a challenging one, but Nothing to Say. He's going to go for the TP attempt, not successful whatsoever. The battery assault was there, and Beyond's going to come in to help out Ponlo continue his streak up to a mega kill.
And they ping out that Observer Ward that, again, I'm surprised it's lasted for this long. It's going to expire by the time they're actually going to be able to deward it. And remember, they popped the glyph previously, so Ponlo, he's having a fantastic game. 6, 2, and 4. Just constantly shoving out lanes, enabling kills, saving his cores. Very, very nice start from this guy who's been much maligned across many different regions that he's played. He's a bit of a journeyman, isn't he? Playing across, I think, 4 different regions now. Western Europe, NA, C, and of course now China.
Oh, I didn't realize he played in NA. He was on Alliance for a little bit, right? In Western Europe? And...
Yes. He was on Quincy crew.
Oh, okay. Cool. Been around then. Right now, backing up 7-8, keeping the Tiny on the map. It's been good pace, I think, from Team Zero. They're smoking, they're hunting, they're finding these openings and making life very uncomfortable for G2IG. Again, you know, this is G2IG, and they're keeping things very calm. Net worth lead hasn't really developed past 2k and is in fact down to 1k now, but yeah, pick off after pick off onto Nothing to Say over and over again. Definitely going to help them out as the Troll Warlord, who hasn't really been involved too much. He's top of the net worth in the game, looking hot, gets a kill now. And the potential for them to, slip into Roshan, get Aegis, take tier 2s. This map could start being cracked wide open by Team Zero, just off the back of one more kill, maybe.
They're trying to get a little bit greedy, just again, do the right thing, shove out the lanes, make sure that you're not giving everything up for completely free. JT, he's not going to be able to TP out of this one either. Just constant stuns, looking to follow up onto him, but he does have the Aghanim Scepter, and you see one of those Nasal Goose stacks starting to build up.
Yeah, where's my gyro? Where's my flat cannon? Come on, give me some of that physical damage into my Nasal Goose stacks. He's tanked up fair amount of damage, but he's going to get brought down in the end thanks to the Gleipnir connection with the root. And now the chase, going to be held back. Baboka has already slipped into the trees.
You see how hard it is to kill him even without that BKB, right? Just with the Vanguard, just with the Aghanim Scepter, and that's with a lot of stuff being popped to be able to keep him alive. So I'm interested to see how these team fights are going to start to go down once you do get into these BKBs on not just JT, but Nothing to Say as well. They're going to really just be, again, those frontliners. Monet, he's been able to recover his net worth somewhat, back up to 3rd at the moment, but he's not into his own Aghanim Scepter just yet.
Right, speaking about how Troll, hasn't really joined these fights, he's been taking down tier 1s, farming backwards, kind of staying hidden and off the map. Monet's the same story. A good laning stage, good first 7, 8, maybe even into the 10-minute mark. Got a little active, but now he's been very passively farming. But this seems like it's his time to shine as they do gather up. JT going to snipe a courier and spot the clockwork falling back, but look at this close off from the rest of G2IG. Nothing to Say in with a stunt, surround the clockwork up and bushwhack him down. Is this now a Roshan attempt? Yeah, G2IG straight in there.
I mean, you got the Nasal Goo, you've got the minus armor coming from the DK as well. I think this is a missed opportunity that Team Zero didn't go for Roshan when they have the chance to, right? They just got a little bit too hero-centric, and this is going to enable G2IG to have that little bit of extra time to be able to get into that next item that they need, right? You've got the Nasal Goose stacks up. Roshan has minus 18 armor, and this is just on Roshan. Imagine on heroes the damage that Monet is going to be able to do, and you know he hasn't even reached his final form yet.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. This is a... I mean, it doesn't look like it, but this is a minus armor draft, right? If you think about minus armor draft in my head, you know, it's like, oh, hang on, the hook shot down at bottom. Clockwork straight in with Beyond and YSR chasing in, but that's a tanky DK under tier 2. They need the Tiny to help out. They will bring him down. Bushwhack's a good one, though, with a sharpshooter onto the Clockwork. Not quite able to bring down the Tin Man, who does get back up to his little high ground. Okay, another good snipe on the DK, though. Delaying the timing here around this Aegis, which G2IG would have loved to use to get out on the map.
They even popped the glyph to try and get a little bit of that multi-shot off, so now you're not going to have it to be able to protect this mid tower. I feel like Team Zero are just doing such a good job of sieging when they get the opportunities to. They're finding nothing to say, really trying to lock him down, knowing that he's the one maybe that's going to be able to open up the map a little bit, although tossing in Erica I'm not sure is the best choice, especially considering you've got Gyro with that critical mass at this point. Looks like he'll be able to back off, but yeah, you're really going to start to build up that minus armor incredibly quickly. Look at even at X-Nova. He's just in position. As soon as they're going to be focusing their attention elsewhere, he's just going to start trying to cut lanes, right? He's going to be annoying, basically, is the job of this Enchantress right now. Try and sneak in behind, get a little bit of extra farm. They've been able to find him, though. Will he be able to live is the question. I mean, he's got a 4-star.
Oh, I don't know. It's hunting season right now. There's no way you'll let the animals get away with this. The squirrel and the little deer, the fawn, trying to split push and cut waves. That's not going to be happening.
He even got away, though, with them just taking the Tormentor, right? That just got him the Sproink, so it would have been nice if, you know, literally a microplay was able to get them into that big one. I would imagine Gyro is going to be the one to take this Wisdom Rune, perhaps? I mean, doesn't have the most in terms of levels for this stage of the game.
Bristleback actually being shredded here by the troll with a battle trance. Not so tanky anymore, are we? And that's BKB up now for him as well.
No.
Oh, Clockwork. Wisdom Rune grabs it under the nose of X-Nova with his hook shot forward. And he's a tanky boy. Crimson Guard 7-1 charges. Just takes the brunt of the damage while Beyond and Ponlo thinking about their entry point. And can't go diving past the tier 2 immediately. G2IG being given a serious run for their money here. They're the ones holding Aegis, but this has been a kind of a passive Aegis, letting the waves of Team Zero just crash over them time and time again.
It was always going to be the case that it was a farming Aegis, though. I think there's just a couple of misplays where you end up using JT perhaps a little bit too aggressively to be able to try and keep these waves shoved in, because they know that they've got pretty good high ground defense as well, right? Like, you can just put a Bristleback on the front lines with his back turned and then just, you know, say, well, come into me, come at me, bro, basically. Of course, there is always the danger with 7-8 with that Blink Dagger, and now he's even got a Kanda as well to be able to just toss you back out away from the rest of your team. So it's just a question of, are Team Zero going to be able to, even into this Aegis, find the pickoff that enables them to go onto that high ground?
Man, these sprites are absolutely ridiculous. The Enchantress is healing back up, even against Spirit Vessel, Radiance, Rocket Flares. The hookshot did miss, which is unfortunate, but now forced after low ground into the waiting arms of Ponlo, who is unstoppable.
I mean, you look at this, though, they spent a good, 20, 25 seconds going for that. None of the lanes are in a good spot to be able to potentially pressure this high ground. About time we've actually had a look at some of the items that Team Zero are going for. We've been talking about these BKBs that they've been going for quite some time on G2IG. Where are they at? Looks like Sanjin Yasha is the go for both Tiny and the Troll Warlord, just really wanting to commit into a lot of these team fights. Make sure that you are able to actually dish out the damage when you're looking to try and start a lot of these engagements. But now, with the BKB that they've got on the Dragon Knight, they feel like it's go time, especially if they can get JT, when he will, up to his level 15. And he's only got about 200 gold left for his own BKB. So while you might not have the Aegis to be able to play around with for more than just the next 30 seconds, I feel like G2IG, they've been able to stall this one out enough that now is their time to be able to come back into things.
Yeah, and it's one of these funny things again. Oh, hang on, we won't have to come back to this because both teams are posturing around that bottom rune spot. 15 seconds for it to spawn. And G2IG, 3 members smoked up. Good bit of vision placed by X Nova there. Try and give a bit of intel in behind over the top of the ramp as ZZQ moves forward into the enemy ancients. A Sproink back. Enchantress out, but the DK does get caught in the mid lane. Nothing to say, he has to BKB up, and he's starting to walk away because his TP is on cooldown, meaning the hook shot from the right-hand side gets right on top of him. DK trying to break away from the cage, but the troll wall is going to lock him down with some roots and hits in from Erica.
Just feels like that none of them are really truly on the same page, right? There's just lots of people getting caught out solo, and it's fine if it's going to enable you to get into that next big item for themselves to enable the team fight, but with the BKB being popped as well, now you've just delayed the next engagement that you can have by another 30 or so seconds, and look at the burst damage that 7E is able to output onto Bobica as well. Once again, going for this glass cannon build.
Yeah, I felt like one of those... Oh, hang on, Monet.
Hold on, actually. Yeah.
He doesn't have BKB
Ponlo
yet. He's 100 gold away from it. And Ponlo being a sneaky
got a
devil.
big streak. He can't give this up for free.
Pretty tanky with a Glimmer Cape and forced out to maneuver himself, but he's been stuck here in between the skeletons and taken down for 1,000 gold.
Yeah. Needed his boys to be able to play around him that time. Just a little bit of mistakes. Again, the lack of stuns on both sides, honestly, is a pretty significant factor. So
yes.
70 not wanting to go in at that stage to look to commit, but Ponlo just giving up a, what is that, 650 gold or so to Monet, plus all the assist gold on top of that. That's going to bring him so much closer to this Daedalus, yeah.
Yeah, so I think in the mid lane, that Nothing to Say Death kind of felt like a sit rep gone wrong. You know, you've phoned in on the radio, you know, how you doing, Bristleback? I'm ready to fight. How you doing, DK? I'm ready to fight. And the Gyrocopter was the last one to respond, and Monet's like, I'm not ready. And then Nothing to Say is already dying, you know? So it looked like they were posturing and getting prepared to have a battle, and Monet's like, no, I need BKB before that. But yeah, my
now they can.
Now they can for sure. But this is the thing, right? My main point before that fight broke out was going to be, you know, Dota is a game of expectations, and so far the expectation is Team Zero initiates, Team Zero gets a kill, Team Zero moves down lanes, and that's kind of been the flow of the game. We have not yet seen the actual combo from G2IG. We haven't seen this nasal goo, flat cannon, physical damage with a blink stun from DK. The pieces, you know, the jigsaw puzzle's on the table. It's a massive pile of pieces. They've not put it together yet. But I think when they do, that picture could be freaking beautiful.
Yeah. You good at jigsaws, Gary?
I despise doing jigsaw puzzles. Lego?
Just
fine.
Get
Love
bored,
it.
Or?
I do. I don't know what it is. During COVID, my partner and I, you know, tried to find little hobbies to do and stuff like that. You know, Lego was fun, buying, but that gets freaking expensive, as I think most people know. Tried to do jigsaw puzzles, and I like doing the outer edge, all the straight lines. But that's it. I stop there. I can't do the middle bit. My eyes cross over, and I'm like, I'm brain off.
70.
Cannot do this. 70's gonna wander dangerously close to G2IG there, and ZZQ nearly.
They just don't have that initiation yet. DK, even though they've gone for this smoke, doesn't have a blink dagger yet. So they're very, very tanky right now on G2IG. So hard to be able to kill all of them, but you just don't have that way to start the fights. So if Team Zero just look to play around an area where they feel strongest, that's going to provide them a huge advantage. And look at the vision. Over to the right side, Team Zero have the advantage. Over to the left, it's G2IG. So in terms of their positioning, there really isn't one that comes out the victor. It's just where the fight actually ends up eventuating.
Yeah, which target you can jump on first as well. Like Troll Wallet, I think, is unkilled this game. Has had a perfect game on Erica so far. Top of the net worth, yeah, 705. If he's able to latch on to the back lines, you know, helped out by the Tiny with the control from the Brewmaster with that Cyclone.
Look at this smoke.
This could be an impeccable move from them. The Blink Avalanche whiffs, though. X-Nova with a Centaur going to scout them out and maybe stomp them back as they do move forward to the Primal Split, trying to chase the Enchantress down. X-Nova looks pretty dead here under the Gluttony route as Monet comes back in with a call down, though. Flat Cannon with a Nasal Goose starting to go. X-Nova still alive, but now he dies. 70 gets the finishing touch. Beyond. Oh, hang on. ZZQ gonna jetpack over the high ground here as JT nearly dies. Has the BKB up and run away from Erica. Troll Ward now, shiny and golden, battle trancing up. The dragon trapped inside the Roche pit is rooted and being demolished by the Troll Warlord. No escape but nothing to say. Finally taken down as Monet moves in but trapped inside the cogs, chasing forwards towards Erica now, trying to output the damage onto the troll, but the life drain is there. Keeps the troll in fighting shape. The minus armor's not there, the damage is lacking, Gyro's in trouble, avalanche toss connects from 70, and now Baboka trapped in the cage again. ZZQ sets it up, a double kill for the Troll Warlord, a massive fight for Team Zero.
And YSR is beyond godlike now. Sorry, godlike, just the 9 kills, but we say just. He's still playing this game pretty flawlessly, right? Top of the net worth, making really solid rotations early on. Even around the 6-minute mark, he was TPing up to the other side of the map to be able to secure kills for his team. And JT maybe feels like he's going to be able to get this kill onto Beyond. I mean, he doesn't have a TP available for himself. He has a little bit of that Radiance burn coming through. Maybe he's going to be asking for Ponlo to help him through the Twin Blade.
Down you go.
Yeah.
JT dead. X-Nova now trying to stand his ground and fight into Beyond, but the cavalry has arrived to come over the hill and take down the Enchantress. There you go. Beyond godlike now for Erica's troll.
I think they really just did underestimate the necessity for them having the actual jump there. Oh, nothing to say. Like, you just could not start the team fight. Even with a whiffed initiation coming through from Team Zero, they were never able to just get onto the target they want, allow Bristleback to toss in the hairball, turn the back, get all of those nasal goose stacks built up so that Monet could actually do damage. I think he did a surprisingly low amount in that previous team fight, despite the fact that they had reasonable control over the high ground area of that fight.
And then right into Roshan. That Radiant side, bottom right-hand corner. And G2IG still down a couple of heroes, means no contest here whatsoever.
Playing very clean, aren't they?
Yeah, it's been really good. They've just been non-stop, put your foot down, keep this pace up. And Ponlo and ZZQ really have been leading the charge here. And Clockwork has missed a couple of hook shots, but outside of that, it's been utter perfection.
Speaking of ZZQ, he's going for a blade mail. So again, we talked about all of that unavoidable damage that you've got from the flak cannon, from the, honestly, just the acorn shot as well, but the bristleback, everything coming through there. And they might actually even be able to take care of JT as he's going for this Tormentor. See there, YSR moving on forward and actually helping him out a little bit. Those nasal goose stacks, thank you very much, he says.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, get Ponlo that shard. I feel like I'm starting to get a little bit biased because this is a very good performance from Team Zero, but we've seen G2IG, doing this kind of split pushing, map control-y thing, but a great reaction again from Team Zero, not allowing any space, nothing to say here, trying to get a bit of jungle farm and then maybe cut wave after, but he's been caught by the perfect hook shot. ZZQ, nice angle, lines it up, gets the DK all caught up. Massive kill yet again from Team Zero as they just immediately TP across the map, and then they've got to catch the next Nova deeper in the jungle as well with 70 Tiny.
And he's going to be building into that Silver Edge as well. So previously you didn't have an answer to the Bristleback. Now you do. You're going to have that, even just a little bit of that minus armor and regen going up against the DK, the Untouchable as well. There's a lot of stuff coming in very, very shortly for Team Zero. Just have a look at how important they feel like it is to actually lock onto a target and kill them for G2IG. I think I saw 2, maybe even 3.
Never mind.
I was saying 2, maybe 3 nullifiers being picked up by G2IG, but it's going to be quite a while until they get into it. And I mean, this is second Aegis, this is high ground territory, and Team Zero aren't really letting up. This has been picture perfect performance coming through from them.
Oh, Roshan's banner and the Pugnivore. They're planting stuff on the ground, tossing someone back in towards the troll. BKB's up for JT, but there's Bristleback not lasting very long inside the cogs. Maybe with Monet, the damage being spilled out. They still get the kill on JT. Gyro not able to dish it out fast enough, and this Roshan's banner is still alive. Raging creeps, along with the split, destroying the buildings quickly and moving on to heroes next. The Void Spirit drags Baboka back, right into the cogs and YSR's troll. Another lane being lined up here as well. They've got mid taking out half of top. Tier 3 down at bottom lane. The next port of call here for Erica as the glyph does come out of G2IG. A buyback from JT. We'll see if this Aegis is enough.
Show they're just going to get tossed back.
Yeah, Avalanche is in. Monet has the BKB up. The Troll goes forward. Massive damage onto Monet. The Gyro is down with no buyback available. GG. There we go. Team Zero take game 1. Upsetting G2IG here in the early stages of this best of 3.
Yes, they did indeed. I liked the ideas coming out from G2IG. I even liked the draft overall. We were saying they're very similar looking drafts in terms of what you needed to do, who you needed to be able to make space for, but you just had, I think, a little bit of disconnect between what each person's priority was on G2IG, and that's to take nothing away from Team Zero. They played this one incredibly well. I gotta say, it's probably Eric YSR from that position 1 role that I would personally give the MVP to, just because it felt like he was so much more active than what he necessarily needed to be, but because of that, they were able to shut down Monet. They made sure that he didn't have that farm that he needed to truly fight, and I think the decision as well to go in onto Nothing to Say, to delay a lot of these item timings. I think this is the one that I'm talking about, right? You have Troll TPing in, chasing down Monet on his gyrocopter, and just have a look at the net worth situation right now. Troll was already in a really good spot. He could have very easily just sat back and continued to farm. Instead, he's like, you know what? Much rather take out the enemy position 1 and win a team fight convincingly as well. And this also led into a little bit less of the map for G2IG to play around with.
Yeah, I mean, shout out itemization as well. Beyond thank you. Not going for this kind of slow and shitty double brace the Radiance build. He picked up the pace, went for that Urn, the Spirit Vessel, really doing a lot of work to get kills on the DK and the Enchantress. Because we saw how long it took them to kill them with the Vessel. Without it, I think, Nothing to Say gets away in a lot of these situations. X-Nova does buy that little bit more time and gets away from these initiations. And here is one of those last fights, right, around that Roche pit where that smoke wraparound backstab was so perfect.
They could just never lock onto the target that they actually wanted, right? I'm just watching Nothing to Say this entire time, and he's like, who can I actually go onto? It was very much the case of divide and conquer. He eventually finds a Clockwork, because he's like, well, finally we can do some damage, but you decrept, you end up not even getting the kill onto the clock through a really nice 4-stuff coming through there.
Yeah, it seemed very disjointed. Like, JT wasn't with Monet with that first move and then gets split off to be tacked up by the Troll in that top left corner. And Nothing to Say trapped inside the Roche pit as well. And G2IG...
This is where I was talking about, like, where's the minus armor as well, right? This is where Monet, he finally was able to hit onto 5, but, like, just doesn't do enough damage. They're able to all split up, back off, move back to their high ground, and Ponlo's just there to, pop the medic beam and convincingly win that fight.
Yeah, just non-stop stuff. You're kind of reliant on that hookshot to start the fight, but outside of that, you've got Tiny with multiple rounds of blink initiations, stun and avalanche tosses. This Troll Warlord doesn't care about cooldowns. He just runs at you with the damage and the net worth he's got. Transfer that into some big right clicks onto these G2IG heroes. Just diving in behind the tier 3 and tier 4s at the end of the game there, looking incredibly good. Oh, hell, Ponlo bought an E-Blade at the end of the game, it looked like. I saw that pop up on the right side of the screen at the end there. Look at 12-0-12. I think you're right. When you said Troll Warlord MVP, I was thinking, I kind of like the Clockwork. I kind of want to give it to Beyond for buying Spirit Vessel, but that was a very good Troll performance.
It was a very good team performance overall. If there's the possibility for it, I'd love to highlight some of the item progression between 7E and Nothing to Say as well, because it really felt like 7E made the absolute most out of his timings, right? He got, I think it was an 12-minute Blink Dagger, and it felt like Nothing to Say was always just like, well, just one more item, and it felt like he never got to that space that he needed to be to truly enable G2IG. And a big part of that, of course, was Team Zero specifically targeting him, making sure that they were able to find out that Dragon Knight and prevent him from making a lot of that space. I'm not sure if you saw in that first replay that we saw where it was that Troll early TP at the 7-minute mark, but Nothing to Say was topping the net worth at that point by like a good 600-700 net worth. He did really, really well in the lane, but they just weren't able to progress beyond that. So really nice performance coming through from Team Zero. No one really stood out above anyone else. This is what they were straight back into the scrims for after, the previous series win, but not the win in the way that they wanted. This is much more of the Team Zero that is going to be a scary team to face up in these qualifiers.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It wasn't scrappy, it wasn't messy, it was convincing. Maybe you argue G2IG, not on the same page, not kind of warmed up and ready for it, but Team Zero absolutely are in this series, taking game 1 over G2IG. A little bit of an upset potentially on the cards here, as we'll take a quick break and come back with game number 2.
Headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version, experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Chinese regionals for the international this year as we get ourselves into game 2 of this series. And if you're just joining us, a little bit of an upset in game 1. Team 0 taking down G2IG in a pretty crisp fashion, Danhog.
It was incredibly crisp, and leading into this series, there were 44 heroes still yet to be picked or banned in these qualifiers so far. Bristleback was one of them, and maybe we saw why he had been ignored up until this point. It really felt like he didn't have an identity necessarily this game. We've both been not exactly the biggest fans of teams that just sit back and try and farm on all 3 cores, and it did kind of feel that way this time around for G2IG, right? Maybe they just overvalued their potential to be able to split up the map. They did, push lanes fairly effectively with Bobica, with X-Nova, but nothing to say, just a few too many times. You touched it on it in the break, Gary. Nothing to say, he just put himself out there on the lanes rather than sticking in the safety of the jungle. Meant they were picking him off, meant that he wasn't able to get into that Blink Dagger BKB that he really needed. Yeah,
I mean, we expect a lot from Nothing to Say right out in this mid lane, and that was not a performance that was befitting of his caliber. Definitely not something that he'll be too proud of. Look towards game 2, try and pick things up, get back into the groove of things. And honestly, I get what you're saying. I would argue that Bristle did have an identity, but he wasn't allowed to show it. He wasn't allowed to actually flourish and show what he was going to be doing there. Like Nasal Goo Gyrocopter sounded like a good idea in theory, but G2IG were all over the place. They never really meaningfully connected together. I think Super there just gonna have to drill it home. Hit your timings, boys. Get together, play together. You cannot be letting slip across the map and being too greedy, being too lax about their movements. Maybe just need to drill it home, tidy things up, tighten up a bit here, because Team 0, they came into this series absolutely firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I wonder how much of their draft was very reactive as opposed to something that they wanted from the very start. Like if they wanted to go this Bristle Gyro sort of combination at the very beginning, I'm not sure if Enchantress is the one to be able to enable that sort of thing, right? Maybe if they had I'm just going to harp on it again, the Tusk, to be able to go together with it, right? The lane is incredibly strong with the Drinking Buddies plus the Flak Cannon. Just a huge amount of damage that you're able to get early on. And you're also giving yourselves another one of these heroes that can actually be your form of initiation if you're just getting into that Blink Dagger on the Tusk. But maybe they just valued the Enchantress for the decrep against the Pugna. I don't know. To me, it felt a little reactionary. So we'll see what they're able to do with it. Loving the Weaver coming out. Again, flex. That's what I want to see from these early picks coming out from both of these teams. I think it was Ponlo that played the Weaver in the last time that we saw Team 0 play it. And just to touch on Team 0 as well, we got some helpful stats, of course, from our lovely production team. Troll Warlord, such a heavy prioritization for them. The only time that they weren't able to pick it up, they banned it themselves and they lost. So, I'd have to say this is certainly going to be high up there on the priority stakes for them. I'll be interested to see if G2IG feel like they have the need of banning it out right now, or if they feel like they can save it for the last phase.
I think banning the Tiny makes a lot of sense. 70 was incredible on that. And I personally would ban the Troll because A, it is a very good hero for Team 0. B, it is a great hero, in this patch against the majority of these tanky strength offlaners. They just get harassed out of lane. And C, kind of tagging on from that B point, JT is such a vital part of G2IG's identity as a team. Playing kind of carry from the offlane, needs that, a bit of reserve gas to get himself off the ground a little bit. If you see the man on the screen there, if he's crushed in the lane, it feels like G2IG kind of fall apart.
Exactly, and that's also why I'm a little surprised to see some of the main JT heroes being banned out by G2IG themselves. So, are we going to be seeing a Meepo if they feel like it's going to be a Weaver core? They don't have the last overall pick, though, to be able to make that happen. I don't mind G2IG not banning the Troll now, just because they don't, Team 0 don't have the last pick of this upcoming pick phase, right? So no matter what they do, they feel like they're going to be able to counter it, at least with their heroes coming through next. If it still slips through, I'd be surprised if they didn't ban it in this last phase of bans.
Right, that's the other thing, right, is that Troll pick looked so good because there were no stuns. This entire game just had no stuns, no control whatsoever. It was very difficult to really deal with him. Whereas in other games, we've seen Troll, I think, multiple games face against like an OD or a Rubik, having multiple ways to control him, send him out of the fight, or just stop that battle trance from being utilized properly. Yeah, we need to...
against a Brewmaster as well, right? Like to toss up, and he had a Brewmaster on his team to set up for a lot of what they wanted. They end up banning out the Bloodseeker and picking... This is another one of those unpicked heroes, Gary. Pango coming through here. I know if a lot of pro players really don't like the place that Pango's in right now, just because he feels very... clunky, I guess is the best way to put it. You have an extra, I think, 0.15 cast point on the Swashbuckle. It's a lot less duration, and you're building a lot more around the shield crash now. So I'm interested to see what they feel is going to be giving them value. Maybe they just wanted some consistent control in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, is it still mid-Pango? Is that where he goes now?
I think so. I wouldn't hate seeing like a DK Razor come out here. I know it means, you know, not picking your support at this stage. Oh, yeah. Willow's fine. I'm a little surprised that that slipped through, and look at all the area control that they have on G2IG. But when I think of Razor, like counters to the Pangolier, Razor's certainly up there. You know, you're just able to run along with it, pop the BKB, static link him, and then he actually doesn't want to be in the center of a lot of these team fights, in addition to just have all these things to be able to hold people in place, and the flex to be able to put it wherever you want, right? It could be offlane, it could be position 1, you just don't know.
Willow having a great time there, 75% win rate, 8 picks and 2 bans, as the Winter Wyvern going to come in now for Team Zero. What is this particularly for something?
Maybe they just want a support that's not going to be ruined by stuff like cogs and that in some of these early fights. You know, you can at least fly out of them yourself. Weaver as well, a little bit more mobile, so you can use the Shikuchi to dodge out when he's trying to, you know, ping the cogs into you. You know, more team fight is always going to be a benefit, especially percent damage against the DK feels quite nice as well. Ooh. So, offlane Nightstalker, huh? Nightstalker Weaver. I guess the Weaver makes up for the Nightstalker's relative weaknesses in the lane. I know it's not as weak as it used to be, considering the game can start at night now. But I still feel like you're putting yourself in a position to, you know, possibly get punished. Again, no stuns. I want the Razor to come out right now for Monet, to be able to just follow it up. But instead, it's going to be a Doom. Okay, wanting to take out some of these more elusive heroes.
Yeah, and I guess they're still technically keeping the flex on the Weaver at the end here for Team Zero. They do again have that final pick of the draft, so they could kind of flop things around in the end. Yeah, just looking at this, it like Pango and Nightstalker feel like run-at-you heroes, and then you've got Weaver and Wyvern, who don't have stuns, so you can't chase people down. It's a little bit...
They do create a lot of chaos, though, Pango and Nightstalker, right? So something like a Wyvern is just going to be licking the lips, just to say, okay, well, they're going to converge together at some point for a Great Winter's Curse. As long as we've got the vision advantage, which Nightstalker enables you to have, I think they should feel like they're in a pretty reasonable spot. Still no Troll ban, by the way.
It's coming. Ursa and Troll, they're going to be gone.
Okay. We'll see about that.
Don't let them have Troll again.
10 seconds remaining.
What do we still need for G2IG? Are we expecting offlane Doom mid DK still? Monet's hero last?
Yeah, probably. I mean, we have seen the Doom Clockwork be played together, and it's honestly not bad into a Nightstalker. Like you said, if you're not having any stuns, then what's to stop a Doom Clock from just running at you? Also, I mean, even just the Nightstalker into the Clockwork with the Void not being available. Well, they thought that maybe Team Zero were going to be picking up the Troll Warlord for themselves, which honestly would have been pretty devastating. Sorry, G2IG would be picking it up for themselves. Just more stuff that's good in lane. That's all I'm really wanting coming out here, right? They've got initiation on G2IG. They've got decent tower damage. They've got not amazing team fight, but there aren't really any position ones that provide that for the team. So I just want to see... Okay, Vengeful Spirit, okay.
Carry Venge, potentially? Could... I think I prefer Venge Clock together rather than the Doom Clock. Then you've got Doom with the Willow. I guess there's also the possibility of mid-Doom, which Nothing to Say has done. And then you've got DK Willow, which is maybe a nicer lane together. I think they've got a bit of wiggle room here to swap their lanes around if they need to, depending on this last pick out of Zero.
I mean, traditionally, though, DK had a great time against the Pango, just
Yeah.
because of Pango's relatively weak right-click, and now DK is even stronger than it used to be. So, I'd be really surprised if Nothing to Say wasn't playing the DK, and he indeed is, and we're going to be seeing a carry Vengeful Spirit. Okay, so we saw it yesterday. I don't think it was played as a carry. It was an off-lane, and it was just one of these Venge heroes that was like, all right, I need to get into my Aghanim Scepter. But you don't do anything for like 20, 25 minutes if you're going to be going down that sort of route. And I feel like that's not what an off-lane Venge is meant for. I'm very happy for Monet to go into like a second or third item Aghanim Scepter, but you got to enable yourself to be able to take a lot of fights, to farm a little bit more effectively, to abuse the fact that you are a universal hero with this melee benefit as well. So Echo Saber for mine, after Treads and like Wand is probably going to be the build for me for Monet to go into. And then just to, again, get a free Aegis when you've got the Aghanim Scepter for your position 1 feels pretty damn good.
It feels like a much better draft to kind of easily execute here for G2IG. Just they have stuns, they have ways to enter team fights, a hook shot, get in there with a swap back. They've got Vision Out, Wave of Terror, and Rocket Flare. And lots of tools here at the disposal of G2IG. And kind of, I don't know, a finicky draft from Team Zero. I'm still kind of struggling to see how they approach things once the laning phase breaks down. Is this Chaos Knight going to be super active again from Erica? Is he going to be roaming around finding kills? Because he's one of their only stuns coming out of this Chaos Knight. How active does Pangolier get involved? Is he going to be going for that Diffuser Blade build again? Wyvern and Weaver, the two W heroes, what are they going to get up to? They kind of need... It feels like it's not a gold greed draft from Team Zero, but it's more like a level greed draft where they need to be hitting their level 3s, their level 6s very quickly here to actually be able to utilize their heroes at all.
The thing I'm particularly looking for is trying to enable Beyond a little bit more with his level 6, right? Because it is the Night Rain facet that he's chosen to go for. Game's going to start at daytime prior to the Horn, then it turns to nighttime. First 5 minutes, he should be A-okay in that lane. They got rid of the big risks like the Troll Warlord that would have absolutely dumpstered him in the lane. But I want to see 7E, when he does make his rotation, he's going to be praying for a 6-minute top power rune so that he's able to move towards the Night Stalker's lane, maybe get a kill or two, and just accelerate that Night Stalker timing towards the level 6 so that as soon as it turns into daytime, he's going to have not too much time until he's able to pop that Dark Ascension and still just have a lot more, I guess, active time on the map,
And G2IG are looking to get off to a good start here with a smoke, an unusual smoke into Radiant Ancients from that dark side of the map and setting up around that top rune spot. We'll see if they can come in behind the towers here if they spot someone moving across.
30 seconds.
And no one just
Ponlo
yet.
saw them. I think Ponlo just got a brief glimpse of JT there, so because of that, they have to reveal the move. Very nicely done, only putting the Weaver into this position to potentially catch them out. The rest of them, of course, standing just around the staircases.
I guess a little fortuitous that the Weaver was out there blocking the small camp, smoked and Shikuchiing very quickly up the top and then wrapping around back again. I do get that little high ground observer ward to watch the top rune at least. So we'll see if Ponlo can maybe steal... Nah, he's not going for it.
He's a bit of a rune thief, isn't he? I mean, it wouldn't be a Ponlo game if at 7 minutes he wasn't at the enemy's tormentor trying to steal away that wisdom rune. I feel like it's going to be no different this time around. So this time he's the one that going into the urn, so obviously going to be very effective going up against the DK and the Doom, of course, once he builds into that Spirit Vessel, and as a support, he's got the freedom to be able to do that. We've seen support Weavers go into like a Rod of Atos as well, just to provide them with that little bit of extra control, but I feel like with the Pango roll, with the CK as well, it feels like he doesn't have the need to be able to do that.
70 already taken a few whacks out with Nothing to Say in that mid lane. And Grandmaster Pango, sure, but you're against an NTS DK in that mid lane, which can be a real tough challenge. Beyond and Ponlo, looks like they're just kind of dragging the wave back as much as possible, get out of the grasp of Monet and X-Nova. And then down the bottom lane, Doom getting a few free hits onto the YSR Chaos Knight. I'm not sure how this is going to go for them in the long run, though. Baboka and JT here, maybe could offer kill threat on the Winter Wyvern if she oversteps. But Zizuku kind of tagging them up with the Arctic Burn, irritating the Doom for now.
Yeah, he's going to just be playing it very defensively, and he's got a great small camp creep to be able to play around with as well, although they lost the Sentry Ward battle on that hard camp, so it's actually going to be the Warpine Raiders pulled in on the bottom side of the map. Not too fortunate there. Top side, yeah, I'm really just looking around there for the cogs actually placed up here. Ponlo, he's caught inside of them, but just again, with the Shikuchi, might be able to get away. Never mind.
Monet with the damage. That minus armor from Web of Terror. A few hefty hits as well. Lots of stats here for the Venge. Magic Wand and 3 branches. Building up the Venge pretty heftily there. It's down at bottom. Shadow Element required from Baboka to get away.
He's getting gone on up top.
From ZZQ and Monet. Swarm on him. Cogs protect him. Beyond and Ponlo, they could chase this one down and kill off the Venge. Good body blocks from Ex Nova, but Night Stalker's actually stepped in front of him. Nighttime comes and one more tap will do the job here. Beyond getting a kill.
It's just so valuable to have, this huge advantage, especially in the really early stages, right, in terms of vision. Night Stalker is just unparalleled with the amount of vision that he's able to provide. Basically, only Slark can look to contest him in terms of his standard laning matchups. So now that he's level 3 as well, 2 points in Hunter of the Night, and he's just going to be looking to try and consistently harass. Even if Ex Nova goes in onto him to try and make a play, I wouldn't be surprised if Team Zero try and turn around and just say, screw it, let's right-click down the clockwork.
And speaking of vision, there's 2 wards here from G2IG up in that top part of the map. The first one, the normal one there on the little high ground to watch the rune spot, but the second one here, watching the staircases and I guess possible TP rotations and movements up the top.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they've committed that heavily for it. It does go back to the fact that, again, around those first rotations coming through from 70, I feel like it needs to be up towards the top side, right? Because Beyond is going to be so benefited by the fact that if they are able to get into an early-ish level 6, then he's obviously just going to be that much more active around the map, and you can look to, once again, punish a draft that still needs a little bit of time to get up and running from G2IG. So maybe a little bit overcommitting, but I like the idea.
I mean, Monet right now needs all the protection he can get. And down at the bottom of the last hits of the cores. DK and Doom doing decently for themselves. And Chaos Knight having a few struggles down at bottom as well, as he's constantly being held back. But this is kind of par for the course when you've got a Winter Wyvern support in your lane against a Willow and a Doom. Constantly bringing that pressure.
About to say, they might be considering going for an actual... Oh, is that going to be the boots removed? Never mind. YSR just not able to snipe the courier there, so that is going to enable a little bit of that escape potential from JT now.
And back up top.
A bit more elusive. Yeah.
Cogs again. Ex Nova just being a little bit of a bully here. And protecting Monet. He's the bodyguard. Keep the Vengeful Spirit in play for as long as possible. But this wave is constantly by the Radiant Tier 1. Meaning it's a long lane here for Ponlo and Beyond to potentially chase.
Yeah. Ex Nova has done a pretty good job, though, of just making space, enabling... Even if he doesn't get the deny on the flag bearer creeps, he's making sure that they're not getting the last hits, just through little things like battery assault ticks and all that sort of stuff. So, doing a good job there as Beyond tries to run away, but only ends up tanking one of the cogs. Never mind, gets the second. And they instantly look to try and get the harass going back the other way. So it's about to hit that 5-minute 15 mark, and Beyond's just level 4. So I'm just having a constant look at what's happening here with the Pangolier. Like, what position is he in? Is he making sure that Nothing to Say is relatively weak and not able to, push into the tower if he does eventually make that rotation? So even though Beyond might be, not exactly the most sustainable hero in the lane now that it is daytime, I really want to see, if it's not Ponlo, at least the Winter Wyvern make a move towards that mid lane to be able to play around those power runes. And maybe ZZQ is going to be able to do it because he's about to die. Yeah,
he's going to try and Cold Embrace and save himself under tower, but a new dire wave arrives and the brambles are down from Baboka. So this is good pressure on the tier 1 and might even just boot the CK away from the next creep wave coming in. So you want Winter Wyvern to TP mid, bottle refill, keep Nothing to Say back?
Could be a blessing in disguise, honestly. Like, it's going to be right before those power runes, and you're not going to have time to move anyone on G2IG down to that bottom side. He's actually going to go top.
Yeah, I mean, Beyond in a little bit of trouble there. Cold Embraced up for now, and the turnaround on Ex Nova with the Arctic Burn, Splinter Blast, and Blood Grenade swarm across the tree line. And it's going to not quite tag him up. Didn't hit him. I thought it would, but now Ponlo being battered back by the Venge, and Ex Nova... He could TP out here, but he's just holding his ground, salving up, and waiting to see what comes his way. Wanders off.
And because of that lack of rotation, it means that 70, he's continuing to have a rough time against Nothing to Say. Taking constant harass means that he doesn't get the bottle rune. Nothing to say, didn't even need to use the Invis rune. It was more just denying it away from this Pangolier, and it also means that, again, you're going to have your time delayed a little bit by Beyond here. Still just level 5. On low, his spidey senses are tingling around that 7-minute Wisdom Rune timing, and X-Nova, he's just going to walk up into his death here.
Yeah, no sneaky business. Does survive, though. Gets away from the swarm and that. And mid lane, they tried to make a play in onto this Pangolier, but the brambles from Baboka didn't quite land as they would have wanted. So the Wisdom Rune on the left side going to Ponlo, while the one on the right still fermenting and waiting.
He's dead. That is a dead CK. Not what you're wanting with a traditional lane dominator, although I was about to say might get away if they weren't able to land that last right click, because he did have the raindrops, would have been able to shrug off the chain lightning.
And he swapped a Fairy Fire back into his inventory as well. Was in the backpack, not quite fast enough. And now a lot of breathing room here. Nothing to say, charging up to the top of the last hit board. 55 and 14. The Doom in his off lane, 49 and 8. Top 3 net worth, all G2 IG. So it seems like, yeah, they've woken up a bit. Not quite, ready to go get that Wisdom Rune yet. Baboka's saying, hey, I've got damage on this tower. Let's bring down his tier 1. 8 minutes in. They're racing the Dragon Knight. Who can take the tier 1 faster?
Probably going to be JT, honestly. Like, this isn't a lane that the Pango is going to be able to leave at all, and he's just being bullied so heavily, right? Like, even just the items that he's going into. Arcane Boots isn't necessarily going to buff up anyone in terms of their damage output. So until he's able to get into something like that Diffusal Blade, it really feels like it's going to be a pretty passive game from 7E coming through. At least he's got his level 6, nearly level 7, to be able to make these rotations, but I feel like they're just not going to put themselves in a position to get punished too heavily. This isn't the game to be going for dives, I think, on G2IG. Stalker.
Let's pop the ulti here with Ponlo moving forward. They've got level 6 Night Stalker against a level 5 Venge. And the Swarm and the Swashbuckle rotation coming in from Pangolier. Nets them a kill on the Vengeful Spirit, position 1 carry. And it's not for nothing, though. Mid lane being pushed by Nothing to Say. Bottom lane tier 1 has, of course, already collapsed, as JT has shoved that all the way towards tier 2. Monet feels kind of like a sacrifice in this game, waving the flag, saying, hey, look at me. While the other 2 cores are just making massive leaps and bounds up that net worth board. Doom is, 1,000 ahead of his nearest counterpart, the Night Stalker. DK, same story.
And he's got a Midas as well to be able to play off of. Oh, he went for Devil's Bargain. All right, so we might see it this game, Gary. Remember what I was talking about with the Midas buy and sell around the Devil's Bargain value? I'm interested to see if JT is going to go for that. So I think he goes a little bit later on.
You buy it, you use it, you sell it, you rebuy it again. He's going to Doom the Wyvern in the mid lane for now. And there's Nothing to Say in JT pairing up to get a pretty quick and easy freebie there onto ZZQ.
Yeah, there's no harm in, like, I don't know, maybe he does sell it. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see what he ends up going for. As, now that it is, of course, daytime the next little bit, they're looking to try and make a 7E, which I'm a little surprised about. Nice hookshot to maybe enable Monet to get away.
Yeah, can we swap? Can we wand? Nope, the chain stuns come fast. And X-Nova, the one that's going to TP out back to safety. As 7E can't catch up to Baboka there. And Dark Willow slips away from danger, but this is, Night Stalker's prime time. Looking to hunt people down in the jungle. Meeting a bit of resistance here from Nothing to Say's Dragon Knight with an amplified damage on him. But a tower for the Chaos Knight, being kind of kicked out, a refugee out of that bottom lane, finding a bit of a home for himself up top, protected by the rest of his team. But I think Erica's going to have struggles in finding that next place to live.
Look up top here, though. Nothing to Say. He's got that Blink Dagger. He learned from last game, and they're going to find the initiation. The big difference is they don't have the Bedlam just yet. Looks like they'll still have enough with the amp damage to be able to get the kill.
And good brambles. Good move from the Clockwork. A nice start, like you say, with that Blink Dagger debut out of Nothing to Say. A 3k lead for G2IG. Already having taken down these tier 1 towers, you can see the observer wards placed by Team Zero trying to replace their towers with a bit of vision from the observers mid and bottom lane. They need to create a bit of map space here for the CK to farm.
They need a bit of time to just be able to get anything, right? CK without an armlet is just next to useless. Very, very single target. You're not going to be able to deal with this push very well either. It's still early enough that you're actually in a little bit of risk of dying. X-Nova should be be able to see the Pango rotating in and get away just in time.
Even blinking away with nothing to say there. It's down at bottom, Ponlo and beyond. A bit of poking onto JT. But we do have a Clockwork with a hook shot here. His Doom must be coming off cooldown shortly as well, right? JT
Yep, 5 seconds.
probably ready to go in a matter of seconds. Yeah, invasion into this Radiant Ancient spot as well. The Boca, nothing to say, looking for any targets that are straggling around, maybe clearing out the camp. I'm not able to find anything just
that
yet.
Winter's Curse as well as he blinked away on nothing to say. So really playing with fire there, playing around their vision as well. I'm sure that's something that's going to be dewarded pretty instantly. So at least you're maintaining a little bit of control over your side of the map, both with the 4 wards now that you highlighted previously, as well as denying away on the enemy team. Are they going to be able to get a freebie here onto X-Nova, or are they trying to bait out a response? Seems like they want to commit.
Well, 70 disappears. Clockwork surviving. Swarmer's broken off him. Now the hook shot on top of the Doom on the Weaver gets them a pair of kills as G2IG swiftly move into that bottom jungle. You've got all the wards in the world here. 4 observers from mid down to bottom, but you didn't see the aggression coming as it is so fast from G2IG. X-Nova, though. Arctic Burn and the Night Stalker arriving. He'll get a D-ward as he'll lose his life, kicking some cogs around and making an absolute nuisance of himself.
I think he's fine just to take away that vision, right? Like, that's going to be the big goal for him this game. Just open up the map a little bit more. It's something that he wasn't necessarily able to do quite as effectively with the Enchantress in the previous game. Not really being that, like, big tower threat. But as long as you're providing a lot of vision, enabling the Doom to continue being just this little bit greedier, I think he's going to be pretty satisfied. And, well, I'm happy with Monet's item build, right? He's not completely useless, just going straight for the Ag Scepter. Echo Saber build up first. So, of course, the double attack going to enable him as, like, a farming tool, as well as a nice amount of reasonable stats overall for him to just be able to play around with and be a lot tankier if he does indeed get rotated onto now.
Yeah, it feels like he'll find himself in a good spot, by minute 20. As the rest of the team are finding a lot of action out on the map. A smoke not connecting onto anyone. Might be able to catch out Ponlo. Now they're gonna move back in towards mid, find an arcane rune, and maybe swing up top. That's Dragon
Don't
Knight.
have vision on it right now on Team 0, so they don't know that this arcane rune was stolen away. They'll take a free kill onto ZZQ if they get it, and it's very, very simple to be able to claim that one with just how farm Nothing to Say is, plus the Bedlam being used.
And a hookshot on Ponlo bottom. They should be able to get this if they use the Doom, but it's not available, so Ponlo, Shikuchi shifts away, turns with the Swarm and the Urn over onto JT. In comes Erica and beyond as well with a Phantasm Reality Rift back in. The Doom being sliced down, and good reactions there from Team 0.
Definitely. Like, again, you need your DK there to be able to start a lot of these fights, to find that guaranteed lockdown. The Clockwork, not really enough at this stage, right? Like, on its own, it's annoying. It's annoying for the laning phase. It's annoying for team fight denial, but for just the individual pickoff, I feel like it's a little bit too slow if you're not willing to commit the Doom.
I don't know what Pango was doing up here, being a little shifty in that northern jungle. And Monet's like, nah, these are my creeps. Don't know what you're up to over here.
It's taken him so long to get into that defusal, though. It just goes back to all the nerfs to the Swashbuckle, for example, as they're trying to make another play onto the Winter Wyvern. Will probably still get it, though. That Winter's Curse does not last long at all.
It doesn't, but they turn around on this Doom, though, with a Rolling Thunder. Beyond is dropping pretty low, silenced up for now, but the DK stunned, so couldn't get any real follow-through, but this Pango rolling and crashing between the cogs and the ramp.
What's the
taken
damage?
down, blown up. X-Nova gets the final touch.
Could we have a look at the damage summary for the Pangolier? I'm just having a look at battery assault stun, cog stun, battery assault stun. It was just so much going back and forth. Sometimes it's broken, that's fine. But yeah, it was a crazy amount just knocking him back and forth constantly.
Where are you going? Yeah, nowhere. Permanently disabled.
Perfect cogs placement by X-Nova to make sure he was locking him in between the two. That's actually not an interaction I had even considered, right? With the larger gap between the cogs allowing Clockwork to walk out, you can just perfectly lock in a Pango into that little bit of like a gap.
And we've got enough of these little nooks and crannies where Pangos get stuck. You know, Nisha, every game Nisha plays Pango, he finds a new one. There's crystals to bounce off of. I guess there's the classic one near like top rune spot, right? Where the ramp has that little cliff,
Radiant's top tower
the
is
sheer
under
cliff
attack.
face where you get stuck into as well. Now Clockwork just making them himself. 7k lead for G2IG as they just keep pressing the issue here. Everywhere you look, there's dire heroes swarming lanes, pushing things out. And the Radiant really kind of struggling to find
Is under attack.
little pockets of farm. Nicely done by the CK though. You know, send his Phantasm into the Dire Ancients and large camp there to find a little bit of extra gold for himself. And that bottom lane does belong to them for now. But yeah, G2IG at the drop of a hat, they're ready to go. You're green lit. All their ultis ready. It is smoke time. They've got Blink Initiation. This Orchid from Nothing to Say gives them incredible kill threat onto anybody they find. And if it is the CK, he is the big ticket target to go for. The Blink stun comes. Nothing to Say starts it off with the Orchid out. And the damage is pretty overwhelming here. The Winter's Curse comes just a little too late. Can't save Erica's CK. And a hook
One
shot.
more.
Continue this. Get the cherry on top of the ice cream sundae. The cogs being pushed around. Mana burn down the Wyvern, and Nothing to Say grabs a double kill. This has gone from, you know, being one of his worst Dragon Knight performances in Game 1 to one of his best here in Game 2.
Yeah, he's really making the most of that early blink timing, right? I think the big difference is he just finally had a support to be able to actually play with, right? I guess you could probably say that last game, Bobica on his Hoodwink could have maybe connected together a little bit better with a DK if he went blink, but that just wasn't the call, I guess, on G2IG. This time around, though, just being able to toss that Bedlam in completely safe. And, well, Bobica's hold on might be in a bit of danger, actually.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to get both of the supports here. There's a good swashbuckle to start things off, and then 7E, Rolling Thunder to kind of crash around and cause some issues. Mid lane, Ponlo is eyeing up Nothing to Say here. Swarmed and Vesseled. Dragon Tail's ready with an Orchid in 3 seconds, and they are smoking quickly from that bottom lane in towards mid. Nice Stalker, he swapped back into the Doom. JT
That's
and Monet,
questionable.
they've got the takedown on the Nice Stalker here, while Erica's gone deep with Ponlo trying to catch up to the Doombringer. JT back by his tier 2 tower, tanking up with the aura on him. DK has found Ponlo on the right-hand side, and now Erica in serious trouble.
What are they doing?
Winter's Curse is good here for the Winter Wyvern. I can kind of understand the move in from Team Zero. They smelled blood in the water and they were chasing it, but they didn't realize it was a massive group of sharks ready and waiting for them to turn around and bite their heads off.
I mean, I can understand the move if that tier 1 tower wasn't there, but you just, on the Night Stalker, walked over it under the cover of smoke, basically instantly revealing your position, gets swapped, gets stunned, gets doomed, and he explodes. Also a Radiance being picked up as well by Beyond, so wanting to be a little bit more of that consistent damage source. Yeah, that was not the angle of initiation. Like, they still had about half duration left on that Dark Ascension. They had a little bit of time left on the smoke as well. Just go the wraparound. You've got Nightstalk with Dark Ascension. You're going to have the vision advantage, and they just ran into the meat grinder.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of desperation, it feels like. You know, they could see an opportunity. They wanted to take it as quickly as possible. And they're trying to play at the pace which G2IG have brought here in Game 2. And it's been a bit of a struggle for Team Zero. And again, you know, talking about the two supports they've got, Winter Wyvern and Weaver, good at poking and prodding, good at resetting. But in terms of actual catch and kill and extended team fights, these heroes are kind of garbage.
Yeah, Weaver's going to change eventually. Like, they become redundant, right? Where I feel like that's the difference between the G2IG supports, where they could just do so much with let's say level 7, right? They just want to max out the brambles, you want to max out the cogs, you want to make sure you've got your ultimates available, and then you're like, great, we can do everything that we can do at every single stage of the game, and we're still going to be able to, contribute offensively and defensively. Whereas, you know, it feels much more like an Aghanim Scepter Wyvern could do a whole lot more. Like, it's an amazing game for that sort of thing, but it's just going to take so long to get there. Same sort of thing with the Weaver.
There's a big pick-off on JT top, just blasting him down with everybody there. Rolling Thunder and the crashing onto him. They did scan this, and I think X-Nova was nearby, but once the move was made, G2IG realized JT was just dead to rights up in that top lane. And try and find a bit of action elsewhere, but this could be a good move. Kill the Doom, go into Roche maybe? Yeah, looking to snipe it out. Now, G2IG, do you react? Can you react with your Doom
I
dead.
think that's the better question. Can you react? And I'm not necessarily sure they can. Nothing to say is just trying to play some Rat Dota right now in the mid lane, but the TP's coming. They see him though.
Rocket Flare gives the vision. They've got Observer Ward on. Nothing to say here, but he brings forward aggressively with his BKB. Winter Skirt's required to save the Pango with the hook shot. X-Nova straight over the top of 70's Pangolier, kicking and punching him around with the cogs. Roshan's nearly dead. The Venge will fall. Terrorize comes in, pushing out the Night Stalker. Roshan's still alive. They're trying to finish off this Chaos Knight. X-Nova picks up a double kill. Erica down and out. Beyond in trouble. Ponlo can get chased out by JT here, who throws the Doom of the Night Stalker. Weaver will Shikuchi away, but Roshan is dead. Claimed up by Nothing to Say. And Monet has just sacrificed himself for the greater good. A team fight victory, a Roshan take, and G2IG back in the driving seat. As X-Nova might still be able to catch up to Ponlo here. Jetpacking, rocket flaring, trying to scout him out. But the Weaver seems a little bit too speedy.
Oh, okay. I thought he might have committed for that courier. That's Bobica's Aghanim Scepter for himself on the Willows. So we've been talking about how much you're able to do without items. Well, now you've got that scaling potential for yourself as well. And I wouldn't honestly be surprised to see Bobica go into something like, I don't know, a Midas for himself at this stage of the game, just to enable himself to scale even further into some of those later talents.
God, it's funny seeing Venge hit stuff when you've got Specialist Array and Echo Saber, just like hitting so much stuff.
Hit, yeah.
Oh, whacking things around
That's the
all
other
over the
advantage
place.
as well. I mean, you mentioned Monet kind of giving up his life, but the benefit of having this Axe means that... Hold on, Ponlo, they wanting to commit here.
The D-Ward is there from G2IG.
They already popped the Phantasm though, and they've got a better ward on G2IG, just scouting out the exact positions of everyone. Just... They're very happy to wait this one out, right? JT, he's on the bottom side, shoving in the lane. He doesn't have Doom up right now, so he doesn't necessarily want to be part of this fight. And yeah, they're closing in on their own BKBs too. Crimson Guard, I believe, being worked on by the Clockwork. Has he finished it? Yes, he has. It's a great game for it. So much physical damage that you're going to be able to get rid of. The Geminate attack, the multiple hits from the Swashbuckle, all of the CK illusions. This is a great Crimson Guard game.
Oh, that scan connects. The Shivers Guard, the Blink, JT, not able to quite get on top of Beyond, who was nicely placed, offset from the creep camp, not properly in it.
But I mean, Monet, in terms of core levels, he's about a full level ahead of YSR at the moment, and that's what the Aghanim Scepter does allow you to do, right? 1, 5, and 6 on the Vengeful Spirit, but you're a strong laner, and you've got that free Aegis for yourself in every single team fight, while still having a good amount of right-click damage as well.
Oh, the execution. I mean, Ponlo got his Shikuchi off and is like, yeah, quick on the fingers there, but in comes the Clockwork. Great hook shot set up by the Dragon Tail stunt. Kill on the Weaver, who's been cutting waves and being very annoying. Oh, look at that Venge. Just one hit kills off like an entire creep wave.
Mm-hmm. You get lucky sometimes with your neutral item choices, and for sure, Specialist Array just feels insane here.
Is she ranged? Is she melee? Nobody knows.
Yeah. DK is looking to potentially commit onto maybe a tower, but I feel like, yeah, much more sensible to be able to play around that 25-minute creep wave coming in now from both bases. So siege creeps on the menu, and they will be able to just quickly take the bottom tier 2 tower, reduce the amount of space even further that Team Zero has to be able to play around with.
Oh, the Pango's in serious trouble. Just look at him. He just dies to the DK, straight up solo killed. That's Bloodthorn, Blink, Stun, into death.
It's one of these games where it feels like they don't necessarily do exactly the same thing, but there's no supporting cast right now on Team Zero, right? A Lotus Orb would be amazing this game if they were able to pick it up, but just no one can. Everyone else needs something else prior to it. They just feel way too focused on damage dealing, I think, at this stage. And are they going to commit for this?
Oh my god, yeah they are! Look at that, Shivers Doom. The Glimmer's not going to save you there, buddy. Next Nova, he is deep in behind enemy lines. Nothing to say he's going to come in here to clear up the Winter Wyvern, though. But a Dragon on Wyvern action. Now they're straight up into that bottom lane where Monet is already set up for tier 3s. And we could see a pretty early lights out for Team Zero in Game 2.
Yeah, this feels like game over to me. Just going to be able to secure a tier 3 tower for themselves as well. And even if it gets to the later stages of the game, remember, you've already got Bobika with his Aghanim Scepter. He's just going to get scarier and scarier. So this is now 4 legitimate cores that you're going up against with. Even at this stage, it feels like Pangolier isn't much of a core. He's trying to get into the Aghanim Scepter for himself, but outside of one pretty decent fight, it just feels like his impact has been not quite there. And they picked this again into the DK.
And they picked all of it into the DK.
Yeah.
You got to stop letting people have DK. Just ban the DK. Yeah. I don't know. They beat it in game 1. Maybe feeling a little bit fruity here in game 2. Yeah, I mean, I seriously think this Team Zero draft, they've maybe overthought things. You know, this Winter Wyvern, the Weaver first pick is nice, but yeah, going for straight up Pango into Wyvern. I think the CK pick was good to try and remedy their draft, but yeah, a lot of problems here for Team Zero, as they do try a last-ditch smoke effort coming out of their base at the very least to try and backstab into Monet. Get a catch on the Vengeful Spirit. Phantasm and the damage onto the Venge. Swap is there, and the DK unloading his payload onto the Pango. Takes him down. Oakshot comes across. Monet still alive. Finally flushed out by YSR. But Team Zero just being pummeled now. The remaining cores here from G2IG far too strong. Beyond will chase up into the Dark Willow, but Dragon Knight and this Vengeful Spirit Illusion turn around on the ZZQ with the Doom, and GG called as we'll tie things up 1 apiece here in this best of 3. G2IG taking game 2. And convincing victory into convincing victory one way then the other. This has become a much tighter series than expected.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe something that a lot of people did expect coming out from G2IG here, but I kind of feel like Team Zero drafted themselves into a corner. They lost every single one of their lanes. I didn't hate the CK necessarily, but I feel like Winter Wyvern's not necessarily the hero that enables you quite heavily, right? You need more of that high damage in the laning phase. Maybe they felt like they were lacking in team fights, so that's why they went down that route, but as soon as you fall behind, you're just not going to be able to catch up to the extent that G2IG were able to get on the board. And in that last team fight, this was where it really just came all crumbling down. Like, it's, 18 minutes in. It was a 7k lead prior to this, but it just ballooned out to being so much more. They've got way too greedy trying to get in onto JT, and he's still able to get away with all those auras, with all of that movement speed as well that he's able to play around with.
This fight to me really felt like, they got, like a kill or two bottom, and they tried to swing into mid, right, with that smoke move. It felt like it felt like someone had made the call of, like, we need to press the button right now. We need to go. Someone said, well, I don't see how we're going to win this unless we go and get some big kills and take control of the map right here, right now. It was just a step too far, a step too quick. As G2IG, some serious resistance, and this Roshan fight, disastrous for Team Zero. Losing out, core kill after core kill. Aegis gets grabbed by Nothing to Say, and it was just the beginning of the end, really.
Probably got to give Nothing to Say the MVP this time around, right? Like, most hero damage done, most tower damage done, most net worth in the game, 0 deaths, highest guild participation, and certainly remedying his performance from game number 1, where he just didn't seem to appreciate this Blink Dagger item. Even just these little things at the very end, the Winter's Curse onto the Illusion instead of the BKB unit that he was targeting, really wasn't the game for ZZQ either. The lane obviously isn't exactly the easiest for him, but a few of those curses coming out a little late, and you just really didn't feel the impact of this Winter Wyvern this game. So we're tying it up, Gary, 1-1.
Going to a game 3. I mean, it's what we want here in the upper bracket. Some tight series, some tight games. Maybe this is the story of G2IG, though. You talked about how they kind of had clean sweep through to Riyadh, and here for the TI qualifiers, slipping up a little bit. A bit of a trouble time against Old Warrior, now dropping a game to Team Zero. They need a bit of... it feels like they need a bit of warm-up time, early hours for gamers. 10 in the morning over in China. You gotta wash your face, get yourself up and running. But we'll see what they do as we progress forward into game 3, because again, coming back to this and hammering it home, new patch, new days, it feels like draft matters so freaking much.
Yeah, for sure. And again, easy to execute draft will win you the game most of the time, right? When we're getting to this level, when both teams, there's not too much to fault about their individual skill levels. So just stuff like the area denial of a Dark Willow and a Clockwork, plus a really easy to play hero in the Dragon Knight that just feels incredibly strong, is going to win the lane, is going to push towers. And I mean, the Blink Dagger purchase this time around was so much more beneficial for Nothing to Say as MVP of this game. But that's just it for game number 2. We got one more to go before we decide who is going to be the first team in the top 3 of the China qualifiers with the double chance to be able to qualify through to TI. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back after a few minutes.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everyone, as you join us on the road to the international here with the Chinese regional qualifiers. We're getting to about halfway through, and our last game of this series about to kick off as well, Danog, as G2IG and Team Zero are all tied up in a best of 3 in the upper bracket.
We do have that indeed, and we also have had a couple of new heroes come out here. Bristleback and the Pangolier for their first games being either picked or banned. Wouldn't you know it, both of them lost.
Yeah.
And there's a good reason for it. So, I mean, I'm interested to see a few of these other heroes that might slip on through. There's a few that I'm kind of surprised that have been, completely ignored thus far. I think there's a spot for Dawnbreaker. I think there's a spot for Faceless Void. I think there's a spot for Invoker, Juggernaut, Lich. Magnus still feels good enough.
Yeah.
What else is there? Sand King kind of dead. Sven and Underlord.
Batrider?
I think. Batrider has been banned.
Oh.
It hasn't been picked yet. But,
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, all these other ones just have been
Untouched.
completely ignored otherwise. Yeah. But
Gotcha.
some of them, there is certainly some value coming through there.
I mean, lots to tinker around with, lots to kind of experiment with, and it felt like a bit of experimentation there from Team Zero in Game 2 with Weaver Wyvern as your supports, bringing out a Pango. 70, Grandmaster Pango player, sure, put him on a comfort hero, and just didn't seem to gel together. The entire draft just didn't seem to gel together, to be perfectly honest. While G2IG, the beast had been awoken after Game 1, and they came out absolutely storming in Game 2. They picked stuns, they got early blink on Nothing to Say, they were just catching and killing across the map. A vast difference compared to Game 1, where Team Zero were the ones dictating that pace of play. And we start to talk about this Clockwork hero again, right? Being first picked and finding victories. If you ban it, you lose. What are we meant to do? You can't ban it. You just have to pick it. You have to be first pick. You have to be first pick. So you pick Clockwork and win the game.
Yeah. And Team Zero won the coin toss, so they have chosen first pick. So it's either going to be the Clockwork or the Dragon Knight that they get for themselves, unless both are banned out by G2IG. But then, what slips through? Are we going to finally see a Phoenix? Are we finally going to see... what else could potentially come out? TA. You're right. TA could come through. You never know. There's lots of potential options coming through, and I'm interested to see if we ever are going to see Nothing to Say play his Tinker as well, just because, we want to see a little bit of the new style. He's basically the only one winning with it lately, so I'm keen to see if he's going to be able to make it work. 10 matches in the past week that he's been able to play with about a 50% win rate, so if Nothing to Say isn't like stopping with Tinker, you know that the hero's kind of
Yeah. Well, off we go. Initial bans coming out. The TA is gone, sadly, as is the Witch Doctor. This Witch Doctor being pretty prominent. I'm kind of excited to see if we get the old Gaming Gladiators Witch Doctor IO back again with this Max Voodoo Restoration build being so potent. With some nasty stuff back in the day. But not this game, of course.
Demoralizing having to play against that. It's like nothing we do works. You're not going to be able to make it work. I wonder if it even would be successful anymore, right? Because you go like the damaging Voodoo Restoration, which now I think heals you as well, but no one else. So IO's not going to actually benefit from that. We'll see. Good ban of the Clockwork by G2IG. I want to see them just ban out the DK, but then they're probably going to pick the Willow, So it's not like there's any good choices. I guess they could ban both. Let's see what slips on through.
We haven't seen Team Zero pick Willow, have we?
No, we haven't. And I think with there's a lot of respect still being given over to 70's Keeper of the Light as well. It's something that he plays incredibly well from that mid lane, and I feel like he's the one. We talk about JT being the one that G2IG like to play around a lot. For Team Zero, it's 70, in my opinion. I think Erica YSR has done a pretty good job thus far at being, a little bit more mobile. I think he just wasn't set up for success with that previous lane situation that you had. I think he needs a more lane-dominating support than a Winter Wyvern so that he can get off to a good enough start that he feels like, I've got the potential to make a rotation elsewhere if it's going to win you. And Ponlo is looking really happy with this Chen pick that's going to come through. Maybe just saying, why do you let me have the Chen? I am the king. Look at him. He's like shaking his head. Big smiles on the face. And, he's the position 4, right? So he can certainly make this work, but I wouldn't put it past ECQ to be able to make it work if the lane works out for them too.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes. Crystal Maiden a good ban alongside the Enchantress there as well, just to protect this Chen as much as humanly possible in that first round of bans. So we do get the JT Doom coming back into play again. Banned in the first game, picked and of course won in the second for G2IG there. But yeah, even before the Chen pick, Ponlo was already lifting the spirits, and I think it's important to have someone laughing, smiling, cracking some jokes, making sure that a loss in the middle of a series doesn't completely deflate and demoralize you. You've got to keep that momentum up.
That's always Ponlo. I remember playing some like Overcooked with him. He's abysmal at the game, but he was still in very, very high spirits. So, you've always got to have a good mix of players, right? You can't have like 5 extroverts. Just nothing would get done.
You can't have 5 yappers. There's only a certain amount of yapping you can have in a Dota 2 team. 1 or 2 maybe, and that's about it. Then you need your...
Yap, my mind instantly goes to like a chihuahua sort of thing that's just constantly, arcing up all the time.
The yippers and the yappers.
Mm-hmm. So the other thing that I think we've touched on in the past about this Chen pick is that obviously you've got the converts that you can choose from. 1 of 5. So you can go the Troll, the Satyr, the Hellbear, the others aren't
Wolf.
even that good. The Centaur, I think, I don't know if I mentioned, and the Wolf. So they're all reasonable, but the 2 that stand out the most are the Hellbear and the Satyr. Hellbear if you just want to whack people in lane. Satyr if someone is dependent either in mid or your actual lane itself on being able to use their mana to be able to secure last hits. Maybe against the Doom, he's going to say like, you know what, I just don't want to run the risk of it being devoured early on, and maybe it's going to even cause him to go into the Gluttony instead of the Devil's Bargain to get a even more amped up version of the Chen convert. But it also does restrict the sort of heroes that you can run mid now into the Chen, right? I'm a little surprised to still see no DK picked. I'd be very surprised if they didn't just yoink this one up, because to me, okay, this is another really good one of those laning supports though, right, that I was talking about. Like, you just secure the lane so heavily for yourself, and even when Troll wants to make a few of these moves, Trian's probably one of the better ones to be able to just put in lanes, soak up a lot of farm, keep the lanes pushing in passively.
Yeah, but
I'm surprised we haven't seen more Trian. I really rate it.
It used to be a hero that was very good against Doom, but now you can't heal when you're doomed, right?
Sure, but if he like BKBs and dooms you, you just overgrowth and try and run away,
1 pick.
Be okay.
1 win.
Yeah. Sapling is busted, man. Like, you just deal so much damage and healing in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, and you're a pretty good hero to kind of scurry around in the trees alongside the Hoodwink, find her, get a bit of vision going. Lots of little vision elements here, right? Chen creeps, the Treant moving around, the Swarm, the Shikuchi, as Weaver probably going to be your position 1 carry coming through here for Team 0. A hero that can get away from the Hoodwink and the Doom quite quickly.
Hard to kill is the thing that, comes to mind for me for Team 0, right? Like, every one of these heroes is either innately very tanky or has something to enable both themselves or the rest of their team to be very tanky and hard to kill. So I like this. It's the way that I think Dota should be played. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would be pretty...
You have a healing draft, we have Doom and Ancient Apparition.
Yeah.
Who was it? We saw it.
Was it Picho that played it?
Yeah, that sounds right.
They just absolutely crushed it.
It was Turtle against Old Warrior, wasn't it? Yeah, it was, huh?
Yeah. I guess the one thing they might be a little worried about is, well, will we have the lockdown to actually kill the Weaver in that time,
Then you simply pick CK.
They're going to be able to get anything done. Yeah, that actually does make a lot of sense. Oh, okay, Disruptor instead. Doesn't necessarily deal with the... I'm about to call it the Swarm, but I'm talking about like the swarm of heroes that are going to be coming at you, not the Weaver all that well. Like, you are going to be playing a little bit more on the back foot, so not sure how advantageous that is, but it is a lot more guaranteed catch for the Weaver, right? I hate the kinetic fence, though. So bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a good way to kind of keep tabs on the Treant. I'm going to stop this Chen from moving around too freely. And now you've got some decent wombo combo as well. Like a bit of catch with the Hoodwink who scouts things out. Doom, Disruptor, Gyro. Incredible team fight here against Overgrowth. Really, the only big spell that they've got on Team 0 so far.
Yeah, they're going to need a little bit more in the form of stun, I think, specifically, right? Because these are 2 drafts that just want to run at you. Like, most of the time you see, like, a Chen Weaver draft, they're the ones running at you, but, you've got a Gyrocopter who's going to be rocket barraging, you've got the Glimpse, of course, just to bring you back into it. Same sort of thing with the Doom Scorched Earth, plus the Bushwhack and the Acorn Shot coming at you. So stuns are at an absolute premium here for. I mean, you'd have to imagine it's the off lane coming through from Team Zero.
There's something. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. Maybe once this draft rounds out, I'll figure it out. There's something I don't like about this Tree and Chen duo. I guess it's me thinking about hero pairings. You know, these two heroes don't kill people. They heal, they lane, and they kind of push and snowball. If you can get that snowball and like steamroller going, they'll look very good. But if they're on the back foot, they could kind of get, waddled over and out team fought here. But they also don't have like natural laning partners. I guess I think far too linearly about the off lane in general, where thinking like Mars Snapfire, right, is that classic off lane duo. Tiny Enigma, whatever it might be, where you've got ways to back and forth play with each other. This so far seems like a Team Zero draft that just wants to wait until mech is ready on Chen, and then they flick the switch and say, go.
I'm in agreement with you, but I think it's probably a position for Chen this game, right? So that does change things up a little bit in terms of like what they want to be able to actually do this game. Like if they're able to use that to nullify the Gyro's farming potential, then maybe there's not as much of that damage to be able to come back your way. Maybe that means that the Pangolier is going to be in a bit of a better spot coming out of that laning stage as well. Seems like they were even considering that it would be a Pango off lane, and with the Keeper of the Light Band G2IG, just to have that way to be able to get away from the flak. Sorry, not the flak cannon, the rocket barrage.
Is there a world in which we see like an off lane Chen or an off lane Treant or something like that?
Ponlo loves it way too much. I think it's for Chen.
Okay.
I'm just thinking, what does Beyond actually want to go? Because they still need stuns in my eyes. I don't think you can rest everything on this Pango. Still no DK ban, by the way. I'd be stunned if Team Zero don't get rid of it, just because it's probably going to result in a pretty similar sort of thing, right? And it'll feel a big weakness that G2IG's draft has that was pretty similar with their Game 1 draft, right? They just couldn't start fights all that effectively. So something that's going to be able to blink stun, no matter what it is. Could be even an Ember Spirit, I wouldn't hate. Just something a little bit different that's able to perhaps deal with multiple creeps, like Chen creeps, a little bit easier, which still has a pretty good time against the Pango. Okay. Maybe it is an offlane Chen, because Ponlo likes Earth Spirit too.
I
could
do.
Just be mid Earth Spirit.
I do not have a read on this. I mean, I don't like offlane Pango. I don't like position for Earth Spirit. These are all personal biases. I get that. I mean, I do not understand Team Zero's draft. Maybe there's a game plan here. They've done some, bait and switch. But G2IG with this last pick, Storm Spirit, I think rounds things out very nicely here in Game 3.
Yeah.
And I'd put my house on this G2IG draft if I didn't see the players, the teams, or anything like this. It is offlane Pango, huh? 70 mid Earth Spirit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Beyond has played it a reasonable amount in the past before. I'm just a little worried about how the lane is going to go, because it feels to me like they've just gone all in on Team Zero. And if you don't punish Storm Spirit, for example, if you allow JT to, once again, just sit back and farm if the lane doesn't go amazingly for you, which, it has the potential to go quite well. You've got multiple slows in the lane, you've got a good amount of damage as well to be able to dish out on the Weaver this time that's a little bit more reliable. I feel like it could still go okay, but I'm also leaning towards G2IG.
Their ability to like enter team fights, scout out the Treant or the Weaver, Thunderstrike, scurry around in the tree line, Storm Spirit's going to zip in. I mean, stuns, you talked about it this entire draft. Stuns, where are they? Overgrowth? Rolling boulder?
Not reliable stuns.
Yeah, very, very challenging game, I think, here for Team Zero to execute this draft. It is very like execution heavy, right? Laning stage has to go well, then they've got to get this never-ending steamroller going, just keep shoveling that coal into the engines over and over again. But it could be one of these Titanic situations, right, where they just hit an iceberg at one point and that's it, game's over.
Mm-hmm.
I
was constantly looking at JT's facet choices as well. He was going back and forth between the Gluttony and the Devil's Bargain. I think he finished on the Gluttony this time around, so he's going to be a little bit more Devour focused this time around. But again, it's probably not going to be laning into the Chen. You know, it's Ponlo playing the Chen. So I wonder how much value that's actually going to provide to him, and if he's picking it not so much for the lane, but a little bit more just for, you know, these eventual early skirmishes that Team Zero are going to be trying to push for, because they're the ones that are going to be on the offensive.
And go nuts. A little hoodwink. Scurry down to bottom lane. Beyond on the Pangolier. So shifting it out from that mid lane into off lane. We'll see how it does. I'm seeing all the innates there. The sapling, leech seed, ground targeted. Hellbear convert for Ponlo's Chen. Gonna summon the tomato.
Just wants to be whacking people. No potato to start off with, Gary, until he's level 3.
Well, that's true. Well, the icon shouldn't be red then, should it? It should change.
True.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, looking at this, I think
Final form.
Team Zero are going to have their foot down the entire game. If at any point they fall
Regular
behind...
potato or like a sweet potato?
Who is this little fella? He's a normal little... like, he's a Yukon Gold.
Not a russet, right?
He's not a russet. No, he's not a Jersey Royal or a new potato. He is a nice Yukon Gold, an all-rounder. Make mash, make roast, whatever you want to do with it.
Oh. I think Ponlo was trying to get a little bit cheeky there, so he actually denied his convert just to get the death throw from it.
Oh, yeah?
The plus, I think, 100 attack speed, but I think he was wanting it to get slightly lower, but he ended up denying it a little bit sooner. Teamfight didn't break out anyway, so it didn't really matter, and it's going to be back up by the time he gets to the lane, so not the worst, but yeah, just cheeky little things that people like to do to maximize the Chen experience.
Just little min-maxing advantages where you can. Well, mid lane, spirit on spirit. Very important lane in my eyes for Team Zero here. 7E, he is the be-all and end-all of team fight, of initiation, of everything, really. Magic damage. And this Earth Spirit's got to get off the ground pretty quickly. We'll see what he can do against Nothing to Say and his Storm Spirit in this laning stage early days. As we'll see across all 3 lanes here as X-Nova takes a bit of a beating top. And down at bottom, JT on the Doom up against a Weaver and a Treant. So far, so good for G2IG.
It's going to be very important for Bobica to be... He's got to make sure he's microing his convert very well. That he's manipulating this bottom creep wave to perfection, just to make sure that JT is going to be safe in a position when Bobica wants to be making those rotations. Like you said, spirit on spirit, very high individual skill gameplay is going to be needed, but you also need power runes to be able to play around with. And you got to say, Treant and Chen are 2 heroes that are lane dominators, not exactly the most mobile heroes around the map. You compare that with a Hoodwink, on the other hand, much better movement speed, just base, much better ways to just be able to get in, get a quick stun, and, you know, maybe use that to be able to secure either a rune or a kill, and quickly get back to the lane. So I feel like JT just needs to be in a position where he can sit back right next to his tower, not have the threat of dying. And it's especially more prevalent because he's not going to be going up against stuns either, right? So yeah, he just needs to make sure that he's got the movement speed to be able to get away.
Or a TP scroll. I think this is one of those games where we're just going to see TP scrolls escaping time and time again for G2IG against Team Zero. Of course, G2IG have plenty of disables, and the Glimpse, of course, one of the key ones as well. 7E 9 and 2 against the Storms 10 and 2, so pretty dead even in that mid lane. We did see a pretty big gap emerging with that bottom lane, like you were mentioning. The Weaver coming out on top over the Doom pretty heavily. 7 denies already there for Erica. Only 6 last hits for JT. I'm not going to say in this mid lane, taking a bit of a hammering from 7E, but as that bottle, it was full up with a water rune. It's all fine.
I think they're still going to be a little passive. Both teams are kind of a little scared to move on forward. Maybe once these level 3s break out and you've got, the 2 points in the Rocket Barrage, the 2 points potentially in the Glimpse. Nova just trying to keep Ponlo away to secure the the Lotus for himself, and he'll be successful.
It was easy Q down bottom. And chased out here. He is stranded away from his trees. The big man going to get right-clicked down by JT. First blood for the Doom. Recovering out this lane where he's lacking the last hits, but getting a kill there is massive for him.
Yeah, really does equalize the sort of situation. Brings him up to level 3 as well, so even if he does come back to the lane and he gets right-clicked a few more times, you've got the We're going to call it the level emo pain coming through here from the innate from JT. It's the level question mark. As he's slightly ahead now of the Treant Protector. But a nice start for sure.
Yeah, I'm wondering if JT maybe wants like a... Or I guess he's not going to go for one now, but maybe he wanted a ring of protection or something in this lane. Just being hit by a Treant and a Weaver, the Swarm, and minus armor. It all gets a little bit annoying for him, but it seems like he's just going to go straight into Arcane Boots. Get that Veil going. You know, Helm of the Iron Will maybe help him out there as well. Could go into that first.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to be able to go for that stuff. Again, this is a team that's trying to run you down, right? So I think going overly defensive isn't going to be the way to benefit yourself. And even just something with that passive regen coming through, right, from the Helm of Iron Will, he just needs to make sure that he's rushing into that on JT. And again, no stuns, so he really doesn't care. Like, the Treant Protector isn't going to be able to do too much against you. And Bobik is always going to be in a position to make sure that he's got that, like, teasing distance, I like to call it, where you think that you're safe to be able to find some harass onto the core, but in actual fact, if you stick around, you're probably dead.
And Ponlo adding a little troll to his menagerie. He's trying to step up onto Monet here, but this Gyrocopter offering a lot of damage with the flak and the rocket barrage as they do move onto the gyro and deny the creep. But the glimpse back held the Pango away. Treant has moved in though, didn't see him coming in. Through the twin gate, rotates onto Monet, the Gyrocopter barely surviving. Now Baboka and X-Nova can turn maybe. Beyond, all tagged up here with a Thunderstrike and a Bushwhack there trying to shield crash away from danger. They're spreading their damage across too many targets, but this next glimpse just out of range. X-Nova's trying to find it, but he can't quite get there in time.
Punished a little bit for going the second point in the Thunderstrike there. Would have been certainly able to catch the kill. Even just, I think he got an additional right click in, which he didn't necessarily need to. ZZQ is in a position to try and go on to X-Nova though.
Gyrocopter pulling small camp. He'd salved up and maybe could have joined this one, but it glimpsed back on Beyond. You were asking for tri-lanes yesterday. We've bloody got one 6 minutes in here. Treant, Chen, Pango, tri-lane.
Oh, and the luck ends up going Team Zero's way. No supports rotating towards that mid lane, so you'd have to say Team Zero are pretty happy about that. That's another reason why I actually really like that rotation from the Treant Protector, right? You basically forced Bobik to come top instead of potentially going to secure that power rune for his Storm Spirit. Results in, again, a little bit of luck, and it means that 7E's got the regen rune. Imagine if, this level 6, potentially level 7 Storm very shortly had that regen rune. Just that potential for the rotation was enormous.
And now they're rotating bottom, and Weaver is, outstripping the JT Doom down bottom already with 43 last hits and 19 denied. 7E comes in and, the final nail in the coffin there for JT, who's only got 23 last hits. Batters him out of lane. And nothing to say, Storm Spirit moving into large camp, maybe thinking about the rotation up to top, but he's under vision and right next to the Treant.
He soaked up a bit of that experience. Once again, making sure they're not losing out on the Wisdom Rune for themselves. Very important for, I would say, in particular, Team Zero to be able to get into their level 6s, right? Like, they don't have any of that minus healing outside of the Doom. So, if you're able to get into the early overgrowth, have that additional stun for yourself, have the AoE Hand of God coming through as well, it's just going to be so much more impactful, that I think, relative to, your static storms, all of this individual burst that IG have.
It was a good attempt by the Weaver as well, trying to Shikuchi quickly to steal the Wisdom Rune, then time-lapsing back to lane. Immediately back up in the face of the JT Doom. And just soloing 1v2 down there, and giving the chance for Ponlo to kind of farm through jungle, gather his army, and maybe think about a play up top. They are kind of desperate, though, to get Pango to level 6, and this is why we don't tri-lane in Tota anymore. Experience sharing just isn't what it used to be.
Yeah, for sure. And even just having a Shen into a Gyrocopter as well feels a little bit awkward. He's just going to be able to pop that flak cannon. They've got a reasonable amount of AoE damage if Hoodwink is around to be able to, get that Blightstone proc onto multiple different units with the Acorn shot. So I feel like those units will die pretty shortly. This time around, hold on, TP up top.
It was easy cute.
What are you doing up there?
He's stuck inside that Connect field.
Does mean that Nothing to Say won't have Bobika to be able to make this play with, and Nothing to Say was the recipient of the Invis Rune for himself as well, so You've got a little bit more of that playmaking potential. He's doing a great job of just stealing away a lot of this farm that, of course, a Storm Spirit is just so much more capable of getting than an Earth Spirit is. Just those low cooldowns, especially even for the laning stage, right? Storm Spirit's going to come out on top relative to the Earth Spirit because of the static slide.
Yeah, it's so much faster. Like, push the wave, farm a camp, back to wave, and back to jungle again. Lance of Pursuit there. Nifty little item for nothing to say. And yeah, we are in this period now where it's kind of waiting for Chen to hit the mech timing until Team Zero feels comfortable again. But they've already made some pretty big waves with this Weaver farming out, getting a good laning stage for Erica. But just look at this juicy jungle. Monet munching away at neutral creeps in that northern spot, taking down multiple large camp and medium camp stacks. And Gyrocopter's going to race himself up towards the top of the net worth with these. That's a big difference there. 12 again, 12 on 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about in terms of, like, Trian and Chen are heroes that want to stay in the lane. They are not mobile, they're not wanting to move around the map, they're not wanting to secure power runes or go stack, they're just wanting to try and crush the lanes. So the fact that they haven't, you know, comprehensively won any lanes, they haven't been able to take any towers, it's a huge win for G2IG.
Hell, even the fact that the narrative has been, you know, Weaver winning the lane, Weaver doing well against Doom, JT having a bad time, the Doom is only 400 net worth behind the Weaver.
Yep.
Devour is one hell of a drug. Taking down stacks, super, super good. Catching up quickly now, and this net worth lead, about 2k for G2IG, is starting to accelerate and develop much further. And this is, right here, right, 10 to 20 minutes is where they need to make moves happen. So getting on top of JT, optimistic TP.
Optimistic. Yeah. Especially with the Magnetize being committed. So it's something, you know, you're delaying things out a little bit, but this is where you get value out of the gluttony, you know? If you're dying, you're still ticking up on the cooldown of that second charge of the Devour, so you can potentially just treat it like a mini Midas, basically. You're going to get the double value out of the Consume there. It's going to bring you closer into that Blink Dagger nice and shortly.
Yeah, I mean, that kill is good. It feels like a necessity, though. Like, if that kill doesn't happen, I'd start feeling a little bit doom and gloom here for Team Zero. They need to...
up top feels good. This is where Erica's at his best, when he's able to move around the map, where he's able to have a good enough lane that he can make these sorts of moves, and, you know, you get a kill potentially into a tower. This is something that they've done every single time that Team Zero have come out on top. So the fact that, again, lane secured, now it's just about a lot more of that map influence.
Yeah, they're doing everything exactly as they need to.
Actually,
Chen still level 5, smoked up with the Earth Spirit.
There we go, got a 6. It's up the Illusion Rune, but they're not going to be able to stop a few of these stacks from being farmed. Nothing to say, claiming one of them. Maybe going for a smoke of his own with Bobica. Nice little bottle refill. And probably another stack being built up as well. Never mind, they go for a smoke just a little bit quicker because the tower is being pressured in.
Well, I see the Weaver has pretty limited mana here. Being bottled up, but X-Nova, Kinetic Field, Static Storm dropped on the Earth Spirit. Nothing to say, and Baboka with the damage over the top. The Hand of God into the Glimpse, though, will drag him back. Even with that additional bit of a heal, they couldn't keep the Earth Spirit alive. A nice kill there, defending their tower, stopping them, the momentum of Team Zero at the same time. Very important for them. Because while this aggression is happening, you're having a bit of a scrap in the mid lane. Monet is becoming monstrous on this Gyrocopter.
Yeah, he's getting a ton of farm. He's being able to equalize the really, really good lane that that Erica had on the bottom side of the map. So he's not even into like that big farm accelerant yet either, right, on the Weaver. He's still, what, 500 or so gold away from being able to finish up the Maelstrom. So not only is he not a significant contributor to team fights, he might have dominated the lane, but he can't even farm quite as effectively as the Gyro can yet either.
God, speaking of monsters,
Try and go down bot, yeah.
A Storm Spirit. Absolutely insane. Closing on 8k and a smoke up here.
Feels like he took it personally, that game number 1. Nothing to say. He's got a lot of pride, for sure, to be able to play around with him. There we go. They're going to be able to find the pick-off onto the Treant Protector. No points in the living armor just yet, so this tower is going to go down nice and easy. I love teams that don't waste a single second, right? Monet came down here early, knowing that the team was in a position to be able to join in onto him in about 10 or so seconds. He's farmed enough that he wasn't going to die as a result of all of that. It's just really good, efficient gameplay coming out from G2IG.
Do they want to defend the top lane?
Maybe. I mean, they didn't use any TPs for it, but maybe they feel like they can look to try and take mid. Maybe they're going to put a little bit more focus on to just securing the Wisdom Rune for themselves. I feel like they could, potentially, but I mean, more stacks are never a bad thing when you're playing with a gyro that's as farmed as Monet is.
It just looks like they've carved a bit of the map for themselves, and they're holding on to that for now as a smoke from Team Zero comes down south. Baboka's going to dodge the roll out of Earth Spirit and the roll of Pango as well. Sharpshooter maybe to try and dodge here. Gets a bit of distance. Static Storm drop down on them. Baboka still will die, but they drag back in with the Earth Spirit Blade Mail up, causing problems for Nothing to Say, who's vesseled up and has to run away. But now the Doom is in, stomping him up. Earth Spirit in trouble as Monet arrives. They turn around on the gyro, though, with a swarm of the Weaver coming back in. The roll and the magnetized. Monet is dying. JT in trouble. A double kill for 70. The roll goes deep. Another catch and kill here onto X-Nova, potentially. A kick, a silence trying to tag him up. X-Nova dying to the vessel in the base. Oh, it's glorious from Team Zero. Storm has come back in, but he zips in and then immediately bails away.
And that was without even having a power rune at their disposal as well. 70 just getting away on a scrape of health at there. And it just shows you why, you know, I'm always going to go on about it, right? Shen just is the strongest hero between this 10 and 15 mark of the game in the entire Dota roster. Just because of how much sustain you're able to provide, not just to one hero, but to the entire team, right? It means they're able to focus them down, just keep the ball rolling, even just not needing to use the Hand of God until the very end when Nothing to Say was trying to reinitiate.
Yeah, just this perfect confluence of abilities as well, right? Pango and Earth Spirit with these rolls, rolling boulder, rolling thunder, crashing onto people over and over again. And G2IG not able to connect with their Doom and their Hoodwink properly. And you know, this kind of piecemeal attempt as well where the Hoodwink gets initiated on, Storm comes in, they drop low, they lose the Hoodwink, then Gyro... similar to Game 1, where it feels like Monet's a little disjointed from the rest of the team. He comes in late and he wants to fight and stand his ground because he feels strong. But when you're fighting basically two heroes down, you're playing 3v5 into ultis, into a farmed Weaver, and like you're saying, into sustain, Hand of God, the mech. The Leech Seed.
It's a really nice overgrowth from ZZQ there. Like, that Leech Seed would have done so much in that previous fight, right? Just in terms of just damage, healing. It's why you wanted the Ancient Apparition to be picked up by G2IG, right? It would have just nullified so much of this pressure that they've been able to put on thus far.
I wonder what the G2IG team comms are like, because Monet, they're having a bit of a chat, monologuing a little bit, maybe saying, hey guys, let me get my Ags, let me get my BKB. We don't, like, G2IG don't need to rush this game, right?
No.
Team Zero are the ones, the onus is on them to make this pressure happen in this period where Chen is strong, like we've said, from draft into game. G2IG can kind of sit back a little bit, maybe outgreed their opponents with his Doom and Gyro. ZZQ, protection by the Pango.
Nice roll.
In comes 7E, the chain stuns, the overgrowth, back in onto Nothing to Say with the magnetize, and down he goes.
All right, they tried to get a bit of a, I wouldn't even say a freebie there. They're kind of in super deep, even though they're just trying to pick off a Trio Protector. So nice movements from beyond. That was a fresh Blink Dagger purchase that he was able to use that one to get in on top of the Storm Spirit. And yeah, even the Geomagnetic Grip for that quick silence, making sure that they were able to pop the Storm Spirit even through the Shield Rune as well. So I'm not sure I necessarily agree with the going for the Bloodthorn build here on the Storm. Maybe just feeling like, look, if we're going on someone, we have to be absolutely certain that we're going to kill them, and that's what's going to enable us to do that. But I feel like he needs to be leaning a little bit more on his own survivability. You know, he doesn't have a Treant Protector or a Chen behind him. The Eternal Shroud, to me, feels like the go.
It's such a solid item. It's kind of surprising to see him not go straight on into it. And Gleipnir now done for Erica's Weaver as well, so even more added control and the ability for Weaver now to start team fights, or maybe even just get solo kills on his own.
Feels like the talking that Monet was doing before, that was really around, okay guys, when can we actually fight? Because he's nearly got the Aghanim Scepter finished up for himself, but that's not enough. He needs that little bit of extra on top of it, whether it's it probably is going to be the BKB, right? Just to make sure that he's not getting silenced, that he's got an answer to
or a Manta.
Like,
it's a Treant, right?
Maybe both, you know, honestly. Just to make sure that you're never being locked down. Probably actually the Satanic coming after that, right? Just with the basic Dispel component that does have. But I'm sure it's mostly going to be around JT, just being able to build into this Shiva's Guard, because no one on the team at the moment has a Vessel, no one on the team is really going to be able to go into a Skadi, so that's really the only form of like minus healing that you're going to have anytime soon.
And Ponlo having a bit of a back and forth there with Baboka, but gets caught out. Nothing to say. Comes in with the damage. And G2IG, they are all
Hold on.
very tight together here and smoking up after that kill, looking for a little bit more.
Good
Smoke breaks. 7E sees them coming. Zip in.
Treant's hanging around.
Blink away.
He is,
Glide
but
there onto a
not where he
couple.
thinks.
Swarm is there as well. 7E thinking about this roll back in onto Disruptor. G2IG all separated and split. Nothing to say. We'll get the ball lightning out of danger for now. 7E, look at how hungry he is. He knows that Nothing to say is pretty low on the mana pool. And he's not going to go this deep for it.
Guess is wrong. That's alright though. Still able to make a bit of a turnaround. They need to make sure that they're actually, again, pushing into something off the back of this though, right? They're just still hunting for more kills, but a really good Delta split disengage coming through from G2IG, where they basically pop nothing. Like, sure, the smoke was used, but they didn't actually commit into that team fight all that heavily. And I have to wonder, like, what is X-Nova actually going to buy next? He's got a lot of gold saved up, as they actually are probably going to be able to get this kill up here onto 70. Okay, that's a nice one to be able to secure for yourself. Costs yourself the doom, but I mean, if JT's getting involved, that's just going to be the Shiva's Guard being picked up a whole lot quicker.
Yeah, Shiva's Guard, Bloodthorn. Get into these next tier of items that much faster. Eric
So what I was saying
on the
about
hunt.
X-Nova is that it's a really good game for the Aghanim Shard, but it's also a really, really good game for the Blink Dagger, right? Like, you want to make sure that you're getting onto this Pango before he can roll up. You're following up on the Storm Spirit initiations to be able to guarantee a lot of these kills. Even just the Weaver punishing him without the BKB could be enormous. Maybe just banking on the fact that maybe you're going to get the Aghanim Shard anyway from the Tormentor. It's up, so this is the time where I'm sure X-Nova is saying to his team, guys, like, imagine having the Thunderstrike inside the fog to potentially catch out a Treant Protector, a Pango pre-roll, a Weaver who can't actually Shikuchi away. You're always going to be able to have vision to be able to get the glimpse back. So this is actually a really vital Tormentor for them to take. And maybe Team Zero were thinking, you know what, they're going to be prioritizing doing this instead of playing around the Roche area, so they'll secure it for themselves.
And there it is. That's Weaver with Aegis, an absolutely massive threat on the map right now for G2IG. Tormentor will be focused in. And then he comes across to help them out. Baboka and X-Nova. It's always like a teeth-gritting, toe-curling moment when two supports are nearly dying to it. They will get themselves the shard. Unfortunately, it does go to Baboka's Hoodwink and not to X-Nova's Disruptor. Hunter's Boomerang, not bad, though.
Bottom tower.
Yeah. I mean, it does still give you kind of like what we were talking about with the Storm Spirit going for... Has he got the Bloodthorn finish now? He does. Wow. Nothing to say, has just been such a beast at farming this entire series. And, well, they're going to absolutely have the damage to focus down anyone that gets gone on. Hunter's Boomerang, plus the Bloodthorn, plus all the damage that, of course, is inevitably going to be coming out from Monet. Still not into the BKB yet, though, so they want to avoid fights, especially around that Treant Protector.
Time to start looking for these BKBs. Good silence from 7E.
Very nice.
High ground ward attempt from X-Nova was equally as nifty as well, but Spirit's out of there. Yeah, this is wait for BKB time for both teams, it feels like. Gyro's nearly at his. Spirit, quite distant. Maybe could look for a fight in the meantime. Look at that win probability, though.
Oh, true. Thought it would be a little bit more in their favor. I guess it could really go either way, right? It's going to depend on how these fights go once you pick up the BKB on the Gyrocopter. I think ZZQ is going to be like the deciding factor over a lot of these fights. If they're able to find him out pre-overgrowth or force like a panic overgrowth out of him where you're not actually worrying about, do I pop my BKB, do I or not? That's the sort of thing that, if you are actually able to just shrug off a big ultimate, a big team fight ultimate as well, especially in these enclosed areas, right? Like, Weaver's got the Glipnir, more control. You've got the Magnetize that's going to be going off. You're going to have Rolling Thunder. You're going to have all of these Chen auras as well. So they want to try and lock this fight in to as small an area as possible.
Dire's top tower
whereas much more pick-off oriented it feels from G2IG. They don't have the real same potential of, you know, that area control as what Team Zero do.
Well, an easy tier 2, and now the swarm through that top jungle. Early warning system ward placed down by G2IG. X-Nova's gonna dump the ward down, run back, and hold back as they move down bottom. Overgrowth, and the Pango arriving, gonna snipe out the Hoodwink down here. Stop the pesky squirrel from split pushing and cutting waves, which Baboka is so very adept at doing. And now it's this next move that's the important one. You know, a kill on a support, cool, you open the map, you crack it a little bit. Now, you've got to go and find a core kill. Go and find a tier 2 tower. Plant yourself somewhere on the map. And that's where the line is drawn. And your Radiant side, you're playing into Dire. Mid and bottom, primary targets for you to play from the Ancients' high ground. This is where you want your vision. This is where you want your base camp. They're set up for like a multi-lane push right now.
Yeah, and they want to make the most out of that Aegis as well. It's got a minute and a half left on it. They've been able to, you know, get into a little bit of those next timings. 7E having the Sanjin Yasha feels really nice as well. Just gonna, you know, potentially be able to shrug off a little bit of that additional control, whether it be from the Bloodthorn, from the Bushwhack. The only thing that it's not going to impact is the Static Storm. So again, it's really just going to be, in my eyes, on X-Nova to be able to find that catch onto the Earth Spirit. What's the situation like with some of his item progression on the Disruptor? What did he end up going for? Has he been able to finish up some of those big items?
He's got a blink.
That's really what he needs.
I'm just looking at this Weaver, man. Another perfect game from Erica so far. 3-0 and 4. Top of the net worth. Hell, Pango is 4-0-3. An offlane hero I don't put a lot of credence or faith into, but Beyond has pulled out all the stops here. Do very well in lane and then pull out these team fights alongside 7E.
He had a bit of time in the woods, but you know, Erica back at, what was it, TI11, I think, got top 6 when he was playing with Vici Gaming, so very, very good result for him to be able to come through. Might have been TI10, actually.
Online.
Hold on.
He's getting caught out here. Nice hurricane, but the Vortex still pulls him. But look at this damage and control, and nothing to say. The Hand of God. In comes the Static Storm. Ponlo's in trouble as Monet does get the damage out with his BKB. Finally, the Gyrocopter's been unleashed. But now, potentially, the chase is on. X-Nova's being eyed up by the Weaver and the Treant. Move in with the Pangolier, and they'll root up the Disruptor. No way of escaping here for Storm or Disruptor as they both die. Trading out their lives pretty equally for the Earth Spirit and Chen. So mid for mid, support for support.
Certainly wasn't an ideal Static Storm, though. It was used after the Hand of God already used, after, and it was only on the Chen as well, so they weren't really able to, you know, continuously burst down the rest of the team. They weren't providing that pre-BKB control that they're really needing. As JT, he's trying to make a bit of an aggressive move here. No BKB yet for them to be able to play around with.
And then comes the Pango. They go straight back in on. Look at the damage coming out of Erica. This Weaver just destroying them. A double kill comes out of the Weaver. Triple likely as well here as Baboka. Well, he's going to get out of danger as it looks like Erica just wanted a time lapse and get as far away from that fight as humanly possible.
And not wanting to get stunned up right next to a tier 2 tower with that homing missile. But yeah, all that damage coming through from the Weaver. And this is pre-Aghanim Shard as well, right? So he's got even more potential that's going to be coming out very shortly. They just got to find those right targets, right? Punish them when they don't have the BKBs available. Pango, Earth Spirit, those are the ones that are creating the chaos to enable YSR to really go to work.
I'm kind of curious now, you know, thinking about the way this is going. We've been talking about it before, but we're in the upper bracket. They've got a couple of chances to go. Game 3 and a best of 3. But do you know who drops into that spot to play against Turtle Team?
Ooh.
Is it the loser of this?
I'm not sure.
I don't know if the bracket flips or anything like that.
We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure we'll be able to see post-game. Keep the viewers in suspense, Gary. That's what I always say. And we will. It's going to be a rough one for whoever gets put down into that lower bracket do-or-die situation, right?
And
a quick look at... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I am getting ahead of myself as well, because of course Team Turtle have to play against Spiky Gaming first, but...
True.
Team Turtle have looked pretty damn good so far. Yeah, that is one of those the death knell. The bell is tolling down in the lower bracket for some of these squads if you do drop down.
Sure.
And also could be huge here for Team Zero to have the upset against G2IG straight up and move into that upper bracket final. A step away from being qualified. Because that's it, right? This is a best of 1 now, and then a best of 3. You've got to win, 3 games potentially, 3 or 4 games, and you're qualified to TI.
Yeah, it's so close. They're like agonizingly close, honestly, for a lot of these players. Remember, we were talking about prior to this series the hunger that I'm sure is going to be coming through for a few of the players that haven't been to TI before, or it's just been so long. They just need that. They need to scratch the itch just that one more time, and well, they're doing a great job so far, building into a few of these big items that are going to enable them to just feel so strong going into these later engagements as well. Ponlo, he's nearly got the Guardian Greaves for himself as well, so even if Storm Spirit jumps onto him with the Bloodthorn, he's got an additional save for himself, so it really just makes life a whole lot more difficult for Xnova, who I don't think he was lucky enough to get the Philosopher's Stone either, so it's going to be quite a long time until he's able to get into the Aghanim Scepter for himself.
Yeah, pipe dream there. Running around with like 5 sentries and 3 observer wards. And try and find as much vision as you possibly can. A bit of a wait for the Roshan as well. Still a minute and a half to go. You could feasibly have spawned now though, so team is probably going to think about setting up for it and prepare themselves, as the big man could be in that bottom right corner of the map as it does shift to daytime now. I'm kind of expecting G2IG to smoke. JT is going to come across and rejoin the rest of his team now, as they do hold their Ancients high ground for now. And not making a move.
Got these BKBs now. I feel like this is a big strength moment for Team Zero, right? Like, prior, if you were able to find that Blink Static Storm onto the Weaver, onto the Earth Spirit, onto the Pangolier, that was obviously going to be huge for them. But now, only Pangolier is the right target to go for. Everyone else is going to be able to have Pipe, Hand of God, Guardian Greaves coming through. Ponle's even got the Paladin Sword on top of everything else, and they've got this vision advantage. Full-on wraparound, though.
Be a close one. The smoke.
Of the backline.
JT nearly steps into line there, where it could have been broken by...
Did they see?
Team Zero.
JT devoured a creep. I want to see if they knew that that one was going on. To be able to see. And surprisingly enough, they didn't place down wards on this high ground. They've got a Centaur Courser here, though, which will reveal the positioning if they stay inside the general vicinity. It hasn't stepped out, though. It's in that weird little nook where you are invisible from the outside, but can still see to the inside, but neither team really knows exactly where the other one is just yet.
I think Ponlo was pinging there. I don't know if he saw Xnova place that Observer Ward because of his creep, but now they will for sure see Monet show on that wave down bottom. Just trying to cut it as the Radiant Wave is nearly meeting the tier 3 down in that bottom lane.
How far away is he? 800 from the Satanic. He wants to have that secondary dispel for the Overgrowth. But it's going to not be here by the time this team fight breaks out, and they're going for a bit of a wraparound of their own.
Man, this bottom right corner is getting super crowded. Congested area of the map right now as both teams vie for control around the Roche pit. It's begun, though, by Team Zero. They're starting it off here. I mean, IG, they've got high ground vision, but they don't see into the pit.
They know.
They've got to know now with the swarm coming across that Roshan has been attempted. Right near in, the Doom forward. They found the Pango all the way in the back. BKB up for the Weaver now as Monet pops his own as well. Static Storm's down on the Treant. The focus on the Pangolier as well to take down him and the Treant as Beyond is gone. The TP out from one there allows Monet to escape. Turn around on JT, though, will allow Team Zero to get a double kill on Erica. Monet had to TP out just to get the hell away from there, so Roshan now belongs to Team Zero.
I don't think you could have got much of a better initiation, right? Even with the Lotus Orb, they weren't able to pop that on the Pangolier to be able to reflect the Doom back, and just away. And they were able to get the Static Storm onto the Treant Protector, so you actually were able to pop the BKB and commit to that team fight on Monet, but still, they just don't have the damage to be able to get through everything that Ponlo's got, right? The heals, the Greaves, the Pipe aura, all of the aura from the creeps too. It's just way too much at this stage, and well, now they've got that second Aegis to be able to play around with, plus the Roshan's banner as well, who's holding on to 70 at the moment, so it's going to enable them to go up onto this high ground in this next little bit, and Xnova was one of the casualties. He did land a good static storm that time around, but again, it's just going to delay that Aghanim Scepter even further. That's the point that you're really hoping for. You don't want to have to be concerned about these BKBs that Team Zero have.
I mean, this Weaver has been given far too much free reign in these fights, and it just doesn't feel like there's a real answer here from G2IG to deal with him. It's very much kill everyone else and then try and contend with the Weaver afterwards. Now he's got an Aegis, even more difficult to handle.
He's got a Shard as well to be able to play around with, so even more damage coming through from him as well. I think Ponlo got the Tormentor Shard, so even tankier heroes to have to get through with the Ancient Granite Golem picked up. Additional 17% bonus HP for all of these guys.
Can someone pick up that occult bracelet, please? It's been there for like 3 or 4 minutes, just sitting there in the lane. Ponlo's pinged it out. He's like, look, there's a neutralizer on the flag. Yeah, just get it. Put it on courier. Put it back in base, where it belongs.
Alex Nova.
He's dead.
You are dead, my man. Probably gets 2 hit. Yep.
Yeah, what can you do? His webcam is dark. He's sitting in the shadows. Goes into
despair.
Goes to the astral plane.
The Shadow Realm. Are they going to try and get a little cheeky here on Team Zero? You know, we've seen time and time again, influences on games of perhaps overextending just that little bit further. You can see how mindful Monet is of, are they going to come and gank here? They've got the Aegis, they've got the outnumber as well, but he will secure the Wisdom Rune for himself, bringing himself closer to that level 25. A little bit less cooldown on the flak cannons. And there's just... I know you said before that, like, they're not in a rush on G2IG. Kind of feels like they are at this point now, right? Because you got to find a way to be able to address this Weaver that's just ballooning completely out of control. He's got a Lincoln Sphere as well, right? So how are you actually going to be able to take care of Erica? You might be able to kill him once, but he's got the Aegis for the next 2 and a bit minutes.
That's what I'm saying, right? It just feels like they have to kill everyone else, ignore the Weaver, but then you're ignoring a Weaver who is doing, 2,000 damage a second. Absolutely ridiculous numbers being put up by Erica right now as he steps up onto the high ground, destroying your tier 3. What are you going to do about this? You move in with the side device, trying to get on him with the control, but the BKB's out, and Erica can turn onto Monet. The right-click physical damage is good, but not enough to finish him off. They'll go into the storm instead. Now, MTS is dead without buyback. 80 seconds on the timer there, as Team Zero in Game 3 looking to convert this Aegis, convert this lead into a victory in the series.
Bro, they're just getting more and more. They've got the Aghanim Scepter now as well on the Pango. You've got a Blink Dagger coming out for the Tree Protector, and Monet popped his BKB in that previous engagement.
In they go. They're on the Weaver, trying to kill him off the first time. That's Aegis down, but you use Static Storm, you use Doom BKB, now 7. He can go into the Magnetize, a pretty big one as well. The Pango will shield crash and swashbuckle into the backlines there as I turn into Sean Connery apparently somehow as Baboka does get demolished deep in his base, dead but with buyback. Will return to the battlefield. X-Nova's dying in the freaking fountain, nearly dropping to the Magnetize down to like 20 health. And back onto the buildings they go. Focus the objectives, kill the tier 3, open up the barracks as JT goes back in on the Weaver. Is he doomed up? He stars. He's got out of there with a Shikuchi though, with 7E back in again, trying to kick and roll and do the damage to JT. Monet struggling to dish out the damage, but 7E always hit the stone form, rolls away. Weaver's still alive, barely said he's alive through the Doom. My god, G2IG cannot catch a break. Well, Team Zero just inches away.
So close. I mean, that was like a second kill. You would be able to take away a godlike streak. You would have been able to rectify a little bit of this net worth deficit, and you would have gotten 2 gems. 7E is holding on to 2 at this point in time. So not only are you going to get back a lot more of your map to be able to play around with, but you're also denying them from being able to buy up a new one for the next little bit as well. But they're just able to get away with murder again. This Chan is just providing so much sustain on top of the overgrowth coming through there from ZZQ. It was right after Monet had already popped the Satanic as well, so no way for him to be able to break out of it and do that additional little bit of damage that he needed. So what does he go for now? It feels like Monet feels like he needs to full-on commit to these team fights, right? He's gone for a Butterfly, he's going for a Daedalus, not worried about not resigning himself, rather, to the fact that, you know what, I am going to get CC'd, so maybe go like, I don't know, Sanjay Yasha to be able to lessen the amount of CC on myself. He's just like, I got to trust myself to be able to make the big plays happen.
Weaver, double damage.
Oof.
Bottled up.
I'm scared.
The rest of them are smoked. If they see a hero, they're going straight for the throat. Monet, you've got to be very careful with your positioning right now.
I honestly feel like you can give up this Rax. Like, you need X-Nova to get Ags. He's off on the map farming at the moment, away from the rest of this. He's the one that they're making space for right now. He's still 750 gold away, and this is where the lack of the Philosopher's Stone can impact.
Static slide remnants setting up a great barrier, a wall in front of the barracks. That doesn't do too much. A call down to try and hold them back.
I mean, X-Nova's forced to come back, but he's not finished it up yet. Probably buy at least one of the components, and I think he got a couple of extra tier 4 neutral items for his team, so it wasn't for nothing. But still, it's just such a dangerous position to be in. Probably didn't need to rotate back just yet. And they want it still to be a surprise factor. Could have opted to go for an Ograx purchase just to use some of that unreliable gold, still keep the buyback available for himself, but he wants it to all come out at once. He wants them to not know that it's coming.
Yeah, it's all or nothing for G2IG now. Down the lane of barracks. Kind of a deliberate move here from Team Zero just to back up, not use that double damage rune to go deep and maybe throw things away. They're being very patient with this move.
Arcane rune though for 70. Potentially. What's he looking to do there? Oh, just gives the gem over to Pondo, who is holding 2 himself. And speaking of some of these levels and the scaling potential, I mean, Weaver still isn't 6-slotted. Like, he has so much more potential to grow, which is the scary part. Not yet level 25. We'll get there for the extra Geminate attack very shortly. It's going to be building into a Satanic, so an additional dispel for him where he doesn't need to worry about using the BKB too early on. I mean, he's even still holding boots. He could look to get rid of those.
Well, we've seen this before. Baboka with a ninja gear, Hoodwink just shifting from ancient camp to ancient camp, trying to farm out on the map and maybe cut waves to hold back this Team Zero horde of heroes and summons that's coming the way of the Dire base. 20 seconds for the next Roche to respawn, and G2IG, nothing to say, gonna get out of there with a TP. 70 not quite able to sniff that one out.
Just up top here, like, I'm sure nothing to say is saying, give me the farm. Like, I need it. I am so close. He's actually got now the Aghanim Scepter picked up for himself, and he just doesn't want to show at all. The fact that there's still this Observer Ward inside of the G2IG base, though, means that he might inadvertently walk up under it. They don't know that it's been placed yet. Again, the advantage of playing with these multiple gems. Ooh, yep. Underneath the vision, they'll know.
Ping, ping, ping.
They'll know if they're just keeping a constant ping onto him. And now Roshan for themselves as well. They've just controlled the map so effectively, pushing out multiple sides. I feel like they can go for these quick pickoffs, and well, they've finally been able to at least crawl outside of the base, but it's all for nothing. This is going to be the third Roshan, a refresher as well, being given over for the Pangolier.
Big old victories for Team Zero. Aghanims, Basher, Pangolier, and Treant.
Kind of want to give
Wisdom
it over
Rune.
7E, personally. The refresher, right? Like, refresh all of your Stone Remnants, another Magnetize being able to be used, another BKB, another Blade Mail. It's just about, again, creating that havoc, and I feel like you're going to have a whole lot more difficulty taking out this Earth Spirit relative to the Pangolier.
Who did JT even doom in these fights now?
Good question. Pango, I think it still needs to be. He got a good one off in that previous Roshan fight, but the damage from YSR was just way too much. Nothing to say. Once again, just trying to shove out these sides. They need that full wombo combo. They need to legitimately find a full team burst to be able to take this one.
Oh, the Weaver's in.
Initiation. Look at what?
The Ancient Guardian. The Ancient Guardian with a Daedalus on this Weaver. Absolutely nutty damage output.
Shit.
Destroys the storm. NTS has to buy back to try and hold on to the remaining parts of the base. 1,764 damage in the blink of an eye.
And they used Doom in that one as well. So you're not going to have that now. And you've still got the second life on the Weaver. They're just going to go back in. Why not? Bottom lane's pushing in. Backdoor's disabled. Maybe they're just going to go for something a little bit greedier. Try and find someone that bought back. Storm would be the perfect target.
Straight on in.
Lotus.
Straight on in. 2 lives on Weaver. Not a care in the world for Erica. And Monet is just being handled here. This Weaver is too much. Cannot be controlled, cannot be dealt with. Erica is putting up a monstrous performance in this series up against G2IG, and it doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Gleipnir and Swarm to control them up as he moves on to the next tier 3. Lincolns and Lotus on him, returning fire with a homing missile. Douglas moves in. They try with the Vortex to drag back, but the damage is overwhelming. Nothing to say is going to die back here as they do kill the Weaver the first time, but the Gyro is going to fall as well. G2IG have nothing left in the tank. GG called. Team Zero will be the victors here, upsetting G2IG, one of the favorites in the Chinese qualifiers, as Team Zero move forward into the upper bracket final.
And they did it their way, Gary. That's the thing that I love most about it as well. Like, you can see Ponlo's already out of his seat. I'm sure he's on his feet, celebrating like an absolute madman. And, yeah, 1,000-yard stairs coming through, from the G2IG boys. We were not necessarily believers, right, of the offlane Pangolier, of the position 4 Chen. We thought they might eventually hit into this wall, but 70, I thought he played an amazing game. Once again, though, it just has to go to YSR, right? Like, he just did an amazing job on this Weaver to be able to give him a solid lane. He will make the early rotations. You'll get your tier 1 tower. I feel like it's the recipe for success in every single one of Team Zero's wins, and you can just see the impact that they're able to have. This is the big fight where I saw that first Blink Static Storm, I believe, but it's onto the Chen after he's already used everything, so they're not able to actually find that true cleanup of the entire team fight. Erica is just completely unaddressed, and he just does whatever the hell he wants.
Absolutely incredible stuff from Team Zero. Like, I said it in Game 2, my bias showing a little bit. I was expecting G2IG to come into this series, ask the question at the beginning, is Team Zero even going to be able to take a game off of G2IG? The answer, a resounding yes, 2 in fact, as they take this series 2-1. A pretty massive upset in my eyes as well, but it just shows, how beautiful a game Dota can be. I didn't understand this Team Zero draft from start to finish. I didn't really have faith or belief in it, but Erica's Weaver, this Ponlo Chen, building up momentum, getting that tempo going, and just crushing the hopes of G2IG every time they stepped across the river. Really gorgeous execution from Team Zero.
Even that team fight, that was all on 70, right? He saved that team fight for Team Zero, just finding that roll in onto the gyrocopter, meaning that they weren't able to actually follow up the damage that was set up for by JT with that Blink Doom onto the Pangolier. And it meant that he had to pop the BKB super late. By the time he'd done that, Weaver was just in the perfect position to be able to punish him. So I think I'd be very happy with MVP to go over to either of 70 or Erica this game, because they both played an amazing one. Even, honestly, Pango keeping up in net worth, off lane, first item Spirit Vessel. Like, we knew that they needed to play together as a team, but goddamn, they played it so well.
Yeah, I really like the adaptation from Beyond. His Night Stalker Radiance, not a big fan of that, to be perfectly honest, but his Brewmaster going Vessel, his Pango going Vessel, yeah, much better in terms of pacing and tempo here to keep up with the rest of the team and just playing together with 7E non-stop. The multi-rolls, the catch and kill potential there from their mid and off laner really brought that draft together, because otherwise you're looking at, like I said, kind of Chen and Treant, passive supports, not doing much, buying items, getting levels, and building up into that mid game, but they bought time and allowed that man in the middle there, YSR-04E, aka Erica the Weaver, the absolute monster, the beast in this game, completely untouched. Just every stat you could imagine: kill participation, building damage, hero damage, XPM, GPM, last hits, just massive numbers. And do you have any more numbers from Erica there you want to throw out?
No numbers, but YSR, it means you should respect Erica, and that's for very good reason. Like, Deathless, multiple games this series, one of the big reasons why they've been able to advance to the top 3 in these qualifiers as well. And I'm just having a look at some of the G2IG itemization. It looks very similar across the board, right? A lot of heroes buying into similar sorts of things that are just addressed really well by ZZQ with that overgrowth coming through. And I gotta say, it's a couple of times now that we've seen Bobica play this Hoodwink, and I think it's really good for the lane. It sets themselves up for success, but that rotation by the Weaver, I know it was really early on, 7 minutes in, up top, forcing the TP to come up from Bobica means that you got those early power runes on 7E, means that Nothing to Say didn't get out of control, and it really just stabilized that early part of the game for Team Zero that they really needed, and it also meant that you weren't able to as easily connect through. We saw such a stark difference, right, with the Dark Willow when Bobica was playing it. So easy, just toss the Bedlam in. This time around, it was a whole lot more challenging, especially when you've got those multiple forms of save that Team Zero did without any kind of healing reduction outside of the Shivas. So such a masterful performance coming through from them, and I'm sure they're going to be over the moon with the result.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Getting into that upper bracket final, again, like we were saying at the end of that game, they are now a series away, a best of 3 away from qualifying to TI, and of course have that double chance with the lower bracket awaiting the loser down there. But of course, that is just our first series of the day. Plenty of Dota still yet to come. Next up, another upper bracket game to see who the combatants, the opponents are going to be for Team Zero in that upper bracket final as LGD take on Azure Ray in just a matter of moments.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
return to the road to the international here as we continue on with the Chinese regional qualifiers, staying in the upper bracket, Danog, as we move on from G2IG against Team Zero. An interesting series there. Go back and watch that one. A very unexpected surprise result. As next up, two powerhouses of the region are going to go head-to-head. And no matter which way this goes on, a good team, an exceptional team is going to be moving on to that upper bracket final.
Yeah, indeed. I was about to say at the start of this, start of these day of games, I would have said that this is the main event for the day, even though it's only the second of 4 series. But that first series is an absolute banger, like you said. Surprising results all around, and maybe it'll continue because this is a newish LGD roster coming through, right? They've made a couple of changes in recent times. You've got Echo in that mid lane now, and PYW taking place of Planet in the position 4. I always am a big fan of New, personally, as a position 3. A couple of years ago when he came through and nearly made it through the last chance qualifiers for TI13, I want to say. He was really the big standout for Vici Gaming, who he was playing on at the time, and ever since then, he's really just gone from strength to strength. So I want to see more success out of him, and I just want to hear more from him as well. Obviously, you have a bit more connection with these other long-standing Chinese players like Faith Beyond, like FY, for example, just because they've been in the scene so much longer. They've had more opportunities for the interviews, the content pieces, all that sort of thing. But yeah, I think maybe it's time for the new blood to really come on through. And LGD, they're looking real solid in these past month or so.
And now's the chance to shine. It's a best of 3 in the upper bracket, so definitely going to bring their A game here as the two of the better teams in the Chinese region going to go head to head. And like you say, it's kind of old versus new, right? FY, Faith Bian, hell, even like Ori and Low have been around for quite some time, going up against some of the newer players, but even Y over on LGD still there, going up against some former teammates. Should be a super exciting one, especially when it comes to new patch, right? This is something that we always talked about with Wings Gaming, and now you've got Faith Beyond versus Innocence, the two old Wings Gaming comrades together, battling in arms, now battling against each other. What flair, what flavor are they going to bring to new patch drafts, new patch ideas is always something that's super exciting to kind of develop and explore. But some things just never change, Danog, and that is the fact that Templar Assassin is going to be permanently banned.
Good. Get it out of here. I don't want to see it. It's just way too strong, way too obnoxious. And another one of those TI winners that we see there in Y's position, of course, is Director 8. Xiao 8, really, he's the king of the new patches, wouldn't you say? Like, remember when he was the one to innovate the whole Spirit Breaker mid situation, and then it was just solid meta for a couple of months' time. So I'm keen to see what he's going to be able to bring on out here as well. I wonder what Shadow's up to lately as well, right? Like, you've got Blink, who's coaching Team Zero. You have Ice, who was playing on Team Zero prior to Ponlo joining. And then, of course, we've just mentioned Faith Beyond and Y. I want to see a little bit more from Shadow. Last time we saw him, he, stood in for Liquid, right? For a...
Oh, God, I can't remember.
A tournament quite a while ago.
It slipped my attention. Not too sure about that. Storm Spirit first pick up. So what we've got: Lesh, Tiny Venge banned, Witch Doctor, Shadow Fiend, TA Chen also removed. So we're left in with the Clockwork, the Dragon Knight, Enchantress, Weaver, all these Willow. Very nice, Willow, very nice strong heroes. Still Slardar still available as well. Storm Spirit is the priority though here for Azure Ray.
I can understand why. I think even into this DK lane, I think you should be just fine, because DK obviously able to get up in a storm space previously, not so much anymore with the old static slides. So he should be in just a fine spot to be able to make these plays. We haven't seen Io banned out as well, so I wonder if that's also going to be perhaps a consideration for Azure. It's something that Y very, very capable of playing that one there, and won't be able to pair it together with a Tiny, I suppose, for the laning stage, so could be better in that regard, but still, I think any time that you're seeing a Storm Spirit, any one of these mana battery heroes is going to be a pretty high priority, whether it be Pugna, Io, or the Lion.
Yeah, just buff him up, keep him out on the map for as long as humanly possible.
Or just someone that's able to secure you power runes as well, right? Like just strong rotators, and then means you just need to pick self-sufficient cores rather, for both side lanes.
Out goes the Weaver, one of those potential flex picks. And do you ban the Clockwork? Are you going to take that risk?
I think you do. I think you do. It's just too good, man. Like, you just...
10 seconds.
Previously, Clockwork, had this big window of not being able to do anything in the later stages of the game, right? Other than, go for some TP cancels or be that first form of initiation. But oftentimes it like led to you dying a lot of the time. You were stuck inside of your cogs. So even if they didn't change like being able to whack the cogs around, just to be able to walk out of your own cogs is such a big buff to the hero that now you feel so much more viable at all stages of the game. I'm a little disappointed that New doesn't have his camera a little bit lower as well. One thing that I've seen, over the years of casting him, he's always got like this little cheeky smile on his face the entire time.
Yeah.
No emotion at any stage. It's always just it's the tiniest grin.
I don't know about tight. He's got like the like the shit-eating grin. Like I've got you. I've done you in lane. You know who you're dealing with. It's me. I don't know though, man. They've all got their cameras on their foreheads. It seems kind of fitting. The whole top row of players there have got the zoomed-in forehead cams.
They're dialed in. They're locked in. They know that they can't be taking this one too lightly, right? Like you're going up against Azure. Really solid results over the past little bit, and they've seen the potential for those upsets as well. I mean, you just have to look at the last series as we see the two main playmakers that are going to be coming through. I was mentioning Vici Gaming previously. PYW, when he was playing alongside DY especially, was such a stable support duo of the Chinese region. Now, he's ventured out on his own, and I'm glad that he's got this opportunity in a top-tier team once again, because he is such an individually skilled player, and I feel like he does have a really good connection as well with Y when they're looking to make those sorts of plays. But FY, maybe some of his heroes aren't necessarily at the very pinnacle of the meta right now. As we get a little bit of stuff coming through from Lanham as well, just changing up and saying, you know what, why don't we just pick the Clockwork? Tianming, get out of your seat. You just want to make sure that he's able to secure both side lanes for themselves. Look at that win rate, Gary.
It's ridiculous. It's too good. It's too good. These cogs are very powerful. They just zonal control, take over a team fight, hookshot initiation, rocket flare to give vision, battery assault in lane. You're a bodyguard for your safe lane carry. You set up for some of these ranged agi carries, which is real nice. Now a Winter Wyvern against the Dragonite and Enchantress feels pretty good here in this game as well. We've already got a bit of vision and catch from your Clockwork and Storm.
Yes, I want to see a little bit more like not consistent damage, but even burst damage from one of these side lanes, right? Like if it's, I don't know, Centaur or something like that, just to enable you to set up fights a little bit more easily, to enable Wyvern to perhaps get back to safety, to give yourself another form of like frontline or initiation. Just because, I feel like if Storm Spirit's making these rotations to the side lanes, I'm not so sure that a Clockwork and a Winter Wyvern are going to be able to, dish out that burst damage that you need to actually confirm a kill. And I'm just talking about really early on into the game, like pre-10 minutes before the lanes dissolve. Who knows, though? Maybe he's just going to be trying to deny away a few of the pushing powers, like let DK push into him and then try and find some form of counter-initiate coming through. Not so sure. Anytime it's Azure, I'm always considering a Faith Beyond Timbersaw coming through. Obviously, mid is where Timber is picked a lot more in recent times, but that off-lane Timber, from him especially, is just way too good.
This Pango's gone from 0 to 100 real quick today, huh? Not seen it at all through the qualifiers, and now it's 3 games in a row?
I wasn't sold entirely by it. Yes, Beyond played it very well. I thought he had the perfect itemization for that game. And
okay, the pairing.
We're just watching the same sort of thing. I mean, it's probably a position for Spirit this time around at least, but it does give you a little bit of flex, I suppose, as to where exactly this DK and Pango are going to be played. So you don't know 100%. I mean, pegging the Pango into the Wyvern, though, feels a little odd, to be honest, right? That's one of the known counters to the Pangolier, just having that BKB piercing disable, and it's not like the DK and the Earth Spirit don't want to be, like, right up in your face. They pretty much will be caught into, like, a 2-3-man curse fairly consistently, so certainly just wanting to play a little bit more for the team fight. That is certainly the LGD style, a little bit more than Azure. So something, again, that's just going to get you out of those lanes in a really solid spot, of course, is the Lifestealer.
Yeah, I guess just having multiple heroes that can get out of cogs is going to mitigate some of Clockwork's efficacy in that mid-game as well.
Yep.
Pango, Earth Spirit, even a Sproink out of Enchantress could get out of danger.
Gives you an Infest Bomb, though. this lifestealer. So I wonder if they're going to go into like some kind of illusion hero with these last picks overall, because whenever you see a lifestealer, A, you don't want to pick something super tanky. B, you don't want to pick something that just gets ruined when he builds into the Aghanim Scepter as well, because you're just going to be able to have like a useless BKB usage or, you know, a useless satanic usage just because he's going to be infesting offensively into you. Whereas if you go down the illusion route, sure, you might be, you know, having those punished a little bit by Radiance and stuff like that, but I wouldn't say they have a huge amount of AoE damage so far on Azure.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just be worried about, like, Lifestealer with his Radiance build, Winter's Curse being a bit annoying. But yeah, I guess...
Yeah.
Illusion... I think also this patch hasn't been good for Illusion heroes. You know, Terrorblade's felt weak, Phantom Lancer's not felt particularly good. I have not been a fan of Naga Siren since she was added to the game.
I mean, at least it's not the old Naga Siren days where you literally just built Radiance and sent the illusions down
Tranquil
the lanes.
Boots
Like,
Radiance.
oh, it was so disgusting. Like, you couldn't play the game as a support. You're like, well, all of my lanes are pushed in. What am I meant to do? It was so incredibly frustrating. But, maybe they can get away with going something like really backliney, you know? Like, is Drow too much? I don't know. I feel like it could work just because you've got Pango and DK and Earth Spirit who are going to be able to make space for you. Yes, you have the potential of getting zipped on, especially with like an infest bomb sort of situation, but if you're able to provide some safety, which, you know, Ench can, you can potentially get kicked away by the Earth Spirit as well. Like, all these little things could potentially work out in your favor.
10 seconds.
It's Tiny. Tiny's banned right in the first phase, isn't he? I'm just trying to think what that Timbersaw ban tells us.
I mean, it's just a Faith Beyond specialty in my eyes. I still think he could go... There's a potential for Underlord, I think. It would be the first time it's been picked or banned. But I mean, think of like percent damage against these beefy boys. Root against the Earth Spirit and the Pango feels really damn good.
Yeah.
And you're going to be able to delay somewhat some of the push that's happening from the Ench and the DK. Also,
What's
just
his,
more global potential, right? If you're having a zip in.
What's his facet called again? The Demonic Army? The Hellstorm Storm?
Something like that.
The Necro Warriors.
The Return of the Necro Books.
Yeah, the Return of the Necro Warriors.
Abyssal Horde.
Abyssal Horde. I wasn't far off with whatever, the Hellish Swarm or whatever I said.
Yeah.
Well, not much time left here. Doom. Okay, that's the safer pick. Doom against
Right.
the DK. Against the Pango. Makes a lot of sense. But now we get to see that potential ranged carry here to really stick it to him. What is it?
Yeah.
LGD. What do we want here?
10 seconds remaining.
Is Luna
I'm on
still
the
a
draft
hero?
Yes and no. Like, I feel like they had to nerf her pretty hard just because of how strong she was in the previous meta, right? So, I mean, anytime that you see a lifestealer morphling is always a possibility, but again, morph kind of trash. Like, it just, you have to balance up what is a really solid hero matchup with, okay, well, I'm playing into a Doom, and hero's not that great right now. So
It's like hard to pick Gyro, hard to pick Luna.
Yeah.
We might just end up picking like a Chaos Knight or something here, honestly, in this spot.
Yeah, maybe. Just try and crush the lane.
What are the lanes?
that,
Like Ench +1, Earth Spirits with a Pango, DK mid?
We don't know where the DK or the Pango is yet, right? That's advantages. And it's a win range. Okay. Was thinking, you know, something that's just very specific into taking care of this Lifestealer, and I gotta say, Wind Ranger is one of those, right? Lifestealer, one of the things is you can get kited around fairly easily. That's one of the reasons why I was thinking it might be a buck. Centaur as well, just to be able to provide a little bit less of that potential. Remember the game we were casting the other day, right, where he got up to like 10,000 HP on that one, which was kind of nuts. But yeah, I'm keen to see what they're able to do with this, because Wind Ranger is, again, one of those very much feast or famine style position ones, right? If you don't get off to a good start, if you're not fairly consistently getting a lot of these kills with a focus fire, you can find yourself falling behind pretty quickly.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm new on the
Pango.
new on the Pango. Like I'm just thinking, we had a lot of conversations about this in previous patches, where Pango was like the strongest hero in the mid lane and just, I guess, in the game in general. Never felt like offlane Pango was a thing apart from very specific players, such as Sacred in South America, New in China. Maybe you could throw like one or two others in there, but
Whisper,
very.
maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't put him up there. I think he's one of those hit and miss as well. It's just a very specific. I think Amar was another one that kind of slipped in towards the tail end of that last patch, where he did pick up offlane Pango a couple of times and have some good success with it. But yeah, focusing on New, one of the few players that I would trust and put my house on an offlane Pango performance. Something here that could pair up pretty nicely with the rest of the team fight the rest of the squad have got. But I'm leaning Azure Ray a little bit, but I think this is a pretty close draft on draft.
It is. Sorry, I was just chuckling at New's little smile that he's always got in his face again. Just coming through, peeking into the frame of the camera. Yeah, I'd probably be leaning a little bit more in their favor as well, just because I feel like you do have answers to a lot of this stuff. I am wanting to see, those offensive dispels though, right? Whenever you're going up against the Wind Ranger, especially as a position 1, I feel like that's always going to be such a key tool to be able to have for yourselves. And I mean, you've got a Doom to be able to play around with, right? So there's the potential for that with the Purge creep to be able to strip that one away, which would feel very, very nice for your own aggressive potential. Even just the fact that it purges and slows, right, is going to be helpful for the Lifestealer to be able to lock in onto those targets. So even though I think as LGD might take out the series, I think I've got a slight favor for them this game.
Let's see how it goes. Game 1, best of 3. We're in the upper bracket here for the Chinese regionals on the road to the international, heading towards Denmark as we get ourselves into Game 1 proper. And everyone's all smoked up, looking for these early observer wards, but no actual contact between any of the heroes. And it looks like none of the smokes broke either. So Dire with 2 wards around that middle lane, looking for vision on the wards, for rotations, and trying to keep make sure this Enchantress and Earth Spirit can have easy time accessing that mid lane.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what it is, Gary, but I keep forgetting, like, oh yeah, TI's in Copenhagen this year. Just every single time you bring it up, it just feels like a pleasant little surprise to me. Yeah. So I'm very happy to see, like, the European crowd get a local TI once again.
And bring it back to Europe.
It's coming home.
Hey, what did we have? We had, so the first one was in Gamescom, then we had Seattle. We had like a Toronto. Wait, was it Toronto or Vancouver? We had a Canada one.
Vancouver was TI.
Vancouver. We had one in Shanghai. Romania. Bucharest was one.
Was meant to be Sweden, but then
was meant to be
Romania,
Sweden, yeah.
Singapore, and then Seattle again, if I'm not mistaken.
And then back to Europe, full circle, all the way around. Yeah, I'm super excited. Like Denmark is a train ride away from me, So. Come rain or shine, no matter what happens, I'm going to be there.
Wish I could say the same. Literal opposite side of the world.
So, I don't know, get on your kayak, get across the ocean, do one of those old MapQuest things.
Does that still exist? Yeah, MapQuest kayak across the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, I don't know if it still does, but that was one of the old memes before Google Maps existed, really.
Mm-hmm.
The old routing used to be a little bit funky. But yeah, here we go. DK against the Storm in the mid lane. A super exciting matchup. Trading farm, getting hits in. Dragon Knight just unlosable laner so far this patch, it's felt like.
Ooh, nicely done by PYW. Early rotation to be able to yoink away that courier. And anytime you're going up against a lack of stuns, especially against a hero like Winter Wyvern, who even if she's got a slow, it's relatively long cooldown, right? So PYW is going to be able to get this lane pull off, going to be able to secure what is the little bit more challenging start to the game that the Pango might have against the Lifestealer. Anytime, of course, Lifestealer's into any sort of melee matchup, you're going to be feeling pretty happy about that one. But they've made their own pull happen. Very nicely done by Low on this bottom side to pull the wave behind the Tier 1 tower. Yeah, all the way down there. That's right, even the observer's like, wait, what?
Some interesting equilibrium shift going on. I mean, New in a 1v1 there, then you got PYW and Tianming
having two new lanes.
Yeah. Just match up these creep waves. That looks like Lifestealer 4-1, Pango 6-1, so New coming out a little bit on top there, but 3 new creeps arriving. Potential denies, though, for this Pango to get under the skin of the Lifestealer a little bit. Chucks a few spells at him, but a shield crash and a walk away there. You're going to leave the Pango fine.
It never gets old to me, just to yeet himself up into the air. I was saying that during the draft, right, FY, I feel like this patch necessarily isn't an FY style patch, The Tusk really isn't at the peak of the meta, but Clockwork is the one hero, and maybe the Rubik, that is still certainly at... when FY is at his peak, this is really what he's looking to play, right? These big, high individual skill heroes that are able to just dominate at all stages of the game. Great rotations, potential. Right now, though, he doesn't have any points in the cog, so hasn't been able to burn out too much of the mana from Shiro, which means that I think he's been able to secure almost every single one of these range creeps.
And Clockwork, definitely one of those heroes that, you know, in the right place in the right time, you can just create the world for your cause. And that's what FY is very good at doing. It gives you the vision, gives you the initiation tools that you need here for the Doom and the Storm to latch onto people.
Yep. Exactly a traditional lane, the Enchantress plus the Wind Ranger, but you just saw there up top with the enchant into the power shot. It's a very easy way to be able to get a lot of this harass damage out. FY is already out of regen. I think he'll have some coming through to himself again very shortly, but just with passively pushing the lane out as well with the Wind Ranger, with those power shots, it means that Why You Smile was able to just go back, secure that Lotus for himself, and seeing a TP actually here from PYW towards the mid lane, maybe trying to punish Ori a little bit when he's going a bit too deep, but don't think he'll be all that successful.
What was he up to? Grabbing Bounty Rune? Refilling that bottle.
Yeah.
And back into lane, so Bounty Rune's still down in bottom. As New is forced away from that creep wave. Now you've had that rotation, so good exploiting there of the lane setup from Azure Ray.
So I'm still just watching in this mid lane, like the entire creep wave plus Ori were all in the river, so I was thinking maybe they were still in a position to be able to go for a gank in onto Ori, but he's very healthy, and even though he won't be able to claim the refill on the bottle, he's still going to be doing just fine without it.
Yeah, a little bit behind the DK, but that's what you expect now. Dragon Knight's always going to have, like, 10 denies over whoever he's leading against mid. It's always going to happen. While down at bottom, New is continuing the chaos and nonsense of dragging waves around. Looks like he's going to try and double it up here, but he does turn on to Tianming. Get a good amount of damage here with a roll across. PYW joins in to try and slay and succeed in slaying the Winter Wyvern.
Very, very nicely done again. Like it's what you do sort of like into an undying lane as well, right? If the lane is not that great, just don't lane. You know, it's as simple as that. And Newt realizes that Wyvern is playing around these relatively long cooldowns. You have no stuns, so there's nothing stopping you from doubling up these waves. And it also enables him to realize that with that relatively long cooldown on the Arctic Burn, as soon as he uses it and it expires, that just opens up the avenue for PYW to be able to go and claim that first blood.
Oh, a reasonably quiet first 5 minutes or so. First blood is there, yeah, a kill on the board. Everyone else pretty content just to farm up and get ready for this 6-minute moment where it looks like we will have that shift into mid lane to guard the active rune. Earth Spirit and Enchantress, two of the better heroes at rotating mid and making this 3v3 happen. Wyvern, I wouldn't put a lot of emphasis on. Clockwork looks like he's moved mid and then decided to ditch and go back up to the top to help out the Doom a little more. As now Bach is, I don't want to say struggling. He's down at the bottom of the cores in terms of last hits, but now with a bit of a turnaround onto Why You Smile, they've got some good damage here, and trapping her in the cogs to get the kill will more than remedy that. But a roll in now from PYW to kick FY onto tower should net Shiro a turnaround kill on the Clockwork here as they'll chase him down.
Will indeed. We'll end up losing a Lotus, but doesn't really matter. And well, the more important thing is it just takes attention, excuse me, away from Ori. Didn't get lucky enough to be able to... Hold on. This is a lot of damage actually being pumped out onto the Storm Spirit prior to him hitting level 6. Warpine Raider not quite having the second flurry of the Seed Shot to be able to confirm the kill. But again, this is why you ban the DK. It's just really, really good in the lane. There's really not too much you can do against it. It doesn't even need those power runes to be able to play around. But just saw how effective Echoes was being able to claim that one.
LGD ever so slowly getting this edge out of the laning stage. 1k net worth lead is building and building, and a kill on New down at bottom. Shield Crash ready in a second, but doesn't get it off as he dies to Tianming and Low down bot. This is the thing, when you have this Earth Spirit who feels like it's his, his role, his job to kind of rotate around and get stuff done, you are leaving that Pango isolated down bottom. But good pressure in mid onto Ori, allowing this Dragon Knight just to get more damage onto the tier 1 alongside that Warpine Raider. And because you've killed Pango, and because Earth Spirit is rotating, Tianming is able to come in here and snipe out a Wisdom Rune.
Yeah. Very, very nice early moves coming out here from Azure Ray. Ori as well, like, a big reason why he kind of fell out of being one of the top mids in the Chinese region is because it just hasn't been a Spirit meta for quite some time, but in terms of his individual skill, being able to play them, they are certainly at his peak, so I'm sure he's going to be happier than anyone that finally, you know, the area of the Storm, the Earth, even the Ember Spirit is coming back in the right sort of games.
You're not going to mention the Void, or the Venge, or the Breaker?
Or the... What are the other spirits?
Vessel?
No. Yeah, well, okay, there we go.
I don't know if there's any
Exorcism
more.
spirits?
Let's Control F Spirit in the two patch notes and see what we can find. Spirit Collector for Death Prophet. Yeah, she's got the Ghost and the Spirits of the Exorcism.
Otherwise, just running into his cogs to try and get that extra little bit of safety. And it's actually a Doom committed here. What's the mana pool look like on Ori?
Oh, good.
Not too bad if you wanted to commit.
Good zip in.
Oh,
Shackle
nice.
shot though. Shiro. Hey, they're going to lose the Dragonite here, but the turnaround potential is pretty good as New will come in with a Rolling Thunder, crashing onto Tianming, into the Lifestealer as well. Damage a little lacking to find core kills, but with his turnaround focus fire onto Bach, they should be able to line it up and take down the Doom. Now lose the DK, kill the Wyvern and the Doom. A very all-in fight from both sides. 5v5, 8.5 minutes in.
That's what we want to see. China plays for the team fight, and I mean, they didn't even have that full fight potential, right? We don't have a hookshot, we don't have a Winter's Curse, we don't have a Magnetize to be able to play around with too, so yeah, maybe committing just a little bit too heavily to be able to pick off a few of those heroes. But I gotta say, once again, the thing separating a lot of these teams apart is the rotations coming through from the position ones, right? Shiro just joining in there. He's 1-0 and 2 at this point. He's getting closer and closer to being able to pick up a Maelstrom for himself really early on into the game. So, been a big fan of his ever since the days that he was playing on Phoenix Gaming in Div 2 back in the old DPC. Ever since then, he's really just shown his worth more and more.
LGD still just edging out with the net worth lead here, though. And I guess, yeah, Clockwork did die at the very beginning of that previous fight, so it was a 3-for-1 in the end in that trade. LGD coming out the victors, 5-3 right now. As that laning stage fully breaks down. And not too much in the way of tower damage or push coming in on the side lanes. It's been very focused in this mid lane with the Dragonite, of course. Or he's going to turn around and try and battle back into Echo here as FY and Tianming. A good amount of control, but DK just flaps his wings and gets away from the cogs. Now, why you smile?
Oh,
New misses the swash. And we roll with PYW, though, and the Cold Embrace will only delay the inevitable death of FY's Clockwork. Oh, hang on. He's got an urn on him. He's ticking lower. Power shot misses, though. Ori running low on the mana pool. Tianming's come across.
Another miss.
And trying to save him up. Another miss out. But New will finally swashbuckle down a Clockwork. FY making them work for it. But this is it. This is the thing. They came in. They saw what they wanted. They conquered the tier 1. They got a Clockwork kill to go along with it. LGD just bringing the numbers to these fights and dominating this early game.
I think Why You Smile specifically is the one that's really dominating a lot of these map movements, right? The only reason DK was able to get away from that is he used the Hurricane on the Wild Wing Ripper to be able to just push him outside of the cogs. Otherwise, he would have been caught in there that extra little bit of time. You would have had 3 heroes wailing in onto him. Instead, Why You Smile gets him away. They get a kill in return. They even get a nice little D-ward off, and well, now you've got level 6 on the Enchantress, so he can probably put himself a little bit more on the front lines as well and create even more of this roaming space for the rest of his cores.
Have I missed a trick here? Is that Pango buying Echo Saber?
Yeah. No, I've honestly not seen too much of the offlane Pango in recent times. I was thinking the sort of build that he might be considering this game is the old, like, minus effectiveness. It's such a weird thing to do, but like an Orb of Corrosion into like a Mage Slayer or something like that, right? Where you're able to really limit the amount of damage that you're able to output, the amount of healing that you're getting up from your Wyvern, from your Lifestealer, all that sort of stuff, because it's pretty cheap these days. I don't think we're seeing enough Orb of Corrosion in general, especially in this like healing style meta.
Oh, Shiro having to pop the early wind run there, but walks into Ori's Storm. Low was very patient here, setting up for this kill, just waiting by the Twin Gate, watching the Wind Ranger, allowing the rest of Azure Raid to come in and sweep through to get that kill. And should be able to transfer that into a tier 1 tower.
Might be a tier 1 tower trade though, with Newt pushing in the bottom side at the exact same time. So yes, you left Shiro up top, but he was still able to buy the Mithril Hammer before his death, so didn't lose any gold as a result, and you're still just going to get a 1-for-1 trade. So not the worst. Echo's making the most of that haste rune to be able to quickly get down here.
Oh, new.
And,
He's got a big shield crash there, but he's been doomed up. They'll turn onto Tian Ming with the DK and the Enchantress. Pango is going to die. They lose the Winter Wyvern in the 1-for-1, but now FY is in with a hook shot. Storm zips across with the Infest Bomb, jumping out onto Echo's Dragon Knight, but it's magnetized. Massive problems here for Azure Ray. They're trying to turn and fight back into DK, kill him off. Magnetize still going. The Focus Fire trying to catch up to Low. FY heals him back up with the Lotus. They dodge the power shot now. A roll onto the Doom should secure the kill onto Bach, trying to get through the Twin Gate. We've had a little issue as we swap cameras. Everyone's disconnected from the game, it looks like. We'll get back into things as quickly as possible. So what did Bach is, oh crap, dropping the chat lines. He's
dead.
Absolutely dead. Magnetized, chased by Enchantress and the Earth Spirit. Left side of the fight, Pink is Wind Ranger, and I guess she's going to have to let the rest of them run away because
shot maybe 3 seconds away might just snipe him out at the very tip of it.
Yeah, might be able to catch the Lifestealer. I mean, FY is too tanky. He'll be bodyguarding Lifestealer here to tank up some of that residual damage. But yeah, hopefully we get back in and everything's sorted out for all the players and everything here.
So I wonder if Buck, just with this pause, with the lack of panic, I suppose, setting in, you're able to, sit back and think a little bit. He's got a lot of that unreliable gold, and he has enough money, to buy at least the recipe for the Hand of Midas. So I'm sure that might be what he's spamming as soon as the unpause comes before he ends up dying, because he's about to die in about a second. And that was without the Winter's Curse coming through as well. So the fact that Azure Ray were able to get away with a pretty good trade there, right? 1 support for 2 cores, and you didn't even use the full kit of yourself. I guess Bach's about to die, but again, if you've used the Doom, if you buy up the majority of what you've been farming for, it's not the worst.
Yeah, it felt like that Magnetizer was going to clear them all up, but I guess just looking at the HP values here, everyone's very low. They didn't quite have enough damage to kind of finish people off, not enough left in the tank. And just a little bit more here if the Pango or the DK could have survived a little bit longer. Could have found some more core kills, as Bach will buy that Midas recipe before dying. And it looks like Lifestealer has gotten away from danger. No follow-through from the Wind Ranger.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, Lifestealer is nowhere close to his peak either, right? Like I talked about the strength of the Orb of Corrosion. Low's gone for it. Makes a lot of sense. Going up against a DK, going up against an Enchantress, just to be able to, lock in, slow down, even just against the melee heroes, right? To be able to provide that 13% slow feels not too bad. And any sort of thing that's going to buff up your attack speed, of course, is going to be a big benefit for the Lifestealer, just with that inbuilt feast.
Especially now that Ghoul Frenzy isn't as good as it used to be.
Mm-hmm. Good. Oh, it was way too good previously, I feel.
Passive abilities, they just, they creep up on you. They get stronger and stronger, slowly.
You just got to scale for free. And with that, I mean, Ori was kind of getting bodied in his lane, and he doesn't exactly have the most net worth, but he's not giving up his life for free. I say that, he's about to walk into a power rune, potentially Shiro. I'm going to try and get the gank in onto him, but rune spawns bottom, as PYW will look to guard that one up. But here we go. He'll have a Witchblade to be able to play around with. You've got your ultimates available on the supports to potentially look to try and make plays. You've got an Infest available on low, but he just wants to be full mode farm right now, and they're going to use the vision provided by Tian Ming's Observer Ward to potentially try and catch out New, because he's starting to scale a little bit here on the Pangolier. A pretty consistent damage dealer as well.
FY. That'll be a hook shot straight across. And this is their combo, right? Hook shot, ball lightning, so much gap close, and then the damage comes naturally from the heroes they've got. All they need is that little bit of vision, that map placement, and FY sets it up perfectly for them.
The thing again, though, is that everyone else is farming in all that time. So even though you might think, they got another kill, it was onto FY, not exactly the hero that you want to be, getting that. You'd much rather give it to Ori so that he can recover some of this net worth deficit. But everyone else is farming on LGD, so why you smile? He's going to have a 4-star for himself very soon. You're playing up against the Cogs, you're playing up against a Lifestealer. You just want to be able to get the hell out, disengage whenever you want to.
I'm still thinking back to this Pango Echo Saber. It's giving me ability draft vibes, honestly. Because, like, Swashbuckler, like, you would do stuff like this in Ability Draft where you'd get, like, Geminate Attack with, like, you would be a melee hero with Geminate Attack, Echo Saber, Swashbuckler, and you do, like, 7 hits in a row. You know? Because when he swashes, he procs his Echo Saber, right? So he's getting the slow, he's getting a little bit of annoyance out there. Going into the Aghanims next. I mean, it might be a nice little replacement for Diffusal Blade.
Maybe. I feel like it's not a bad game for the Diffusal, though, right? Just to be able to, you know, burn
Hey,
stuff
you're
with
not
mana,
sold.
for example.
You're not sold by this at all.
I'm not sold.
Storm comes across. Enchantress, not an easy target here. Massive amounts of healing from the Nature's Attendant. So now New's going to roll and crash into the back lines. And placed in onto Tianming. The Cold Embrace not going to help him out too much here. And while you smile, trying to catch up to Shiro, who's chasing into FY. Spirit Roll will connect and cancel the TP. Nicely done here from PYW to grab a double kill on the Earth Spirit.
This is the thing about LGD, right? They're just so clean with a lot of their movements across the map, right? Just, I feel like they've put a lot more emphasis onto playing around these power runes, despite the fact that they don't necessarily have the mid hero to be able to do it, right? A regen rune on Ori could have potentially turned that fight completely on its head, but he didn't want to commit into the rest of the fight. He didn't seem to have the same amount of faith in his supports that Echoes did. And I'm a little surprised about that, because it was a prime position for Tianming to be able to land a Winter's Curse. He put it onto a decent target in the end next to the DK, but much better one would have been for the Pangolier, right? That's, I feel, what the big weakness of this draft is for LGD, is that you actually do have a response to the Pangolier, and most of the time that you're picking the Pango, you don't have that.
Oh, they're going here for PYW. And it's been causing them some serious problems. Got a decent magnetized down, but no real backup there to be found. Got 3.
Bounty.
Yeah, you're right. 5x mega kill streak taken over. They had like 3 heroes around that tier 2 top that were getting close, nearly getting into that northern jungle to try and fight, but not quite fast enough from LGD. So again, we're back to this dead even game. Nothing really in it net worth-wise. Lifestealer starting to hit his stride now. And again, we see this Vanguard FY tanking up and going Crimson Guard. Z goes straight into the thick of things. Shackled up to the tree, Cogs and Hookshot. Yeah, a bit of safety here. A Winter's Curse there to protect him, but FY slain by Shiro's Power Shot.
Yeah, just trying to delay a little bit. I'm sure that would obviously reveal that they've got this ward up on the high ground, so they're not going to get a tower. They're not going to get the benefit of this Observer Ward. They don't have the Hookshot or the Winter's Curse to be able to play around with. So yeah, why wouldn't you look to go in on LGD? I suppose the fact that Magnetize still has a little bit on the cooldown, you're not having the Rolling Thunder either, but I feel like just in terms of overall strength, you'd have to be feeling pretty confident right now. They're actually going to go back in with the Blink Doom. Why You Smile isn't the target that you want, though.
Wait, that's
Be able to catch someone on the back. Yep.
straight in there.
Oh, they got
Find the
stuns.
Dragon Knight. Straight out with the Infest Bomb. Take him down. I mean, this is the strength of Azure's draft, right? They catch a glimpse of someone, just that little bit of vision or process of elimination. They move into an area of the map, and they have so much maneuverability. Doom with Blink, Storm with Ball Lightning, Rocket Flare and Hookshot from the Clockwork. They catch up to someone and blow them up immediately.
And I'd have to imagine Xiaoming's going to go into a Blink Dagger next on this Winter Wyvern, right? Like,
yeah.
As long as you're staying well back at the very, tail end of a lot of these team fights, then you're just going to be able to find that perfect Blink in. And it also means that Neo's going to be punished a little bit if he does go into this Aghanim Scepter, which looks pretty standard. He's going into the Blink after that. But he needs a Lincoln Sphere for himself to make sure that this isn't just instantly going in onto him. Not just that, but also just for someone else. You're going up against Vortex. You're going up against Doom as well on top of everything else.
Oh, smoke coming in from LGD.
For sure, though. Low's close to his Radiance. 40 gold away, but not wanting to get too greedy. Keeping his courier right next to the secret shop, but that's exactly where LGD are pathing on through. They should know that he's in position to potentially get this one off. How quick is he on the fingers?
Oh, hello, gets the rage. Back towards his tier 2.
Radiance as well.
Radiance delivered as well. Well, this is the thing, it's not,
PYW.
not quite as simple for LGD to start these fights off. Praising Azure in their draft, very simple for them to get a bit of vision, get a bit of catch, move on forward with multiple heroes dogpiling onto someone. Whereas LGD very reliant on Dragon Knight. And I guess Earth Spirit? These two heroes have to be lining up and on the mark, finding the target they need.
I mean, even just the Dragon Knight, he went Sanjin Yasha instead of Blink Dagger. So
Yeah.
it's not even easy for him to be able to do it. I mean, there's so much that you want this game. You want the BKB as well, so that you're not being, kited around quite as easily. You want to be able to ignore the cogs, but I think what they want most is to be able to just find that initial, start to the team fight. He's going a Hurricane Pike next on Echoes. Maybe just wanting to, again, create some space, not have to worry about the cogs, stay away from the
screw this
life stealer.
clockwork.
Right? But, I feel like Why You Smile's done
hello?
a good job of setting up some...
They found new. Just dooming up the Pango there. Doom and Storm Spirit find the Pango deep in behind enemy lines. This has been a
And no,
huge
this
few
isn't
minutes
a
for
meme.
them.
Or he's got Meteor Hammer, but that's because it's the one item this game that actually buffs up your mana regen amplification from 50 to 75 when you're looking to build into it from the Kaya. So obviously Storm Spirit with the Galvanized, his new innate ability, just get much more of that mana regen based off of how many kills that you're getting, based off of not dying. So something like Meteor Hammer that's just going to open up the map, that's going to prevent them from having vision of where exactly you're playing is going to be such a key tool.
And nothing else has changed with Meteor Hammer, right? And recipe cost decreased, but everything else is like the same as it was. That's a really cool storm set, actually. I mean, LGD taking Roshan down here, of course. Shiro down there, but I just realized it's like, look at that Storm Spirit.
The Panda, yeah.
It's gorgeous. I bet that one is worth a fair few bucks.
Pretty petty. Probably gifted to him by a fan.
And there we go. Aegis for Shiro. So now Wind Ranger, a little more freedom of movement in these team fights to get on the life stealer, find the targets she needs. And try and get involved here as we, again, just have this dead even game in kills and net worth. Team fight initiation has been all Azure Ray. For this kind of map movement, the macro play, LGD, have been a step above.
Oh, okay. He's actually gone a mech here on Tianming instead of the Blink Dagger, so maybe it feels like they're just resigning themselves to the fact that, hey, we're going to get initiated on, we're just going to trust our turnaround potential to be able to make it happen. Because when you consider it, I mean, you've got Cold Embrace, you've got mech, you've got Infest potentially, you've got Crimson Guard, and it feels like they're going for that full counter-initiation play.
A lot of scribbling on the map. I'm gonna try and keep my eyes out on this. I'm still on this Pango Echo Saber, by the way. That's where my brain is locked in on it. I'm tormented.
So
grab
if you
while Smile gets
swash
the shard.
through a target, you get an extra hit, right? So it'll be 2 hits if it's the Echo Saber. So maybe you're just banking on his individual skill to be able to guarantee that every time.
I remember it used to be, I want to say bugged, but I don't know if it was a bug. It used to work in a way that it didn't go on cooldown, and every swash hit would get the slow. And I wonder if that's come back into the game, or if that's still fixed, or what's going on there. Yeah, not too sure. It's still a good item. We'll see what it does with it. Going into that blink next on the Pangolier. As Ori infested up at top. Looking for anyone lurking in the shadows, but LGD have all grouped up together around their own ancients. Why You Smile steps up.
Or it still gets to die, by the way. Oh, it's an amp damage rune as well. They're able to claim. They should see that it vanished out of thin air, so smoke, obvious, scouted out, nicely done by FY. I'm expecting to see them group around this, the high ground. Even just pinging there, I think, from FY saying, hey, you gotta get out. They're probably coming at you, but yeah, Faith Beyond's just being a core, saying, you know what, I want to farm.
Give him that money. New is smiling away.
Look at him! I literally watched him. It was at the Bali Major, I think, where they constantly had just cam on people because I was at the event itself, and it never changed. He could have been getting mega creeped. Doesn't change. His low is very deep. There's the one area that we have seen him get punished out a little bit here, as he will finally be able to get that TP away.
Yeah, that's rage. Ori, in the meantime, knowing that people have shifted up to top to try and defend, Ori makes his move here onto Why You Smile. Very tanky Enchantress. Still had 21 charges as well up her sleeve. Didn't even need to use them. Man, this overprotective wisps. What is it? Every 250 damage, you get a wisp for 4 seconds. You've got 1700, 1800 HP. You've got a lot of wisps following you and healing you up from this Nature's Attendance.
Oh, for sure. Hold on, little bit of
silence.
initiation onto Shiro, maybe just trying to... Doesn't necessarily have any cooldowns to be able to play around with, and it looks like they want to go in onto Ori.
Trying. Rolling Thunder's there. New blinking in onto Low and FY. And he's trying to roll back in towards back. The Doom is chucked in at him, though, as the Lifestealer tries to catch up to the Pango. Rolling back to safety, though, as Azure Ray will move back in with the Storm's BKB. Expending all of his mana to try and catch up to New. Low on mana now, but Ori focused fired and trying to ball away. Low has been left a little isolated, and now a pause mid-fight. Got a bit of lag. We'll disconnect and come back in. Now, how does this go? There's no Rolling Thunder. There's a Swashbuckle ready. 14-1 charges. Shiro still has Aegis. Low is surrounded 1v5, basically. Ori has no mana. Do Azure Ray just try and run? Do they leave the Lifestealer?
It's all about the curse. It's all about the curse, right? Like, that's really the last saving grace there. And in that fight, I was watching mid-fight, FY, he hits a rocket flare. All 5 heroes were clumped up together, and I was like, oh man, if he had a Blink Dagger, that was it. That was the fight, going back in their favor. It was prior to Ori making that big jump onto the backline, so he probably, honestly, would have been able to set up with a Meteor Hammer. It was a 5-man curse setup, but just a little bit of those itemizations not working out for him, obviously wanting to have the defensive dispel for the Magnetize and other things of that nature, eventually going into the Guardian Greaves for himself, but you just have to think, what if things were a little bit different? Got to be very careful about how heavily he's looking to commit, though, with New kind of low on the back lines as well. I'm not sure if either team actually wants to continue moving forward into this.
Well, Low is going to try and batter into PYW a bit here and turn back towards Shiro, maybe? Shackle shot, that's a good one. Connecting, Lifestealer, Cold Embrace, healed up, hook shot into the backlines, and a curse drop down. Protect the Lifestealer at all costs. They'll get the Pango kill now and blow up PYW as well. FY's gone in and out. Massive guerrilla warfare there from the Clockwork to keep 3 heroes at bay. Allow Azure Ray to get 2 kills. And LGD, they're the ones holding Aegis. They're the ones who have the surround there, but they get dismantled by the Clockwork.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm not sure if they actually want to continue into this, because it really wasn't the safe place to go to. You saw the impact of the Winter's Curse as well, just holding people at bay, making sure the Clockwork dealt with the other half of the team fight. And yeah, it ended up being pretty clean for Azure Ray, so just going a little bit too deep there, over trusting the Aegis, it seems, if Shiro's not going to be the one putting himself in onto the front lines. He's going to be the one picking up the Lincolns for himself. Again, great Lincolns, great Lotus game, but I don't think your position 1 is the one that you want to be claiming, the only one that you have on your team, Much rather have it split across some of these other heroes, whereas it feels like they're the ones going for a little bit more of these selfish items. PYW, you can't exactly call the BKB selfish, just because he's going to be, putting his life on the line to be able to sit up for the rest of his team. Saying that, they're actually going to go in onto the Wyvern.
Yeah, Jan Ming in serious trouble, blown up completely. And New is still trying to catch up to anyone left behind here. FY gonna get a good hook shot across with the cogs protecting him.
But a couple of these fights going well is really good for Azure, right? Because FY, now he's level 12, he's almost got the Spirit Vessel, you're going up against the DK who doesn't have any of the form of spell immunity for himself, so he's actually going to be a whole lot squishier in a lot of these engagements. Not only, having that against you, having the Doom potentially against you as well. It feels like some of the damage output coming from Echoes has really dropped off in recent times. He's actually going for an MKB on the DK, so doesn't want to initiate, doesn't want to be, survivable, not have to not care about any of this crowd control. He just wants to do damage, this man.
His raw scaling power.
Seems like everyone does on LGD, right? Like, got an SNY coming out from New. Ironically, okay, he's finished up the Lincoln Sphere for himself, but I feel like Shiro's the one that needs to go full glass cannon here. Will eventually, though. And he's got an enchanted quiver as well, so of course that extra true strike is going to be very nice going up against the Radiants too.
Oh, but it comes FY. Clockwork with the cogs play, Doom out, Battery Assault to slow down the Wind Ranger, down goes Shiro. Now New is coming to try and save the day, but heroic effort's getting turned around on by this Winter's Curse, and he's sent packing all the way back to his base.
Just going in that little bit too deep, that's why I'm like, well, where's the initiation coming from LGD, right? It just feels like they're slowly trickling into a lot of these fights without, if the Pango's not there, you've got nothing. You've got no way to be able to set up a lot of these fights, and As a result, it means that the Wind Ranger is the one that gets picked off to be able to start things off. Tianming once again just setting up these really deep wards. They instantly ping out PYW as soon as he even ventures down onto the low ground. So feels like they've got a pretty good stranglehold over this game right now. Azure, Roshan coming up in potentially 30 seconds, and it's going to be to their advantage as well. So New making sure the bottom side of the map is just pushed in as much as possible, so that at least it's going to be perhaps a bit more obvious if Azure do end up going for that Roshan attempt. Likewise, though, Low is coming away from real deep. It's becoming a bit of a trend for Mr. Low, right? Like, we've seen him on his Ursa, on his Troll, on his Lifestealer. Just really wanting to push the limits of his heroes.
He's pretending to be Nightfall, apparently. He just run down a lane. Now he's got a BKB, but he's just been doing the rage TP. Yeah, not too much that can stop him. And BKB nearly done for PYW there, just 90 gold away. This is going to be the crux of the game now. BKBs across the board for a lot of these very important heroes. I'm still very curious to see how this Dragon Knight you've been pointing out kind of transfers his wealth into actual impact. 3,000 gold saved up. A bit of dead weight money there.
You know, you and me, Gary, we love players, not just pro players, but players in general that think about some of their decisions that they're going for. Hold on. Low might be getting gone on by this 5-man smoke coming through from LGD Ultra.
He's got rage BKB. He's never dying.
We'll see about that one. All right. Let's see if they do walk right up next to the high ground vision. It's actually... Ooh, they should see his HP. They should know he's infested. So he's not the target that they want to go on.
Yeah, I think they've got a good idea. Azure Ray know that high ground vision was placed, so they're now playing and pivoting over into the Dire Ancients. 40 seconds for Roche.
Very aggressively playing around, wanting to protect that vision.
40 seconds for Roche to respawn, so this is the next key moment. Of course, it could be up already. And at this point, 3.5 minutes till nighttime, it's like guaranteed that Roche will be in that radiant bottom right-hand corner. And that puts Azure Ray in that slightly better position now. Playing forward with the hook shot right onto PYW, blown up, pre-BKB, and while you smile, munched on by Low. I mean, they might not have to go straight to Roche. They could get a tier 2 and press into Tormentor, go back to Roche. They've got so much on the map here to claim.
But they're instantly just going to make sure to shove out those waves as quickly as possible. Shiro making sure to get to maximum range just so that power shot's able to hit while still being inside the jungle. And once again, it's just a lot of this stuff is set up by the deep vision placed by Tianming. It's providing them so much information to be able to play around. But yeah, Azure looks like they will be able to claim that Roshan for themselves. I'm seeing a Blink Dagger queued up by Tianming as well, so I'm pretty sure he's seen what I've seen. You know, they're grouping up fairly reasonably.
Well, that's why you got a Hurricane Pike then, huh? Bark tried there. He lifted his arms to get the Doom down, and Echo is like, nah, bud.
Nope.
Not happening today.
See you later.
We'll swing into Roche really quickly.
The point that I was talking about before is we know that Clockwork Cogs is really good, right? Level 15, these days, most people will go the +2 power cogs hit to kill, but considering what you're going up against, right? You've got a 4-staff on the Enchantress, you've got Swashbuckle, you've got Roll, you've got Hurricane Pikes on Wind Ranger, DK. Really doesn't make all that much sense. So he's just opted to go into a little bit of the extra battery assault. Not so much for the team fight, but even just to more quickly push out these lanes. What's up?
Just your little slip there where you nearly said the power hogs. All of a sudden, my brain was like clockwork with 30 to 50 feral hogs. We need a clockwork set where he's got some wild boars kicking some feral hogs around his backyard. Are my children safe with a feral hog around? Clockwork hooking into you? My goodness. Hogwork. There we go.
He's the one that gets caught.
That's a good pick off. I mean, Low is trying to press into that bottom tier 3. Maybe trying to create a bit of space on the map for the rest of his team. But yeah, Bach completely isolated there. Picked off. 60 seconds without the Doom. Maybe a chance now.
Not wanting to give it up as well. Yeah, they did use the Rolling Thunder, but he's still got so much playmaking potential with this Wind Ranger, with the Earth Spirit. PYW, he was the main target last time that they tried to initiate onto. do they feel like they can quickly join in? But maybe just with the way that Echoes and Why You Smile are moving underneath that observer ward, it kind of gives them away a little bit.
Oh, the roll over the ball lightning. New is the one to get Infest bombed and destroyed by the chain stuns in from FY. Now the ball lightning aggressively back into the mix. Looking at Echo's Dragon Knight as low. Will tag him up, try and slow him down. Glimmer Cape there buys a bit of time for the Dragon Knight to slip away. As Why You Smile trapped inside the cogs. In the back lines, Earth Spirits trying to make a meal of this one. Why You Smile finally dead as PYW barely TPs home. Safe and sound, he'll head back to Fountain. I mean, with the Doom dead, still a good move there from Azure Ray to find something on the map out of nothing, basically. But it's LGD that kind of gave it to him with the smoke.
Indeed, they did. And yeah, I mean, I think they just got a little bit too confident without having that Rolling Thunder, right? How are you supposed to have a Pangolier on the front lines without having that one popped? You want to make sure that Winter's Curse is being wasted. Of course, they changed the way that it worked a little bit. It's hard to explain with words, but basically, it's all the duration is always dependent on the duration of it when it was cast, as opposed to what happens afterwards. So if other people walk into it, it's not going to last longer. If it's a 2-second one to begin with, it's always going to be 2 seconds. Hello?
Ooh, a kickback, cold embrace, keeping him alive, allows the rage. First life down. Now what do they do after? Because New has gone into backlines to cause a bit of havoc. In comes Doom though, back straight in onto the DK. Infest into the Doom now as well, as New will roll back into his base. A rainbow impetus shot landing into the backs of the heads of the Azure Ray players, but they're all full HP. Ready to go again, while Dragon Knight needs to go back to Fountain to heal up.
Did use the Doom for that though, so maybe they're feeling confident again to be able to make this attempt. Again, you just don't have that form of initiation though, right? Finally, Echoes has the Blink Dagger queued up, so it's still going to be a little bit of time until he's able to get into it. They're just putting so much reliance onto New at this stage of the game, and at this point it's just going to be a little bit more difficult for them to just walk up into Azure, which means that they're just free to roam across the map and do things like this. They're going to steal away a Tormentor.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. You know, we get those stats that pop up saying, you know, fastest patch average Blink Dagger for DK. This is probably going to be the slowest, right?
Yeah.
38-minute Blink Dagger or whatever it's going to be here. Usually it's like, you know, like 12, 13-minute Blink for the Dragon Knight. This is a very, very late one. Of course, you know, not rushing into it. He's got plenty of scaling items before it. And desperately needs
Give
that.
it up. Oh, hold on. Smoke, but Ori moves to the other side of the map. Just trying to quickly zip on through, and I wonder if that gives them a little bit of information. Yeah, we're seeing pings there on the map, basically just saying, hey, someone dealt with all these creep waves, and they found you. Ooh. Guess right.
Zip zap?
Not quite.
Doesn't know where he's gone. Storm Spirit is flickering on the mini-map as well.
PYW is being so annoying as well, just shoving
Oh
up.
my god.
Oh, he didn't get the Wisdom Rune. Probably would have died if he did. And FY will say thank you very much once he eventually lands from his jetpack.
Oh man. Trying to control jetpack reminds me of those old like PlayStation games where
Tank controls. I know
it's
what
like
you mean,
the inverted controls and like tanks and planes and whatever. Like I remember that the first time I loaded up I think it was one of the first Medal of Honor games, like Medal of Honor Allied Assault or something. For some reason, the default on that was inverted controls for gun controls, so you had to pull down to aim up. And I didn't understand what the hell was going on as a child. Like, why is it doing this? Like, it kind of makes
Not
sense
in a real
if
tank.
Yeah, it's like what is happening? That was just for the that was just for the normal human shooting. Not the tank or the airship controls or anything.
And there wasn't a setting to change it. It was just like
there was, but it was like, you know, as a child you don't know what setting. Oh, they've got the catch onto Echoes here. That Dragon Knight. Oh, it's huge. Dead for 70 seconds.
Should have had the Blink Dagger. No, I'm kidding. But no, it is very frustrating, of course, to be able to maneuver around the clockwork. Have you ever played or heard of a game Deadly Premonition? Because it has similar sorts of things where it's like, it's one of those fun but janky games. You know, hold on, Ori. It's kind of in a little deep here in the middle of all these other LGD heroes.
Is it Ori or is it New that's in trouble? Because look at these TPs coming down the bottom.
Yeah.
The Doom has joined in.
Legit in the center of 4 different LGD heroes, and they still ran away from him. That's the power of information, right? Just didn't know if anyone else was backing him up.
It's like Regen Rune Storm, is there a life still inside of him? Bak has come in to back up Ori, and they've got the kill on the Wind Ranger. New TPing out, as is Why You Smile, so they escape. But yeah, you've killed a DK, put him out on the sidelines for 70. He's about to respawn. Then you put the Wind Ranger on the sidelines for 70. She's got buyback, but doesn't want to use it. If you start using buybacks on your cores now as LGD, you're kind of just signaling that at the end of the game.
They will finally get at least a glyph reset with taking out that melee Rax, but I know which one I would rather, as I think there was a hook shot into the back of a creep there by FY, so he would rather have his time again, but they're still going to be able to secure that lane of Rax. I mean, it's just going to go from bad to worse, right? This is what I was talking about with Ori on his spirits. He's 9-0-7, just so comfortable with the rhythm of playing around this hero and playing around the rest of the team as well. And there's that effect of the Roshan's banner. So how are you supposed to stop this? Might be forced to buy back.
Yeah, you're going to have to. And you're going to lose your Enchantress anyway. Dead for 50. So Wind Ranger bought back, and you're still in a 4 versus 5. Roshan's banner still up. These glyphed up creeps. The hook shot overlapping with the Stormer's Ball lightning in. The Winter's Curse there, catching DK, forcing Wind Ranger to hit into him. Tianming nearly dead. The Winter Wyvern healed back up with the mech though. PYW going deep, but so low, and Ori finding Echo. Dragon Knight is dead. The turnaround onto New here as well. Tianming finally falls, but the amount of emphasis you've had to put in to kill a position 5 Wyvern is ridiculous. PYW all caught up. GG called. LGD tap out here in game 1 as Azure Ray stomped them down with this sick initiation teamfight comp.
I think you hammered in on the key word there. It was the initiation, right? And it just felt like LGD, they had ways to do it with the Pangolier and the Earth Spirit, but it was just felt a little, I guess, predictable. You know, like to be able to compare that with like a Blink Doom. That's just simple stuff. You know, zip in Vortex, simple stuff. Hookshot, simple stuff. But there's much more of the wind-up for everything else coming through from LGD, and a Blink Stun on the DK, I honestly feel like could have potentially changed the game here. Maybe they felt like it was a little bit too single-target focused, because if, you know, you're popping everything on one target, Cold Embrace potentially could look to save him in that way, but I mean, they were in a not too bad spot on LGD. I thought they came out of the laning stage in a pretty decent position. They had like a 5k net worth lead or something like that at the 15 or so minute mark, but they just never were able to convert onto that into any meaningful objective.
No, they just kind of got picked apart by these infest bombs, by this, you know, Blink Doom, Ball Lightning Storm, all across the map. Ori just had permanent full mana, it felt like. You know, this mana regeneration build just allowed him to stay on the map. Don't need Pugner or Kotl or Io. I just itemized to keep myself out there and fighting. Very, very well done here. You know, maybe we get into that discussion of the battle of strategies where you've got an initiation team and maybe LGD are looking at that thinking, hey, if they're initiating it on us, why does DK have to buy a blink? They're going to jump us, so we should just tank up and try and kind of hold our ground and fight back. But I feel like that rarely works in Dota. You need to be able to make moves yourself. You can't just sit and wait for your opponents to come to you, as LGD did here.
Especially when you've got a hero like the Dragon Knight, I still think it's incredibly good, even though it hasn't had the greatest success rate in our games today, especially. But you're just so strong early, and that's the big thing that I want to see teams play around a little bit more, right? Like, how are you supposed to contest against a hero that's as tanky as he is, that also just basically gets a free Desolator, and, you know, you're just able to wipe out so many heroes off the map, so many towers off the map, but in order to take towers, you got to kill heroes first, right?
Yeah.
Teams are good enough that they're not going to let you do it for free, and I think that's one thing that Azure really did well, is that they made sure to defend those high priority objectives, and it made sure that they were able to secure a couple of Roshans in a row, get that Roshan's banner, enable themselves to go up onto the high ground without that high ground defense potential.
I just look at that 10-0-10 on Ori Storm Spirit. I didn't put any thought into Meteor Hammer as an item, and I haven't seen or thought about Meteor Hammer for a good year, maybe even a year and a half or more. Storm pulls it out here. He's got infinite mana pool. Yeah, Parasma lets him scale. Kaya Sand lets him scale. BKB lets him just go straight into the middle of the team fights. Yeah, really just perfect itemization and very good map positioning into initiation here. You know, FY starts it off. They've got the follow through from Ori, Bach, and Low, and it just felt so simple. Everything slotted into place, very algorithmic almost from Azure Ray here in game 1.
For sure, and it could have even been even more ideal for Ori as well. I mean, Tianming, he went for the, what's it even called? The Dragon Sight facet for the extra bonus damage. Could have gone into the healing gives you mana one instead, just to be that additional type of, you know, mana battery for the Storm Spirit. But like we've been saying, he didn't even need it. He had such a good game, and of course, any bit of mana regeneration It's yeah, look at all those wards destroyed as well. 8 by your
Oh,
Bitman.
yeah.
I mean, he was carrying around the gem for quite some time, and he just made it so that they couldn't go in onto any sort of avenue to try and escape the base. That's the downside of not being able to find those Blink initiations, to not be able to open up the map for yourself, to convert into what was a really good start by Shiro as well. He was top of the net worth for quite some time until around the 20 or so minute mark, and by that point, you'd just taken so many successful team fights, you'd taken so many towers, and Low was really enabled at that point.
Yeah, really just incredible execution there from Azure, taking game 1 in the best of 3. It is upper bracket, BO3, plenty of games and plenty of days yet to come, as we'll take a quick break and come back with the rest of the series.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the regional qualifiers here as we head to the international this year. We're in the Chinese region and we're in the upper bracket. Game 2 coming your way pretty shortly here in this best of 3 as LGD take on Azure Ray. We've had some surprises earlier on in the day, Danog, where G2IG were dropped down to the lower bracket by Team 0. And heading into this one, two pretty close teams, maybe lean slightly towards LGD, but Azure Ray taking game 1 and looking very hot in this series so far.
Yeah, indeed. And I think it just came down to ease of execution. Not to say that LGD's draft wasn't easy to execute, right? I just feel like they made some pretty big blunders in terms of their itemization. And I'm looking at DK specifically here. You know, the lack of the Blink Dagger really made it a little bit harder for them to take a lot of these engagements. And, you know, some of this itemization, right? The Hurricane Pike, I get. He was going up against the Clockwork. He wanted to be independent against that. The Sanjin Yasha, a little bit weird. But then the Monkey King bar after that, I feel like his job wasn't really damage. And if you look at the damage numbers at the end of the game, he did 12k damage as a mid DK in a 40-minute game. That is certainly not what you're expecting if you're just going all in onto this big damage item.
Yeah, definitely a confusing one. Maybe a bit of overthinking from the Dragon Knight. You know, going back for the Blink Dagger like 35 minutes in, needed some form of initiation there because it was, yeah, very challenging for LGD to kind of get onto a target, stick on them, and get the job done. No matter how hard New tried, you know, this Pango with the Echo Saber build. I know the Observer's script from Weapons, they were testing it as we brought it up in the broadcast. It was a feature previously where the Echo Saber, as long as it's not on cooldown, you would be able to slow people with Swashbuckle no matter who they are, where they are. You know, the AoE Swashbuckle from Aghanims especially, getting multiple slows onto people there. It's come back. It still exists. Little exploit potentially that New was trying to use, but not enough to win the game to get themselves a victory. Not quite there. As we get into the draft for game 2, and already a bit of a change-up here. Quickly run through the bands of Chen, TA, Shadowfiend, Storm joining them with Clock, Tiny, and Venge. And now a Witch Doctor into Kotl.
Okay, something a little bit different. I'm keen to see what these players' reads are. Again, this just reeks of cheese to me, right? Like, how are you supposed to lane into the Witch Doctor? It's just so challenging as a position 4 or a position 5 with that offensive Voodoo Restoration. It's just way too much damage. You do it for free. And, I mean, against the Keeper of the Light, I suppose you're one of those heroes that is able to stay at range. You shouldn't really be under too much threat of getting hit by the casks when it eventually is built up. You've also got, of course, the Death Ward, which is very avoidable just with your high movement speed. And there's a little bit of flex involved as well. I mean, this is one of the absolute staples that PYW likes to play, and it's going to mean that LGD, even though, again, this is a newish roster, 3 out of the 5 still remain from the old one before they went on that little bit of a break with Echoes and PYW coming in. Planet was the one that PYW replaced, and he was very much a Kotl spammer as well. So you've got some legitimate flex here, but you've also not gone away from your comfort, from what the team knows how to play around.
And Mr. Witch Doctor, the Purple Man himself. This was a hero which I believe Azure Ray used earlier on in the tournament. They lost the first one up against Team Kev with the Witch Doctor, but then stomped them in like 22 minutes in game 2 with it. And then, of course, got the respect bans every game thereon after from Team Kev. And, of course, LGD in game 1 also banning the Witch Doctor in that first phase as the 6th ban. What makes this hero so good? Why is he first ban worthy? Why is he first pick worthy?
I think it's just the Voodoo Festoration, it's called. So, you know, the amount of damage that you're able to deal towards enemies, you heal a little bit for yourself. So it's not going to be as much of that IO combination that we saw Gaming Gladiators run, but it's just so oppressive in the laning stage, right? To be able to deal 30 damage a second and for 8 mana per second while also healing yourself. It's just, you can't trade against that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And
better Pulse Nova.
Pretty much. And once you're level 7, you've basically just got a Radiance on a position 4 or 5, which is kind of nuts.
Some pretty quick picks coming out. I think Assassin going to come into play here against the Kotl and Willow. A lot of spill damage makes a lot of sense.
Also, just if you're going to, they're basically saying, look, if you're going to run this Kotl as a mid, you sure you want to launch a lot of those blasts into a potential Carapace to be able to turn things around? Of course, you know, one of those, they changed him back to now be based off of the int, right? When you're using the Mind Flare as well. So against these two heroes already picked up, it's going to feel a little bit more impactful. This is the first puck I think we've seen in quite some time. really the big change was the cast point, right? Not a 0 cast point on the phase shift anymore. Now it's 0.01 seconds, so you're not going to be able to, dodge out quite as many things if you're really just perfectly on point with the setup. It means that you are actually going to get caught inside of it and become a whole lot more vulnerable. But Puck always kind of was the counter to the Keeper of the Light, right? Like, you just are actually able to catch up to him. You can lock him in place, and Coddle's still quite squishy early on into these games.
So what did you say the change with Nyx was? It went from like int to mana pool, and then it's back to
int, I think.
back to int again. Okay. When did they change that? There's control effing all over the place.
Or maybe now it's back to mana again. I don't know. They just keep changing it all the time.
Yeah.
So you guys can forgive me, right, for getting 50 million changes in this patch. I was about to actually say, with the Mars and Nightstalker bans, like, what are they actually trying to get through with this Coddle if they're playing it as a 4? And Beastmaster was the one that kind of sprung to mind for me. Just spam, spam, spam in the laning phase. So is this... Well, they can't even do it in the laning phase
What's
now.
going where?
I don't know. Is it a mid-bane?
I don't know. I mean, we saw it from GPK a few months back in a bit of a meme game. What did they do? They had mid-bane. Toronto Tokyo played a support invoker, sunstriking people. It was pretty dank. It was a game that...
It's not a carry Willow, is it?
I don't know.
You've seen carry Willow done by... I think it was the Azure guys, actually. It was Arme that did it in a few games at, like, the Asian games when they were going up against Mongolia. No, actually, it was Xingqiu that did it, and when Mongolia picked it, they were the ones that played it as a carry. But I've seen it work, and you're just really looking to try and get into that Aghanim Scepter, obviously, as quickly as possible. You get away with, like, a Midas to try and get those scaling built up as quickly as possible. Going up against a Lifestealer, though, when all the damage that you're dealing is this, like, magic style, feels not too great.
Yeah,
and, yes, Lifestealer into the Beastmaster, you will at least have the Roar, and you'll have the Fiend's Grip as well to be able to deal with it, but when you're going up against this much magic damage, I feel like they're not really going to care, especially considering Low had a very, very good game in game number 1.
Yeah, I guess the easiest way to look at it is just, Kotl mid, and they say, Nyx Assassin's not going to cause me that many problems. We'll have this Willow Beastmaster lane, we'll have Bane +1 in a safe lane, and just do things the good old-fashioned way. LGD do have that last pick as well to maybe shift things around if they want to keep these heroes flexible with that potential to put people into funny spots.
What is happening, Gary?
I don't know. I mean, I
really want to see this Beastmaster and Coddle together, but then you've got a Willow and a Bane, and one of them needs to be mid or carry.
We'll see what they do.
5 seconds remaining.
Wraith is still not banned, which I'm a little surprised about. Whenever you're going up against a Lifestealer, that always feels like a pretty high priority. What else is there?
Centaur is still out there.
True. PA kind of dead, so you're not going to have that into the Lifestealer. Even though it's quite nice. Same sort of thing with a Morphling. Good, but not good right now.
I mean, is Weaver... Weaver is out there. I know, Weaver's banned. But it's so hard to keep track of all these freaking heroes, man. Mm-hmm. Looking at a hero list, I'm like, oh, that could be good. Come back to the screen where it's got the bans and picks. I'm like, I need a magnifying glass.
Regardless of what they pick on LGD, all I want from them is actually burst damage, right? Because you're going up against a Puck, a Lifestealer, and a Witch Doctor. 3 heroes that just, like... You don't want to let them have an extended team fight. Puck's going to be able to get away. Witch Doctor's going to have that Voodoo Resto going and, potentially into the Maledict. Lifestealer's going to be able to heal up, potentially infest into someone as well. So, more burst is what I'm wanting from LGD. Who knows? Maybe we'll get the Beast Mode Beastmaster coming through and it's like a 5 Coddle and a 4 Willow and a mid-Bane, and we're still waiting for the offlaner to come that might do well against the Lifestealer. I really don't know.
There's always Chaos Knight. Or they ban the Clinks.
Yeah, that's a Shiro staple.
And CK definitely could slot in here pretty decently.
Any Orchid builders? Be quite
good. Nature's Prophet.
What?
Offlane Furion? I mean, I guess if he's going for, like, fast Orchid build here, he's pretty freaking good at getting in behind the Kotl, finding him, hunting with the Puck. I mean, I really like this. You've got Nyx as the kind of early warning system, right? Go in, scout, find people out. Then you've got Infest Bomb with Nature's Prophet and Puck, able to play the map very wide. As LGD come out with the Bristlebank as their final pick, rounding things up with the Carry Bristle. Interesting draft.
I'll be honest, Gary, I have no idea what's going on.
No read?
With this one. No read. I mean, I get that it makes the most sense for the Coddle to be mid in this draft, right? But I feel like you're not providing a benefit to picking this Beastmaster when you are kind of wanting to either A, pick up the pace in terms of being able to push towers, which it's still pretty reasonable at, but then again, Nyx Assassin, he's gone the Scuttle thingo, though, instead of the Mana Burn. I guess it doesn't really matter, right? Mind Flare is still going to be able to kill any sort of Helm of the Dominator creep, if that's what New is looking to go for. But you're not going to be able to spam out Wild Axes. You're not going to be able to spam out the Bristle, the Quills quite as much, because Echoes needs the Chakra Magic for himself. And also, you're kind of countered by both the Nyx and the Puck. So I'm like, well, how are you actually going to be able to survive through a lot of this on Echoes? And that's your mid laner.
Right, so that's Nature's Prophet here. What has he got? He got base damage decreased by 6. That sucks. Spirit of the Forest levels up with Nature's Call. More base damage for every tree near him. Multiplied by... Oh my god, these tooltips are just so much to read. Well, he went for Ironwood Treant as well, didn't he? So summons one Treant.
One big Treant.
One big Treant with a reinforced property. And then Treant multiplier is increased from 1 to 3 for Spirit of the Forest. Yeah, I love multipliers, I do.
Don't you love to see it? And I think the biggest change to this hero was, well, honestly, 2 of them, right? Sprout now doesn't do damage over time, it's just instant damage, pops immediately. And teleportation is a lower cooldown, which is a plus. 20 seconds at level 4 is pretty significant. But the big difference to me is that you don't get that big damage boost as soon as the teleport lands, right?
Yeah.
You just get a barrier for yourself. So it's not like you can get a couple of free, I think it was plus 36 damage at level 1, right clicks in, which then converts to armor the longer the team fight goes, which is exactly what you want. Now it just feels like you're not dealing anywhere near as much damage as previous. So I have to wonder what he's actually going to go for. Is we're just laughing at the Triad.
It's huge!
Look at him waddle.
Oh my god! Oh... What was there? There's like The Last of Us, one of those freaking crawlers or whatever. One of those zombies with all the swarmy coral stuff on you.
Yeah.
I just love the fact that Bach is also back in Fountain reading all his tooltips, trying to figure out what his hero does. Oh, gotta read
What the hell?
Read an
What the hell
essay.
has Lanham picked for me here?
What's going on? Well, we've got these spiky basilisk boars against the coral fungus treants, a thorny thicket, a sleepwalk. Oh man, I just love the names and the flavor they've put into a lot of these facets and innates. As PYW steps up but doesn't get his hands on the bounty rune there, Low will take it. The Bramble's down and the Hawks are landing, causing a little bit of an issue. But they'll back up and get that second bounty rune for themselves. While Nyx Assassin is doing some business. What is he up to? He went... I was wondering if he's placing a sentry in front of the tier 2, but he wasn't, was he? He's just lurking. FY is having a bit of a wander.
I think so. Maybe... I actually wonder what he's going to do. Like, is he going to make a few more rotations up towards this top side, especially considering you've got the Call of the Wild Boar skilled up here on you?
He killed the range creep, huh? He came and immediately sniped the range creep?
Okay. So maybe just realizing that this is a really threatening lane, so you want to make sure that the lane pushes into the tower, so then it, like, bounces back, it rebounds, rubber bands, I guess is the best term, so that Bach's going to be able to find a little bit of that extra safety for himself.
Yeah, it makes sense against the Bane and a Bristle, right? This goo, this setup with the Nightmare or the Brain Sap, doing a lot of damage.
Got the Sleepwalk as well on Why You Smile. Make sure to move the Sleepwalk away from the small camp, so it's not going to be able to block it up with that movement coming through from FY. They're really keeping us on our toes here with these pro players, with picking a bunch of stuff that we just haven't seen yet.
I gotta do the reading. Need a PhD. What does PhD even stand for?
Pretty hard degree.
Pretty hard degree, okay.
Bro, I did a master's and it was hard as hell, so I can't imagine what a PhD was.
Jeez, I dropped out of uni like 3 times, man. Let's
probably the
not
best
get into this. ADHD brain did not enjoy the university life. Oh, look at that. The sleepwalk onto height is being cliffed. FY is being cliffed by a Bane. Has to TP down to tier 1 tower again, but that is incredible.
You love to see it. So I wonder if now, like, I guess he still kind of wants to stay in this lane for a little bit, but I mean, if Y wanted to go for like a first blood rotation through either the twin gate or TPing, you probably could up to the top side. You know Nyx isn't going to be able to join in, and most of the time when you're playing a Nature's Prophet, you're the one that wants to get the outnumber going, and that won't be the case.
Man, this mid lane is pretty fun, honestly. So often we saw this Kotl versus Sniper, Sniper versus Zeus, Zeus versus Kotl, and they sit back, they farm, they go to large camp, they stack, they farm, they come back to lane, they farm. But this puck is honestly making Kotl's life a little challenging, chipping him down, putting him low HP, gathering up water runes, forcing Kotl to kind of release the horses early as well, so he doesn't immediately blast the wave. And this means that Kotl also doesn't get to farm that large camp just yet. It's also being scouted out by FY, who's coming across into this mid lane, and pressure just keeps coming in onto Echo.
I'm just looking at Y chasing down FY, just saying, no, 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 you're not going to be able to do anything. Don't try and disrupt what my core is trying to do, because you know he's just wanting to cliff him again. I think that's a deliberate decision by FY to stay away from that area.
The Hawk landing on the Tianming, Witch Doctor healing through with the Voodoo Restoration. Stays up and running through the Brambles and the Hawks. PYW also took a bit of a battering there as well. This is a funny game, this is. Nyx versus Bane in the jungle. They're still just juking around and dancing.
So many 1v1s happening across the entire map, it feels like. He's just looking to steal away a few of the creeps, right? Using the Mind Flare for it. Why not? Disrupt some of that Kotl scaling potential.
Take it for yourself. Get that XP. You go. Cask up at top. Not going to bounce. Tianming caught in the Brambles now as well. Might actually just straight up die to PYW. Stuck around for too long, and First Blood is there for the Dark Willow. It was inevitable. I'm Dark Willow.
Scottish accent.
She's not even Scottish. If you wanted a Scottish Dark Willow, you can talk like this.
She's a little Scottish, isn't she? What would she call her?
I don't know. Dark Willow and Luna accents are a little bit wonky for me. Like they're like borderline Scottish, but they're also like borderline Northern English, Welsh, Northern Irish. You know, they've got like lots of elements of the British Isles, but they're not really an accent from a region.
You just have to go back to the Willow copy pasta, right? The regionally ambiguous accent.
Yeah. It really is. I know a fair amount of Scottish people who are like, wait, she's Scottish? You know? That's what it's meant to be. Yeah, Dark Willow. Doing a ton of work in that top lane, being very irritating. You got to do it when Beastmaster is a little bit behind in the last hits. 26 and 6 on low, 18-5 for the Beastmaster. Here for New. And he is buying into that helm.
What region do we still need a nationality for like a hero, you know?
Oh, I guess there's plenty, huh?
Give me a Kazakhstan, you know?
Yeah.
I guess Borat wasn't exactly a
you
true to life representation. Yeah,
you know,
a lot of people didn't really like that what he did.
But you know, if you go on IMDb and you look at Borat's reviews, yeah, you know, I don't know if it's like, you know, a 3.5 out of 5 star rating or whatever, but every single 1-star rating is from Kazakhstan. You know, they had a massive like social media campaign of just like, screw this guy, screw that movie, it's rude and racist against us, destroy it. Give them the 1-star ratings.
Would be fun to see though, an actual Kazakhstani accent.
I don't know, we've got a couple of, like, Death Prophet and Pango are kind of French-ish, right?
Pango? French?
Mon ami, it's me. I'm Pangolier. What are you talking about?
There's
we've got a couple of fake Scottish.
Slark's the closest to an Australian. Of course, it has to be the prisoner that is the Australian.
Pudge and Bristleback are British.
They're Cockney, yeah. Hoodwink's a Kiwi.
Yeah. And then I guess we just have like a lot of generic kind of American-y accents for everybody else. I'm Sniper.
just classic American accent.
Oh, he's a little man with a big gun. as close as you can get.
As you can tell, there's a lot of action going on across the map right now for us to have these discussions. I'm just keen to see when Bach's actually going to be making his rotation happen, right? Because he's very close to his level 6. Maybe just with the Wisdom Rune that he's going to secure for himself, he'll feel like maybe you can look to make a move, but FY, maybe not until he's got the Vendetta, right? You want to be able to set up for a lot of that burst damage. Although,
I mean, Bach could
walking up into new.
Yeah, if they just scout people out, Bach could launch out that Wrath of Nature, TP in somewhere, and maybe off the back of a stun, get something done. FY pretty low on the mana pool right now, though, doesn't have that stun available. Ori does have a coil for this mid lane if they want to make a play, but you see the emphasis being put here with Why You Smile rotating. Both the offlane heroes sat in the triangle defending that, guarding the stacks that they've made and tried to farm through as well. So yeah, just a gentleman's agreement to not invade. Just keep yourselves farming, sit back, sit pretty.
That's I've done my research, D-Ward, there by PYW. It's something that Azure has done pretty much every single game. As FY, he's actually the one that's getting gone onto, but here's the TP.
Yeah, they're coming with numbers. All of a sudden, out of the woodwork, 4 heroes up here. FY gonna get clipped by the Illuminate as Ori, Solar Bind on him, dropping low, but jaunts away from the Dark Willow. Why You Smile? He's getting tagged up, but Lifestealer and Witch Dog having to back up now. Another Solar Bind, Illuminate, clips onto the Witch Doctor, so they get the 2-for-1 trade in the end.
Alright, that's a nice little response to that first rotation, right? I think the key thing was, I was talking all about in the draft, Puck is a coddle counter. We've seen that time and time again, but the Dreamcaller didn't actually land onto Echoes that time around. It only landed onto the Bane, I believe, so Why You Smile was able to just back off in time, just with his sleepwalk, getting himself back to safety, and yeah, you just saw how much offensive threat was being able to be launched out as well. Ori, just with the 1 point in the phase shift too, wasn't able to completely dodge out that Illuminate.
Back to farming we go.
I want a prediction, Gary.
Huh?
When is the Greaser Gree going to be used by the Witch Doctor?
When is the Gree going to be used? What does it even do?
Gives you money when you die from like your death gold, basically, and it just slowly ticks up. So it has to be consumed at some point.
I don't know, minute 14.
Sure, let's go with that.
When do you think it's... Well, you must have an answer. You must have an answer, right? No?
Absolutely not. It's just putting it out there in the world.
Cannot be dropped or placed in the backpack, but can be put into normal inventory slots.
At least it's better than the Warlock one, which just takes up your neutral slot until you use it. So it's like, you're giving up something pretty significant. For position 5, that tier 1 neutral item is like all you've got for the first 15 minutes of the game.
It fills the slot, makes you look like you've got 6 slotted.
Mm-hmm.
Makes you feel strong and powerful with your grimoire. Your gree.
Another Vanguard here coming through from Shiro.
Oh, hell yeah. We've gone from 0 Vanguards to like 5 today. Freaking wild. Oh, look at this. Tianming, Voodoo Restoration, farming jungle as a pos 5. Feels good, man.
And his mana's going up all during it, right? Like, with that clarity popped, with, a decent amount of mana regeneration for himself from the raindrops, from the arcane ring, you can just do this pretty consistently. I guess that's the thing that Big Decisions Lanham was going for with this Nyx Assassin draft, is, they don't actually catch Why You Smile here, with the rotation coming through. Still have the Nature's Call, though.
On a coil. Nightmare there to try and drag him away. Is that going to snap it? No, not quite. And the turnaround play here from Echo comes in. That Solar Bind as Ori. Do they have a stun? Anything? The damage? Ooh, not quite enough to finish him off. So Nyx down, Puck back to Fountain, and a move not paying off there for Azure Ray.
But you can certainly greet it up with these supports that typically weren't able to do it previously, right? As Why You Smile gives a bit of a high five over to Faith Beyond's Treant. It's actually a pretty decent battle that they were going on, but the Bane ends up winning in the end. Yeah, just to be able to A, jungle, or B, just nuke neutral creeps every now and then with the 1 point in the Mind Flare. You see there as well, the 1 point Spike Carapace, just to turn around that damage from the Coddle. I feel like that's going to be pretty impactful. And FY, he's the main one that I'm looking here on Azure to be the one making the I don't even know if it's like the big plays, but he's the most important hero for mine. You need to be spike carapacing the Keeper of the Light. You need to be using the Vendetta to set up for kills with a Nature's Call, and you need to be putting your body in the way to take this Helm of the Dominated creep and Mind Flare it every single time, because News just picked it up. So if you were able to just keep killing that creep, that's going to give you a ton of net worth to be able to play around.
Oh, it's massive. Going to contend with a lot of other heroes, though. You know, looking at Shiro here, top of the net worth, level 10, nearly level 11, as he plants himself near enemy ancients to clear them out, push the wave back, and nothing really answering this Bristleback just yet. It has been a very slow-paced game, as we'll see Ori in the mid lane poke at Why You Smile, maybe even finish him off here with a coil, but a nightmare and a move away gets him out of danger.
Did you see that? He used the Sleepwalk to snap the coil while he was still in the invulnerable bits, so actually didn't end up taking any damage. Very clever.
Yeah, tried to do it in that bottom river fight as well. As up at top,
hold on.
They will catch up to the Beastmaster here. Maledict Death Ward dropped onto New. He'll roar up the Nyx, but he's down and out. The turnaround, though, from Echo and PYW. Massive damage to blow them all up. 3 down for the price of 1, while the Bane is going to catch on to the Pug here. Ori trying to Waning Rift and Illusory Orb Jaunt off to the right-hand side, but slowed down to a crawl. Curse Crown was on him. Blind Soul of Blind, and with this Vessel on him, Ori another Jaunt, potentially with 12-1 charges, but the Brambles dodged for now. The Goose stacking up and coming with a Nightmare on him. Ori all stuck and trapped, held in place, killed off and dead. 4 for 1 in the end. LGD punching back big time.
And that's even without the Fiend's Grip available on Why You Smile as well. I mean, we talked about the importance of FY to be able to set up for a lot of that stuff, and they did, but just going in a little bit too deep considering how strong Echoes is at this point in the game with the Boots of Travel as well, just instantly able to, you know, join in onto any fight that he feels like. And, well, we also saw the impact of just the 1 point in the Enfeeble as well coming out from Why You Smile. It means that Puck isn't quite as nimble, I guess is the best word that you could use for it. As still not level 6, but they feel like they can look to invade and steal away this Wisdom Rune from where Bark is farming. Get a bit of info. Very quick reaction time from him, but he's still going to get caught.
Yeah, absolutely. Down and out here. Shiro going to come in with a big damage as FY's Nyx Assassin going to wander over. Infest Bomb, 2-man stun, committing in onto Shiro's Bristleback. Oh, he's a tanky fella here as they turn around with the grip from Why You Smile, catching up the lifesteal, holding him back. Maledict down. Kill off the Bane. They save the Bristleback, getting him out of danger. No issues there for LGD to come in, get a core kill, make life a living hell for Azure Ray here in Game 2.
Indeed. You know, they're just constantly going for these deep attempts, and they're very happy to give up the Bane for it. They even tried a cheeky little play there with the Nightmare Sleepwalk from one Bramble into another, just to try and, you know, get that double up of the damage coming through. So these players, they just find the little things, don't they, Gary, to be able to, you know, eke out every little bit of efficiency that they can.
Yeah, it's all the nifty little moves. That's what we're looking for. New patch, new moves. And the dances back and forth between the players.
This feels just as much of like a fight between Lanham and Jiawei as opposed to just the 5 players actually playing. You know, how is your understanding of the patch? Have you found any cheeky little features, well, we can call them, that are a little bit more exploitable?
Big man pulling the strings. This is an important timing now, though, for Azure Ray. Smoked up with Ori having the Switchblade. Orchid on the Nature's Prophet. Trying to play forward and catch someone out, but it looks like LGD sitting back just enough to hide away from them. And PYW might get caught up here, but in the end, that'll just be a support kill and not too bad. In the end, it's not going to happen. Azure Ray heading down to bottom now instead to maybe try and find the Bane. A push on the tier 1 tower would be good as well, as Why You Smile pings it out, saying, we're going to just let this one die.
They know. Oh,
I see the Bane.
Sees him.
FY spotted by the Bane himself, and now the TPs start to come in. It looks like they do want to try and defend this bottom lane. Even with the tower gone, they want to fight back into it. Next Assassin nightmared up, the Witch Doctor being run at here and blown up. Tianming just disappears to the Bedlam and the Illuminate. Incredible immediate damage here from LGD.
Yeah, even just PYW immediately going into the Shadow Realm as well, making sure that he's going to dodge out the cast damage onto him. Really not under any sort of threat there, so really nice positioning by Why You Smile to be able to set up for all of that. Still, though, they did take a tier 1 tower, right? So they've got a little bit more room to be able to play around. Are they going to be able to get a kill here? No, I think that'd be just a little bit too deep with even the TP being teased to be able to come in. Can they kill him? I don't know if they can.
That's a pretty hard one. Looks like he's out there and very close to his blink dagger now. Witch Doctor still has the Gree, right? We've not consumed it yet. He's got his little token.
50 Shades of Gree coming through from him as FY. Now he'll be able to find Why You Smiled. Not going to be quick enough on the fingers to be able to survive through this. Not even needing to use the Orchid on Buck as well. So if they wanted to keep the pressure up, you've still got the Dream Coil available. Maybe they go for another smoke immediately after it, or if they actually run out. No, you've got one available here on Tianming, but it was in his backpack, so it might just take him a little bit too long. And by that time, looks like LGD feel like they're happy enough to go into Roshan. Okay.
Ancient Granite Golem. Inner Beast going. And Shiro here just gonna whack into the big man. Doesn't look like does your Ray have any idea this is going on?
No, and they've avoided that scary time, you know, where the Nyx Assassin was actually a counter to going the Helm of the Dominator, to getting a lot of that free gold, basically, you know, the plus 200 or whatever it is that you're able to get every single time you kill the Helm of the Dom creep. Now it's a Helm of the Overlord, so you don't get that instant creep pop anymore.
Oh, he's going Dagon straight up as his item there, FY. Gree doesn't say how much gold is in it, does it? I was trying to hover over it and figure out. So it's just, it does there. Okay, 564. Thank you. I'm blind. I was like hovering over the item, trying to find it, and of course it's just a debuff on the bar, as it should be. There's a lot of debuffs in this game. A lot of buffs and stuff on that bar now. Let's look at this Bristleback. Soul Ring, Granite Golem. He's got tons of stuff here to whack into this tier 2 tower. The Rights of Elishar. And Warpath.
Warpath. That's simple stuff.
Mana Magnifier. Phase Boots. Just name everything he's got. Yeah, easy tier 2 here for LGD. Collapsing on that top lane, using his Aegis now to take control of the majority of the map. Well, Azure Ray still trying to kind of scramble out and find their foothold. Now with Radiance up on the Lifestealer, and a good move from FY. Scouting Echoes, Keeper of the Light, landing the stun, and in they come. Chain Disable, the Keeper of the Light. Down he goes there to Tianming, but the turnaround Roar. Axe is thrown, TP's coming in with Shiro showing his face in his mid lane now. The Hawk will root up the Lifestealer. In the back, the Death Ward's going and the Bane is killed off, but look at low. This Lifestealer, he's dropping, has to infest into the Witch Doctor to try and run away. Buck, he's going to sprout up Shiro now, but might be in trouble as he's stuck around a little too long and he's just getting whacked around by the mace of the Bristleback.
His last gasp of air, he just summons one of those cordyceps zombies through, but it just gets picked off instantly by Shiro, and yeah, just going in a little bit too deep. I was thinking maybe that Roar was a little bit optimistic, especially considering your main damage source had already died.
Oh, we're going back in.
Beastmaster creeps. Yeah, hold on, he's still invested.
Yeah, Lifestealer comes out, and Maledict is used up. Witch Doctor's taking an absolute pummeling here. Chucked into the ground by the Ancient Granite Golem, and now Why You Smile with the grip, saving up the Beastmaster until that final bit of damage takes him over. Low going for the TP out and helped by FY to escape. Ori has an Illusory Orb, Blink Dagger in 5 seconds, Solar Bind and Spirit Vessel on him, and that damage is overwhelming.
They're certainly not the cleanest team fights either way, are they? You know, it just feels like a scrap every single time coming out to individual skill. There's no clear, like, all right, this is the method of us looking to play the map. As even Bark now, he's the one that's always wanting to be the main focus if they're trying to open up this map a little bit. They will be able to find him. Will they get the Nightmare up in time? Yes, they will.
I got him. Yeah, I'm really struggling to, like, feel who's coming out on top in these fights, right? Like, LGD, they're the ones with the Aegis, and they're the ones fighting on their side of the river, so it kind of feels bad to be there defending your tier 2 with Azure Ray running at you. So I think it's good that Azure Ray are making these moves happen. Even if they lose out in the team fight and the net worth swap and the XP difference, I think it's okay just keeping them away from your tier 2s, right? But you can't bleed out continually, you know, getting a kill on the Nyx Prophet bottom, maybe finding FY up at top. Beastmaster, probably not able to finish him off here with a wise TP from FY to get out. But yeah, they've not really been able to utilize this Aegis to the fullest. Now it's nice, though, they get to move into the Tormentor and tier 2s at long last, but they have been held back decently by Azure Ray.
Exactly, and I think the other thing is as well, they're not exactly a huge amount of net worth ahead either, right? Like, it's only 4k. If you're considering you're playing with a Keeper of the Light draft and a Bristleback that's just able to take all these stacks that they've been able to make up for him, you're probably wanting to be just a little bit further ahead, but you got to say that their timing is basically now, right? You've got a BKB finished up for Shiro. He's level 18 after this this creep wave, and you've got shards galore to be able to play with on your supports. Level 12 as well on the Dark Willow and Banes, so big power spikes coming through from them. I'd be really surprised if we didn't see like a smoke coming in the next little bit. Even a power rune they could look to yoink up.
Yeah, they want to get Shiro involved in these fights. Like out-leveling everyone else by like 3. Massive net worth up on him. 2 grand ahead of the Lifestealer. Just need to get him to a part of the map where he's able to unload all the quill sprays. And right now looks like
Sentry's really on the top side of the map, so FY, a lot of this patrolling is actually going to be successful in understanding, you know, where a lot of these people are making engagements. He might spy echoes here, which would be a big target for him to be able to go on, but it's a fresh BKB on the Keeper of the Light that'll certainly give him a lot of safety if he's quick enough. It's getting to the point where they're, you know, that much net worth ahead that you probably do need the extra Vendetta damage to actually kill this Keeper.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And right now, Azure Rage are dodging. I'm gonna let this LGD side take what they want. You don't want to meet them head on right now, but you're gonna have to defend your base at some point.
No.
A dragon, the Bristleback, they're up your high ground. Low trying to drag the wave around with the Radiance there, but the dragon and the Bristleback just going straight for the Jugular, straight for that tier 3. Ori gonna jump in, poke at them a little bit here, but Shiro just doesn't feel bothered by any of this. He is he's the big bad in this game.
Mm-hmm. And not even needing to do it all on his own. He's got his little henchman, the Ancient Black Dragon, to be able to help him out. You've also got a little bit of that Inner Beast aura coming through as well, so quite nice.
Oh, they saw it. Echo knows that sentry, and he sees the Nyx. He's already used his carapace as well. Infest is inside of him, so Lifestealer wanting to get the hell away from here as Shiro started to gun towards them.
You can't initiate onto this Bristleback. He's way too tanky. He's way too farmed at this stage. 4 levels ahead of the Lifestealer. They want to try and find a way to be able to get onto the backline, but the thing that won Why You Smile at TI was his positioning. So he's never just going to be in that position to have the Nightmare Save denied away, to have the Enfeeble, which is really restricting a lot of the movements coming out from Ori quite heavily, and of course the Fiend's Grip for that Lifestealer, especially when he's going to, you know, try and get that rage and commit to the fight.
Do you have this feeling of inevitability about LGD's draft?
I don't know. Just because I feel like they're so far ahead right now, and they're barely winning a few of these team fights, right? I always have the feeling that Keeper of the Lights just don't become heroes once it gets past like 40 or so minutes into the game. It really feels like you do fall prey to being a whole lot weaker. As, hold on, Why You Smile, I've actually put out a puck down here on the bottom side.
They've got the grip, yeah. Nightmare into grip, good TP silence from Bach to save Ori. TP out, not gonna happen. Shiro does so much damage, and now the fear into Cursed Crown. A double kill, 2 cores down. Maybe that answers my question, Danog, because I was gonna rebut with I do not see how this Bristleback is going to be dealt with.
It does feel a little bit like that, but it might also just be one of these instances where you just don't focus the Bristle. You know, it's got to be finding the backlines. It's got to be bursting down these squishier targets, and I do feel like they've got the heroes to be able to do it, right? There's a lot of damage that can come through from a level 2 Wrath of Nature, from a Vendetta hit, and that's why it's so important that they've gotten this far ahead, that only 25 minutes in, Echoes has the freedom to carry around a gem, so if he sees them trying to go in onto him, he's got the potential to BKB before a lot of that damage comes out. Again, they're just trying to wrap things out across the map though. Low, pushing into that tier 2 tower, just trying to get something in exchange here.
And this could be a couple of lanes of barracks though. Shiro straight up to high ground, charging towards FY. The stacks of Quill Spray is getting a little annoying there, but it'll shift towards the buildings now instead. And yeah, you're pushing out top lane and getting what you can, but you're losing your buildings in your base.
Low's sticking around down here. He's begging someone to have to TP back. will just get that last little bit of the glyph coming through. We'll get refreshed after this melee Rax goes down, so it's not a complete waste.
Ori?
Oh, actually, nice
That's
jump.
a big jump in from Ori.
Oh,
Three-man
this is
coil.
though.
Nyx Assassin, the Infest is there. Low will jump out, trying to fight back. Rage and run is the name of the game for him, though. They've lost one barracks in the middle lane, and the efforts of Ori there, tremendous jump in, but nothing really happening afterwards.
It's going to get more and more difficult as well. I mean, you've got the Assault Cuirass as well, not just for himself, but just to, again, buff up this Helm of the Overlord creep. You can just let him be the one on the front lines. You don't really need to have anyone in any sort of danger, and that was without a Fiend's Grip as well, so you probably end up killing off low if he's able to pick that one up. At least he's finished up the Sanjin Yasha for himself, so a little bit of a nice survivability bonus for him. But can't be missing too many of those impales on FY. He needs to make sure they land every single time.
Azure need something to go their way now. They need a connection off this. They need some big core kills. I mean, ideal situation here is they win a team fight, get into Roche, get an Aegis, and maybe they can level the playing field a little bit. First steps first, though.
Roche is the one. Oh, they'll know that someone's taken the Lotus right now, but again, it's with
FY, Ori, the
Did
damage.
BKB?
They're blowing up the Kotal, didn't get off the BKB. Shiro, Maledict is on him, but he BKBs and like one shot to the Witch Doctor almost. Massive physical damage from the Bristleback as Bach in the back lines gets shredded down by New. Low is dead to Shiro. This Bristleback cannot be stopped. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised just to see the G's come out now. You saw how much damage Shiro did, and they've got the grip onto Ori's pug.
He got greedy.
Absolutely disgusting damage from Shiro. Look at that, 6,500 damage. Yeah, GG.
Yeah.
It's like you can't deal with this Bristleback, man. I'm coming for you.
It certainly didn't help. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Britt. It certainly didn't help in that last fight.
I
don't think that Low didn't re-enable his Radiance as well. He wanted to keep it off so the smoke wasn't detected, so they could find that initial jump, but it didn't have it on, meant that the Bristle was dealing even more of that right-click damage coming through at the very end there, and of course, some of his damage as well was not as much of a factor, but equaling up the series are LGD. This is what I was expecting to see a little bit more. Good synergy as well between, a couple of these supports. I thought Why You Smile played a very, very good game of Dota on his Bane, and you just see how heavily they needed to commit to be able to kill anything, and just the instant responses coming through from everyone. Look at all that burst damage that they're able to output from Echoes and Shiro especially.
Yeah, just incredible, right? Like Illuminate, Bedlam, and a few Krill sprays. People disappear off your screens immediately. And this is even before you've unlocked the Fiend's Grip on Bane or anything like that. You're just blasting them down. This Solar Bind, incredibly useful across the board here, for enabling all of your heroes. And this is why, Keeper of the Light first pick, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And very, very good reason behind it. I mean, I did like some of the answers to it with the Nyx Assassin and the Puck, but I really think that Beastmaster was the one that, yes, Bristle got crazy out of control, right? But Beastmaster, to me, whenever I see a Nyx Assassin and a Witch Doctor, I'm like, how are we supposed to clear some of these waves, my guy? That's always going to be the biggest issue. So, considering they didn't punish the Helm of the Dominator timing, they didn't slow down you getting into the Helm of the Overlord, you had a mega tanky creep who also was providing a huge aura and could siege towers for free, and you needed to commit into that before you could even try to get onto the backline. So it was a bit of a rough one. The Nature's Prophet, I feel like Bach did the most that he could to try and rat out the map, but I just don't think it was the hero for the situation.
I didn't feel particularly good. Like, you could see the merits in it with that Orchid Rush. Yes, you're able to play with the Nyx Assassin, which felt good in some instances, but yeah, as that map got smaller and smaller and LGD brought the pain with their 5-man moves, it just was never going to work out. You couldn't find that individual pick-off, that one target with the Nyx Assassin that was going to get blown up by the Puck and the Prophet. It just wasn't going to happen, especially post-BKB timing here from LGD, as Shiro, ending the game with some pretty tremendous statistics, but just thinking back to that last fight where he's got max warpath going in, Witch Doctor went from 100% HP to like 20% with one swipe of his mace. The Lifestealer, the position 1 carry with Radiance and tanky items, gets like 4-shot by a Bristleback. It's just nutty level of power and strength there from Shiro. Like, great last pick. definitely argue about that draft until the cows come home, because like you've been saying, it's been a battle between Lanham and Shao 8. We'll see how that battle continues as the Puppet Masters pull the strings in the draft. We'll figure out what's going to be happening in Game 3 as that's coming your way right around the corner.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Beautiful stuff there from LGD to tie things up one apiece now between them and Azure Ray as we continue this road to the international with the Chinese regional qualifiers. Best of 3, upper bracket, a chance to go to the upper bracket final with, of course, that chance to qualify for TI with potentially 1 win here and then a BO3 to go. That's 4 games maximum to get to TI. A massive, massive chance here for either of these squads to, take down one another and then go up against Team Zero in the upper bracket final, which is honestly kind of surprising for everyone involved. That's not G2IG up there ready and waiting for them. Honestly, getting a read on these drafts in these games is like a battle of wits and minds, right, between Lanham and Shao8, the puppet masters pulling the strings and pulling out these drafts. Very difficult to get a grasp on what's going, and that last pick Bristleback was beautiful.
It was indeed. If I see a Bristleback, I want to see it position 1, no position 3s, right? When I first saw it, I was honestly thinking, back in from a few games ago when it tried to combo together with a gyrocopter, I'm like, okay, so he's went the nasal goof acid. Who's he actually enabling this game? And it turns out he was just enabling himself to be able to just keep on going in and take so many of those stacks, right? I think that can't be underestimated as well. Despite everything else that was going on, you still had your supports making stacks while playing defensively, while surviving. PYW didn't have a single death that entire game, and we saw how Why You Smile was just able to delay it out that little bit further. So, like you said, game 3, we're going to be going in, and a little bit differently, LGD actually go ahead and choose second pick. So we've seen a lot of first picks chosen at the start of today just because of, how busted people feel a lot of these heroes are. We're going to see another Witch Doctor come out for Tianming, but last time around he didn't end up using the Gree, unfortunately, so he had probably by that point like at least 1,000 gold just ready to go that never came off.
You know it's serious when Shao is going to put on his glasses, huh? Game 1 and 2, no glasses for the draft. Now he's put them on. It's like analysis time. Time to activate the full brain power here and get ourselves into game 3. As we do get another Witch Doctor for Azure Ray. And so far they've won 1, lost 2 with this hero. And I guess quickly through the bans as Clockwork, a nice pick in that first spot. THN, Storm, SF, Beastmaster, Kotl, Tiny, and Vengeful Spirit. So we are left in with heroes like Weaver, and Mars was banned previously, Dark Willow, of course, still out there as well as the Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Phoenix has been able to slip on through. I thought that would be very heavily prioritized by LGD in particular. Y absolutely loves playing it. I'm just having a quick look, actually, at the skill build that Tianming ended up going for. Looks like he put an early point into the Paralyzing Cask, and I feel like that's specifically because he was going up against the Beastmaster, right? Like, he wanted to make sure that he had a way to be able to deal with those boars. You just get such a huge XP boost if you're able to do that, but that's not really what you're picking the Witch Doctor for these days, right? You honestly end up ignoring any points at all in the cask until, like, level 8 if you're really happy with how things are going, and you're playing off the big strength that comes through from that Voodoo Resto just being way too overpowered. So I think one of the other things as well is they just need to get rid of some of these heals that are coming through as well. The Keeper of the Light kind of put a dent in those plans to just gradually win team fights just through a war of attrition, so that's been removed as well. Maybe just considering getting rid of something like the Chen could be another possibility for them. Force... Oh no, Chen's already been banned out, so that's not going to be an issue, but the Enchantress I could certainly see happen. OD though, huh? I mean, Ori plays a pretty reasonable OD, and if you're going to go the mana allergy against the Leshrac, you can end up just, planting your feet and fighting against the Leshrac.
And good Hurricane Pike buyer as well to get out of Clockwork Cogs. And Weaver, maybe a similar story there. We'll see where the Weaver goes. Could still be flexed between that position 1 and 4, depending where it goes. Yeah, LGD with an early Leshrac pick here, really kind of setting the stage a little bit. I'm going to be able to come out that mid lane decently and get involved very early on. And it's a lovely hero to play into as a Clockwork, right? You can set up for the Split Earth, you can play into his lane early on and guard his runes. Just a nice hero combination already.
Just trying to think, like, what is LGD's strategy going to be now, right? You're playing with the Leshrac, so is this... We're going to be focusing around, taking out these towers early on when the Weaver... the OD and Witch Doctor are still relatively weak? And if so, do you go something else to enable that sort of thing? Like an Enchantress, for example, that might be able to just close out a huge portion of the map. I don't think you can get away with the DK, just because you've already got the Lesh.
I was going to ask.
Yeah, no. Especially into the OD as well, right? That just feels really awkward. To me, I do still need one thing that the DK provides, which is that instant catch, right? And the way to be able to catch specifically the OD, because if you don't, then you've always got that save potential to be able to come through, right? You might be able to land the hook shot and, into a cogs. OD's got enough cast range to still get off the astral imprisonment, right? So I'm just wanting more ways to be able to control the overall team fight. That's why it's good that they were able to get rid of the Beastmaster, and honestly, the Mars is pretty good too as a ban from Azure to prevent that save potential. But Darkseer Clockwork, tale as old as time.
With a Lesh as well. And speaking about how I like the pairing of Lesh with Clock, now you add a Darkseer in there as well. A setup from the Bane. This is like a draft built to really just enable the Lesh time and time again, whether it's individual heroes, a duo roaming gank, or the massive 5-on-5 team fights. Vacuum people into cogs, land the Split Earth with a shard, get people just destroyed by the Pulse Nova.
Feels pretty good. And even just like, I think Enfeeble is still being slept on, Gary. Like, it has a huge cast range. So if you get any sort of vision on the OD, you don't need to land the Fiend's Grip. You just need to make sure that you've got that Enfeeble onto the OD, and then suddenly you're so much weaker. You're not getting some of that right-click damage coming through, in addition to, of course, the Arcane Orb, but also you're just not as easily able to save if someone other than yourself does get caught out. So it does feel a little bit like they might be on a bit of a timer right now from LGD, because eventually you are going to get into this point where OD is going to have the Aghanim Scepter, and then even if he's the one that gets gone on, you've got enough sustain for yourself. You'll have enough damage from potentially the Weaver. We don't know if Weaver's position 1 or a position 4 yet, to go back the other way. So that's really what I'm looking for here. Doom, I was just about to suggest like something that's going to provide negative healing, right? Brain Sap won't care. Greaves won't care. Leshrac Bloodstone won't care. AA, I think, would be a little awkward. Like a Weaver AA lane doesn't feel all that great. But Doom, certainly. Doom Weaver, that's a recipe for danger.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, this Doom OD can just take multiple people out of the fights, right? When we're thinking about how we were entering fights in the previous games, astraling one, dooming another, and then focusing the third with your Weaver and your Witch Doctor, it can cause a lot of problems here if you're able to kind of isolate and separate the fight into multiple different parts. It's going to come down to, what this Weaver's going to be. Is it a pos 4 or a carry? I'm still not entirely sure how I feel about a carry Weaver in this kind of game when you're against a decent amount of lockdown and a lot of spill and magic damage that can come your way. But of course, BKB exists if the game drags on, just to tank yourself up quite nicely. But we do also need a carry for LGD as well, right? Playing into OD and Doom. What do you even pick here?
It's not a sniper game, is it? If you're able to play up against the OD, just stay at range, basically. Yeah. Stay the hell away from absolutely everyone. They're getting rid of an Earthshaker here with the bans coming through, so obviously a lot of respect's being given over to FY. They think that it has the potential for it to be a position 1 Weaver. The thing that they do need stuns, for sure. That is one area that Azure is absolutely lacking, because they want to make sure that they're maxing out, again, the Voodoo Restoration, as opposed to the Paralyzing Cask on the Witch Doctor. That's one area I think they felt like they fell behind pretty heavily. But I want something that can either build into an Orb of Corrosion or a Skadi, right? I don't think you can lean entirely on this Doom, who's probably going to go that Veil Shiva's build again for your minus armor purposes. If you can just get something else on top of that, I think is going to be such a beneficial tool. Maybe if it is a Weaver 4 into the Vessel, not that bad.
10 seconds remaining.
But there's still pretty upset on the fact that this is a Weaver 1.
Yeah.
A lot of burst damage.
Yeah, I just don't know how I feel about FY playing Weaver, I want him, like you've been saying the entire series, I want him to be on a Tusk, on a Nyx, an Earthshaker, something that can kind of roam around, get into the thick of things, and FY is, the dictator of the team fights. He's like, this is the target we go on. I'm in the middle of them, let's go. I've got the stuns. Yeah. I've got the dance moves.
Does feel like if they went something like the Rubik, though, then it's just a little low on damage for me. They wouldn't be able to get enough done, especially against a Leshrac.
No need to carry
really nice spells to steal.
This Broodmother just being permanently banned. Something's going on with the funky old Brood. And what is your carry hero here?
I
10
just
seconds remaining.
I feel like they want the Weaver to be one as well, right? The more I think about it, it's just that you want to stay at range from the Leshrac. So there's probably going to be like some Hurricane Pike Weaver game where you get the extra attack range. You don't necessarily need to be in melee range against a Darkseer Clockwork lane, and you've also got a way to get out of the cogs if you are indeed caught. Natural Lincoln's Buyer as well, which they basically have nothing to proc it outside of Lightning Storm and Enfeeble.
I think also looking at this, the way that LGD banning and the way that we've kind of been talking ourselves into this position 1 Weaver, we need a. I think LGD also need one of these stand your ground ranged heroes. So I kind of want some kind of gap close coming in from Azure Ray, and maybe here, Blink Daggers on Shadow Shaman, Doom, etc. could get on top of people and get the job done. But last pick, are we still thinking about like the Drow range and stuff like that again?
I don't hate it. I think you're going to be able to get a lot of work done. Just anything that has the ability to quickly clear out lanes as well. Okay, they're going for a little bit more of that burst for themselves. I guess another stun is always going to be a good thing. I'm just a little worried about what Lowe could potentially do this game. Like, I think he's got a lot of save for himself. If he does end up getting Fiend's Grip, you've got the save from Ori. You've also just got the basic Dispel coming from FY as well with his Shadow Shaman, right? So if you're caught in the Enfeeble, you can just use the Cluster Clock to be able to get that little bit of a save off too.
The joy in your voice when you get to say some of these facet names.
Love it.
Cluster Clock. That is so good.
The Cluster Clock, the giant cogs coming through as well. We love it.
What's it called? Something armature? Metal armature. Expanded.
Expanded armature.
That's the one.
Everyone loves an expanded cog, that's for sure.
Jeez, Daniel, calm down. It's early in the morning. People are just waking up and having their breakfast.
It is a morning thing for sure, but, well, here we go. We get into game number 3 coming through here between Azure and LGD. Remember, what's at stake, Gary? Top 3 in the qualifiers, where only 2 from the China region are able to move on through to TI proper to take on Team Zero. And even if they're not successful there, to have the double chance to be able to go down immediately into the losers final and potentially play for one more chance to be able to get on through. They already know that they're not going to be going up against G2IG in that upper bracket, and I'm sure that's something that these guys might be licking their lips. Azure in particular, they've got a really good record against Team Zero, so they want to be the gatekeepers once again.
Man, we get into this conversation once again, right? Like you're saying, the winner of this BO1 goes through to upper bracket final against Team Zero, then they're a series away from qualifying. And looking at the bracket, the way it's gone down, G2IG have dropped down. They'll be playing against the winner of Dark Horse versus Kev later today. But the loser of this series right now, LGD Gaming or Azure Ray, plays against the winner of Team Turtle versus Spiky Gaming, which we're kind of hoping is Team Turtle, right? Team Turtle against LGD could be pretty hype in that lower bracket quarterfinals. Man, we've got
absolutely
some massive names, massive teams here as we do head into this final game of the series, basically down to a BO1 now to figure out who heads into that upper bracket final. Azure against LGD in a closer fought battle. And it's so many of these games, Danog, in this qualifier, and I guess just in this patch, we've been hammering this point home. It's just draft, draft, draft. Do you think either of these teams have a major upper hand in the draft here in Game 3?
I don't think it's a major upper hand. I think this Shadow Shaman pick does solve a lot of the issues that they were having on Azure. They don't really have anyone that's great at pushing towers early on. Also, the Weaver as a position 1 makes a lot of sense to me. You've also got a lot of, more AoE damage now to be able to save, and, the more they go into a lot of this control, that OD is just going to be so vital. So positioning is going to be really important for Azure for sure. And the Heart of Battle passive effect coming through from the Darkseer as well. I think they're going to be going for some pretty frequent skirmishes here, just to have a really speedy Darkseer so that he can, once again, like we were saying early on in the draft, enable the Shrek. This is Echo's game to be able to carry.
Oh, a quick stun, an Astral, spells being thrown around that top rune spot. Bark being body blocked a little bit by PYW, but not going to be enough.
We've even seen as a direct response to the Clockwork a little bit, I think it was Ponlo played the Snapfire and leveled up the little Shredder at level 2 just to be able to quickly clear out those cogs. They don't necessarily have any great tools to be able to do that this game. I guess the Weaver, right? You've got the Geminate attack, but most of the time you'll have used that probably for a more offensive tool.
All right, what have we got in this mid lane then? Overwhelming Devourer against the Chronoptic Nourishment of the Leshrac. Oh, yes. Chronoptic, one of our new favorite words.
Do we have the Phantasmagoria as well on the CK? Yes, we do.
We should do, right? Yeah.
Very nice.
Any other funny words?
Cluster clock.
Like we said that one already. What's Low up to? What's PYW up to? down his bottom lane is some funny stuff going on. Clockwork Dragon Creep Wave. Weaver trying to chase him. The Dire Wave brought across by Tianming to try and gather it up into the Radiant Wave.
What is happening?
Just making new lanes, aren't they? Again, we've got this battle of the wits where they don't want to honorably fight 2v2. They want to drag things around and get their levels, get their experience up onto new Dark Zeros efficiently and safely as possible against the double ranged lane.
Smartly done by Tianming, not letting just the creep wave go into the tower on its own. He's trying to connect it through as well. The supports trying to fight into the supports once more, trying to get even a little bit of a courier deny off, and yeah, like you've been saying, creep wave just gets brought to a completely new place. So this has happened a few times in a row now, right? The lane is completely dissolved and we're only 2 minutes in.
I mean, you just can't play it heads up. You gotta try and drag things around. And I guess once
you're kind of forced to do it on LGD, right? Because we've been talking about how strong this Weaver is. Just to be able to have Geminate attack and the Shikuchi at level 1, you add the Swarm to that as 2 melee heroes, it's just way, way, way too good. So the fact that they've been able to pull this lane back into a safer place to be able to, you know, a little bit more freely farm for themselves, get their own level 2 up in, you know, decent time. I think LGD should be pretty happy with that. I think PYW wasn't necessarily going to try and get low inside of the cogs, was trying for a little bit of the pushback there, but he'll be happy enough. Just getting a bit of that mana burnt.
Yeah, some good denies there as well, reducing the farm of Low, who is not too happy with the way things are going down here. And trying to drag the wave back to his own tower, so very well done by LGD to give that bit of space to Darkseer. Like you say, get to the level 2 and 3 that bit faster. As offlane definitely can output a lot of damage once they get on top of people, but it's kind of hard to do that against a Weaver with Shikuchi. Really just going to focus on the Witch Doctor. Yeah, Bach moves forward to Why You Smile. Chaos Bolt thrown to hold back the Doom. A Doom Shadow Shaman lane here against a CK and a Bane. It feels like LGD should have the upper hand up here as well.
Should do. I mean, maybe not so much previously, but they really dropped the nerf bat onto Shadow Shaman. It wasn't allowed to be strong for even, like, you know, a couple of days, it felt like. I think you got 3 separate nerfs to it. The Shackles and the Cluster Cluck and one other thing that's kind of just slipping my mind. I think a nerf to the Hex as well. No longer provides damage amplification. So, like, one thing I could understand. 2 things, it's like, okay, that's a pretty heavy nerf bat. But 3? It's like, what did he do to deserve this?
Well, drag back on the Doom.
One,
It's just tremendous damage, isn't it, from that CK in that laning stage. And Tianming gonna get the kill on PYW there, I guess, with a Maledict and the damage over time.
Yep.
Ticks down the Clockwork. New gonna have to salve back up. Yeah, the strength of this Weaver Witch Doctor lane very apparent. As LGD getting battered.
That was a death over 15 seconds of continuous damage coming through from the Witch Doctor there. The power of the Voodoo Restoration that we've been talking about, right? Like, it was just slowly ticking down, and eventually it was just too much for a Clockwork to be able to handle. Prior, especially to PYW, being able to get into some boots of his own. He's got the Windlace now to be able to play around with, but certainly wants to be able to create space away from the Witch Doctor, away from the Weaver especially.
PYW went on a bit of a wander. Gather up the bounty rune before coming back to lane.
Yep, he knows that OD really doesn't want to leave that lane, so may as well get a little bit of a freebie. Tried to see if there was a ward up on that high ground to get a free D-ward there with his Cogs vision, so wasn't really punished.
I block the small camp.
Sit down. Although, speaking of Newt, be able
God.
to maybe get away.
No, that damage
Maybe not.
is far too much, isn't it? He tries to heal back up with a wand, but that Maledict ticks him down. PYW now left to lap up the remaining creeps that come his way. This is a very hard lane for LGD. Like, they did very well in the first 2 minutes just to kind of weather the storm, but that's... You get into the eye of the storm, you have that little bit of calm, and then all of a sudden it comes back around again. The Hurricane strikes. As up a top lane, looks like the Doom and Shadow Shaman chipping away at Shiro enough to put him within kill threshold. So he's got to run away here, running pretty low on regen as well. Why you smile dragging the wave, but this is going to be good tower pressure. Good denies on the creeps, and going to limit Shiro's farm here as he has to heal back up very deep.
Yeah, Bane's really lucky that he's such a speedy hero. Was able to get away from that without needing the boots, as FY he's making a bit of a rotation towards here, and that's what's being pinged out at the moment. Just saying to Echoes, hey, maybe we can actually look to... Okay, wasn't expecting that on the bottom side. I have to imagine... Okay, well, I thought that would be off the back of PYW being able to get a bunch of mana birds in onto the Weaver, but apparently not.
Level 2 Iron Shell, Surge, run in, trap him and kill him. Look at that, battery assault, battery assault, battery assault, battery assault, vacuum. Stun him with the cogs. And 620 damage coming out the Darkseer, very nice. A massive kill for them, but now Maledict into Cask, Tianming. Weaver not going to Shikuchi forward. Good cogs will block them back. And PYW punches them across the bow of Azure Ray down there as well. As back up the top, it is just non-stop action. Bottom lane, top lane, wherever you look, it is aggression from both sides as Azure Ray again push Shiro back away from the creep wave and just limit the CK's farm.
So that's a lot more of what I was wanting coming out from PYW, right? Like, if he's just in position on the bottom to be constantly using those cogs off cooldown and just whack them into the Witch Doctor, into the Weaver, how are you actually supposed to get kills onto Darkseer, right? Like, you won't have mana to use the Voodoo Restoration, you won't have mana to constantly be using the Shikuchi either. So I feel like that's going to be PYW's job for this next little bit. We'll be able to soak up some of that experience for free on the bottom side after securing that Wisdom Rune.
We're doing the Twin Gate play.
Yeah, sure, they're coming up top.
Well, there's someone there waiting for them. Why You Smile says hello and Nightmare's the Witch Doctor, but probably didn't expect the Weaver to come on through as well. Leshrac coming up here. Echo wants to try and turn this into something a little bigger, but gets tagged up by the Maledict, shackled up now. The damage is coming far too quickly. Shiro will Riata Rift into FY, but he heals back up off the wand. Now the Chaos Knight surrounded and in trouble. They'll try and kill Tianming here with PYW and Why You Smile getting the job done.
Ori's here.
Shiro does retreat and fall back, but you're right, Ori is here. Takes down PYW. Oh, hang on, I've lied. That's Lou. Will get the kill in the end with a Geminate attack, while FY is still lurking, looking for the Chaos Knight in his re-entry.
Certainly not the cleanest, but 2 games in a row now. Like, very, very scattered Dota. It didn't necessarily feel like desperation going for that kill from Azure, but that TP in from Echoes was very optimistic, especially considering he doesn't have a point in the Split Earth. Maybe you could look to play around, you know, even just 1 point in it, as Bane I was about to put on the point of if he had 1 point in the Nightmare, maybe he ends up getting away anyway? Why? Not going to be able to escape, just gets the zap from the Harpy Stormcraft to Chain Lightning. But yeah, you need setup for this Leshrac, right? Like, you have no area control outside of the clockwork, and he just wasn't in a position to be able to assist him that time.
Alright, so a little challenging this early on. Shiro, Blood Grenade, Maledict, and this damage is coming in from Tianming and Bach. Is Shiro just going to die to a Witch Doctor here, trying to run away? Chaos Knight on his fancy horse, trying to TP out, but the final touch will come as Ori did die to New over in that mid lane with the wall dropped in. Super important now that Clockwork's level 6 though, because that is your primary initiation in this early to mid game. You need those hook shots, you need the cogs for the Split Earths, and of course that Darkseer with the Iron Shell on top of it.
Yeah, it was a 3-to-1 rotation, so, you know, it felt pretty natural for the OD to die in that sort of situation. I would have probably wanted, if I was LGD, to get a little bit of tower at least, damage into the tower, but they're just instantly going to go for a move down towards this bottom side, even getting a nice little bottle refill for Echoes, trying to find someone farming on the bottom side of this map in relative safety. Low. Maybe they're going to try and... Oh, actually, just an instant grip.
Straight in with the grip, right? This is the level 6 power of these supports in LGD. Grip and hook shot. The primary forms of control in the first 20 minutes, where they are the ones that are going to be setting up for the Weaver and the OD kills. And this, of course...
See how quickly they get the tower off the back of it. There's amp damage written on the bottom side. I wonder if they're going to look to try and bait this one out a little bit. Maybe put Ori on the front lines. Play around the, oh no, we don't know anything that's going on. Where could they possibly be? But
nobody here. There's nobody home. FY. Stepping up. They see Echo.
Rather Echoes.
Oh, the Death Ward Maledict. Leshrac dead. Down you go. I mean, I don't even want to say there's 2 supports doing it. I think Tianming basically just did that on his own.
Patience is a virtue, though. Like, they could have very easily opted to go for Why You Smile, but They realize he's not the one that's going to be creating all of this tempo. The main tower taker right now on LGD is going to be Echoes there, so a couple of deaths now for the Leshrac, and he's only been involved in the form of assists thus far. Even doing a good job to be able to soak up a few more of these tower hits on Tianming, knowing that he's got a point in the Voodoo Resto to be able to shake it off. As I'm not sure if you're actually going to be able to run away from this with the vacuum back in and a hook shot.
Good vacuum. Allows PYW to get on top of Ori. Drops the Santa's Eclipse onto the Maledict Clockwork, so Ori surviving. Now the Shackles back in onto Clock to get back a killing spree. Azure Ray responding very quickly to these moments of aggression from LGD and immediately smoking up now as well. They want Shiro. They want this Chaos Knight to stop farming and to be dead.
They still got the Doom. Didn't need to drop it for that previous one. Just really quick on the use of the Sanity's Eclipse, making sure to get that mana allergy debuff, and Shiro knows something's up. He knows that people have been missing off the map for far too long, so he's going to go for a bit of a dodge out here low. Oh, they're going to be able to stop him. They don't have a way to be able to root him in place. Is going to be going for that Dragonlance that we were talking about during the draft, right? It's so important for this Weaver to be able to maintain his distance away from the CK, the Leshrac, and even just be able to get out of the cogs a little bit easier.
Yeah, I mean, multiple Hurricane Pikes here, super vital for them. Weaver, OD, both very good carriers of it.
And there's that minus healing coming from the Shiva's Guard that Buck's already making his way towards after the Blink Dagger.
I love it when Bane players just sit and wait patiently to see who's coming up the staircases. As EYW makes his way up the ramp and tries to catch out Chen Ming. A little overlap there with the Death Ward and the Astral Imprisonment, but there's plenty damage with the Shackles and the Maledict ticking him over. Nothing that YU Smile could do there, even with the attempted Nightmare save. And this is your top jungle, top lane now, uninhabitable for LGD right now. They've got to swing into Ancients, move down bottom lane, try and delay and drag this game out because they need a bit of time. Yeah, greedy CK, greedy Darkseer needs to try and hit that later portion, 20 minutes plus when they've got their big items, they're ready to strike and get these big team fights going. Maybe a little bit disjointed where it feels like the Clockwork, Bane, and Leshrac want to go and fight now, and the other two cores are a little bit passive.
I'm just looking at poor Echoes and just saying, like, he's walked around a few times and just been like, hey, where's my stacks, guys? I need this to be able to farm. You know, that's what you're picking this hero for, that big burst flash farming potential, and just hasn't been all that successful in picking it up thus far. What's he got coming out to him? Just a little bit more mana regeneration. Probably going to look to play around the Voodoo Mask very shortly as well, just to be able to build up into more of that survivability early on. Just playing alongside YU Smile as well. Maybe even using him as bait a little bit, knowing that you've got this this enemy team that does have the potential to kill, and kill in a burst fashion. That's one of the advantages of playing a Witch Doctor, of course. Both strong for the lane, as well as just this great roaming potential around your ultimate timing.
This smoke not going to connect on anyone. It looks like lines being drawn out by the Dire team, saying, hey, they're going to come out of this ancient spot, push out mid, push out bot. Let's keep our eyes on that Weaver, who has shown in that bottom lane and very likely has the majority of his team around and behind him.
They might just drop the Serpent Wards here.
Yeah.
Open up the map a little bit further for themselves. It's not what you're wanting to give up. You're not wanting to give up a few towers when you're playing with a CK and a Leshrac. You're expecting to be a little bit ahead if this is the sort of equation that you're looking to play with, but up until now, Azure has been very good with their movement to be able to deny away a few successful fights that LGD have been going for.
Now, just look at how congested the Ancients area is right now.
Yeah.
Chaos Knight's there farming, Darkseer's there farming, Bane is sat here just having to sit and protect one of the heroes, while the Leshrac is trying to spread his legs and get out into that top left corner of the map. Bit of exercise for him to find a little bit of farm elsewhere, which isn't so busy on the map.
Even though they ended up losing their series, G2IG, that's something that they do very well. They're very rarely farming in the exact same spot on the map, and that's kind of what Azure have forced LGD to be doing by grouping up, playing around these ultimates, whether it be Mass Serpent Wards to take towers, Death Ward to go for a kill. It really feels like they're just going for very, very consistently themselves. Not feeling like they have the need to be able to drop the Mass Serpent Wards for kills, right? Because what other damage source for towers do they realistically have? Loeb still needs to be able to build into the Desolator. Then he feels confident enough to be able to do it, but you may as well just use relative strength for the Shadow Shaman right now, and with the amount of speed that they're playing around, they're playing very defensively whenever they've got this Mass Serpent Wards on cooldown. They're not exactly losing much either, right? Like, they've still taken all of the tier 1 towers. Once these waves are pushed out a little bit, which they're going to let Tianming finish up his mechanism, they have the potential to once again go for another smoke. But he's got the Blink Dagger as well as the Doom to be able to make those sorts of plays, so he's able to hope someone shows on the lane.
Where does he end up? There we go, PYW. Trapped inside his own cogs here with Witch Doctor and some OD illusions.
Top lane.
He's been caught out there.
Laid off.
That's a Doom. Right on this Darks here with the Infernal Blade on him. Trying to protect him here. Echo comes across with the Lashrak. Bodyguard's new as he gets back towards Fountain. And down at bottom lane, Weaver and Chaos Knight having a bit of a mano-a-mano, a tete-a-tete. Looks like Chaos Knight going to get the upper hand in that one. Just slaps him a couple of times and says, I've got a wave arriving on my side of the river here. I want to sit back, but look at that reaction from Azure Ray. And they play top and then quickly swing into action, coming through the Twin Gate down to bottom lane. And this might be Shiro overstaying his welcome here as he's hexed up, caught out, Maledict and the Serpent Wards dropped on him with the Death Ward as well. How many wards do you need?
Yeah, they got wards all around the map as well, just to be able to scout. No, I'm not. Let's see, what is 10, 11? Sure, there we go, where they're able to drop. What about one big one, though? I love the Cluster Cluck, but what about that massive Shaman Facet? Bad. Yeah, no, it's pretty terrible. Bad. I just want to see it for the memes at one point.
It's bad. That's one of those, oh, damn, I can't. Did you play those the Dota 2 arcade games where you get to, like, ability draft, pick your own stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Hero Chaos or whatever it is. That's what they had as well. They had like Tombstone and Serpent Wards be just like one big one rather than having loads of little one because it caused so much lag in the games.
Love it.
Just giving one big Serpent Ward. It's always kind of funny to think about how those things like come into Dota, right? Because there's Dota, the main game, which we're watching here, right? The esports, competitive, normal length games, normal Dota. But so much stuff kind of comes in from, overthrow item builds, turbo item builds, or decision making. These kind of arcade games have got fruity little ideas that can slip their way into the game as well because they just feel so natural. One, I'm still waiting.
Was the testing ground for some stuff as well.
Oh, for sure. Yes, all these facets and innates and stuff, all these little additional bonuses to heroes comes from Ag's Labyrinth. I'm still waiting for the Blade Mail upgrade with Radiance, though. That's one that's been around for a long time that I think should still come into main Dota. Just combine them up.
When people getting even stronger, PYW is farming in a very aggressive spot here, and he's going to get caught out as he even gets his creep denied away with the Midas.
He doesn't have
already
stun level.
used the cast. Yeah.
What did he?
Yeah, just used it on the creep wave, I think.
Oh, that's unlucky. Unlucky. I was like, does he not have it leveled up? What's going on? He's just like standing there maledicting? Nah, Tianming, of course, does have it. What's he got? 461 agree.
Hopefully he uses it this time. I mean, he's got enough to be able to buy the cloak, which I feel like is going to be pretty significant if they feel like there's going to be a fight breaking out relatively shortly, right? Like, Roshan's about to move down towards the bottom side of the map. You've nearly got the... Actually, it's coming out to him right now, the Deso on the Weaver, and maybe they actually want to take Roche before it even goes down bottom, like be one step ahead of what LGD feel like they need to be able to set up for, and I think that is the case. There we go. All that minus armor. Of course, OD. Yeah, all that pure damage coming through from the Arcane Orb.
Nice as well here with the disables out of the Shadow Shaman. You keep that swarm alive.
Golden Sheep? Look like it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, oh, what were they? The little hero figures you used to get? And you could get the little gold item from it as well. I think it's, I may be mistaken, but I think it's one of those old items. There's like the gold Earthshaker Fisher, there's the old gold Doom item. Gold Tombstone was a big one as well.
Yeah.
I know we've had so many cosmetics. I might be wrong in the era that it's from. We went through a whole gold phase of Dota 2 items. Everything got turned to gold. Look, Golden Swarm. Golden Swarm. There was a Golden Astral for sure. As Lou is going to go in here onto the mounting to the left track. The cask bouncing back and forth. Sanzik dropped in. Clockwork Dog. He's going to get in there with a hook shot onto the Weaver as this left track is still alive. Life's going back up, but the OD turns and whacks him down. These illusions going to work as Shiro gets Astral. Tianming and Lo still on this right-hand side of the fight after killing the Darkseer and Leshrac off. So they lost Shadow Shaman, but Azure Ray get 2 massive core kills as they just burst into aggression in that top jungle.
It was a nice use of the Doom there onto the Darkseer to prevent a little bit more of that movement around, and it always seems like it's the case whenever we see an OD, right? You are the true carry of this game, and Ori is certainly acting like it. Even a perfect use of the Nightmare from Why You Smile to make sure that the Darkseer didn't get instantly blown up by the Sanity's Eclipse. He was able to at least pop the Greaves for the rest of his team to get a little bit of healing, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. I mean, you always know it's going to be you're in a good spot when you don't even need to use the Doom onto the Bloodstone Leshrac, right? And it still ends up dying.
It's been a pretty hard one for LGD through this game. They've got some nice little elements to their toolkit. So far, not able to really latch onto someone and get the kills they need. Like, they need the vision on this OD, they need to be able to see the Weaver. It's just you're having to spread your efforts across multiple heroes, and every single member of Azure Ray here is a massive threat, right? You've now got Voodoo Switcheroo on Tianming. This Witch Doctor offers a tremendous amount of damage. There's like order of operations here. We have to kill Witch Doctor, but we can't spend, Hook Shot and Vacuum Wall and Fiend's Grip and stuff on that. We've got to kill Witch Doctor first with, like, a CK Reality Rift. But now he's got Voodoo Switcheroo to dodge away from that. Then we've got to try and grip the OD and maybe hookshot the Weaver. But then you've got, Shadow Shaman and Doom causing issues. Everything seems very delicate and like on a knife's edge for LGD in terms of initiating in fights. Whereas Azure Ray they just throw shit at the wall and they see what sticks.
And it's been pretty sticky so far, I gotta say. They're just able to get whatever objective it feels like they need. They're even just dropping down Mass Serpent Wards once again. Good usage by FY just to be able to consistently play around the vision advantage that they have, play around the fact that they've still got this Aegis for themselves for the next 2 minutes. Even the Desolator on low is not only enabling him to do so much more damage, but you just take towers so much more quickly with those Mass Serpent Wards as well. And damage, 4 seconds left on it. At least the jetpack is up for PYW, right? So you're going to have a little bit more information, at least, to be able to find the right types of initiation on LGD. Yeah, you really need to be able to find a way to be able to get onto those backlines, whether it be the Shadow Shaman or the Witch Doctor. Either of them are such a vital cog that needs to be taken out of the equation here. Just having no Maledict, no constant healing, no stuns, no mech, no Voodoo Switcheroo, I think could be the big difference maker. FY should be far enough back with his Blink Dagger and Aether Lens that he isn't the one getting caught out at the start of a lot of these engagements.
A pretty cool move here as well, as Azure Ray, they push high ground, forcing TP reactions to come back. They also saw a couple of heroes lurking around on the map, like CK showed mid. Up at top, there was a hero there that TP'd out, and they're still hunting for Shiro, and they have him! Oh, it's just so perfect. They'll overlap a little bit with their disables, but this will allow them to take down the Chaos Knight and also escape with the rest of the heroes out of the top lane as well.
Just feels clean across the board, right? This is like TI level Dota, where they're just able to maximize what they're getting out of the map as run, Skelly Man.
Spooky, scary skeletons. Look at the way they run, man. Wobbling around, clanging with their bones.
And it's only going to get harder as well, right? They're doing all of this with just a mech on the Witch Doctor, and he's nearly being able to build into a full pipe for himself. Anytime a position 5, even a 4, is able to get all of these aura items that kind of force you to have to go on that person, it always feels really bad to commit so heavily before they're able to pop a single thing.
I just saw their pack leader's aura. Yeah, he's got to use it sometime. Alpha Wolf picked up by the Doom. And so often we just see this blink, Centaur War Stomp. It gets a little dull and boring, and Bach is going to bring a little bit of spice and flavor here as he will amp up that Weaver's damage tremendously with this aura.
I wonder if he's even going to get into the state where someone needs to buy a Vlad's, just a little bit of that extra damage that's going to be coming out. Did they end up smoking underneath a ward there on the top side? All of LGD are smoked, and they're right next to it, barely out of range with the sentry drop down. It was the right idea to be able to play around that sort of thing, but just look at the positioning from Azure Ray. Everyone backs up onto their high ground. They will see the fact that they're coming back, though, because somehow Y has been able to drop an observer ward right next to the tier 3 tower on the bottom side quite a while ago, but at least it enables LGD to get back onto the map.
God, the frantic scribbling on the map there from LGD really tells a story in its own right. You know that feeling you get when you're like super frustrated? It's like the same feeling when you're on a roller coaster. Like the pit of your stomach has that like tingly feeling, right? That's how I imagine LGD feels, where they like, we're smoked, we want to get a fight, we need to go kill someone, we need to get, grab this game by the scruff of the neck and get something done. But Azure Ray are just dodging. They're just hiding in the trees, hiding in the fog, playing under their own vision. Like there's some really cool deep Dar observer here, bottom in the base basically. Up near that Radiant Ancients area. They just cannot use them. They can't get across the river.
They don't have the damage to be able to, like, actually convert off of an initiation into something else. And that's why I really like what Shiro's going next. He's only level 15, he's fallen a little bit behind low in terms of, well, actually his net worth's pretty even, but experience he's a little behind. I need to see this Blink Dagger from a CK. He's one of the best heroes at being able to just quickly join in and pop someone off the back of like a Phantasm Reality Rift Chaos Bolt combination. And if it's the Witch Doctor, even better, right?
The Chaos Bloke.
The Chaos Bloke.
The Chaos Bloke is coming for you.
Kev's the Chaos Bloke.
Kev the Chaos Bloke.
From the job site.
All right, PYW. What are you doing? In his high-vis vest, yeah? He's kicking cogs at the movie.
I mean, he knows he doesn't have Glipnir, I guess, so he's like, what are you
He's
going to do?
dead for this, though. Look at him. How dare you? You insolent pest. Clockwork. I'm a tin man with a battle plan. Yeah, your plan is to die. And Azure surround you and slay the little keen fella.
You know what? He bought his item, he doesn't lose any unreliable gold, and he made more space for the CK to get into his Blink Dagger. So, mission accomplished, I say. Space created.
I bet he enjoyed himself as well. I bet he enjoyed himself kicking those cogs at people, because I know I bloody well do. I pick Clockwork just to punch cogs at people.
Sometimes the same cog, if you miss, you just follow it up and say, no.
One more time.
I've still got plenty of juice in the tank.
Well, this 5k lead hasn't really budged at all. LGD kind of holding on for dear hope in this game. But the map is starting to get a little bit smaller now, with creep waves going across the river towards the Dire base.
Watching that Wisdom Rune, though, 5 seconds away, and they've backed off on Azure, not wanting to choose to commit into it, as New even just pops the Surge preemptively, realizing all of the control that they've got to potentially catch him out. But he's closing in on a few big items himself, right? He's level 15, so now he's got an extra little bit of AoE on the Vacuum, makes it a bit easier to play with the Leshrac. More importantly, though, going into the Lotus Orb, right? Just to save consistently. I mean, imagine reflecting a cask back, for example. That would be huge, providing a lot of extra control. It means you can't shackle in a lot of these fights. Means that you can't get doomed without Buck also turning it back on him as well. So it's going to be a very key item if he's able to get it. And again, I'm sure they're wishing that Echoes could have had perhaps a little bit more impact so far on this game, but he's still going to be supported by the rest of his team. And he's got a very good amount of items now.
PYW back again. The double dip comes in for the Wisdom Rune.
They're going to be going for this Roshan smoke as well. They know it's possibly going to be up, and by the time it does spawn, it will be up here for, what, 20 or so seconds? So I don't think there's enough time for either team to be able to take it out. Why You Smile has to be very careful about not giving up his life for free.
Oh, the Shivers Guard gives away the jig a little bit there. TP out from Why You Smile gets a danger. That could have been a catch on the CK, but not going to pay off here for Azure Ray. And Roshan, like you say, not up just yet.
On Why You Smile, that would have been even harsher, right? Like, that's the one thing that I feel is keeping LGD in this game, is their vision game. Like, the ward next to the bottom tier 3 tower, it's gone, but you've still got the ones around the triangle. You've still got the one in the lead up to Roshan. You've still got the one in the jungle, and with mid and bot lane pushed in pretty heavily, there's only so many places people can be, so LGD were able to dodge that one out very masterfully, and it's all on the back of why.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do they go for a smoke of their own? I mean, you've got Clockwork, who's going to be launching that rocket flare down bottom, I'm sure, right at the 30-minute mark, just to get a little bit of that extra information. And here we go. They're all grouping up together. They've got the Lotus Orb. They've got the Blink Dagger. They do not quite have the Yule Scepter yet for the Leshrac, but still plenty of stuff to enable them to frontline. How quickly can they take Roshan, though? That's a great question. Can they get time
quickly?
Rockets coming through, though.
And Roshan going to be roaring and screaming as the rocket flare is down to LGD making their move. Body blocks the Clockwork. He's in. He snatches it. He grabs the Aegis. Witch Doctor tried to block it, but now he's moved in. The vacuum on the Doom, the wall dropped on them. The shadow for the Darkseer. The illusion's going to work. Sanity Eclipse dropped down onto a BKB Leshrac, who just stands his ground, gets the damage out. The Death Lord doing serious work here, though, onto Echo with this Weaver right-click power, destroying and hammering into the ledge. Yes, your Clockwork snuck in and took down the Roshan and grabbed the Aegis, but you're losing so many heroes here now. Clockwork down, Shiro reinitiated, maledicted and stunned up. The Swarm will tag him as well as they'll chase him down and finish him off. 3 down on the side of LGD as Azure Ray lose out on the Roche fight itself, but the next fight after, they demolish it.
Or just that damage coming through from the support. It's the reason why we were talking about the need to blow up that Witch Doctor at the very start. Just gets the heal off, gets the pipe off, deals nearly the most damage in that entire fight, and I got excited. I thought PYW had done it for his team. They had just had such a rough time at being able to find that right initiation, and he gets the absolute perfect one, but it's just not enough. The CK, it just feels like it's tickling in a lot of these fights.
I just cannot do anything. I mean, Leshrac tried to stand his ground, but can't do it against this Weaver who starts to open up with, the crits and that amplified damage at the Desolator and the Pack Leader's aura. Low, dishing it out there, and like you say, Tianming on the Switch Doctor. This is why he's been first picked in some of these games. Looks absolutely incredible when he's allowed to just get his spells off. You cast your spells, and you look incredible.
And this was with the Lotus on the Leshrac. This is with him holding onto a Craggy Coat as well, so he's not lacking for armor, you have to say, but it just means that you're so dependent on fighting around that BKB to be able to not really care about the OD damage, but you've still just got so many other instances of damage coming through to you, in the Death Ward in particular.
Yeah, I mean, there's so few pure damage instances nowadays, right, in Dota. They got rid of a lot of them, so this OD and Witch Doctor, somewhat of a pure damage strategy when they're together. You've got a couple of them there.
Yep. It's getting to the point where you kind of need to go, you need to get a bit creative on LGD, right?
Clockwork.
They're doing their best to, see you later, PYW. Maybe like a nihilism on Echoes is the way to go, just to maybe have that amped up damage to be able to come through. You make yourself become ethereal, so you're not able to attack, but you're not really taking too much of extra damage yourself. Feels pretty good. Or even just a Ghost Scepter, You're able to maybe build into something like, I don't know, the E-Blade seems a little bit much, but you just need to be able to ignore the Death Ward. You need to be able to ignore the Leshrac damage from coming through. The OD damage from coming through, and basically force them to commit on you with a Doom.
Time to scramble for LGD. They did delay, the kind of end of the game, not allowing that Aegis to go into the hands of Azure Ray, but now they are just out on the map trying to push out waves as quickly as humanly possible. Don't allow Azure Ray to step out and get another team fight, potentially on the dire doorstep.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How much more backline jump could they possibly want? We've got Blink Dagger on Darkseer. We've got Blink Dagger on the Chaos Knight. We've got Hookshot and Cogs on PYW. And even Y is going for a Blink Dagger of his own. They just are so desperate to be able to catch the backline, even just to put a Nightmare onto someone, right? That's probably better than a Fiend's Grip, because Fiend's Grip's gonna get cancelled. You don't have an Aghanim Scepter yet for your Bane. You just want to be able to Nightmare someone, take them out of the fight entirely if possible.
Yeah, I think that's what I said 10 minutes ago, right? Is that LGD have so many little, finicky elements that have to work perfectly together. They've got to get the jumps on specific heroes with specific spells, whereas Azure Ray can just Astral a guy, Doom a guy, Hex a guy, and see how things progress from there. LGD really need to latch onto the Witch Doctor, blow him up first, force buybacks, find the Weaver. There's just so many targets to deal with, right? LGD, who's their threat? Their threat is Darkseer, it feels like in this game. Azure Ray have 4 threats on the board.
And it is a big threat on the Darkseer for sure, though, especially if he's able to get into this Aghanim Scepter for himself, right? You get a Weaver taken over, you might not have the full damage potential for the Weaver, kind of similar to, well, not as bad as something like a Gyrocopter who needs the Flak Cannon to get a lot done.
CK.
Just that fun,
Look,
but yeah.
That damage. Dead without buyback as well, at 60 seconds. Fortunately...
Lanes are pushed in.
Yeah. Again, something LGD have been doing very well with, but now a blink back in onto Echo's Leshrac. Clockwork trying to protect him. Hookshot's still ready here as the Doom just beelines it towards the Lesh. Is that a Bane nearby as well to try and offer a bit of protection? Yules into the sky, sends back into the air. He's going to keep chasing this one, though, with FY and low trying to catch up to the speedy disco pony. What is he, 420 movement speed? He's blazing it back to the dire base. Oh, but FY trying to close the gap. Might be able to find the Hex. The vision is there from the Shiver's Guard. Echo's been spotted out. Serpent Wall dropped on his head. He'll try and Bloodstone and he'll back up off the Pulse Nova, but this death is inevitable once Low shows up.
Yeah, I was really thinking from why, like, maybe just not wanting to give up the gem, especially considering how close he is to the Blink Dagger himself. But with that, Leshrac, he just got the buyback gold available for himself again, so we'll be able to buy back if they move up onto the high ground with this creep wave. But yeah, I was thinking you needed to do a little bit of damage to the Doom just to prevent that Blink Dagger from happening again. Here we go, Roshan's banner is down, and they're looking to push up with the Deso. Could this be Azure stamping their ticket to the top 3?
It looks like it. All right, getting to that position now, where with this Roshan banner down and double catapults here. LGD, they don't want to buy back on the Leshrac, so they might just have to let this one fall and then fight around the second lane of barracks, because Azure are going to be taking this one no matter what. You can chip away, try and hold it back with rocket flares and whatever you've got. The Heart of Tarask picked up by the Chaos Knight now, as it looks like Shiro's still out on the map, pushing top lane and farming, and they will just relinquish control of that bottom lane. And Azure fall back to the bit of high ground here, and they start thinking about pushing out the mid lane, get back to top, recontrol the map.
What did he end up buying on the Bane? Did he just get a Glimmer Cape instead of the Blink Dagger? Just for a little bit of that extra protection, I guess. It's a nice way to be able to dodge out at least a little bit of the damage coming from the Death Ward, as long as the comms are good, to basically say, don't attack anything. Just make sure that we're not fighting underneath any sort of vision. And doing his best as well as PYW with his Aghanim Scepter to just try and keep a lot of these lanes shoved out. He's gone for that Ghost Scepter build that I was talking about, but you need it on, like, the Shrek. You need it on some of these cores to be able to just actually do the damage in a lot of these engagements.
Just not get 3 hit by the Weaver, right?
Yeah. They're so close, though, to this this Ags on you. Like, I wonder if he's even going to sell something. Yeah, he sold his Magic Wand. Does he sell the Soul Ring? No, he sold the Dust to be able to get enough.
Rattle Cage Witch Doctor. My goodness. If he wasn't annoying enough already.
He just wants to be able to stand and burn.
Tianming beast moding it up now on this Witch Doctor. And PYW and Shiro sitting under their high ground vision here. Best thing you can do as LGD right now is try and play outside of your base. Try and find a fight in advantageous terrain. Azure Ray, of course, trying to do a similar thing here off of that Dire Ancients high ground plateau. Coming out to clear out mid. And they can start moving up into that top jungle and maybe find a jump here as Buck. He leaps on forward with the Ogre Shield Totem, getting stunned up. A lot of damage coming his way with a massive vacuum wall dropped on 4 of them. But the turnaround here with FY and Ori moving forward, they've got eyes on the Bane. 3 hits to get him taken down. And these Darkseer Illusions not doing a whole lot, as Low is going to chase back into Shiro. They've lost Darkseer to Tianming, who just lets it rip, and an Astral will cancel the TP now, finding the Chaos Knight. 3 heroes in the grave as LGD get dunked down on by Azure Ray in game number 3. Another Shackles. Leshrac's been found out. Still FY. That'd make a big mess. They're going to go straight onto the Leshrac. Where's Tianming? We need this Witch Doctor to come back in. And look at him go. Ori, he's going to deal with this one, though. The Yules and the Doom, they're going to finish him off. Leshrac has buyback, but at this point, what's the point? They've got the tier 3s eyed up. The tier 4s, in fact, as they go straight for the throne. A buyback on Lesh, yes, with a Clockwork along his side. Will try and defend their base, but Azure Ray, eyes on the prize, deciding that the tier 4 is not worth it. With respawns coming up, they'll go for the next lane of barracks instead.
I mean, this is it, right? Like, this is game 3 of upper bracket to be able to get into that double chance. They're not going to take any chances. They're not going to go fountain diving. They know better than that. They've got way too much experience, and I'm sure Bark is the one leading a lot of the calls at this stage, just telling them exactly what needs to be done, exactly who needs to be focused down. It's another good initiation.
The cogs is there, but where is the damage? It is non-existent right now. Leshrac will try and step up to maybe get a kill here on Ori or Low, but he's been turned around on with the physical damage of this Weaver. Yes, he'll get Tianming, finally. Take down the Witch Doctor, and Ori with his BKB up, standing his ground, nearly killing off New, but surrounded by the CK and the Clockwork. No chance of survival. The OD will finally fall. 2 big kills for LGD, but the cost is pretty freaking massive. Where are you building? buildings. None in the bottom lane, none in the mid lane, none in the top lane. All the tier 3s and barracks are dead.
It's taken a couple of amazing vac wall combinations coming through from you to even get it to this state where, you know, what's the win probability at the moment, Gary? 2%? Yeah, that sounds about right to me. You know, it just feels like, again, waiting for the inevitable to come on through, and with Low, he's a tanky beast right now, and he knows that Roshan's up as well, so he can just go with that Desolator potentially to be able to just yoink it away nice and quick.
How is it even 2%? where do these 2% come from? The double gems, right? Each gem you have is 1%. I figured it out.
True.
That's what it is.
Witch Doctor was carrying 2 at the time. That's why I was like, oh, that's something. Big net worth swing.
Well, there's Aegis.
Oh, man.
Refresher Shard.
I mean, you could just have double refresher now in the base. Do I have the mana to do it, though, is the question. Just, I think. It would be nice to have a double Aeon disc as well, though. She's buying up now. But yeah, there's no reason to... You don't need to speed things up any further. Just wait it out. Let the mega creeps start to do their work. Keep them pressured inside their base. Go for a smoke. Maybe even the level 20 on the Shadow Shaman as well. If you wanted to just get a little bit of max HP on the Serpent Wards, get another extra hit needed to kill them. He's actually going for an Aghanim Scepter instead. Okay. Yeah, screw the... wait, is that Ag Scepter? Or is that a Octo? Might be Octo. Nope, Ags on the Shaman. Sure. Put it beyond shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, go straight for tier 4s and throne. Let's put them down. Like, how do you deal? How do you deal with 5 heroes? Hell, how do you deal with 6 heroes plus double Serpent Wards on your base?
Mm-hmm. All that split shot against the CK doesn't feel great either.
Nope.
All those illusions are just gonna melt.
Fight. So close. So close to it. Now, Tormentor gives the shard to While You Smile. Little silver linings here for LGD. But now you've got Refresher Orb Doom, Aghanim's Refresher Shard, Shadow Shaman. Pretty big heroes right now as Azure Ray looking to close this one out. A step away from the upper bracket final. And LGD 1 foot in the lower bracket now. Trying to sit back behind their tier 4s, but it doesn't look like they've got any more smokes for LGD. So this sneaky
Eternal
move...
Shroud, Witch Doctor.
They just go straight on the Bane. Look at them disappear. Nearly
They're
straight
going
up
on the
dies.
base.
Very respectful from Ori to not go diving for a position 5 kill, so they do keep While You Smile alive, but look at the Serpent Wards down now. They've got to fight into them. Low taking a tremendous amount of damage with the vacuum wall, but they've kept the Weaver alive as the OD turns back on the Shiro, nearly blasting down the CK. Lashstrike trying to stand there, but the Serpent Wards doing so much damage. They're killing buildings, they're destroying heroes, and F-Wise Shadow Shaman has managed to close this one out. GG called. Azure stamp their ticket to that upper bracket final to face against Team 0, as LGD will drop down to face against the winner of Team Turtle against Spiky Gaming. We now have LGD and G2IG in the lower bracket, Danog.
Yeah, one of them is going to be saying bye-bye. It might be all the way up until that losers final before that game, losers semis, there we go. But I think this is really the way that I wanted it to all pan out, at least in terms of storylines, right? Because for upper bracket, Team 0, they have been gatekept consistently by Azure. So now they're going to get the chance to be able to get through them, get their way through to TI. And from the lower bracket, if, some games go in the favor of Team Turtle, they're going to be facing off against LGD. And we've got some ex-members of LGD in that Team Turtle roster as well. Planet is who I'm talking about specifically. So, there's going to be some grudge matches coming through from both upper and lower bracket, but what a clean performance by Azure.
Just Planet? What about Somnus? What about Chalice?
They're the main one. Like, he just got kicked, is what I'm saying. Not historically LGD, but like within the past couple of months, he was on that roster.
From this roster.
Not so much anymore.
Gotcha. Yeah. Just the way you said it is like, ex-member of LGD, and just ignore Somnus and Chalice. No, it's definitely going to be a spicy one down.
They've never done anything at TI before.
I never won a TI. I've come second a few times. Definitely going to be a spicy one down in the lower bracket. And as we watch back some of these highlights of Azure pummeling LGD into the ground non-stop here in Game 3 with a tremendous draft. I love seeing this OD get picked up reasonably early in the draft, as he's able to offer you so much through the laning phase. And of course, like you said, in the middle of that game, he is one of the primary carries, no matter what happens from that mid lane. And the final moments here, Azure Ray with those serpent walls drop down on tier 4s on the throne, just bouncing and splitting, serpent shots spitting at people. It's poor Chaos Knight.
Oh, I mean, it was some really good back walls, but again, like, when you've got the Greaves, when you've got the pipe, when you've got the AoE healing, yeah, just for yourself, but it doesn't really matter all that much. And also, Ori was always really quick to be able to drop the Sanities and Clips immediately. He didn't need to use it for the damage potential because they knew they had it coming through from basically every single other source that was out there. So all of that extra healing that was coming through to the OD basically made it impossible for him to die in a few of those deeper engagements. So 9, 2, and 9 on Ori's OD, but I mean, it's got to be Tian Ming, right? The Witch Doctor just felt like it did way too much. Basically second most damage done, almost equal to the Weaver. Only the 2 deaths, was involved in 22 out of the 30 kills. That's my MVP.
Did he sell his Gree?
He did.
He did at one point? Okay,
well,
very good.
He used it at one point, yeah.
He had a Roshan's banner in his endgame inventory, and I guess that's what the slot is there.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering if that was the Gree, and he's like kept it until the end of the game again, but no, that's Roshan's banner. He was holding it until the very end of that one. You're picking up a Rattler Cage. I mean, the amount of times this Witch Doctor basically got solo kills, right? Solo killing the Dark Seer, solo killing the Clockwork, solo killing the Leshrac in the mid lane. Just coming in with Maledict and a Death Ward there to absolutely destroy people. Very nicely drafted and executed there by Azure Ray as they take down LGD in the upper bracket. Again, like we said, move on forward. Just a best of 3 away from qualifying for TI as they stay in the upper bracket with that second chance to potentially drop into lower bracket and qualify down there as well. 2 slots for China here. As Danog, this rounds out our day. It's halfway through the day, though, for China. We've got another couple of series coming up as we've got Bcop and Lacoste. Yeah, going to be taking over the stream and casting through Team Turtle versus Spiky and Dark Horse versus Kev. Going to be your next couple of best of 3s. So we'll see, who gets to go up against G2IG, who gets to face off against LGD in that lower bracket. And what are your expectations? Team Turtle going to go through, right?
Yeah.
What about Dark Horse against Kev?
Kev. I'm a fan of Kev, even though watching a bit of the Bcop Lacoste cast, they're having a lot of fun pronouncing l'enfer c'est les autres, the carry from Dark Horse. But I think even that French flair is not going to be enough to be able to get them across the line. They're just a really good team down there in Kev. They've been attending a couple of these studio events, and they're really building on their game. And when they win real convincingly. So 2 more teams going home at the end of today, and we're going to see 2 more matches set up for tomorrow for that lower bracket. I'm excited.
Yeah, super excited to see what all pans out as we've got a couple more days of the Chinese regionals to come. And of course, stick around for 2 more series with Bcop on the Cost. We'll see you all next time.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay 1 step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Hello, welcome back. It is the road to the international for the TI Chinese qualifiers coming your way, and it's been half a day so far. It's been a long one, but it's been an eventful one, as a lot of things have already gone down. Two BO3 series that went the full distance Lacoste. There was no 2-0s. I know yesterday you got excited. It was all 2-0s. Today, I'm a little nervous. We might be getting 12 games going our way, as the first series, Team Zero upset IG 2-1, and then Azure, they beat LGD 2-1 as well.
Oh, so you're not saying that Azure upset LGD in this one? The first one, Team Zero definitely did. G2IG, a team that coming into this series definitely expected them to have higher chances of winning, but Team Zero, you know, they have some popular names on their team, and also in terms of the gameplay, they've been playing better and better, and now just one BO3 away from qualifying to TI. All they need to do is beat Azure, so they're very close, and Azure beating LGD Gaming seems like they can't catch a break. Like this team, always close, but never there, really. So they will need to go through the lower bracket. The next one for us is going to be Team Turtle against Spiky Gaming. Team Turtle, a lot of familiar names. These are some old school players, some old LGD members, Chalice, Somnus, everybody pretty much played for LGD at one point, Planet as well. He didn't play for a long time, but yeah. And then you have Yang, who is also kind of a veteran of the scene as well, even though he's only 27 years old.
Yeah, he's been around for quite some time, and it's rounded out with Picho, who is the support who played for Aster for a long time. Played within that organization for quite some time, and it's going to be interesting to see what they bring to the table, because I watched this team through the open qualifiers. I've been watching them a little bit, and I will say when they do you not draft Chalice in actual carry and they draft him some offlane hybrid, that's when they struggle the most. And I find that in the open qualifiers, yeah, they got away with it, but come close qualifiers, if you start giving him like that Darkseer safe lane or going into something a little bit weird like a Doom safe lane that they played, I'm not sure they'll have as much success.
We'll have to see, because Chalice, he's been playing off lane. Was there ever a time where he didn't play off lane?
Yes.
Was he like he started as a carry and then switched to off lane and now he's back to carry?
So he played carry for a little bit for LGD, and then I'm pretty sure he also played carry for a team back in the day called Team Max. So he's had two little stints as carry.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. A little surprised because Chalice was always considered to be a top-tier offlaner. Like his performances, especially on LGD, they were really good. But yeah, sometimes unnecessary change. And now playing, as you said, some of these offlaners from the carry role. We've seen that. I would say the most recent one was when Saberlight was standing in during one of the ESL tournaments where he kind of popped off. I think in this current meta, you can get away with that. Play some of your familiar heroes from the safe lane because your off lane is going to scale no matter what. Like if you have some Axe, if you have some Centaur, you don't really have to be worried about them not scaling into the mid and super late game.
Yeah, so it would be interesting what we see from Chalice. I know when he was playing off lane, I want to say him and Yang kind of played very similar styles. Obviously, it was the trademark Dead Yang style that was talked about for a long time when he was on Vici. But I think Chalice played a very sacrificial offlane himself when he played with LGD. I mean, you've got Ame and Somnus with you. It's going to be hard not to be playing sacrificial knowing that Ame and Somnus are really the two leads of that team. But now this time around, here with Team Turtle, he's the carry for Somnus, which is going to be interesting. But that's enough about Chalice. I feel like Planet, to me, is always the talk about. You know, there was that stint with eHome. I thought he was really good with 7E. I thought they played really well, and they were on YBB together. I thought Planet was really going to be here with a Tier 1 team throughout the year, and he never really found himself there. But I like this squad with him.
Yeah, he's never got the chance to shine, I would say. And Team Turtle, of course, banning out his Phoenix. I think when I was covering some of his games during the DPC and stuff when he was playing for LGD, his Phoenix was looking like his best hero, Phoenix and Rubik. Nowadays, things have changed, of course. You need to be having a much bigger hero pool. And there's a Darkseer, Spiky Gaming immediately banning it out. China, compared to some other regions, of course, have a bit of a different mentality coming into the draft. Some of these picks, and we can look, some of the most banned heroes, 95, almost 96% ban rate on Templar Assassin. No real surprise there. The hero just feels super strong in the lane, basically having Battle Fury, so you can cleave the creep wave while you're harassing the enemies. Most of the offlaners are melee. A lot of minus armor as well. The scaling, everything is there for TA, and of course the refraction changes, so now it does feel much better. Spiky Gaming, they will open up with Clockwork. Dark Willow still in the pool. There is, from the heroes that we've seen being like super popular at the first stages of the draft, we've seen like Dragonite being picked up immediately a lot of the times.
10 seconds remaining.
Wonder if they're going to pick, then maybe ban Shadow Fiend. We've seen the Shadow Fiend Clockwork combo.
Yeah, so probably thinking whether they want to take Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend looks really good right now. This is also a hero that causes a lot of issues in the laning stage for most of the offlaners. Very difficult to kill.
Weaver picked up, and let's see what they want to do. Is Somnus wearing his patented cat ear headphones, by the way. I think that's his wife's headphones. And they were given to him, and he went on a hot streak, and then I don't think he ever gave them back, or maybe he got his own set at this point. But Dragonite banned.
So you're saying Somnus is a thief?
No. You get into that groove, and I feel like you got to hold on to them, and Picho's kind of copying the style.
Yeah, I like the style on both of them. And the smiles coming out, probably discussing more about what the new headset is going to be for the rest of the team. But they got to focus on the draft for now. There's the Dragonite that we did mention, immediately banned out in the second phase.
Radiant team ban.
So Timber gets banned there, and we'll see what this final ban is. I still think it should be the Shadow Fiend, right?
Most likely going to be Shadow Fiend. I would be down for Dark Willow on Team Turtle. Dark Willow +1. Centaur, Slaughter. They have one pick, so probably open up with one of the supports.
5 seconds.
They can also keep the flex open and go for... Because we don't know where Weaver's going to go. Most likely it is a position 1. If it's a really bad matchup, you can't shift it. So this says to me this is Weaver position 1 after banning out the Slaughter, because it's the hero that can easily kill Weaver throughout the whole game. Corrosive Haze makes a lot of difficulties for the hero, and after seeing Slaughter, they go for the Dark Willow that we did mention, so makes a lot of sense. You also have a pretty strong lane if you're going to be laning these two heroes together, because Dark Willow can be flexed to 4 or 5, and now Spiky Gaming, they need to figure out. I'm down for Shadow Fiend now, because Fear is great against Willow, great against Weaver as well, and you also have Clockwork, not just for the cogs to have that extra Necromastery in the lane, but also if you trap somebody inside... Wait, Templar Assassin is not banned?
It made it through.
To
You just
me,
were on the
this hero-
assumption.
yeah, it's 100% banned in my book.
But it's here now, and 0 pick, 23 bans, 0%
Nice stats.
win rate.
Remaining.
So it makes it through its first game.
5 seconds remaining.
23 bans, man. It's not allowed to be played. So that was what? 23 of 25 games played throughout the qualifier so far, because it was a 95 point something percentage. So now you get the TA for the first time, played by Spiky Gaming. We'll see how Team Turtle kind of reacted. 95.8% ban rate, which should be 23 of 24 or 25. I don't know. My math isn't my strong suit. Anyway,
There's a number on the screen. We don't need another number. There is 96% banned.
yeah. I was trying to, but I was trying to think of the out of.
And
Making things
what's the
complicated for
conclusion that
myself.
you don't know?
Pretty
Whether
much.
it's the one or the other. Okay.
So Muerta gets picked up here. We'll hide my math, and we'll see what the reaction is. We've seen Muerta 1, right?
The
I
game
think it
that
was
we were
God
casting.
King. Yeah, it was God King who played it, right?
Yeah, that game looked terrible for Muerta. He did lose that game.
Yeah, very hard. That's for sure.
I'm down for some Centaur potentially coming out. You don't care too much about the traps. Lane could be... It's much more difficult nowadays, now that TA has this damage barrier instead of just refraction instances. But against Muerta, this is for now a flex pick. Most likely... I mean, they have a strong lane. Muerta plus Clockwork, it can be strong safe lane duo where you trap people inside. Muerta with the calling, as long as attack speed and the move speed. But there's the Centaur just covering the basis of if this Muerta is going to be carry, you have Retaliate, you have Blade Mail Carrier, which makes a lot of sense, and you can't really just... Like, you're going to kill yourself to Centaur throughout most of the game.
Ogre Magi getting picked. What are the stats on this hero? Not something we've been seeing all too much of. But I like it. I'm a big fan of Ogre Magi. 0 picks, 0 bans, 0 win rate.
Remaining.
So by not too much of this hero that we've been seeing, it's not anything we've been seeing. So we'll see what the Ogre does, what facet the Ogre is going to choose. I am a big fan of Learning Curve.
Where you don't have anything and then you have 3 abilities.
Yeah, you go stun, double ignite, boom,
Or-
just running people.
Or that. The problem is how to get to level 2 without using your spell. It's pretty cool. Like, also the way it looks, it's like
5
kindergarten.
seconds remaining.
The crayons.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's so funny. Whoever made that is just a genius.
That's those fun little interactions that I like seeing. Or not interactions, but the fun little details that are fun in the game right now. So, you got that. You get the Night Stalker in the last pick there from the side of Spiky Gaming. I like their draft.
It
I
looks
really
good.
like their draft.
Night Stalker doesn't care too much about these heroes. Like they have Stampede if Centaur's not the one who's initiated on, with the Crippling Fear and Void from Night Stalker. But Night Stalker, if he doesn't get Bramble, if he doesn't get cursed, like stunned with multiple stuns, he's going to be able to run away. So for now, it looks like a really good Night Stalker game. And also, he's going to be causing a lot of problems for Weaver Hookshot or like Deadshot into Fear, Trap Silence. Doesn't seem that easy off a Weaver carry game. This needs to be, one farming item into a BKB because there will be so much control.
So we'll see what these final bans are. OD, very popular ban. We've been seeing this hero come out in like the second or third phase of picks. Not an early pick, but definitely one we've seen, and I'm a big fan of it for XWY. Not going to be picked up here, though, for him. But they are looking like they still need Somnus's hero, unless he wants to throw
10 seconds
a
remaining.
wrench and do mid-ogre.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe, but I think this hero is going to be played as support, just
Yeah.
a body for Weavers, somebody that can soak up some of this early damage.
I wouldn't be surprised to just see it be that support. There's that SF finally getting banned, so still making sure, because they could just go Muerta 4 or 5,
Dire team banned.
but they don't necessarily need to, and I feel like Zeus kind of covers some ground too, because that's a flex hero.
Could be
in a
such a
couple ways.
great Zeus game, because they have such a great vision. You have Clockwork, you have Templar Assassin with the traps, Night Stalker. If they picked up the Zeus, their entry to the team fight would be way too good. Also, you would have so many silences, so many layers of stun, plus vision game against Weaver, which is something that this hero does not like to play into.
So what will this final ban be? We'll have to see.
Dire
Thinking about
team
what they
hit.
want, and there's the Leshrac ban. And is it going to be a mid? Yes, it will be. It will be XWI. I would say an XWI
Immediately
Classic.
Huskard.
Whoa. So yeah, an XWI Classic in the Somnus Huskar. And XWI, with the, right when that Huskar got picked, he went from smiling for the Ember to kind of like stunned for a second, but still smiles.
This is the first Huskar that I'm gonna see ever since the patch has dropped. So he has Blood Magic as his new innate ability. He doesn't have mana. Pretty cool hero. Just cost HP. It is magical damage, can be reduced by magic resistance, of course, and he decided to pick up as his Fuss. So, Bloodbath, that's the better one. That's the one that Life Break slows around the Life Break target. So,
And
also attack speed slow, compared to the other one where you are healing allied units, which is kind of a meh, especially for mid Huskar.
And Picho went to the learning curve. So won't know much in level 1, but then a brain blast at level 2 to get 3 skill points.
So a big change to Huskar was that Inner Fire, it doesn't disarm the enemies anymore. It does now silence the enemies. So I think this is a pretty big upgrade to him, considering what he's playing into. You're going to be playing into Ember Spirit. The disarm doesn't do much early on, but if you have a silence, you can kill some of these very elusive heroes.
Yeah, especially Ember. You catch Ember, you get a silence, all of a sudden that hero is not as evasive anymore. I like the silence overall. I do like that change. It feels like there's a couple of things that they kind of got rid of in terms of disarming enemies that they don't use anymore. The Viper Ags is one of those that I think of. So, Viper having that Ags and no longer having that disarm, or Huskar now not having that disarm on Inner Fire. But Bloodbath, Life Break also slows enemies in a radius around the target. It definitely means you can jump into a couple, get that Inner Fire off, and really go to the races. So it should be interesting to see.
Yeah, it is a hero that's going to dominate this mid matchup. Things get pretty difficult. You're going to need to drag the creep wave, manipulate as much as you can. And there it is, the Talent 3 for Ogre Magi.
I love it. No, this is 9 now. 14. I just think in Ogre terms, just what a great character that is, I wear the Jakiro pajamas. That I don't know if you've seen that cosmetic, but for the Ogre Magi, and it really just nails that head with a hammer.
Which head? Which head?
Both heads.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense now. If the head is hammered, if the nail is hammered into his head, explains a lot about Ogre's intelligence. He was changing his item build. Pichu thinking about getting Circlet, 6 Tangos, 2 branches, and then decided to swap it around, pick up Sage Mask and Gauntlets. He is not gonna get any value from Sage Mask whatsoever. I don't think this is the build for Ogre if you start with this innate ability, because you're not going to be using mana. Sage Mask, you don't need it because you don't have any abilities. It's not like he didn't skill anything. He does not have it.
Jeez.
I mean,
Doesn't
after
have
all,
anything to do.
Ogre players, makes a lot of sense.
I play Ogre. What are you trying to say?
Fits the profile. Buying the items that don't make much sense in the laning stage.
I'm listening to you, by the way. I just played a game and I listened to your build, so I listened to your item suggestions.
Yeah, but this is not something that I said. This one doesn't make much sense.
All right, fair enough. The Sage's Mask doesn't add value when you can't cast anything.
It would be equivalent to Huskar buying Mantle of Intelligence on his hero.
Only Amar would do that.
We might actually see it. Also, Huskar, he has a bigger HP bar compared to other heroes.
Does he?
Looks like it. Like something... Well, maybe it's on my screen. For some reason, mine is bugged. This is the first thing that I did. I'm like, okay, something's wrong with Huskar. Maybe it's my... What's it called? The one that changes how UI looks.
I'm not sure. I don't
Never
really know
mind.
those things. I don't
Back
mess with
to the
them.
mid lane. Burning Spear. It does cost 13 HP to use. Pretty cool. Everything is HP based on Huskar.
It's health cost increased from 3% to 4% in the 7.36 patch, so just trying to throw it out. Now costing 10, but now down to 300 life. It gets me worried seeing Huskar sometimes.
I'm looking at the bottom lane. Look at all that mana regen from Ogre. Very important. 1.5 to not use a spell. And now he's bringing some extra regeneration to the bottom lane. But once he hits that level 2, it is go time. This is 2 points in Ignite, 1 point in Fire Blast. And also you have hero pairing where Weaver, they wanted to go. They wanted to kill the creep and try to go because Weaver is probably the strongest level 2 hero in the game where you have basically 3 abilities. Here they come.
The calling, it's down, but there's the Ignite and the Fire Blast, bringing MDR down to about half health. And there's that mana regen, kicking in. At 1.6 with that Sage's Mask.
Now it is good. Now they're gonna own. But yeah, back to Weaver being level 2 because your Geminate attack is your innate ability now, which does allow you to get, the damage on it is not as good, of course. We had to tone those numbers down. It's only 5, but the second attack deals quite a lot of damage, and then you have 1/1/1 build on level 2. This is the lane, like, if imagine not playing Dota for a while, and then you come back to lane, suddenly Ogre has 2 points in Ignite and 1 point in Fire Blast.
But only level 2.
Level 2, and then Weaver also has 3 abilities at level 2.
The math ain't mathing, is what you're saying. This Geminate attack, we just speaking about it, is a big part of the kit with the shard, right? Like, we see a lot of shards with one position Weaver.
Yeah, it's your damage. It's your farming tool and also damage in the middle of a fight. You don't necessarily need to commit that heavily, because you just go through someone with Shikuchi, you're still going to be able to deal damage. You can run away. Now Pichu enjoying the life. Okay, Planet playing very aggressive here. Has Shadow Realm TP out available.
Outsider comes in, has the battery assault, gets an easy kill, or help of a kill. Get XWY that first blood, which is always nice.
Especially in this matchup. Like, he just fed him first blood. XWY was ready to go jungle, level 3, and then enemy position 4 comes in and feeds away the kill. Good cogs.
Oh, this is brutal. Yang's gonna die here. Bouncing in the cogs is just a whole nother world of pain. That's one of my favorite changes.
It is. It's, first of all, it's bigger and allowing you to hit your own cogs, so you're going to be playing off your cogs most of the time rather than your battery assault. Everything is bigger. Planet with his Thorny Thicket, more Bramble Maze is created, which means more AoE control.
Yeah, a lot more AoE control around. And that Clockwork Outsider, the artist formerly known as Victoria, who played for LGD for a while, and CDC. But obviously, back in those days, CDC and LGD were same entities. Those were the days. Little Ignite down over bottom. Cal's putting some damage onto Hara. But the calling is out. And they'll leave the phone on the hook. I'm just trying to stay away. Not get too caught up. CSY is 25-2 for Chalice. And this is what I was talking about. Needing him to be on a real safe laner. In my opinion.
This is a super strong laner. Gives you a lot of kill threat, especially now during daytime. But Night Stalker already did tank up, double bracer, has Healing Lotus, has Magic Wand. So if he feels threatened, if he feels like they're gonna go on him, okay, there's gonna be a TP rotation to the bottom lane. They want to make something happen.
They've got
MBR.
How deep are they willing to go? As Picho will start with that Ignite. They've got the Brambles down. Hara will die. That's to the Ogre Magi, who is now level 4 and 1 level at level 5 to getting their ultimate. I know, it sounds weird, but it is the truth.
Yeah, nothing makes sense for
No, not with
Ogre.
Ogre
Once you
anymore.
pick up that faucet, it's just different Dota. XWY, he is level 5 on Ember Spirit. No points so far in Inner Fire, so doesn't have that silence available.
Yeah, 0-3-2-1 for Somnus. And happy with the way the lane's going for sure. About 20 CS up. So, very easy lane at the moment. Team Turtle. I would say all 3 lanes having an okay time. Top probably the least of okay because of the deaths on Yang and Planet that happened early on. But you can see just the damage and with ease. Like, there's no commitment problems here from Somnus to put this kind of damage on XWY.
He feels relatively safe. His magic resistance almost 30% already. Once he picks up the armlet, that they're going to need to bring a lot of heroes to take him down. Yang is farming nicely in the top lane against Templar Assassin, triple bracer, having horsepower, and also getting that extra HP every 2 minutes from his innate ability. As we've seen, XP runes still available for Team Turtle on their side of the map.
You were talking about it with me before we started our live broadcast, and Talking about offlaners and multiple bracers, just kind of being the thing right now.
Yeah, Centaur brings it to the next level. He buys another one because it does open up the slot, since with the horsepower you gain move speed from your strength. So instead of that, you buy a bracer, an extra bracer, of course, and then you don't need to have boost in your inventory. Ogre.
Going for the
behind
Ogre,
enemy
the
lines.
calling is down, but they've got the Stampede. He'll start to run. Curse Crown pops. And they denied the tier 1 mid. Okay. So, easy does it to get the deny. But it does open up the map a little bit as Somnus has this early armlet. And he is running down bottom with haste, trying to catch a glimpse here on MDR. He'll life break the TP attempt. The right clicks are in, and the damage is done. Somnus getting that kill, and not only should that be a kill, but this is a lane wide open for them to take a tower if they want to pressure.
Yeah, they have the heroes, you have Bloodlust, it's only level 1, but extra attack speed is going to do the trick, and also knowing that Night Stalker can't come back to the lane. He tried to TP out, so we'll need to walk. They will pop the glyph. Somnus with the armlet toggle. Can he try to snipe him maybe with the dead shot? Let's see if he tries to go for it. Gets another denied.
Oh,
That's a
they got
second
another
tower
denied.
denied.
0 for 2 on towers, especially towers that they are really taking with ease. I'm a bit surprised at that. XWI looking over a planet, though, and almost 7 for this Ember. Nobody making the rotation yet. It's just planet kind of hanging out. Throws some brambles down around XWI, but nothing really doing. He'll remnant away, and he's A-okay. Top lane, they'll go for Yang. They've been stunned up with the hoof stomp while Somnus TP's in, and this is going to be a turnaround. Outsider's going to die. Somnus with yet another kill and yet another good rotation. Went from mid to get a tier 1, but that got denied. Went bottom to get a tier 1, but that got denied. You can't deny this clockwork. That's not how it works.
Somnus very active early on. Maybe the reason why he's not putting points in Inner Fire, he's like, yeah, my hero doesn't have mana. I will not have mana to use Inner Fire. It costs HP for people who, you know, maybe didn't read the patch notes or they did not encounter Husker yet.
Yeah, well, to take a line from your book, these guys are professional e-gamers, and I think they might know.
Ogre level 5 with multicast available.
And if he can get it off, but he's stuck in the calling, stuck in the cogs, and he'll die here. Turnaround, Somnus comes in, walks into the calling, but will have the damage to get the kill into XWI. They've got Bedlam on top of the clockwork, and Outsider is dead again. So, a 2-for-1 trade.
They need MDR to do something. This is Night Stalker with his faucet. He tends to be very active early on. Night Rain, so the game starts as night instead of day. And so far, he didn't participate in a single kill. Has Dark Ascension available. I want to see him make a move. Like, he definitely needs to help out the team, because right now, there is not enough damage. Your Ember Spirit is really struggling, even though he's been fed the first blood. This hero needs a little bit more time. He needs a hero to play with. Clockwork level 5 still. Same goes for Hara on Muerta. So they need those level 6s to be able to help out Ember Spirit to get back into the game.
See where that starts as they smoke. And are looking towards bottom where they do have the Ogre. But Somnus is nearby, and now he's got 1 point in that Inner Fire. Only requiring 47 HP. But it's going to be 4 heroes down here with an instant response. They don't have Stampede. That's on cooldown for another 23 seconds. The calling is out. They're remnant away, and they're starting to get out of this one. Thinking about going to the Terrorize, but the Night Stalker's not been caught. After 4 heroes come down from Spike Gaming, they are unable to make anything happen down here.
Well, a good read from Team Turtle. They knew what's going to happen immediately.
He's trying to get close enough to get that life break, and with the Stampede used, oh, he'll be there, and he'll make sure that this is a dead Clockwork who is refusing to survive and get that level 6.
This tower is not going to get denied.
Yeah. Thinking the same thing.
Huskar has been slightly nerfed because the item that he buys is Heaven's Halberd. That's kind of his main item. It doesn't provide him with status resistance, something that he definitely would love to have, but now it does provide him with the slow resistance, so that's at least something, but status resistance overall much better.
He'll buy that halberd, replacing what he used to have. I'll take the tier 1 over bottom. Saunus is getting into this pretty quickly. His farm is exceptional at the moment. That being said, TA is doing a good job. They're looking over towards bottom. Terrorize was used, and the silence, the calling, it's onto this Weaver. But there's the swarm and the time lapse. XWY is in some trouble, but they turned attention to Hara. What a remnant pop and going up. No more mana left on this Ember Spirit, but Chalice won't be able to connect.
Somnus, he saw MDR. He's going in.
Oh,
he got
he's
silenced.
dead.
Man, silence feels so much better compared to disarm. Just like gives you that kill threat, the solo kill threat. If you get the life break off, they can't use their abilities. And only 1 point in it is still very valuable. It's 1.5 seconds.
I don't know if it showed it on your screen or if my game's just bugged, but he definitely just used inner fire on my game and it showed disarm.
I'll keep an eye on it.
Alright, I want to make sure I'm not stupid. Which is very possible. Let me just say, high percentage chance. Cursed Crown, that's going to pop after this Fire Blast, but doesn't get the multicasts enough as he's only level 6 to lock him down continuously for that.
Somnus should pick it up so that he can have some mana. Right now, sitting at 0 mana on Huskar.
So we're gonna want to.
It feels so weird to just see one green bar and that's it.
Yeah.
Something's missing. It looks like he's bugged.
Oh, stop! That connects. Life break is there, and yeah, it's showing up. What did show up on your screen? Did you look that time?
To me, it said silenced. I didn't see the disarm.
All right, I'm gonna take a screenshot next time. It's weird. So Somnus gonna continue to farm. He's got that halberd in just a second. All right, no more creeps. Maybe it's gonna be 2 seconds. Fine, I exaggerated. I'm guilty. At least this time, though, when I said almost there, he's almost there. He's got it. He's fine. I like these mid lane wards. Not in the mid lane, but in the middle of a lane. Like this ward up in the top lane. That's kind of getting them a lot of information. Obviously, it's not as great when you're behind like this, but having that kind of information is always nice. And you can see a lot of
that's
radiant eyes on there.
That's a ward that shows when they want to invade the outer ring and try to gank the enemy carry, where is farming. He has Deso available on TA now, going for Blink Dagger, and also wants to pick up the shard. Pretty standard stuff from TA. Not too much deviation from her item build.
Alright, I'm gonna look for inner fire here. Paying attention as they're going for Rosh. We'll grab that Aegis, and it's a 5,000 net worth lead here for Team Turtle pretty early. And the Terrorize lands. They've got some damage out on XWY, but he's able to slight and Remnant away. Still with the multicast, it's on him as Picho ends up dead. And it's just him for now, but Somnus is rotating. The spot Hara gets the life break,
not care.
There is the inner fire, but Hara able to use that, pierce the veil, and get away.
Team Turtle, right now they feel super strong. Chalice would definitely love to have his item going into Gleipnir. There are 2 ways to play Weaver pretty much. One is to go Deso plus Shard, the other one is to pick up this Gleipnir, and then you have an ability to stop the TP with, keep them in place, which I think from at least the game that I've seen and played feels slightly superior to Deso build. It is, of course, situational. Depends what you're playing into, whether you're playing into Magic, something that has a lot of high armor, or if you want to have something that clears the illusions and stuff. But conclusion, after seeing it for last couple of months, I would say that it is slightly better the Gleipnir build.
So, in conclusion, we're hoping for Gleipnir, and
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
bottom lane tower looking like it's going to be taken as we look for XWY, and I think they kind of have an idea of where he's at. They stick with him. They've got the blink, the hoof stomp, the bedlam on top of Yang, and they'll get this kill onto the Ember. Something's not even needed to be present as this team is going and looking for more. But has gone into the meld and will be out of sight, out of mind.
Stood there for a good 25, maybe even 30 seconds, making sure that he's not the one who's going to die. Another defensive Pierce the Whale, TP out. Haven't seen much from Muerta yet. This hero from position 4 feels a lot of the times like Hoodwink would do a better job if things are not going well, because it farms faster, you have like relatively reliable lockdown, and you have break mechanics, something that is always going to be good.
So, they were making progress on the net worth, now still sticking at about 4,000. You've got the TA at the top of the net worth with this Huskar. As Yang, who had an okay lane with that one death, but other than that, it was fine. Blink, Blade Mail, going into the Eternal Shroud. As he's just looking to tank up, be happy. SWY. Thinking about maybe making the jump. So, getting that extra inner fire duration. So that will up it by 0.75 seconds, which is a lot of time to be silenced.
It is. It's AoE. This is basically a better version of Void Spirit Axe. So you can just silence people inside. He has 2 charges when he gets the Aghanim Scepter, but this is on relatively low cooldown. This is 11-second cooldown ability.
It's a very low cooldown ability, and it is all the Void Spirit gets, and then not having to spend all that gold. They've got the fear. It's onto the TA. Goes into the meld. Not going to matter. They'll take him out for 47 seconds.
There's no aggression. There are no moves being made by Dire team. They are trying to just farm up. Like you have, like this is supposed to be your big timing. Templar Assassin with the Blink Dagger, Deso, Night Stalker with 1.5 item on him, and also Ember Spirit with the Maelstrom, but they just can't fight into this Aegis Huskar that he picked up 15 minutes into the game, so quite difficult. Lineup is going to fall off. Like this type of a lineup, if you're not fighting, if you're not getting kills, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, and Team Turtle are taking control of Spiky Gaming's side of the map.
And they don't have to be doing their namesake, and that's turtling up. They're the ones playing aggressively and not really afraid to do so. Bramble Maze gets around on this Clockwork. The Outsider is going to die again. So as that Aegis expires, it's a 7,000 net worth lead, 21 minutes into the game. You've got Tormentors ready to take, Wisdom Runes that just spawned. A lot of options here for Team Turtle and whatever they want to do. And Chalice going into the BKB after this Gleipnir. He really hasn't had to play too aggressively. He's gotten involved in half the kills that the team has gotten, but like you said, this is just Spiky Gaming not making moves and allowing them to just continue to farm.
You're going to get out-farmed. Your map is going to be much smaller. There was supposed to be rotation from NS early on to try to help out the other lanes, but we've seen MDR being pretty static in his own lane, focused on his farm, and now they're always playing from this like 5, 6, 8k deficit now. Yang ready to jump in. Ogre will stun him.
Attempt. Stun. Silence isn't going to be long enough, and they're going to be able to get this kill on MDR. They're going to look for more. Yule's up into the air, into the Terrorize, but the Terrorize too early. So XWY, though, he's stunned up, hit with the Gleipnir, and killed off anyway. While that's happening, yeah, TA's getting the Tormentor, but you lose 2 heroes for it. And it's 2 cores. Not exactly the greatest of feelings. So, just continues to get very tough for the side of Spiky Gaming.
It feels like one of those games where it's a slow death. You did lose the laning phase. You did lose early Roshan. Team Turtle, we'll wait for the second Roshan to respawn. It's going to come out in the next minute or so. Might be slightly longer, but you already took down all tier 2 towers. And the map is getting smaller and smaller, getting out-farmed.
Where do they go from here? It's 10,000 net worth deficit. We've seen a lot of these games where the calls are early, and I wouldn't be too shocked if we see like a Aegis fight into a team wipe. Hara goes into the Pierce the Veil, trying to TP out, and is free. It's always been Pierce the Veil, though, in defense. It's never been an aggressive Pierce the Veil at all.
Not how you want to use the ability. This is like BKB TP out equivalent for Muerta, who's playing a support.
Stampede. And MDR is going to die very quickly to Chalice, as he'll finish off that BKB, buy it out. Roche potentially up in 5 seconds. Let's see what it ends up being. It's going to be a long or short respawn time, and it will be a long one, 2 minutes 6 seconds. So we'll see if Team Turtle are even needing to really wait on that. Somnus very aggressive within the jungle of the Dire side. No real fear of being anywhere on the map at the moment, even alone. He's been pretty much, and not the entire time, but there's been a lot of times within this first game where Somnus has been alone by himself on the other side of the river.
He feels invincible with the BKB, with Heaven's Halberd, Armor Toggle, AoE Silence. That's almost 4-second duration. Feels really good for him, and one of the reasons why he's playing so aggressive on the enemy side of the map. Chalice is in.
Out of Atos, the calling. Then shot off of Somnus onto Chalice will force out the timelines. They'll also glyph up, but they glyph their own creeps, so Somnus going to continue to work on this tower. Outsider looking, I would say, I think for the first hook shot, which does hit onto Somnus, but if they don't kill him immediately, he's just going to survive here and take your tower. They get the kill on Ahara, XWY jumping forward. Here comes Chalice for a second, forcing the Remnant out and in. BKB, the damage. Yang ends up dead, but XWY, he can't do much more than that.
Again,
still a kill for them.
Yeah, MDR, without a BKB, he feels like he can't go in. That was a kill on Centaur, which is a nice kill, but again, you lost the tier 3 tower, you lost another 2 heroes, and Roshan will respawn in 20 seconds. They are pinging out the bottom lane, but he will be in the top lane. Because it's nighttime, it feels, it screws with your head.
Yeah, Roche is going through daylight savings right now.
Yes, and now it's daytime.
Yeah. Sun's rising.
First of all, it's
5 a.m.
reversed because of his faucet, and then he pops Dark Ascension, and then it's like night again. Like you don't know if it's daytime or nighttime. You need to pay attention. And finally, it's back to the bottom lane. Roshan's banner plus Aegis available. They do have more than enough damage to take it down. Now BKB is available. 1 on Chalice, 9-second BKB. Somnus also didn't use his in the previous fight. Held it for so long.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So easy Roche to take. They are cutting into the net worth pretty heavily. It was 11,000 just a second ago, and now all of a sudden it's 7. But with that being said, back to 8,000. And they might find XWY. They've got the root of the BKB, the Sleight of Fist, and the escape away.
Forcing the BKBs out. They don't necessarily need to get the kill. They see that he has a BKB, so most likely will either BKB TP out or use a BKB and then Remnant.
Right.
But lowering the duration of the BKB and also the having it on cooldown gives them another opportunity to get the jump, and that's exactly what they're doing. Team Turtle making a move. Trying to snipe somebody in the mid lane.
Tormentor done there by Chalice, as well as PYW, or excuse me, as well as Planet. So they get it done as a duo. And next WI, we were just talking about it. It's got that BKB, and that is going to be an easy kill onto this Ember. Somnus unstoppable. I don't think Somnus is going to be stopped. He's 6-0-1, and I don't really see how he dies. He's got his BKB. He's about to have Ags. Everything's going out bright for him, for Somnus.
Looks very good. They will probably try to go for the high ground. This is the bait that they did with the BKB. That was such a nice play from Planet. Using the Blink Yule Scepter, trying to set things up with the Bramble Maze into Terrorize. He knows if he doesn't pop a BKB, he's gonna die. And then immediately they start to hunt him down. Place the Observer Ward in the outer ring. We'll take the outpost just so they have potential buyback and something to DP to if necessary.
Somnus getting all the benefits of this Arcane Rune. Cooldowns by 25% of the mana costs.
Yeah,
30%.
really loves that one.
So Ags will be flying out for Somnus, who still has 3 minutes on this Sages.
It should cost less of his HP.
You think so?
Arcane
Just for
Rune,
him?
yeah. Because he doesn't have any mana, so that he doesn't lose value.
I agree with that.
But do you want that as a Huskar? Do you want your HP to be higher, or you want it to be lower? That's the question. Now Aghanim Scepter completed. So Taunt, 3-second duration on Life Break. He's going in.
Planet with the Bramble Maze down. They've got the Dead Shot. They're going to make that jump in. As they got the Gleipnir onto and, well, feeling so tasty at the moment. Easy set of racks, and they can just shift over towards mid. And clean up these creeps, and they could walk over. They'll go out and around. They don't have to force it. They don't have to cut through and put themselves in a dangerous situation. Wards placed in front of that sentry that's been down. Clean up some traps. They'll start to take this mid lane, and they've even placed
there
down
it is,
Roche's
the
banner.
wraparound. MDR, he needs to get stuff done. But even if he gets the jump on Planet, he can easily Yule Scepter buy a little bit more time for himself. There's the Force Staff first.
Force Staff hook shot. Somnus is in, just right-clicking away. They'll get the kill on MDR. They maybe finish off Picho, but what else do they get for this? The Fears onto the Templar Assassin. Somnus throwing in a flurry of right-clicks, even get a life break in. Jump forward. They've got this inner fire. They'll lose the Aegis. Outsider is dead. They'll burn out, and he doesn't have buyback, so no buyback on this TA. And only Muerta for Hara is alive with XWY, but they call GG, and Team Turtle take game number 1.
Very one-sided game. I think this is the fastest Huskar that I've seen. First of all, seeing Templar Assassin on a team, they're like, okay, potentially a Huskar coming out, and then they pick Ember Spirit, so you know what the lanes are gonna be. Somnus completely destroying the game, going from bottom lane, they're setting things up, and then going to the top lane, being very active on Huskar. This is exactly how you want to see this hero being played, and also they kind of lost all 3 lanes. Night Stalker, this has to be, we've seen a lot of Night Stalker recently, and this has to be, I would say, the worst performance from the Night Stalker, where he was unable to get anything done, even during the laning stage. No kills, he immediately dies after it turns daytime, and then doesn't join any of the fights. So pretty difficult game for Spiky Gaming. You have Templar Assassin, the hero that doesn't join. Early on, she needs her 2-3 items to be able to, you know, get stuff done. XWY on Ember Spirit, like, he was the one playing into probably the roughest matchup that you can play. Maybe there's, like, you know, a case for Monkey King against the same matchup, but Huskar does it better. So he needed to fall back to the jungle, always on the back foot, trying to recover. Pretty difficult game overall for Spiky Gaming. Even though they had the heroes that can make the moves. This is, you know, I would say strong draft, but then again, supports were under-leveled. You had Muerta 3 or 4 times steeping out with Pierce of the Veil, so no damage has been done.
Yeah, it was very one-sided. Team Turtle really just putting the aggression on, and and stopping these heroes from getting what they want to do in this game done, especially the Night Stalker. You're right. MDR just unable to really move. 0-5 and 2 for him, but on the other side, 7-0 and a bunch of assists for both Chalice and Somnus. The learning curve. Ogre going 2-3 and 13. Planet having a great game, and Yang 1-2 and 12. He died one time in lane, died one time in a later fight, but other than that, things went well, and our standout player is going to be Picho on the Ogre with that learning curve.
Love to see it. And we didn't talk about his itemization, but Crimson Guard has been buffed. This item feels really good on the supports right now. Might even be picked up on some offlaners, but it's not as good for scaling. It does scale better considering that it's part of your max HP rather than the strength, so it gives 70 plus 2.5 of your max HP. But cool hero, cool concept with what it does, getting ulti at level 5, then having 3 abilities with his new faucet at level 2. I had to double check the numbers on Night Stalker just because I felt he had no impact whatsoever, and 3.3k damage as a Night Stalker in a 30-minute game feels really lackluster, the lowest of all 10 heroes.
Yeah, not a great game for Night Stalker. Not a great game overall for Spiky Gaming, but a good one for Team Turtle. We'll see if they can take the 2-0 after a quick break. Stay tuned.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
right, and welcome back to more Road to the International for the Chinese qualifiers. We just saw Team Turtle take Game 1 over Spiky Gaming, and we're going to be getting into Game 2 soon, but coming out of Game 1, it does not look that great for Spiky Gaming, and Lacoste, I have to ask, I feel like it's one of those go-to questions. What do they have to do? What has to be different in Game number 2 for them to not get knocked out of this qualifier by Team Turtle?
Play Dota in the laning stage, play Dota afterwards. It was very difficult to watch them just stay there, maybe get a return kill, wait until you get initiated on, and kind of, as we said, slow death. Team Turtle did, I would say, outdrafted them. This Huskar 24, it came out immediately. Sometimes you'll have to scratch that game. It feels like that ever since the hero has been introduced to Dota 2. Same goes for Broodmother. There's not much you can do when it's that good of a game for Huskar, but I also feel like they didn't really make the moves. They always try to react to what Team Turtle is doing rather than them making the moves.
So we'll see if they can change that style up as we go into the draft, and we see Darkseer Phoenix bans from the side of Spiky as well as Storm. Get rid of that TA for Team Turtle.
I caught a glimpse of
10
Pichu
seconds remaining.
and the other support having the same camera. It was double
5
Pichu,
seconds remaining.
which makes a lot of sense considering that he did play Ogre. I don't know if you saw that. We had
did not see
Pichu
that.
double camera. I don't know if that was intentional, but pretty funny. There he
There
is,
it
and
is.
Planet.
Yeah.
Dire team back.
Two heads are better than one. Ogre Magi.
So let's see the bans. Let's see how they're gonna
10
switch
seconds
things up.
remaining.
Templar Assassin, Team Turtle. Yang is like,
5
okay,
seconds remaining.
I don't have that good of a time against TA, even though he was doing okay. TA can't put a lot of pressure early on onto the enemy offlaners, especially when they don't have enough armor.
Here's our guy Picho again. And looking good. There's Planet. There we go. Getting him into the mix. Looking good. I like the stylish glasses. Very stylish glasses team. Somnus, Chalice, and Planet with the nice specs. So we'll see. Maybe they pick Spectre. Who knows? Ooh,
Dire team pick.
that's right.
Radiant team.
See that human cosmetics there, Lacoste. The tattoo on Somnus, the Gengar that's on his arm.
Oh, Gengar, that was one of my favorite Pokemons. Back
You didn't
from
even
Generation.
know that Psyduck had an evolution yesterday.
Well, I can't know every Pokemon. You know, I was focused. Same goes for Dota heroes. You know some better than the others.
Yeah, but
5 seconds remaining.
did you ever listen to the Pokemon rap that was after every episode?
Not really.
Dire
I
team
had to go
back.
to the gym and try to get my badge, okay?
Oh, look. Oh, okay. The Pokemon gym. You had me in the first half. I was like, yeah, oh, all right. But yeah, were you? Last
was.
question on Pokemon. But were you Pokemon Red or Blue in the beginning?
I was Pokemon
10
Red.
seconds.
Let's
But
go.
I also collected all the badges. I went to the tournaments when I was younger,
5
played the
seconds
cards. I
remaining.
didn't just, collect the cards. I actually played the game. Was pretty good at it.
You can play a game with the cards.
Yeah.
It always feels like they're just getting collected.
Yeah, definitely feels like it. So Spiky Gaming, this time around, taking out the Dragonite, something that I wanted to see immediately for them in the first game. Makes things a lot easier, makes your game, I would say, overall much easier to execute. You have Dragonite, he's going to win his lane, most likely. And then you'll have a Blink Dagger, Initiation, Vengeful Spirit for Team Turtle. We still don't know where the hero is going to go. This hero with the faucet where all of her abilities and attacks act like melee feels really good, where you can, and she's also universal hero, so you can go for, there's been a lot of Battle Furies on these Vengeful Spirits. There's been a lot of
Dire team
Echo
back.
Saber, because it does work, even though she is ranged, but it feels nice. I feel like this build with Echo Saber, Manta Style, buying all the stats, and then getting the Aghanim Scepter later on, if we're talking about the carry Vengeful Spirit, feels really nice.
We'll see if that ends up being the case. I do like the new facet. I do like the change of it. Which doctor getting
XWY
banned?
getting some tissues. Is he gonna pull off Sylar? Because Sylar was the guy that always used tissues to use on his mouse so that he has better grip, had sweaty hands. Now it's just gonna be for his nose.
Yeah, you gotta put it on the mouse. There's the SF. What are they gonna pair that up with? Clockwork's already banned, and they go tiny. So some big hitters.
This is
Team
the
Turtle
Shadow
side.
Fiend to destroy Dragonite in the mid lane. It's also Somnus Classic. He was one of the best Shadow Fiend players out there for quite some time. And we can see him on the camera, really
10 seconds
happy about the Shadow Fiend pick, about the matchup. I think it's time to put this Dragonite in the off lane and pick a different mid hero right now, because I've seen this matchup. It can go okay for Dragonite, but it can be really bad. If you're playing the lane, if you know the matchup inside and out, you can be on his high ground, and Dragonite can get close to the XP.
So theoretically, couldn't you keep the tiny potentially 4 position or something like that and follow the DK with the SF?
Well, like offlane DK with 4 tiny?
No, I'm saying if DK goes away from mid and goes into the offlane, couldn't you go safely in SF and
You
kind of like
could.
keep the tiny flex?
Yeah, tiny can go to multiple roles. This is not a carry tiny cemented. It's just Vengeful Spirit can be 1, can be position 5, can be 4, can be offlane. So a lot of things you can do with this type of a draft. No one still has a clear role, but this Shadow Fiend pick said pretty much Dragonite is either coming to mid and I'm going to win my lane, or you need to swap this Dragonite to somewhere else.
So they've been taking a long time on this pick. Getting down to the final 40 seconds there as they finally pick up the Winter Wyvern.
Not sure if I like it too much. You have swap available to save people during the curse. Also, if you use heal against Shadow Fiend, he can land multiple raises. Tiny is the one who can cause a lot of issues for the target that also has been
5 seconds
put underneath the heal. Or you can just toss back the target so Wyvern can get close. Spiky Gaming, they are trying to theory craft more with their draft. So now it's Marcy, Wyvern. Again, these heroes can go pretty much anywhere. It can be, some offlane Wyvern, can be carry Wyvern. It really depends. The hero feels good with the faucet where you get damage from the range. So feels really nice to buy all these items. And of course, having extra attack range from your Q.
I'm thinking about this Winter Wyvern if it's going to be in a core role, but would you really want to theory craft that hard going into a potential elimination game?
You might, because this first game wasn't really competitive. It was very one-sided from start to finish, even though it took them 30 minutes to end the game. The game did feel very over, and now with the Crystal Maiden, still, I would say that this is also not revealing anything yet, because you can still have Venge carry, you can still have Venge plus Tiny offlane combo if necessary. Crystal Maiden's 5,
seconds remaining.
that's for sure, but other 3 heroes, we still don't know where they're gonna go.
Radiant team
They will have to reveal it, though, because they don't have the last pick in this draft.
They banned the
Radiant
Meepo,
team
and
back.
let's see what else they want to get rid of here.
I like the Crystal Maiden plus Tiny as a core, because it gives you mana in the lane, and it also gives you enough kill threat with Frostbite, with Blood Grenade, and Crystal Nova. Maybe you get another
10 seconds
Crystal
remaining.
Nova or a Frostbite, because Tiny Carry, he doesn't build into like early magic damage. He is maxing out his 3 grab, which makes his damage output in terms of magic damage relatively low. So now they need to show their hand. Probably gonna be hero for Yang, I would assume, in the last one.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining. Radiant
he's
team
definitely leaning that way, but they go Troll. So Troll for Chalice.
Okay, and the option, the one that I mentioned, is Venge plus Tiny on the off lane, Troll plus Crystal Maiden, and Shadow Fiend mid.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, so what do you round this draft up
5
for
seconds
if you're
remaining.
Spiky? You have so many options. Your draft is pretty open.
So looking at the bans, they banned Arcorden, they banned Meepo. Arcorden was probably to cover the basis of the hero going mid, and Meepo from the safe lane. Spiky Gaming, they're overcooking their draft, I would say, with the heroes that they picked. So Lifestealer against Troll matchup has been better with Lifestealer going Radiance and also having early Aghanim Scepters, so he can get inside of him, disarm him during the battle trance. Feels really nice. You're buying a little bit more time. But Marcy offlane with Dark Willow, and then XWY Dragonite. So the way I see this is you're going to lose your mid lane, you're going to lose your off lane, because you're playing into Troll Crystal Maiden. This lane is extremely strong. Not many heroes can play into this. And then you also have Venge plus Tiny. This is a killer lane. Lifestealer early on. Wyvern, if he gets caught out of position, Tiny with the crash landing, that's the faucet that you take for position for Tiny. So you slow people when you use the... If you use Toss on a creep wave, the hero gets slowed. You get the extra damage. It feels really nice. I'm really worried for Spiky Gaming. With a draft like this, it's a lot of physical damage. When it comes down to magic damage, there really isn't much other than Dark Willow.
Yeah, it really feels like like you said, a draft that's a bit overcooked, right? I'm not really a huge fan of it, and we'll see if they're able to get off to the races, but this is still a lineup here from Team Turtle that can go pretty quickly. Tiny gets an item or two, all of a sudden that with Venge and Crystal Maiden, like the lockdown is there to enable these heroes. And
Yeah,
I
this
think
is
that it's going to be tough.
Super strong lineup from Team Turtle. Strong lanes, you get out of the laning stage with like 2-3k gold deficit, 10 minutes in, I would say at least. And then you can try to snowball until Troll gets to his second, third item, and then he starts to join. Again, they do have good Roche taking potential. There's going to be some minus armor from Wave of Terror, and also damage from Troll, of course.
So let's see if Spiky can hold on in this game too. It's going to be tough. I don't know about this lineup, but 5-man smoke. Looks like they're going to be cutting across, but they're not going to be finding the side of Spiky Gaming, as they're all the way in the dire Bounty Rune area. So both teams kind of missing each other. However, they might be able to grab XWI. Although, Planet, we've spotted And is
He needs to use Rage. He needs to skill Rage level 1.
Forced to use that Rage, and now Bounty Rune's looking like it might end up actually
3-1.
being 3-for-1 in favor of Spiky.
XWY is not going to go
goes
there.
for it.
Nah. Still fighting.
They're still,
MVR.
they're still going.
Chalice.
They're bringing Planet over. Avalanche hits on the two heroes. They're going to get MDR. Chalice is in trouble of dying. Will end up being traded. He got first blood. Maybe he bought out early enough. Picho doesn't have enough mana yet for Frostbite. Only 2 away, but then would start the lane with nothing. And they'll disengage.
Chalice pretty happy about this trade, getting some XP from that one, getting the first blood gold, so raid band available on him. This is the type of a game where I don't think you build into Battle Fury. You want to have Maelstrom / Mjolnir. You're going to be playing into Radiance Lifestealer, so those Maelstrom / Mjolnir procs will go through evasion and also great against Cold Embrace. So at least you have some kind of damage. They're going to be mixed physical and magical, and also great against Dragonite's high armor. And there it is. Somnus already on his hill. But the lane is pushing in. So he's going to get some of the XP. Level 2 raises. This is where it starts to get much more difficult for Dragon Knight in the matchup. I also want to see if Somnus decides to buy a Blood Grenade. If there's going to be a Blood Grenade available, it gives you that little bit of oomph in the mid lane because you have extra slow. Of course, Faucet Shadowmire stacking 8% movement speed and a stack speed debuff whenever you hit the raise.
XWY, gonna try and body block this a little bit, but it goes under the tower, so gotta be careful about where you're gonna be at, but he's stopping these last hits from happening with the Dragon Tail. At least stops one. Somnus one creep away from hitting level 3, and now XWY has to be in a little bit of careful territory. Those triple raises can come at you quick. Although he doesn't exactly have the mana for all 3 raises. He does have mangoes if he wants to go for it. So we'll see how much Somnus can get out of this. As top lane for the moment staying pretty quiet. A good hit on that Shadow Realm strike.
Ooh, they can get the dispose. There's still no rebound. Hara already used his Shadow Realm, but we'll get out of the trouble for now. Pichu doesn't have much mana to work with. Did invest a lot of his early mana because you want to pick up Arcane Aura level 2 most of the time, but if you see the opportunity, you bring the extra mango, you might get a kill because you have either Frostbite or Crystal Nova instead. There's the Blood Grenade bought on him, so that means Somnus is not going to get it.
Find that. Also an empty bottle here on Somnus. He got that bottle picked up pretty early, but he only has mana for 1 more raise. Not getting that solo kill there onto XWY, but if he refills the bottle and maybe has a rotation, they could get something. First blood's already happened, so we've seen supports play aggressive previously. Bramble Maze is down. They've got the root, but there's the rebound away. You said, level 2, if you want to, it's the Arcane Aura, but it will be 1/1/1 for Crystal Maiden. As he went into the Frostbite level 1, and then got the Crystal Nova for the aggression. We'll see if when the Arcane Aura comes out, if he goes 1/2/1 or 1/1/2.
You need the Aura on level 3, otherwise you don't have enough mana sustain to cast your abilities.
Definitely, I meant level 4 if he was going to go for more Arcane Aura or anything like that. But there it is, the 1/1/1, and he picks up that Blood Grenade you were talking about.
So having extra slow with the 2 abilities, Disarm against Marcy is going to be nice. They did pick up the Lotus, so that's the one that can make a difference in the top lane.
Certainly can.
Good thing for Spiky Gaming is their couriers have bonus HP and gain 3 bonus levels, so you have these flying couriers delivering the items faster, which means that Spiky Gaming in the laning stage should be stronger. And now, of course, because of the couriers, they're going to get the kill on Chalice and return kill in the mid lane. Somnus and Planet making a move. First move from Tiny.
Yeah, I didn't know the raises hit that high. I know sometimes Toss can mess with things, but the raises go all the way up to the sky, and they get that kill on XWY. And this is, again, Somnus just having a lane that he could be really happy about. Not the same style of hero. Not a hero like Huskar who's going to be moving very often and early. But we'll see what he ends up doing and how he wants to approach this. Chalice dying up top, though. He's top of the CS. That does slow him down a little bit, right?
Yeah, that's not the kill that I expected them to get in this lane, especially if Crystal Maiden is not leaving the lane. If you're fighting it 2v2, a bit of a mistake, I would say, from Troll, because he got the first blood. He's investing into these smaller items, Magic Wand, Null Talisman, plus Raid Band. That means you have a lot of early impact.
Somnus coming around, tossed into the air, and that will be 1 raise, 2 raises, and 3 raises.
Something that we did mention during the draft is that this Cold Embrace, you're not going to get the value out of it. We said Shadow Ray setup. Again, toss from Tiny where he can reposition you. So needs to be careful how he uses that. Buys a little bit more time, but in the end still dies.
Yeah, really only extending what was definitely going to go down. And Chalice, he was under the tower. They're going to TP over. Rebound in, but Crystal Maiden's here. A double TP through. And now Chalice, who's only level 5, has to TP away.
Back
So
to
does the
base. I
Crystal
feel like
Maiden.
he could have TP'd to his tower. Maybe bring some extra regeneration, but still going to be full HP. Great understanding. Definitely overextended. They're playing underneath the tier 1 tower. There's a TP rotation, but manages reads the situation and TP's out. So nothing too big has been lost so far. Somnus putting in pressure onto this mid tower.
So putting some pressure on. A 1,000 net worth lead up to this point. Wisdom Rune's available. Hara will get one. Another one's going to be picked up by the Crystal Maiden. So Picho, he'll get towards level 5. He went 1-2-1. Not too shocking. That's pretty standard. Toss up, though, and the Blood Grenade. Rebounding, trying to get away, and MDR has done so again. Gotta have that extra control for the rebounding jump away. Hanging this off-lane Venge. They've got the Frostbite, looking for the damage. Only level 5, no Infest. They get the kill bottom, and it's a 3,000 net worth lead very quickly once more for Team Turtle.
Yeah, we said it during the draft. Strong laning stage for Team Turtle. Wyvern trying to make a move on Somnus. Point and Requiem available. Picks up the Haste Rune, so that means that he can't really be ganked. There's going to be one raise, two raises, and he's not done yet.
Yeah, wants way more here. Cursed Crown's going to be used. Picho, level 5, has 3 levels in that Frostbite. If you step up on this DK, I think, around anybody, truthfully, I think you're just dead.
You got a connection, maybe with one raise into another spell, Avalanche or Crystal Nova, you should be able to die and forced to use the glyph. Things are falling apart for Spiky Gaming.
Dragon Tail used, Avalanche is out, Cursed Crown, Requiem, and with the Frostbite, XWI walked in, he ends up dead. The rebound over, though, with the Unleash. Somnus is dead. Oh, the Requiem almost killed off MDR. Arctic Burn and a Splinter Blast at level 3. A Blood Grenade. Planet will throw an Avalanche and survive. Oh,
Look at that slow.
Navigates the maze, and now Outsider on the run. Not enough mana here for the Crystal Maiden to get another Frostbite out to get the kill.
The slow from Crash Landing feels really nice. That's level 3 toss right now. 25%, actually 30% slow. It goes up to 35, and while all this is happening, top lane gets destroyed by Chalice.
Oh, XWY. Oh, he just survives. Cursed Crown pops. Actually hits Somnus too. Swap save. Picho will be fine. So, Picho fine. He's A-okay. First swap comes out. They also bring Chalice over to start getting this tier 1 tower over mid. Outsider, ripped apart.
4 members, make it 5 from Team Turtle. Going to the mid lane, Chalice securing himself another tower. And they're going to steal some of the stacks. This is only 1 stack in the triangle. They've been pretty busy on side of Spiky, feeding away all these kills. 6k gold lead. I didn't expect it to be as high coming out of the laning stage. But yeah, now your Lifestealer, he needs... Because he can't really join. He might... TP, use Infest, try to save somebody, but his impact is not going to be great. Dragonite on the back foot played into Shadowfiend matchup, which means that he's not going to have that much farm. Planet. There's a lot of these small items that we talked about on their side. Tiny with Null Talisman gives him just enough mana with your Arcane Aura to cast his abilities. 2-mana Avalanche.
Oh boy. Oh god, they tossed him into a Requiem. I don't even think I even saw him land.
The last time it wasn't timed perfectly. Planet did toss him Dragonite on top of summons. They still got the kill, but didn't get the full Requiem damage.
That time, make no mistake. 11 minutes into the game, 8,000 net worth lead. It is getting so quickly to that point that you call the point of no return. And I know that the earlier it happens, the less valuable that is, where it's a 1K net worth lead per minute. But when it gets up this high already at this point, I think it is just as equivalent.
It is. We've also seen a lot of relatively quick games so far in the Chinese qualifiers for TI.
XWI.
Is that a Wyvern or Dragonite? It is Dragonite, okay. Just making sure. It is definitely Dragonite now in melee form.
Oh. What, Winter Wyvern doesn't go to melee form?
No. Venge does, though.
Venge does, and Venge will. Avalanche thrown out. Brambles are there for a second, but the raises
no curse.
to landing, and
Level
there's going to be
5.
a third none needed. Oh gosh, there is no curse. Only level 5, 12 minutes into the game. There it is. Got the level 6 off that creep that MDR killed with Unleash in the jungle. Oy.
They want to end this one as quickly as possible. I'm looking at the itemization. Pichu going for Crimson Guard on Crystal Maiden. Shadow Fiend wants the damage. Right click. He did pick up Wind Blaze.
Avalanche. Toss back, and that is now with the Frostbite. Winter's
He's out
Curse
of the
sticking
range.
away. And not in the range of it. Gets hit by the Brambles. Has Requiem in 6 seconds. Also 18 charges on that wand ready to go.
And speaking of all these small items that they picked up, Shadow Fiend, again, going for the damage. With level 15, you will have Presence Aura affects buildings. Tiny, instead of picking up the Blink Dagger. Wind Blaze plus Phase Boots. So he wants to be as active as possible. Wants to have 2,000 gold saved up. Vengeful Spirit, Double Bracer, Dragonlance into Ags. It's looking really rough for Spiky Gaming.
They have done what you do to a spiky thorn rose, and that's shave the spikes off before you grab it. And Turtle has really just neutered this side of Spiky Gaming. There has been not much going the way of the Radiant side. It's the XWI is getting doubled in net worth right now.
They're
Oh,
stuck in the
smokes. I think
base.
they
13
saw
minutes
that.
in, they cannot leave their base. They are too afraid. Let's see if they decide to get some kind of a jump here, but the problem is, how do you jump? MDR needs to get like rebound into dispose or something.
XWI, Chalice, popping that ult, trying to survive, dispose, freezing field, down. Chalice can't get anything off. They get the kill on Ahara. They lose Chalice, they lose Picho, the rest of the team bail.
Team Turtle, like they I understand that they want to get as much advantage as possible early on, but this one is a bit too deep. Like, you have Chalice again playing behind enemy lines 14 minutes in. Who picked up the Wisdom Room? It was XWI, so at least they did not lose that one. And also the rest of the team did kind of bail on them. Yang was not even close to that fight. He continues to farm the bottom lane.
I was a little surprised that he bailed so quickly. But what can you do? So, continuing on, and still a 9,000 net worth lead, stabilizing at least for a moment. Gleipnir for Chalice. So, not Weaver this game, but Weaver build-esque.
It gives you more root, gives you way to... Like, Gleipnir is one of the stronger items right now when it comes down from the carry role, what you want to buy. Of course, Battle Fury on certain heroes is still going to be more popular, like Ursa. But, yeah, Gleipnir gives you that extra tool, especially for the heroes that don't have any kind of stun, like any kind of a root mechanic like Weaver. Troll does have with his... he's just going to die to swap.
Die with a swap, but now Yang swapped himself into a bit of a precarious position. He's low. That shield was doing everything it could to keep him alive, and does. Freezing Field even committed here. They're looking over for MDR. They've got Planet with the Avalanche. Yang will have a follow-up magic missile in a second that chases on into the trees. Toss up into the air. MDR gets stunned with the magic missile. There's a raise and a kill for Yang. At some point,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I know we're talking early GG potential, but I'm not sure how long you hold out.
Your base defense, like, you're gonna wait for the next round of items. You have Radiance coming up on your carry soon. Dragon Knight just picked up a Blink Dagger. Marcy is a recipe away from her BKB. So if they get those items, they can take a fight. There's the swap kill again. Yang is like, okay, Nether Swap deals damage. I'm gonna use that to secure some of the kills. Because he is getting close to Aghanim Scepter, and then he can swap very aggressively. It's high ground time for Team Turtle.
Yeah, definitely. Chalice is here, ready to take the high ground, has that Gleipnir ready to go. Radiance is finished. Maybe it's something that can hold them onto this game. But this is looking like game number 1, except 10 minutes earlier. Rambles are down.
Dire's top tower.
They'll pick some flowers.
Yang ready to swap. As soon as he sees the target, there's
This
gonna be swap available.
Lightstealer does not have TP.
Just got delivered.
Okay. There it is. I was about to say, that feels devastating to
Nice
just let your
dodge from
racks go
Somnus.
down like this. Somnus goes to the Requiem. They've got the swap for another kill in XWY. The Frostbite outlasts the Rage. The right clicks in from Chalice, and that's going to be a dead Lightstealer. GG is called.
They tried.
And that is
They tried to use this Radiance timing, 18 minutes, and not too bad of a Radiance timing considering how everything went. And the good dodge from Somnus gets the dodge onto Terrorize with Manta Style, gets his own Requiem. The man still has it after playing competitive Dota on top level for all these years, and they are going to continue this lower bracket run after dropping down. I mean, by dropping down, they started because they are the open qualifier team. So we'll face LGD Gaming. This game, they had a couple of mistakes. I don't know if they allowed themselves to make more mistakes considering the team that they're playing against, but if you're going to be playing against higher caliber teams later on like G2IG or LGD Gaming, you will need to sharpen up.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. So it's an easy 2-0 there for the side of Team Turtle. 19-5, 18 minutes in. I mean, not really Spiky Gaming's best performance at all, and Team Turtle just overrunning them. We say this every time there's a short game, but I'm curious to see what the highlights will be here, because we're already 14 minutes in.
There's not much. There's not going to be many highlights, of course. This game was, again, very one-sided from Team Turtle's side. They just kept dominating. Some of these, like, this is the stuff that I said when they need to sharpen up if they want to go against higher caliber teams. But other than that, they look good. Like, laning stage-wise, the draft, it looks really strong. And the way they get out of the laning stage, so far, Team Turtle, they did drop a single game. I mean, they only played 2 series, but they played against Old Warrior, they played against Spiky Gaming. The next one is going to be the big test, and it's also going to eliminate some of these, players that are TI veterans. So some of them are not going to be able to attend TI this year, considering that they are already in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Team Turtle against LGD is going to be an interesting series for sure. And the next series coming up is going to be pretty interesting as well. It's Dark Horse against Kev. To me, it feels like Kev is the better team, but, I mean, Dark Horse has been showing up a little bit. I think they look all right.
Yeah, I would definitely give, I would say 60-40 for Kev, maybe even 65-35 in their favor, but Dark Horse, they showed that they can play some relatively good Dota when it's necessary, when they beat Team Bright, because when they played against LGD Gaming, they looked very lost. It was also against LGD, so if you want to qualify to TI, you might need to play against them later down the line to secure yourself a spot, so yeah, want to see how they're going to be matched up. But Kev had some pretty cool ideas, and we can see the standout player for this game, the Pichu on Crystal Maiden. Did one hell of a job securing the lane for Chalice, played super aggressive, even too aggressive for my taste, and I'm like really aggressive player when it comes down to getting involved in some of these early kills. So, yeah, gets the job done. I think that's what matters. And Pichu, he's been... Ever since I saw this guy play competitive Dota during the DPC, he looked pretty good and finally found himself, I would say, a team with some like veteran players and also some new blood. Planet, I do consider him to be, a newer generation of the players, but we'll have to see if they can continue this lower bracket run.
Yeah, so they get the 2-0 win for Team Turtle. They'll be up against LGD Gaming tomorrow. But we've got our last series of the day, and it's Dark Horse against Kev. We'll be back with that in just a moment. Stay tuned.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the road to the international. The Chinese qualifiers were on to our last series of the day. That's going to be Kev against Dark Horse. Dark Horse, they'd lost their first series to the side of LGD 2-0, and Kev lost to Azure Ray 2-1. But both of them won their next series against Bright and Too Light 2-0. So now they're here to face each other in elimination and see what they can get done. It's two teams that could potentially feel closer than maybe most might think, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if Kev kind of blow Dark Horse out of the water.
Yeah, Kev is a team that can really explode. They have, I would say, very different drafting style than other teams that we've seen so far in the qualifiers. They're not too afraid to experiment, and also being an underdog, I feel like it gives you the opportunity to slightly experiment more, because they don't know, they don't have as much information on you. But if we go back to the series that they played against LGD Gaming, when they played against Azure Ray, is the carry Darks here, Pudge as well in the game. This is type of the stuff that you don't expect to happen. The Pudge is the big one that I'm looking forward to seeing the most. We can see some of the win rates, Dark Willow as well. This hero is going to be pretty much, I would say, contested in most of the games. I think coming into the qualifiers, I said between 85 and 90%. Not sure what the actual stats is right now, but every single time I see the hero is doing quite a lot, even in the losing games. The AoE control, the damage that you bring, now also maxing out your stun instead of going for more points in Shadowland. Try to, carry the game from position 4. You're more teamfight oriented, which I really like. And the draft has started, so we're gonna see how they're gonna approach it. Pudge immediately banned by Dark Horse. That's the first ban. It's a respect ban for Undying. He played it 2 times, 100% win rate. Can't really blame them.
Yeah, definitely dominated with this hero, and that's something that they want to get rid of. Make sure that they don't have to deal with it. TA also getting banned. Centaur, Clockwork, and Phoenix. They find their ways out of the draft. And we'll see what the side of Dark Horse decide here with their final ban of the first phase. As it will be the Shadow Fiend. So, coming into this series,
10 seconds.
who would you say your standout from each team is right now?
I've been really impressed by Lonfrey Selezutra because he had some really nice performances, and maybe I'm biased because of his name. If I was a bit more realistic, I would say Sheep. I think Sheep had some really nice performances. The one on Dark Willow was really good. Even in the losing game, I feel like he's doing a lot. His Hoodwink when he was playing against Team Bright was also a menace. And when it comes down from Team Kev, Butterfly Effect. This is not the hero that... sorry, not the player that I've seen a lot from.
Right.
And so far, he's been doing a good job. I haven't seen him play when he was playing for IG Vitality or anything. I don't think they qualified for many stuff, and I wasn't covering. That's why I asked you when we were covering some of their series, information about him. But been very impressed the way he played.
He's been always on the cusp of doing things in terms of moving on up, as he used to be, I would say, a big staple of DPL when China used to have those big leagues as well. The CDA leagues that existed, and his time with IG Vitality was definitely not unknown in terms of everything, the amount of time he had spent there. So it's interesting to see him with Kev and seeing what he could potentially do. It looks like it's going to be him on this Storm, and then Venge picked up for Dark Horse.
We've seen a lot of Storm Spirits in the first phase. This is probably the third, maybe even a fourth one so far. 40% win rate, 5 times picked, 15 banned. That's one of the reasons why you see him in the first phase. It gets heavily contested. So you don't think it's going to survive through the second banning phase, so you need to take it immediately, having only 1 pick in the first phase. the hero, I don't think it's doing him any justice that he's right now at 40% win rate. It sounds bad. It's
Radiant
basically,
lean back.
if he had one extra game, would feel much better. But the hero does quite a lot. If we're talking about his itemization, it has definitely changed from over the past years. He's also having this innate ability Galvanize, basically the old Bloodstone, where he's gaining
10
mana charges
seconds
for the
remain.
kills,
Radiant
getting
team
permanent mana regen, and then losing some of the Galvanized stack when you kill him. So what he wants to do is be super active early on as much as possible. That's why we see him invest into all of these smaller items early on, just to be able to get to the side lanes, get stuff done. Rune control, extremely important whenever you have Storm Spirit. Probably the most, now with the innate ability on
10
Storm,
seconds
probably the
remaining.
most important hero in Dota 2 right now to control the runes for. Always was heavily relying on runes, but now even more.
Mereska has arrived.
There's Dark Willow once again, this time for Kev. As the Weaver
Give me
was picked up by
Slaughter, like
Dark
just give me
Horse.
Slaughter right now to make this Weaver life super difficult, and then you have Slaughter jumping in with Dark Willow, Storm Spirit also zipping from far away. Could make things a lot
Interesting.
difficult for Dark Horse. This is also a hero that I believe has been relatively highly contested. It feels that he's doing so much work. 0% win rate, 2 times pick, 7 banned. Okay, I was watching the other qualifiers as well. Maybe China doesn't prioritize it as much, but the hero feels still super strong. Whether you're taking the faucet that gives you the more illusions, which is always nice, and his innate ability, very hard to trade at the early stages of the game against him.
So, one of the counters to Weaver back in the day, I remember it would be like Mugi would be playing Weaver in the Chinese DPL, and then you'd have, say, somebody like Ame, they'd go to Bloodseeker. I don't know if that's still a thing, but Bloodseeker I haven't seen much of at all, really.
Yeah, I think he's in an okay spot. I wouldn't call him, S tier carry. Somewhere, B tier carry. Right now, maybe even slightly lower, maybe C tier. But Mugi, that's the name I have not heard in ages.
That's a callback one, or I think his other name was UUU9. I think that was
Yes.
also him. Yeah. So Invoker getting picked up. Not really. Again, a hero we see too much of.
Yeah, this is the first Invoker that we are going to cover. You and me. Not sure if there's been more happening on other streams, but Dark Horse. These are super squishy heroes. I don't see any tankiness coming out from them. Also, Invoker most likely going to be played from the mid lane, even though there's been a decent amount of support Invoker in the high-level pubs. Jakiro, Weaver, Vengeful Spirit. There's all heroes that are very bad when you get the first jump. So I would love to see. I did mention Slaughter. I still feel that hero is really good. Is Centaur. Centaur's banned, never mind. But anything that can get the first jump paired up with Dark Willow, I wouldn't even mind seeing something like Mars. I think Mars is also a good pickup. Even though there is Vengeful Spirit with the swap, if you take Bloodsport, you're ruining Vengeful Spirit completely. So leaning towards Slaughter, Mars to be picked up, so you have partner to play with the Dark Willow. And when it comes down to carries, you kind of know that it's going to be Weaver carry, even though they can still swap things around a little bit. Venge can be played as a carry as well, so a bit of a flex, but it's one of those situations where the flex doesn't matter as much, I would say, from Kev's point of view. But they don't care too much whether that's Venge carry or Weaver carry. You're going to counter the heroes with the same heroes. So, let's see. Now we're thinking about this. Lifestealer. I think Slaughter has to. Slaughter has to go for Dark Horse 100% and probably Enigma banned by Team Kev. Enigma's banned. Doom is the other one, where you want to stop the healing for Lifestealer. Lanes nicely into him, especially early on. Puts a lot of pressure.
10 seconds remaining.
So I have a question for you. We've seen it a couple times now. Is Dark Horse overcooking?
I think so. I don't like that they like their last pick is gonna be some kind of a beefy boy from the off lane. They have the first pick on side of Kev. I mentioned Slardar earlier into the draft. Slardar could also be like good against Lifestealer, but they don't have the first pick, so I think they have to ban it. There's the Mars, the other suggestion that I said. But yeah, this Slardar feels insane. So I don't think Team Kev should miss any opportunity.
So let's see.
10 seconds remaining.
Kev with their final ban here.
5 seconds remaining.
You're looking at this with Jakiro, Venge, Invoker, and Weaver. All ranged at the moment. I definitely I would have agreed Mars would have been a great pick. Seeing that it gets banned, but you were saying maybe something else on your mind in terms of this last ban.
Looking for an off. I mean, what is Lifestealer afraid of? Doom has already been banned. Primal Beast doesn't look as good. If there was no Dark Willow, I would say maybe Primal Beast for Dark Horse.
They
So
banned
they
the
banned
Sword
Slardar. They did not want to pick Slardar, so they ban it. It was. It's gonna come out for them, or the enemy team is gonna pick it for the laning stage.
He's back. He is back. I saw it in North America as well. I saw some tweets about it.
LGD played it earlier. 33% win rate, standard Pango win rate in the last couple of months.
Yeah,
He's been too good of a hero.
We can't get rid of this guy.
5 seconds remaining.
How much? 33% win rate, and it was even worse at the last event for Wallachia. But we'll see if Pango could be successful, right?
The hero is kind of in a weird spot, I would say. We've seen Neo played it earlier today. He went for more like right-click oriented build, having Echo Saber straight into Ags. It's not that one-dimensional. Most of the time, you still want to pick up your Diffusal Blade, and then Earth Spirit position 4, Weaver carry, Jakiro 5, offlane Vengeful Spirit. They needed some kind of a stun, something that can actually set up things for Invoker, and the melee position 4 with Vengeful Spirit. It's a lot of fighting going on from Dark Horse if they want to get active, and there's going to be a Lifestealer who tends to get, it's a bit on the slower side, Pangolier as well from the off lane, just not the hero that gets a lot done. I've been the owner of this Pango offlane hater club for quite some time, getting new members in with each day. A lot of people are joining. A lot of people are, signing the contract for a year, for 2 years, because we've been on the Pango train for a really long time. The hero has been just first phased in the last, I would say, 2 years, and glad that he's also being played, but not every single game, because I think if the same hero is being played all over again, even though it's one of the most fun heroes in Dota, like the way the way his spells work, I would say that sometimes we need to say enough and buff the other heroes.
Yeah, we had Sand King for about a week, and then they were like, "That's not allowed."
That's enough.
Yeah.
Not enough to have fun with Sand King anymore.
Yeah.
No, because people love to complain. That's how we are. I think the reasoning why we don't like Sand King as much is there's this like AoE big effects that are uncontrollable. We had been in Konka, Bloodstone, Aghanim Scepter build for quite some time. Sand King did the same thing where he becomes unkillable, very annoying at the mid, and if you go to the later stages of the game, he just becomes a nuisance. It's also the combination of the items, so toned him down. Sanking doesn't feel as good anymore. We did put him in his right place where he belonged in the last 5, 6, 7 years.
You know, he doesn't get to move on up. That's for sure. It's not fair,
30
in my
seconds
opinion.
to battle.
Let some heroes live. Like Tinker. I think that hero deserves to live a little bit. Just saying. I know not a lot of people agree with that. Sounds like you don't agree with that.
I'm just thinking, there's going to be some Tinker in this meta. Like, his
They'll
toolkit
find a way.
can also be used as a position 5 as a support Tinker.
They're
Big
going.
fight coming out.
And they want to go before the horn, and they're going to use that boulder smash,
Never mind.
but
Nothing
everybody
happens.
disengages. 5v5, and
Looked
everybody's
like-
agreed to go away.
Yeah, it did look like it's going to be a big fight. Let's check some of the faucets. Pretty standard stuff on Dire side, I would say. You have the static remnant with the static slide. Of course, Corpse Eater on Lifestealer. Pango with his double crash, double jump. Shadow Demon. Did go for Promulgate, which is a better one out of the two, I would say. So, basically the old Soul Catcher. So you're getting... I like that we're bringing back the old abilities back to Dota. All of this like stuff that has been removed has been re-added with some different names.
I will say, I'm kind of thinking maybe we should bring back some other old things, like maybe Repair
There's
Kit.
First Blood potentially
like
coming
it.
up.
Jin is dead. And, ooh, they also get A in it at the same time. So, Undyne getting that kill. Excited to see what Undyne brings to the table that isn't a Pudge. Every time he's not on Pudge, I'm interested. I'm in.
Try to square up against Shadow Demon. Not what you want to do at those early levels. Menace is really powerful innate ability. 2% stacking amplified damage, so you start hitting him. You can also create... This is for the guys that love to theory craft a little bit more with their builds. This is... It also works with your illusion, so if you use Disruption on yourself, later on you, let's say, pick up
She
a
might
Manta
be
style
dead.
and stuff. Let's see, good body blocks.
Only has Boulder Smash. These stacks of poison are going to get there, and Undyne's going to get another kill.
You're not listening, B-Cup. You're interrupting when I'm talking about the importance of Manta Shadow Demon, the pub build from the core role.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
It is good. It is really good if you want to have fun. It's probably not going to win you the game, but you will have a lot of fun when you see those numbers being bigger on top of him.
Okay, because I'll do it. You got to tell me the build breakdown, because I just did your Greaves Bloodstone Witch Doctor.
It's not Greaves Bloodstone. Like you missed 2 items in between.
What'd I miss?
You need to be tanky. You need a Glimmer Cape, Eternal Shroud, something like that to be much more effective. So you
no
can
wonder
soak
I was
up the
dying.
damage. There we go.
Whatever, we won. I got the MMR. It's
Well,
okay.
we'll get there eventually.
Yeah, I'll start listening a little bit more to you right now. I'm only getting 40% of what you're saying. But I'll get more. So what is this Manta build? This Shadow Demon?
It is
Step by step.
fun. Yeah, step by step. So Shadow Demon, you have this debuff, of amplified damage debuff that you have. Look at the number, 5 Menace, taking 10% more damage.
Wait,
with so you can create the illusions of yourself with the Disruption Manta style. You can build, into some like right-click power threads, Hurricane Pike stuff. People are probably going to be like, "What is this guy talking about? Some shitty item build in a professional game, in an elimination match between Dark Horse and Kev." But test it out, see if it works. Feel free to reach out. Jin in the bottom lane again, in trouble.
I'll test it out later today, and ooh, Jin in some trouble, and that will be a kill there for Red Panda. But Red Panda will drop there to the Weaver. I got a little confused. I completely lost attention of you. Hold on. Butterfly effect. Han getting a
that's a
solo
solo.
kill. Damn. And then hitting him with the Grandmaster voice on.
That's a
is
big kill. This
unexpected.
is massive. Storm is level 4. Invoker is going to be level 5.5. Investigate these smaller items. Wraith Band, Bracer.
Now he's got to get an old talisman. Get the trifecta. I think, truthfully, as Han is now out of mana, Butterfly Effect, though, now hitting level 5, I think we should release an item that combines Bracer, one Bracer, one Wraith Band, one Null Talisman.
It would be too OP. No matter what it is, just combining these smaller items. It's like we had Trident in Dota 2, and then we removed it because
We realized it was too strong.
too many good items combined into one.
Yeah, no one man should have all that power for sure. So, right now, 4-2. Nothing like the last series where it was already a 4K net worth lead at this point. But certainly feeling like it's on the edge of breaking out, especially with another kill here on Xin.
Bottom lane doing much better for Kev than I expected. Pango, usually not a strong offlaner, but they are getting the kills. They are not CSing as much. Top lane.
Magic Missile. And the Disruption. They're going for Aeonid. TP attempt out and will be successful. They'll even bring Xin up here. But Red Panda trying to run away. Shikuchi, Shadow Form, and... well, even in the Shadow Realm, there is still death. Not able to survive again. And this Weaver's having a really good game.
We've seen it. That's why the hero is first phase most of the time. Can still be flexed if you don't want to play it from the carry role, but usually does very good. Invoker in the mid lane. Maybe some more problems for Storm. There it is. Let's see if he burns his mana.
He certainly does.
Cold Snap. His attacks also, like the Quas with Agnostic, applies damage over time. It's 2-second duration only, but it's good with the Cold Snap. Let's see how many denies he has on Invoker. 6, granting him 25 extra XP from the denies. That's why he's getting the extra levels as well. It's good at the early stages of the game, that little bit of oomph, but you're not going to be focusing on denying the creeps later on. You want to jump between the camps, get more stuff done.
Let's see if they can. We'll see if this Storm can even make a move, but for right now, Butterfly Effect stuck to just trying to farm the jungle at the moment with these static remnants, and he really needs to find himself feeling a bit more comfortable in this game.
Okay, I was about to say, how come he didn't find a neutral item yet? Let's see what he gets. Some Fairy's Trinket, Royal Jelly. Didn't have the good options. Decides to go for Pig Pole. Makes him slightly tankier, 5 attributes, and has that Pig out.
Big Pole, maybe not the best one, is looking to maybe go on Changxi. Ice Path is down, and Weaver, who does have time-lapse available, not too scared of moving forward on this Pangolier. Shikuchi will hit. Butterfly Effect having to bail on these skeleton warriors from the camp that he was farming. Shanxi getting anything he can out of this bottom lane. He's top of the net worth for his team.
CSing nicely. And also involved in 3 out of 5 kills on his own team, bringing power shreds. This is the build that we did mention, that Neo did go earlier today when LGD played against Azure Ray.
Do you like the build?
I need to see more from it. I definitely need to see more or test it out
Tornado EMP.
to see how it feels.
Undyne goes into the disruption, and Weaver gonna continue on forward under the tier 1 tower with the roll out. They'll get the kill on Undyne, ball lightning in, but Butterfly Effect, who can you find? You've got yourself the Electric Vortex. The damage is out on a Han. They get the kill onto the Invoker. They're gonna look to turn this on to more than just one. They'll find a second in Xin, and that is a 2-for-1 for Kev.
Yeah, very good trade, killing the Invoker, but they did lose the mid tower earlier. They need to make this Storm Spirit to make some kind of a comeback into the game. Right now playing around him. Undyne will TP mid, refill his bottle, give him mana with the mana boots. Ulu continues to farm up in the top lane. Pretty standard stuff on a Lifestealer. 1-1-4 build. Gold Frenzy, even though it doesn't longer apply. Any kind of slow, still the ability that you want to max out early on.
CS Well already has 122 extra Corpse Eater health. And Weaver again coming over. They're looking for the roll. It's not going to connect. Sheep, though, with the Boulder Smash, hitting on to Undyne. The Infest to get some health into this Shadow Demon. Chikuchi, but Disruption under the tower, and Undyne keeping himself alive. And it's not a kill that they're going to get. Weaver immediately goes towards bottom. Shang-Chi is building with this Orb of Corrosion right now.
You're one of the best heroes early on to rotate through the Twin Gates. Carry Monkey, carry Weaver can easily, like with the extra move speed or a tree dance. Double shield crash in the bottom lane, putting in pressure onto Lonfair, but he has a lot of regen. Healing Lotus, Magic Wand in the bottom lane. And that's another tower for Dark Horse. Playing the map in this first 10 minutes really well.
They're smoked up, though. Sheep. This Courier just roaming over. They are going to get a quick kill on Sheep. And this Courier just kind of roamed over and led the way for them to just get that kill on that Earth Spirit. And it's a big kill to get. And after the start that Butterfly Effect had, he's top of the net worth. Well, that will put Pango there, but you know what I mean. Butterfly Effect, he's up.
Almost there. Yeah, he's now going through the Twin
First
Gates.
round, Dust. And looking for the Terrorize. They landed. They've got the Fear. The Rolling Thunder. Can they bounce him up long enough? They got him. That is
Easy clap.
perfect.
That was nicely done. First a rotation from the Storm Spirit. Red Panda, Terrorize, Bramble Maze. Not allowing him to use Time Lapse. That's a big kill. 2k gold lead for Kev. Now make it 3k. And this is before Lifestealer even gets his first item, before he starts to join.
Yeah, he came over mid for a second, but only got a couple of assists, didn't get the kills. And he's building into that Radiance. So it'll be some time till he gets that. He's sitting third in the net worth in terms of cores at the moment, third on his team as well. Macropyre even committed. Red Panda's gonna die here. It's to the Jakiro. What they gonna pick off? They find something.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Butterfly Effect. Looking for that Witchblade.
Denied.
Oh, denies the rune and Ball Lightning into that Ice Path.
Invoker was having a really fun time until he overextended in the mid lane. Still in the middle of the pack, like they're relatively close. But if he dies one more time, his Orchid is going to get delayed. He's also playing into Shadow Demon. He wants to punish the Storm with that, let's call it early Orchid. But Storm might just get some kind of a dispel mechanic of his own. And if he ever feels threatened, Undyne, as a position 5 Shadow Demon, can follow him. He gets silenced, disruption. But it also sets things up for some of the, like, throughout Dota history, Jakiro has been used as a counter to Shadow Demon when Jakiro was in a good spot, where defensive disruption, you get out of it, immediately Ice Path on top of it, so you know the target is going to get stunned.
Right.
So gotta be careful about that one.
MOA is down and Invoker locked up for a second, but nobody going in past the line. And that line being the river at the moment. Lifestealer, Double Bracer, Phase Boots, like I said, Radiance next, but doesn't feel like it's as fast as maybe it could have been, but I think the timing's okay.
It's Double Bracer, another Gauntlets, Phase Boots, so still gonna be a relatively good timing on the Radiance. 15, 16 minutes.
Not finding anybody up here top. So, Undyne, he's got some words to place. He's looking to get that shard, to get that demonic cleanse, and they're going to smoke up here. They might find Aeonid, but maybe they want to go in over on mid. Like you said, they want to slow down that Orchid. And Han is very confident in standing there. Good tornado.
Good one.
Ice Path with this EMP. And ball lightning away. They had the infest, but they're going to bounce poorly on this Rolling Thunder. They've got the swap and another bounce that kind of puts them in an awkward spot. They're still looking to get Shang-Chi. The roll from Sheep, though, it's in onto a disruption from Undyne. Cold snap on Undyne as well as a geomagnetic grip to get the silence. Ice Path landed perfectly. They get themselves the kill on the Shadow Demon, and they're looking for more. Swarm on a Red Panda. That's going to be another kill. 2 heroes dead on the side of Kev, as the execution from Kev that was perfect bottom is non-existent there mid.
It was perfect for Dark Horse. Catching him with Tornado. Mid-zip and then landing Earth Spirit Silence into Ice Path. One valuable point in the Ice Path does make a difference. He does get out thanks to Infest, but still the damage has been done, killing off 2 supports. Ulu about to finish off that Radiance. That's going to be the big timing that they can have. Storm Spirit plus Lifestealer going together and getting stuff done. Maybe throw in some casual Bedlam before they jump, and that's a guaranteed kill from 100 to 0 on any of the heroes.
So missing out on that sort of jump there. Ooh, first forced to come over and infest to get that save for Butterfly Effect. He's now almost got this Radiance. He's just short the Talisman of Evasion, short 400 gold on that. As Weaver is under this ward, but they are unable to get there in time to kill him. Just cleaning up some creeps over mid. This Orchid is now finished on Han, and that could be a huge problem, but they found Aenid. Ball lightning into the wrong spot. Swap used, not going to matter. They'll get this kill. Butterfly Effect getting credit for that one. He's gone Witchblade. He's going to be finishing off the Kaya. So still opening up space for the Lifestealer of Ulu, but I say that, and they're starting to rotate down towards bottom.
If they catch him with the Orchid, he's dead from 100 to 0.
Rolling in. Oh,
Nice.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, this, you need to start with Orchid. Even though if Sheep is the one catching the glimpse, you need to let the guy use Orchid immediately, because that's an instant silence. He can hear that roll. If he sees it, we'll pop it. But nice reaction time from Ulu. Gets him out of the trouble, finishes off that Radiance that we mentioned, and going into Manta Style wants to have the spell mechanic. A lot of the times it's going to be S and Y, but in this one, you want to get your rage off, seeing Orchid rush from Han. And now it's time to strike. I feel like they can get a pick off as long as they play with Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, certainly can. He's going into the BKB, and you say play with Butterfly Effect, but he's sitting at the tier 2 over mid. Weaver top of the net worth. Deso finished in just a second. So, Shard thought of next, and the BKB for the Weaver. And Shang-Chi has this Echo Saber Blink Dagger build, and looking to, or was looking to go Ags, now changing that to Shard Yules. So there's the Deso for the Weaver. Throw some
Big
vision
timing.
down. Okay, just straight up macro pyramid. Thinking about the Rolling Thunder, and this Obs again, now pinged out by Sheep. Stacking up these ancient camps, and Sheep behind in the enemy jungle, just trying to farm up anything that he can. Meanwhile, you've got this Invoker just clearing up a pretty big stack on the Ancients. Certainly happy with this. A lot of BKBs are on the horizon. Earth Spirit going for his. He's got the Ogre Axe. Invoker going for theirs as well. We'll have at least one component coming out of this stack. And then Weaver also looking for a BKB. So BKB's around the horn, ready to go. In a few minutes.
There's the jump.
Lining in, Vortex, pull in. It's a dead Jakiro. Tornado comes through, and now Aiden maybe thinking about going for something else, but instead they find Sheep Well, magnetized, but they're of the opposite polar, and they'll push him into a grave.
That's what happens when one team has such a better jump overall. You have Pangler with the Rolling Thunder Blink Dagger, and you have this instant to jump from Storm Spirit. We still haven't seen Infest combo. Eventually, that's also going to be available for Kev. Because you can't just roll in and hope that something happens. Tornado into Ice Pad doesn't seem reliable. Dark Horse is going to have trouble starting a team fight in this mid up to the late game until they get another round of items, until you get, you know, some instant hex from Invoker or something, because right now it doesn't feel like they can just go. They can maybe try to get a pick off, but let's see if they're going to be able to turn that into something bigger. As you said, BKBs, these spells on Kev, pretty crucial. Storm going into BKB, Lifestealer, Mantis Spell queued up, definitely needed. And of course, Shanxi, Yule Scepter on Bango. They caught him once. He's
Time, but time lapse. To go the other way and is able to escape. Needed that extra lockdown from Butterfly Effect to get that done. In my opinion. That's how they did it last time, right? They had that extra little bit of lockdown in the first bounce from the Rolling Thunder, then the Vortex, then another bounce, then the kill. Not quite getting that there. The only death for Butterfly Effect was early in the laning stage, but hasn't really turned off this Storm at all. Able to make it second on the net worth.
Shadow Demon is playing with him. Has clicked move onto Storm Spirit in the last 5 minutes of the game until he gets his BKB, just so that he has a little bit more time to buy if he gets hit by Orchid. So that's his job. Wisdom Rune has been picked up. Tormi, who got it? Red Panda on one side and Sheep on Earth Spirit on the other. So Grab Ally, the original Grab Ally, has been undying. And now Sheep has it with the Grab Ally Geomagnetic Grip.
I like it. I like any manipulation like that that Earth Spirit can do. Always those fun games where you've got the Ags. And you can kick yourself as a remnant. Scan connects. So Kev's going to be aware of this move. And they immediately TP in. Ooh, ready to go. This might be the first Infest bomb, but he doesn't have Infest for 4 seconds. Rosh is going down so quickly, and now do Kev decide to go? I mean, this was a slow reaction.
It is time to catch them. They still want to take the fight. Dark Horse, relatively full HP. Forge Spirits were the one soaking up the damage from it.
Smoke
Bramble
breaks.
Maze doesn't
Bramble
connect.
Maze does not connect. Rolling Thunder comes in. It's going to hit Aeonid, but the rest of the side of Dark Horse are going to let him die. No point in fighting this one, and Aeonid, he's already got that Ag, so he'll buy some time, but the rest of the team is out of here. So that's all they get out of that, but now an Aegis in the hands of Dark Horse. Dark Horse, though, they're getting this Aegis, they're getting some objectives, they're getting their farm. They are starting to fall behind further and further in terms of net worth, and they need to start to make it up, I would say, by fighting. They have not gotten much in a while.
The issue is, how do you start a fight? That's the big issue for them. Not having that initial jump, maybe you can get the swap. It's going to be pretty chaotic starting a fight for Dark Horse. Maybe rolling in, even if you miss the rolling boulder, just make them take the fight, because you can bail him out of the trouble with the swap. Maybe even a tornado. But right now, they are farming up Earth Spirit. Sheep needs some kind of a protection on his own, it feels like, going into BKB as his first item pretty much. Finished Urn of Shadows.
There's the roll, but
Butterfly
that's
effect.
going to miss.
He's
They'll
quick.
find their first kill in 10 minutes, which will be this Dark Willow. I say that. All right. And it's true. So that's their first kill in 10 minutes. Really did take a long time for them to get back on the board. And I think, yeah, the kill they got 10 minutes ago was the Dark Willow. So
The only hero they can kill right now, it feels like.
yeah.
Again, the big issue is your offlaner doesn't have a way to start a fight. Earth Spirit. Again, you hear him rolling in, you see him. Gives you enough time to react to it. Still 0 Deso charges. That was pretty much a Deso rush for Lanfair, but unable to get any extra damage on it.
Yeah.
Storm Spirit completed Meteor Hammer. We're back in Meteor Hammer meta on some of these mid laners. Seen Void Spirit that does pick up the item. Especially good on Storm Spirit. Gives you that extra mana regeneration. 75. Pretty cheap upgrade to Kaya. It comes down to Kaya Sanj not being that good of an item anymore, not providing with status resistance. This is something that Storm wanted to have, where he can get out of the trouble because the stun doesn't last as long, and they don't use the other layer of disable immediately.
They smoke on the side of Dark Horse, but there's nobody top. They're all down here for Kev. So this tower is going to be gone, and maybe they try to trade a tier 2. Maybe they try to defend on Kev.
Radiant are scanning.
There's no glyph as it was just used, and there goes that tower. They do take towers very quickly. Not a lot of time to react to objectives being taken by the side of Dark Horse, and Kev kind of allowing them to do that for free. Or, well, not for free. They did get a tier 2 of their own. So, 6,000 net worth lead. Stationary at this number for a while. And it looks as though Kev are maybe looking to make a move, but Sheep, I guess Sheep will happily oblige to give them that move as they'll try and get this. They swap out, though. They're in the macro pyre. They need to start to move. This is going to be the Weaver coming over, but hit by the Rolling Thunder. They get the kill out of the Venge, and they'll bounce up the Weaver a couple of times. So now, with the Alacrity, thinking whether or not they want to continue to go forward, and they will, but he's forced to time-lapse away. Ice Path, you might want to walk out of that one before you get locked up. They've got the Meteor down, the damage on the Han, as well as this Weaver. They're going to get the kill there. They'll take out the Aegis. They'll take out Han. They've got the Magnetize on the side of Kev. Roll lands. That connects onto Undyne, but he's going to disrupt himself to survive. The right click's coming out from Butterfly Effect. They'll get the kill on a Sheep. They'll take out Xin, and now they'll look over as the Venge bought back. Ball Lightning, not a lot of mana left on Butterfly Effect. He is infested. They've got the swap. They're going for the Pango. The BKB's going to run out here on this Weaver, and they will jump on an A unit who just bought back and will die a 4th time because it's him, the illusion, him again, the illusion, him, me, him, me, him, me, him.
Not too bad of a buyback when you think about it. Takes the place of his illusion, comes back into the fight immediately. But he kind of killed his game, because you don't survive, you don't win that fight. And Storm Spirit did quite a lot of work. Same goes for Ulu on Lifestealer, just in the middle of a fight. The swap used immediately, Undyne ready with the disruption if necessary. And Shang-Chi, he's the one controlling the fight. Look at this little path that they can't get through because they know they're going to be hit by Rolling Thunder. Level 15 talent was online. 2 seconds extra Rolling Thunder duration, not 3 anymore, unfortunately. And Aegis did expire, so they couldn't really take the fight. Lanfair not feeling too comfortable and also managing to reset multiple times, getting those extra heals, getting the Glimmer Cape, getting the Infest heal, and then Storm Spirit getting in and out multiple times. He didn't die for a good 25 minutes. There was a solo kill early on from Invoker level 4, but ever since then he did not die. Having that extra mana regen in the fight really helps out to reset a couple of times.
So with a fight
Look
like
at his
that,
mana regen. 40 mana regen per second.
and yeah, I mean, after that fight, he's got 27 on the Galvanized. So mana regen increased by 8.1 for the moment. We were going to be bottom, and Aenid needs to be careful. We'll say, without the Aegis now on Dark Horse, it feels like Kev are free to push.
Should definitely take out this remaining tier 2 tower on the map. I don't know if they want to defend this one. There is BKB on Sheep plus Gem. This is going to reveal the ward that they put inside the base. It's going to get immediately E-warded. Lifestealer now with the Aghanim Scepter, so lower cooldown brings it down to 20 seconds. We'll have multiple of those available, dealing the damage, disarming the enemy carry. Only 2 Deso charges. It's not about, you know, that damage that you see the number is low. It's about what they managed to achieve ever since they picked it up.
Right. Lifestealer. 578 extra health from Corpse Eater. Just TPing over bottom, farming a whole bunch. Has that craggy coat. The armor to get through this Lifestealer is going to be pretty tough. And it will be Parasma next for the Butterfly effect as well. Like, these items are starting to come out, these upgraded items. Pango also going for the Ags. It looks like they're going to try and make a move onto the Dark Will, but this puts him in a precarious position.
He's going to get the BKB off.
Gets Sheep just dead.
Killed.
Red Panda ends up dying to this Weaver. Weaver trying to go into the back lines, maybe look over at Undyne. 2 shots him real quick. They get the kill on Undyne. They'll take out both supports. The Ball Lightning now away from the fight with a BKB pop by Weaver. The buyback used by the Shadow Demon. Butterfly effect not working with a lot of health anymore. This buyback, though, from Shadow Demon, I don't think it's going to really amount to much because this Butterfly effect Storm is leaving.
Yeah, the big thing is they didn't pick up the gem. They killed Earth Spirit immediately with the amplified damage on Storm Spirit. Gem is still sitting there. Nobody is even sending the courier to pick it up. Radiant team, they do have vision off the gem. But we're gonna leave it there for now.
It's a precious emerald. The gem. There's Storm. Storm not dying there, able to get that Parasma. And now working with 28 on the Galvanized. Gem Watch 2024. As it is in the bottom right of your screen. They take this Tormentor, they get the shard there for the Venge. Will now have that magic missile bounce.
It's guaranteed multiple stuns. If you survive long enough, you get one, you die, you respawn, you get another one, maybe you can get... And that's also multiplied, like it's bouncing between the heroes. Ulu will get his shard, so Infest Explosion applies 50% duration of open wounds. So the open wounds, the old open wounds, where it does spread around. Not the best shard in the game.
Looks like both teams are going to collide here in a fight for Roche. KB is ready for the Weaver, balling up onto the steps. They've got the Obs, as well as the Orchid. They have that silence on a Butterfly effect. It's not going to last too long, but they're going to swap him into the fight. Macro Pyre is down. BKB's been popped here by Butterfly effect as well as Sheep. They're going to have to back away. The Infest is onto the Weaver. Right click's coming through. Sunstrike. They get the kill to Zin. Ooh's got that at least. Now Ooh's going to have to get out of here. But, Disruption. He's saved for now as he starts to walk away. He has Infest in 5 more seconds. They're going to use that Psychic Headband to push back the Weaver as Ooh now needs to retreat with Butterfly effect dead. They're into the Roach Pit. They're going to take this one quickly if they don't do anything about it. And they can't do anything about it because they don't have a Storm.
Monfair is doing too much work on this Weaver. 6,000-7,000 damage stealth. Just picked up Daedalus. Problem with Pango always was when he's playing into this overwhelming physical damage during Rolling Thunder where he can't roll. Let's say he's playing in 5-6 slotted Medusa, Drow Ranger, even Leshrac with Diabolic Edict. Weaver does the same thing. You get connection on him, this form provides you with vision, couple of right clicks, you have that Geminate level 20 attack damage talent, getting closer to level 25. This is, I would say, one of the stronger heroes in the late game when it comes down to bursting people down from 100 to 0. You've seen how quickly the supports can die.
The supports die in 2 shots. They can't survive. Not really feeling the effectiveness of Pango anymore, like you said, and now another Aegis, but this time the game's even at this point, in my opinion. If not
Definitely.
Favoring Dark Horse.
I'm favoring Dark Horse right now. Unless they are getting some really nice jumps on Kev, getting a solo pick off, isolating the target with the Infest Bomb, and then taking the fight. Butterfly effect does have that gem from Jhin. So we'll be able to see Weaver, Invoker, Glimmer Cape. That's going to come out on Jhin pretty soon.
That must have been the gem that was on the ground by the Roche pit that they just ignored on the side of Dark Horse.
Bango. Aghanim Scepter completed. He has Basher. He has Overwhelming Blink. Wants to play this very annoying, in-your-face type of a Pango build. His armor is not high. Like, playing into Vengeful Spirit, Wave of Terror, Swarm, and Deso, you're still gonna have minus armor most of the time in the middle of a fight. So we'll need to take care of that somehow. I wouldn't mind seeing just an off-lane casual plate mail that you turn into Shivas later on. AC is about to be completed on Lifestealer, so that's gonna be a little bit of extra armor coming to the allies, extra 5, but still damage from Lunfair is going to be pretty massive, amplifying that damage with Venge Aura minus armor, and also Alacrity on Invoker.
And he's about to have Satanic, so I don't really know how you kill this guy. With Aegis, with technically like 3 lives if he's getting the Satanic off. And he'll start to work on these buildings, and the damage is quick. The damage is fierce. You gotta make a move. They go to the Rolling Thunder. They're gonna blink on top of the Weaver now. Oh! The Tornado again, saving the Weaver. That bumps up the Storm into the air. He's unable to get the Vortex, and you already have to back out. For the side of Kev, you don't have the Rolling Thunder anymore. The Ice Path is down. The Macro Pyre is burning him away. They've got themselves a disruption, but it's only gonna extend what seems to be the inevitable. I say that, though. The Infest on the Weaver, they get the Aegis out of his hands. Shanxi, low again, low and dead this time. Doesn't have buyback. Aeonid's going to be hit with the Cursed Crown. They take out the Tier 3 tower. They find themselves Sheep. He'll pop down the Magnetize. They get the kill to Aeonid. That's going to be a second dead. There's the time lapse. Ooh, can he fight this? Can he go back in and get another kill out of the Weaver? It's a good hold from Kev overall, but still leaving a lot to be desired from them.
Seems like that's what they came for. They came for this Tier 3 tower. They came for one set of barracks. Only managed to kill. Melee range still stands. Bottom lane, some good damage to the tower. This is a 35-minute catapult wave, which means 2 catapults dealt good 1,000 damage to Tier 3 tower. Still showing that if they are not focusing down this Storm Spirit... Also, there was a bit of a misplay between your off-lane Venge and Carry Weaver, because he used Satanic and got swapped out, so definitely didn't expect swap to come out. He's like, I have Aegis, I can pop my Satanic. A bit of preemptively using it on Weaver. For the next fight, you might need to be ready, because he's not going to have Aegis for the next one.
He's not going to have that second life, that second chance. But we'll see if Kev's even willing to make the move without this Aegis and maybe catch this Weaver. No, he's not going to be caught without buyback. He's 600 gold away. By the time they would even fight, he'd have it. But I think that Kev off a fight like that might feel some confidence, even though they lost the Tier 3 and half their racks.
Lunfair is pretty massive. Daedalus, Satanic, finds Mindbreakers, so more attack speed, has that relatively long duration silence, 2 second silence on 12-second cooldown with Mindbreaker, and about to crack level 25. So 1 extra Geminate attack, that synergizes so nicely with your crit. So kind of having a guaranteed crit almost. Whenever you attack someone, 2 extra Geminate attacks will come out. The Daedalus is 30% chance, so most likely one of those attacks is going to be crit.
Right. So, where will either team look to potentially put a cap in this game?
Their monitors, probably. I think that's the way where they need to look. Just focus. Very important series for both of these teams.
I was thinking maybe they'd look at their allies' monitors.
Yeah, look at their keyboard. Find where their Q, W, E, R hotkeys are.
I'm more of a
Legacy
non-QWERTY
user?
person. No, I wish I was a Legacy Q user.
So what are you?
I use numbers. No, I don't. I'm QWERTY. I'm not Slack. Slacks has some wild keybinds. I think one of his item keybinds is like tilde. I don't know if you've ever looked at it, but you get a chance to see his keybinds. They're insane. They're all over the keyboard.
For old school players, hard to get used to, your muscle memory. If I have 1500, maybe 250 with Dota 1, and 2500. Games on Pudge, how many times did I click T to use a hook, and then I can't really... I've been using hockey for a million times. But, yeah, new heroes can be difficult. That's why we also added abilities to make our own hotkeys, which is pretty nice.
You
So we can make stuff up.
You're on the legacy keys?
Yeah, I'm old.
Damn. It's old school. They are infested in a butterfly effect. This feels like the first time they're going for the infest bomb with butterfly effect like this. So, ball lightning all the way over.
They got
They'll
him.
find the invoker. They've got the lockdown with the rolling thunder. They get the kill 85 seconds. No buyback with Roche potentially up soon. Looks like they might look for more. Weaver, Curse Crown, Disruption, and comes out of it. Pops on the Curse Crown. They kill him too.
That's pretty massive. Like, this is Invoker who just invested all of his gold into Sight. So, no buyback for him. 5,000 gold spent, and they can run it down. This is long 80 seconds without Weaver. He does have buyback available, but probably does not want to use it here. He does not want to give the enemy the opportunity where they jump him, and if they kill him, it's pretty much GG. Without Weaver, you don't have enough damage, so we'll need to hold his buyback unless he sees some like giga opportunity to buy back and come into the fight. Again, butterfly effect. He's also the mid laner on the enemy team that did pick up the Hex, and pretty cool neutral item for him. Ascetic Cap, so 40% status resistance is really nice if you're getting initiated on by this Hex from Invoker, which he can't use because he's dead.
No. Fortunately, he is not alive in the moment. Uh-oh. Grab ally. But bottom center axe is gone. Creep's pushing into the mid tier 3 as well. But
Roshan is the juicy one.
Yeah,
they can
Rosh
kill
is
it
up.
so quickly. Dark Horse will not be able to take this fight unless they smoke out immediately out of the base. Right now they're being scouted, and then Weaver TPs to an outpost. So that's how you take this fight. If they lose this Aegis, if they let this one go, I feel that they just straight up lose. And they're going in. Sunstrike to scout things out, down to almost half HP already. Yeah, they're not going to get it there on time. Weaver's still dead, needs 5 seconds to TP to an outpost.
so there it is. They'll start to back away immediately. They're not even going to try and fight this. They know that the Weaver is not there. Now we'll see how Kev are looking to set up. I'm going to go about at least trying to put a period on this game for Kev. I've had the net worth lead the entire time. It hasn't felt like they've been the leading team the entire time, however. At this point in time, they could clear up mid. They could push down mid and try and finish it off.
If they set up Vision, their pickoff game is too strong with the Infest Bomb, Hex, Instant Hex from Storm Spirit. Now they need to hold hands together for Dark Horse. Quite difficult to get outside of the base and show yourself in the lane. You see Lunfair, he does not want to risk it playing in the outer ring. Jin will pick up the XP rune.
Can't be showing yourself. But Kev not taking this opportunity just yet to push. Now they're kind of grouping up together. this orb finished for the Dark Willow.
There it is, the pick-off time. I believe they just noticed Weaver with this Observer Ward on the high ground, and he's being pinged out. L'Enfer does have buyback, but they're ready to go. Infest with amplified damage. Level 25 Storm now. Overload bounce. Talent. They're gonna scout things out in the base. He wants to make a move.
Red Panda willing to move forward, so they get swapped so they can find the vision of the back lines. They're going to go immediately. They'll get the kill on the sheep. They'll take out this Earth Spirit, but the damage on the Butterfly Fact not going to be enough just yet. Tornado rides through. Unfair trying to stand their ground. Meteor Hammer even slammed down, but with just that, they back away.
40 seconds without Earth Spirit. No buyback on him. Mid and top lane needs to be pushed in so that you have multiple lanes coming closer, creating pressure. And also you want to be, if you're going to be playing the enemy side of the map where it's exactly where they want to be, you have that distance that you can close with the Storm Spirit.
They ended up, Place 2 are going BKB and Ag's Blessing, so opening up a slot that way.
Super farmed. Level 25, extra 1 second range duration. This talent has been nerfed so many times. Now down to 1 second, so he can start to slow siege. You know, create the illusions with the Shadow Demon, Manta style of his own, Rage, BKB into another Rage, couple of right clicks from Storm maybe, but if they don't want to take the fight, slow siege is always going to be effective. Ulu going in, load a sword so he can't get hexed. Keep repeating this until they decide to take the fight. Pretty textbook example for Team Kev. They do not want to risk anything, but the top wave did manage to finish off the range barracks because they already cleared the melee ones earlier. Swap, but the Lotus.
I'm wondering if anybody's going to have to get back before this, but they're going to try and just forego that. They get the kill there on a sheep. They look over at this Weaver. The disruption's going to be on a Butterfly Effect. Ice Path, Macro Fire. They've got the Infest. Magic Missile even thrown out. He's got an Aegis, though, that he can work with. He could have been willing to just stand his ground. The time lapse is going to be used by the Weaver. They get the kill on Aeonid, and now they've got themselves the Rolling Thunder. They should get this kill onto the Weaver. He has buyback. He'll come back into the fight. They've got the first life out of the hands of Butterfly Effect. They'll look over at Ulu, who is going to survive with a disruption, but Butterfly Effect, who just came back to life, is forced to BKB and Ball Lightning away.
Oh, he got the Infest last second.
The Infest. He keeps him alive. They look for the Weaver. They get the kill. He's gone for 2 minutes. They'll buy back on this Earth Spirit as well as the Invoker as they take out Shang-Chi. He buys back too. His Butterfly Effect is also one to fall. They buy back there. They're losing their tier 4s. They need to be careful about how long they're going to be in here for. The Magic Missile with the Rage. They've got the swap. They get the kill on this Lifestealer who doesn't have buyback. Down goes Red Panda.
He has buyback in 5 gold, so he's got to buy back and they run it down mid, end the game. Let's go. Does not want to use it. Okay, there was 2 buybacks on their side committed, one being Storm Spirit. I think they had a minute and a half to try to end the game, and there it is, Red Panda using the buyback, 1 left on Lifestealer. It is time. A little surprised that they didn't take the opportunity immediately, because this is the long time. You know Weaver doesn't have it. 70 seconds. If they can hold some Macro Pyre, Ice Path, swaps, maybe Tornado, EMP, try to buy a little bit more time. It's time to go for tier 4 towers.
They're going to look towards top.
They're looking at the top lane. They're like, could be too difficult. 55 for L'Enfer.
Disarm, there's the Rage. Bloodthorn finished for Butterfly Effect. EMP is down. Back away from that.
They're not going to be able to close out the game, so Dark Horse, they still have another fight in them.
That's if they all stay alive. Rolling Thunder in, it actually goes over the head of this Venge. Cursed Crown ends up popping after using that Manta style. And there's the Mega Creeps, and are they, I don't think they're going to stay.
They are going to wait for next rush, okay? In less than 2 minutes, but this gave Dark Horse an opportunity to win the game. I think if they can push out 2 waves and make a smoke play, get a pick off on any of the heroes that don't have buyback, and not many heroes do, there is only one, and that's Shadow Demon. So basically kill anyone other than Shadow Demon.
Octarine core now. Level 22 in this 50-minute game. And it does feel as though we're going to be waiting until Roche. Unless Kev want to surprise us with a fight. But that is highly unlikely.
If Kev wants to play this one safe, they can wait for their buybacks to come off cooldown, take the next Roche, and basically wait until your buybacks are online. Take Roche in between. Wind Waker on Pango, that's going to be their saving tool for teammates to get initiated on. Tormy. Invoker is the one who's going to get it.
They see the enemy Tormentor get done, and they're like, we could do ours too. They all got their shard. By the way, ooh, an extra 910 health with Corpse Eater.
Make it 916. 916 out of... Okay, it's not perfect. I wanted him to have 3,916, but he has 18.
Close. Will it be a long Roche? It will be, of course. So, full duration. Which means we're going to be waiting for Roche. I don't think anybody's going to fight before it. But it's good for Kev because they want their buybacks too.
Everybody wants their buybacks online. Do we have any 25s? Pango just hit his, so less cooldown on Rolling Thunder. Playing against Mega Creeps is always going to be difficult. The problem is they can't really leave the base without smoke. They need to go together, and you have, I would say, good 30 seconds to maybe do something, make some kind of a play for Dark Horse. Otherwise, lanes are going to be pushed in. They will know something's cooking. But if you leave the base, you're going to get picked off by the Storm Spirit Infest combo from Lifestealer.
Right. So, as that happens, as you get stuck in your base, the other side is able to just farm as much as possible. And no Roche off that Sunstrike Scout. I don't know what they're exactly doing over here. They're just throwing shadow poisons off the edge of the map.
Making sure that they're not attacking from that side.
I felt like I was going crazy.
Some Phoenix potentially
from another game.
Going, yeah, and Divine Rapier picked up on Dark Horse on Fair. Level 25, Geminate attack with the Divine Rapier and Daedalus.
We've seen it before where this Divine Rapier down so much doesn't care about the deficit in net worth.
No, 20k doesn't mean as much. It's more about Mega Creeps. Even if they were up like 40k, the chances of them coming back into the game with the Divine Rapier on Weaver are pretty high, I would say, as long as they can execute. Problem is they don't have like anything they can throw on top of him. You have Glimmer Cape. That's kind of it. Maybe swap to save him out. A Lotus Orb is the big one on the side of Kev. You have Amplified Damage, thingies, Vengeance, Aura, and also Alacrity, which you need to throw on Weaver, but we're talking about purely damage. Want to see some defensive tools as well available.
Roche in 20 seconds. Some strike. Still not seeing Roche. But they'll know the timing. They know that this has to be max timing now, so it has to be in a certain time frame. So Roche will be up. And it'll be go time after Aegis.
That's fourth Roche. There is no fourth item, unfortunately. Roshan's banner, this is pretty giga if you can put that with Mega Creeps and they become invulnerable. But having extra like attack range with Invoker, with Weaver, Jakiro's pretty good at killing it as well because he shoots two
Twice.
attacks. Double trouble, yeah.
Make it double. And we'll see. We'll see what they end up pushing in here. Because now you think to yourself, if you don't get this Aegis successfully, you're like you said, waiting for buybacks in between. Maybe you give that thought to yourself, do I wait for tier 5 items?
No. They're gonna wait until their buybacks are off cooldown and try to go for the push. Because I've seen the way they itemize. There is Aeon Disc available on Storm Spirit. So he's like, even if they get the jump on me with the Static Cap, I'll still have enough time with the status assistance to get my Aeon Disc assembled. And there's also Red Panda with Aeon Disc. So Aeon Disc coming off, buybacks coming off cooldown.
Yep. Invokers got theirs back again. And now they're infested, looking for the move, looking to jump out. And Rolling Thunder, Ball Lightning goes for the Invoker to start it off. He's the one who's got buyback. They have the BKB, but they'll get the kill. Use it immediately with the BKB being popped here by the Weaver. Right clicks are in. The damage not hitting anybody just yet, though. They'll look, they'll find the Magic Missile. The Disruption's going to be there for the save. Sunstrike's going to be off the mark, and now they're going to be able to turn this one around with the Curse Crown going out of the Venge. So Venge stunned up for the moment. The Tornado that disrupts the fight from Kev, and Kev infests back in onto this Shadow Demon. And Shanxi also retreating pretty far back for the moment. Buyback starting to pop up here and there. We've got Lifestealer, Pango, and as well as the Shadow Demon for the side of the Dire of Kev. And just
Butterfly Effect
Venge.
is the big one that they don't have. They have Shadow Demon with Disruption. Soon Disruption charges on 25. He has Aeon Disc, but they got one big buyback out already. Should stick around and try to get something else done. Regeneration Rune picked up by Butterfly Effect. Wants to have that for the fight, so he's going to zip in.
Looking to zip in. And looking for their moment. Ball Lightning, they're going to go for the Invoker. They've got the Weaver trying to put the damage in. The hurt on a Butterfly Effect. You saw that he gets down to half health almost immediately. Rolling Thunder, now Wind Waker away from the fight. Aenid's going to be low here, but not dead just yet.
There it is. Banner has been planted. A bit too far away to reach the creeps when they are hitting the tier 4 towers. Needed to be slightly... Ooh, look at the damage on Lifestealer. He goes down so quickly.
Yeah, you need to be
This
careful.
Divine Rapier
Lotus.
is no joke.
All right, they've got the damage to get the kill on the Aeonid. Now they're going to look over for the rest as it's an infest onto the Weaver, making him unable to do anything, but they look to get Butterfly Effect, who's able to Ball Lightning all the
magnetized.
way
He
out.
did assemble the disc.
Oh gosh, he is so low. Just a sliver of health available on this Storm. But they go to the buyback from the Venge. They've got the Bedlam right on top of the Lifestealer. They should be able to get the kill on the Aeonid once again. He's got himself the illusion. They get the Aegis out of the hands of the Lifestealer. So now, tier 4s, they are exposed, but can Kev make the advantage happen? Ooh, running back in, looking over at Han. Han bought back already with BKB popping the Invoker. He's going to go to the Illusions, and now they're going to look as they send forward further and further, but the swap, bringing him back. Magic Missile bounces over, hits out of the Pango, and Kev, they're not breaking the tier 4s yet. They don't quite have the damage to kill all these heroes. Ice Path lands, they're infested on the Butterfly Effect. As Zing gets back into the base for now. Tier 4 is still holding strong. That's 2 banners.
Oh, Meteor Hammer.
There's 1 banner for the
Forcing
Radiant
the
side,
glyph.
1 banner for the Dire side. Giga
The
Creeps
creeps can't
versus
die.
Super Mega Creeps versus Super Saiyan Kaioken 10 times.
I don't know what that means. That's some anime reference, but sounds like it's stronger than Giga, stronger than Gaben's creeps. Lifestealer, they're not focusing the heroes anymore. They're focusing the buildings, which is the correct way to go.
Yeah, they get both tier 4s after struggling for so long. They've got the Ball Lightning and the Vortex. That's going to be the control they can use to get the kill on a Sheep. The swap, almost getting the kill on a Shanxi. Aiden here is with the Illusion, dead for 50 more seconds. Now surviving the Terrorize, lands on a 4. Oh, Red Panda making an opening as Han. He's trying to get away with this Manta. Has Hex up in 10 seconds. Weaver gets the damage out. Ooh, gets the kill
That's
on a Sheep.
4v5 now.
It's
3v5.
3v5. They don't have the Illusion anymore. They pop the Aeon Disc, the BKB, what feels like the 3rd time from this Weaver, as they're still holding onto the throne. It's like Kev don't know if they can commit. Ice Path down, Disruption save, Vortex pull, Han and Zin are dead, Zin buys back, they will get the Weaver, they get the kill, Divine Rapier's on the deck, GG is called, and Kev will finally take game number 1.
Oof, what an ending to a game. This last fight, pretty much 3 minutes or so far. Storm Spirit getting out of trouble. He was the one who did not have buyback in the end. If he doesn't assemble the Aeon Disc, they would need to probably fall back, but I like that Kev at one point decided to focus the barracks, focus these towers. They throw a meteor. They're like, the heroes are not dying unless they make a mistake where they get isolated, so Storm needed to regen up quite a lot. There's going to be a lot of highlights from this one, I assume, considering that it was a really long game, almost a 59-minute game overall. Unfair. Try to do as much as he could in these last engagements, but not enough. Not enough lockdown, not enough control to bring them down. And so many saving tools from Kev. You had these Glimmer Capes, these disruptions, Infest Bombs, Bramble Mazes, Terrorizes, Wind Wakers. Quite difficult to deal with.
It took a long time for them to finally win the game. There's some back and forth in the mid-game where Dark Horse looked to have bring back the game to even, but couldn't hold out as Kev take game number 1.
I'd say deserved. They played overall better. There was a window of opportunity for Dark Horse to not necessarily close it out, but when you are playing against a better team, I think, especially in a high-stake game, you need to risk it more. You just can't have this advantage where you are holding the Aegis and not getting anything done. Kev did a good job not taking these fights and then getting a big pick-off on Invoker with that Hex while his Hex was just being bought. That's exactly what Dark Horse wanted to do. And in the end, you're playing against Megas. They're constantly pushing in. I like the Roshan's banner against banner battle. You just needed to be slightly closer to the enemy throne/towers to be more effective.
Yeah, to hit all the creeps, right? Coming in. But yeah, ultimately they end up finishing this game. It got close for a second. I thought maybe they'd be able to kill off this Lifestealer, but there's the big burst damage, and once the Divine Rapier was dropped, that's all they wrote for this one, and Kev take game number 1. So 39-19, even with just 19 kills, they were able to do so much. 10 of those kills were by the Weaver, but Kev, I thought this would be a little bit easier for them, but man, did they have to work for it.
They definitely did. Butterfly Effect, standout player. He didn't die for good, I would say almost 40 minutes after solo dying to Invoker early on. Great itemization from him, picking up, Casual Kaya and also Witchblade early on, getting into a BKB Shadow Demon, playing with him, understanding that this early Orchid could make some troubles for him, so hugging each other, playing together, and not allowing him to die for, as we said, good 40 minutes. And then this Aeon Disc, in the end, it's what makes the difference. I'm not going to say that it made a difference for them to just, immediately win the game, but it could have prolonged the game, maybe give another opportunity for Dark Horse to do something with no Storm buyback.
Yeah, so game 1 goes the way of Kev. We'll see if they can finish the series off 2-0, or if Dark Horse can force 3 games. We'll be back in a moment to see the results of that. Stay tuned.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back here. We got ourselves the road to the international, the Chinese qualifiers coming your way. And, well, we're going to figure out if Kev can do the 2-0 to Dark Horse or if Dark Horse can force 3 games. It's going to be interesting because the last game was close, and I think it could potentially be a little bit demoralizing to Dark Horse, but that was a game that if they had won, it would have been a comeback for them. So maybe they can continue to see that come into the second game a little bit stronger and ready to go.
Yeah, I want to see... I wasn't really impressed by the off-lane duo, the way they played it out. This position 4 Earth Spirit didn't have that much impact. A lot of the times you would see him jump in and die from 100 to 0. The right clicks in the middle of a fight, he gets disrupted, or I mean, by disrupted I mean getting demonic purged, and he just dies, doesn't get the second roll. Quite difficult for him. I want to see... I don't think Bird Spirit right now is in that good of a spot to be, picked. Maybe for the mid lane it feels better, but as a position 4, there are definitely better position 4 heroes out there. When we talk about, these Clockworks, these Dark Willows, they just do so much more work compared to Bird Spirit.
Yeah, definitely. It felt like a weird last pick for them to go to, as there were so many options I felt like that were available for them. So it did to me, and I think you agreed as well, that it felt like the draft was a little bit overcooked from them. So we'll have to see if going into this next draft, if we're going to see maybe Dark Horse pull in on the reins, get this horse ready to go to play a game 2 where the draft isn't so complex and overcooked.
Yeah, makes something easier. Also, Vengeful Spirit on the off lane this time around, it just didn't feel as good. Again, the issue that I had with their draft, which was pretty noticeable in some of these mid-game fights when they were ahead, is they couldn't blink stun. Like, they could not initiate. They try to go on a Life Stealer with the Rolling Thunder. A Rolling... what's it called? My brain just stopped working. Benjamin, help me out.
With the Rolling Boulder?
There we go, with the Rolling Boulder, and they were unable to get the ganks going because they can hear him, they can see him. Quite difficult to execute, didn't have that instant stun. So what I want to see from the off lane is any Blink Initiator, any Centaur, any Axe, Legion Commander, you name it. Just want to see stun, pretty much. That can be started easily. Don't overcomplicate the draft.
Yeah, don't don't keep it simple, stupid. The KISS method.
5 seconds remaining.
That's it. That's what I used to get told in math. When you're doing math, keep it simple, stupid. So, let's see.
That explains...
Pudge ban, respect ban still. What were we going to say? No, you know what? Now go. Go for it.
That explains when you're doing math on stream while we are keeping it super simple. This is good already. I like Phoenix. Phoenix is insane hero right now with his innate ability, having that mischance and also picking up the faucets. The Sunray one feels really nice. The other one is your missing HP.
10 seconds remaining.
Deals damage, so basically poor man's Radiance. 0% win rate, but banned a lot of the times. Maybe the reasoning is some of the lower skill teams in the qualifiers did manage to get the hands on Phoenix. These numbers don't do justice for Phoenix, I would say, especially the 0% win rate. But yeah, strong hero, makes you super sustainable in the fights. Kev will pick up Vengeful Spirit immediately. I would love to see something that can kill off this egg. Egg can be very difficult tool, especially if there is any kind of AoE. For Dark Horse, I said pick the stun, get Axe, get Mars, get something that pairs up nicely with this Phoenix.
5 seconds remaining.
Something that can protect the egg on top of it.
Dire team
Yeah,
back.
we've liked Mars in the past, so we'll see what the Mars can end up getting done if they do pick that up. We'll have to see. You know, there's still some bans to come. They've banned the Shadow Fiend, Witch Doctor also getting banned. We're never gonna see it. We're never gonna see the Witch Doctor Greaves, Bloodstone, and I'm purposely gonna forego saying the other two items that you told me about.
We're never gonna see Witch Doctor again. That's also a possibility. AoE is massive. This guy can solo zone out 2 heroes as a position 5, maybe even get a kill on one if they try to square up. Lifestealer banned out by Dark Horse. That's the egg hitter as well. Lifestealer, Ulu, he had a pretty amazing game, getting some really nice saves, pushing the limits, knowing that he has Shadow Demon behind him, that he has Lotus Orb, and also Storm Spirit. Zipping in, picking him up with the Infest was also used a couple of times after he picked up the Aghanim Scepter, lowering it down to 20 seconds.
So I have a question. What do you feel about, and I hear potential good things about this hero, but, you know, when you see Phoenix, usually this is one of the standard go-tos, but what about Lena?
It's a possibility. It is a possibility. Phoenix just gives you overwhelming team fight. Something that hero lacked was being good at early levels, and now this mischance, the innate ability, pretty cool. And pretty strong. So, Crystal Maiden +1. Give me Slaughter, give me Axe, give me something that Weaver is afraid of. They have a little bit of protection, of course, with Vengeful Spirit, so even if they try to go on a target, they can still get the swap out. There's the third option, the Mars. Feels really nice, of course, with the Phoenix. Everybody who plays Dota played this combo for a good reason. That's even better now. The reason why I was advocating for Mars in the previous game was Bloodsport Faucet doesn't allow you to see inside of the arena, so you can't get the swap. So you can actually focus down the heroes without being afraid that there's going to be swap coming out. Such a cool mechanic. That this has to be, like, with this new patch 7.36 has added so many cool things to Dota. Like the vision, like the vision sharing, also the faucets, and of course, I know it's not the strongest thing right now, but the time zone from Faceless Void, such a cool concept for the ability.
I had the pleasure of playing with a 5-position Void today. Or, well, technically yesterday for me.
And you won the game.
He went to time zone. Did I win the game? I don't know if that was the one I won. We may not have cooked.
This is also great pickup. Great against Mars, BKB buyer, so can get out of the arena, can focus down the egg, having Enrage, so you can, like later on, if Ursa goes to his 5th, 6th item, getting the Aghanim Scepter Shard, things get pretty freaking wild for this bear. Great Ursa game. None of these heroes, at least so far, are building. Mars can build into Yule Scepter, so that's nice. But there is no instant silence, something that Ursa doesn't like to play into. And this Weaver is now going to be pushed towards position 4. Probably looking to pick up the offlaner right now, something that works well against Mars. I'm down for some Legion Commander. They don't have the explosive damage. Legion Axe. These heroes do work just to have way to start a fight.
Grimstroke, okay.
Wait, okay, so they are keeping Vengeful Spirit as a core. For some reason, I thought it's going to be played as a support in this one.
It doesn't necessarily need to be, right? Like, it could still be Grimstroke Venge support duo.
10 seconds remaining.
And where do you lane Weaver?
5 seconds remaining.
I didn't think that far, but maybe mid Ursa?
Nah, not gonna happen. I thought Dark Horse, they overcooked the draft. You've been in the kitchen for like 6 hours, left it in the stove, left the kitchen, went out to play some softball, came back. This is how overcooked that would be.
Yeah, sunburnt, if you will. Yeah, definitely.
Maybe it's more simple if you just do it. Vengeful Spirit plus Beaver in the off lane, and then having Grimstroke plus Ursa allows you to get the kills with Ursa in the lane, having that stun, having extra bit of a slow. Grimstroke puts a lot of pressure onto the mid pick, and I was about to say to not pick any of the spirits, and Dark Horse just picked Ember Spirit. Leash mechanic can be really good. Of course, the silence. Also, these heroes, they don't have much attack speed to attack the Phantom. Plus, it's not just Phantom, it's also the Swarm. This is a nasty combo from Kev.
It's a nasty combo that needs one more piece.
What is the missing piece?
Radiant team ban.
Pagna. Pagna so that they can attack it.
Oh my god.
Radiant team ban.
I don't even hate that idea. If that seems like a little bit of a medium rare cook with Pugna.
Not gonna
like it.
happen, but for the memes,
10
can be
seconds
good.
remaining.
Oof, you did ask for
5
potential
seconds
Lena that
remaining.
can come out. They were watching the previous series and they're like, okay, we did not want to get Huskard against our Ember. There's multiple heroes that you can pick against Ember Spirit in the mid lane. A lot of them feel good. A lot of them lane nicely.
So final ban from Dark Horse.
10
Let's
seconds
see what they
remaining.
want to get rid of. They got some extra reserve time to think about it if they
5
don't want
seconds
to just
remaining.
straight up go. But wait, I don't know if Lena would be the best just because of the arena, but the egg would be nice to just splatter. You've also got Ursa to hit the egg, truthfully.
Lena doesn't like to play into arena. Nobody's like, wow, arena. I really love to be inside, you know, seeing all these people fighting it against each other to the death, fighting wild animals. But maybe a
one
BKB
person.
bar is something that can get out. Storm could be really good if Storm is available. No, he's banned. Never mind. You know what's the hero that I want to see? Queen of Pain. I still want to see how good this hero is. And Troll, to round up the draft, matches up nicely against Ursa. So you can have... I think this is the Aghanim Scepter build for Troll. Because you have the spell mechanic on yourself, on Axis, and on the
10
enemies
seconds
as well.
remaining.
100% win rate, 5 times pick. This hero feels
5
good.
seconds remaining.
So the reason why I like it so much is great against Grimstroke. It gives you attack speed to kill the Phantom, kill the Swarm. It sounds stupid, but it's in the back of your head, some of these little things. Mischance against Ursa, forcing him to buy MKB, which he's fine with, but the spell mechanic against Ursa can be really nice, removing his overpower, something that he doesn't like to play into. That's why Nullifier, one of the best items you can purchase against Ursa. And now they need to figure out who wants to play into Ember Spirit matchup. There are multiple heroes, as we said, but something that can kite Troll, something that is good. That's why they banned OD. Would make a lot of sense. We have a free lane. And would
Exactly
also...
what I said. Razor. Definitely what I was thinking. I like it. Early BKB builder. Aggressive picks. Again from Kev. I think it's a solid lineup. I think that Razor pick kind of rounds out the draft really well.
Team Kev, they have the same issue that Dark Horse had in a previous game. Having the same offlaner that doesn't provide you with the stun. Mid-game fights, like, if you can't burst down Troll, which you should not be able to, like, you just can't bring him down from 100 to 0 instantly. He gets the ulti off, a bit of a Sunray behind him, Arena to stop the damage from going through. I do favor Dark Horse lineup in this one. I feel like this is a very solid lineup that they drafted. Crystal Maiden plus Troll. You don't like to play into that matchup. Razor has the last pick for Butterfly Effect against Ember Spirit. Should win that matchup, and also they picked it for the game where he has in the mid and late game one target to go for. That's Troll, steal some of his damage.
Definitely seems like that could be the case, and as we load on into the game, I'm interested to see how it goes, but I could see Butterfly Effect kind of get out of control with this Razor if they're not too careful, so we'll have to see in this game number 2, because A Dark Horse, they're trying to hold on here, and Kev, they want a quick day at the office. 2-0, get me out of here. Let's move on to the next round. Let's move on to tomorrow, because both these teams have a large mission ahead of them if they are to make it to tomorrow, and that would be to go up against IG. So you want enough time to practice and figure out that matchup. You're going to want to get out of this if you're Kev in a 2-0.
Let's check
We'll
the
see what they can
faucet
do.
to see if anything out of ordinary. Pretty much standard stuff on Radiant's side. Ursa with the Grudge Bearer. Okay, you didn't go for the unbearable one or whatever it's called. Ursa gains bonus attack damage, so that's pretty much like the old Enrage where you were popping it to get more damage with Enrage. It's just that now you're like getting attacked. Pretty similar concept. Phoenix did go for Dying Light, so that's the one that deals his missing HP as magic damage in 450 radius.
The battle begins.
So just never hit the Phoenix is what you're saying.
Well, it's really good in the early stages of the game because he consumes HP instead of mana, pretty similar to Huskar. We might also remove mana from Phoenix. Like, okay, Sunray, you don't need any mana. Same goes for Supernova. Make one red bar for him.
It was one green bar, wasn't it?
He was Radiant, yes.
True. I didn't think you'd catch on. Try to sneak that by you.
I'm paying attention.
Damn. So we'll see how these lanes go. We saw Han in game number 1 mid get a solo kill.
Not gonna happen in this one.
Yeah.
You think you need to misplay this lane quite a bit to get killed by Ember Spirit. Lonfair, Selazutra getting a kill on the courier. Red Panda also dropping very low. You are playing into a very difficult lane. He's probably thinking about pulling the second wave if things are not going well, but might have trouble doing so. Jhin is in a good spot protecting the potential pull coming out. Also did go for Frostbite, and now Jhin's gonna pull the creep wave towards him, wants to do the half pull and completes it. Because if you do the full pull, you're gonna clear the whole camp, but this way you deny 2 creeps, which is much better.
Yeah, that's always the move. And Frostbite, courier to kill.
Dire's front
We'll deliver the items, but not before that courier dies. Or, well, after the courier dies. Sorry. And seeing this Venge in the offlane again is just... I'm not sure how I feel about it. This duo of Red Panda on the Weaver and the Venge just does not feel that strong to me.
Definitely not. It is a type of a lane where you want to get in, get some trades going. Otherwise, you will get outfarmed in this lane.
Ooh, though, getting first blood. This is definitely a combo that they can go for that expands with time as well. Eventually, you'll see Ursa have that Blink Dagger, but with the Inkswell, you can play aggressive, and especially if you catch the Phoenix out like that, he's not exactly the strongest hero with 1 armor.
A lot of damage onto him. Well, I mean, he is going to be playing into Ursa throughout the game, so we'll always need to use the egg away from him or have that arena protection pre-BKB. Ursa doesn't mind. He's going to jump in and try to tear that egg apart. Mid lane, 18 and 6 against 13 and 0. Of course, Han on the receiving end in this one.
What the Grim take? The Grim took the manual detonation, okay.
The other one, it looks cool, but it's pretty
Vector?
bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Like, we were like, wow, this is so cool. I can use it on the
Make
left and then
letters.
it goes on the right side.
Yeah.
One fair in top lane, dropping fair
Taking
to
a
low.
lot of damage, and the Frostbite, I think, keeps him alive. He's got 1 shared tango to work with here as he's on the regen of another. But another magic missile, and Red Panda not choosing the Shikuchi, actually eating a lot of damage from that frostbite. So this time around, it's going to be 0-1-1, by the way.
Out of his healing salve. Get some extra right-click damage. Next, combo with the Swarm. They could get a kill on Troll, maybe die on one hero, but definitely worth it.
Well, God's Rebuke and trying to pick up this bounty rune, unable to do so. They'll get the life of Undyne. Another frostbite coming through on a Red Panda. He's eating a lot of damage for what he's getting back, truthfully. Which isn't that amazing. These sentries in these camps that help to make sure that they weren't being blocked are actually hurting Red Panda massively. He's got 0 movement speed. And they run him down instead of him being the one who goes.
That's an okay trade, considering that Shang-Chi is getting the farm, level 4 on Vengeful Spirit, and he's also denying a lot of CS from Troll, now having more CS than Troll in this lane. So this stat doesn't really matter as much. That's exactly how they need to play the lane. They can't just, sit in the lane, try to CS. Instead, they're trying to break the lane. And look at what he's doing. Red Panda again. Oh, the Link forcing a rotation.
Stopping that TP now. Butterfly Effect's been under the tier 1 tower, just diving Han for a while. They played Ring Around the Rosie a little bit. The pocket's indeed full of posies. And Xin, he'll die, but the root and Shang-Chi, he's able to survive, thinking about turning this around and going into the magic missile, but both these heroes do not have the most health. Need to be very careful about approaching this. Almost level 6 for Han, but Butterfly Effect already got there, and we could see pressure onto the tower potentially coming. Undyne also, we might go Magic Missile into the Inkswell. It'd have to be Inkswell onto the Weaver with a Magic Missile thrown out, so if unfair, so the Zutra does not does not play safe, you might be in trouble. You cut that out over there. I hear the giggling. I can't speak French.
No, it was nice. It was a good pronunciation. I like it. It reminded me of that YouTube video that we were watching. Same accent, literally.
Swarm out. Inkswell is going to pop here. Blood Grenade used, and they will get this kill onto the Troll. Has Crystal Maiden stayed a little bit too long or baited the proper amount? Ember trying to clean up, going for Undyne. And somehow, some way, this is only going to be 1 kill. That looked like it almost set up for 3.
Triple kill immediately, yeah, but can't go for all the targets. And they also spread out nicely. Nobody was running the same way. Grim kind of took an L in that one. Went to the right. 1 top, 1 bottom.
Yeah, just drawing the short straw on that one. So... bottom lane, Ursa. Going unaided, but... oh, can he catch up? Oh, just cannot catch up on that Inkswell after the spear. Trying to get there, and... this feels like a better Venge game than the first so far.
They're getting more stuff done. Level 5 now, about to crack level 6 on Vengeful Spirit, going into Dragonlance, Treads, a lot of these small items who are a universal hero after all.
They brought down the Crystal Maiden. They might be able to make a move on this. They would want to get level 6, but the arena's around Undyne, who has the Inkswell, stuns up Aeonid's spear as the arena collapses. There are some tower shots, but... yeah,
was close, almost on the edge, but look at Lonfair.
Oh, he's going down, yeah. That is not what they needed. They don't get Ulu. They end up losing their own carry, this tier 1 tower. Can they get the deny?
That's what they've been really doing well. Doesn't get the last hit. This might be the first loss of Troll. When he is on the back foot, and he is the least farm core in this game. So far, I believe it was 5 out of 5 games that he won so far in road to the international Chinese qualifiers.
Road to the International China Edition. Frostbite, popping that ult. Spear gets thrown. But this is Ursa going Battle Fury, by the way.
You surprised?
No. You know, just saying it in a way that might ask some questions.
It's pretty standard build on Ursa. Like, you're not gonna go for anything else. It's like either phase boots or power treads into Battle Fury. That's gonna be your farming tool. Pick up a Blink Dagger, a BKB, and then see how it's gonna go.
Dire are scanning.
We're getting that kill bottom now. Working
Dire's bottom tower.
further and further on that Battle Fury. He's got the Cornucopia, I believe. Fine now.
If you don't go Battle Fury, you don't have enough mana to cast your abilities. That's the problem. Like, even though, you know, the old school, some Diffusal build could feel nice. People were back in the days toying with Mask of Madness. This build is just way too superior. Also with the talents and everything, having, like, you can have mana regen, but then you need to pick the shitty talent. The mana regen talent instead of 20 seconds Fury swipe reset time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Fury swipes. Feeling like they could last forever. So. See how quickly they could get to that Battle Fury, and I mean, it's still standing down here. He's got the double bracer. He's going into the Blink Dagger, and that's what he really wants. Get that initiation out there. But again, ooh, he might be willing to make a jump if they've got an Ink Swell. Meanwhile, Butterfly Effect taking a good amount of damage. Han and Sheep were around, but they don't get that kill.
Interesting
Even
build
if-
on Butterfly Effect. I love this. This is not what you see every day. Rushing Orchid. He was like, oh, last game I was on the receiving end playing the Spirit, and now I can do the same thing to you with no real saves on side of Dark Horse. And it's also great against Troll, great against Phoenix. And he's super farmed, the most farmed hero in the game, so we'll have that. And also not revealing anything. You might be thinking, oh, he's gonna pick up the Mage Slayer or something. Not the best item, but still not revealing it. Once they pick up that, it's gonna be smoke time, try to kill either Ember or Troll. Troll who really is suffering in the jungle.
So, bottom lane, 3 heroes here. Phoenix has Supernova available. The top lane, though, maybe thinking about going in onto this Troll. Don't quite have the damage, but they throw a magic missile out, and he's
If only
forced to
they
retreat.
knew that he does not have a point in Battle Trance, they would definitely swap him out and kill him.
Butterfly effect getting chased. Freezing Field, Supernova all used, but with the swap, they're able to just walk away from this. Spear lands, then Grimstroke had the Ink Swell, but now going to be slighted and killed off.
Not a bad kill. Going in deep, forcing the swap out, almost killing Butterfly Effect.
A Freezing Field and Egg now on cooldown. Feels like the lanes are going well for the side of Kev. They're losing a casualty here or there, but almost feels like they're on the edge of getting ready to pop everything off. So let's see if they could do that, as bottom tier 1 might be pressured here by both supports and the Mars again, who's closing in on that Blink Dagger.
As soon as they pick up a Blink Dagger, they should make a move. Ember Spirit is having an okay time.
Troll.
Blade Mail
Chase is
completed
on
him.
Ooh,
Oh,
the arena and the spear. He does not have his ulti. He chased and he ends up dying. Top tier 2, however, they might be able to clean this up while they go for the tier 1. They force the glyph out.
good damage. You usually don't see
Oh, Butterfly
Han
Effect
getting a
again,
solo
a
kill
solo
with the
kill.
Blade Mail. He just
Inkswell,
picked that one up.
Red Panda, and the Swarm, not going to be enough. This is the second game in a row where Han's able to get a solo kill.
Yeah, Han Solo. Yeah. Kind of unexpected. Razor, I don't know if he was not seeing this blade mail or what happened there, but yeah, decided to go in deep. 3 points in static linked. Eye of the Storm on cooldown.
So now it felt like Kev were coming out of the lanes feeling better, but these past couple deaths have kind of turned the tides of that one. Ooh, still looking for this Battle Fury, and you've got this Orchid in 300 gold here for Butterfly Effect. Shakesy still having a good game. I think he's in an all right spot at top of the net worth. But the rest of the team really needs to catch up and help out. Blink over, Magic Missile, and they're still going to have time to try and just get the rest
He
of
just
this
swapped
down.
in Grim.
Swapped in the Grim. Freezing Field. They didn't even have the arena for that Blink attempt. They sight and kill Undyne again.
It's good as long as he saved himself. If he dies there and also kills Grim, that's a bit of a disaster one. Grim still needs 300 gold to pick up his shard. That's going to be a great tool of dispelling all of these annoying abilities, Searing Chains, Mischance, anything from Phoenix, Crystal Maiden. Unfair is being pinged out. Butterfly Effect, what was supposed to be an early Orchid into domination. That's on him. That solo died to Ember Spirit. Kind of delayed everything. He was supposed to be the one making a move and maybe killing him off. He's only at 0, 1, and 0 right now, so needs to find something, some kind of an opening. Rune spawning in 25. If he can get a Haste Rune or Arcane Rune, that could be pretty big. Dark Horse, they are hunting.
Have the damage to even get this kill. Blade Mail popped, Undyne getting chased again. There's the Orchid, and they will still lose Undyne. Inkswell pops, and they get the kill on a Han. That's a good trade so far, but the arena,
Big
the
arena,
spear,
and the egg.
Butterfly Effect, the Supernova, here comes the Troll. Butterfly Effect is dead. They'll end up losing Zin. This is Ursa in. They'll trade a 3 for 2, but they want more. Blink Spear, I don't know if you can really dive deeper for Ulu, but they're really putting a lot on his shoulders that he's going to have to farm back into the game.
Dark Horse, they are having a good time in this game, landing their spells. Han did die in the end, but overall, unfair. Courier has died. That's big. That's actually massive. 2 minutes with no Gleipnir. Would definitely love to have that one and get involved in some of these earlier engagements. Once you pick up the Gleipnir on a troll, it gives you ability to root somebody and lock with your ulti. Ionid. No Road of Atos yet. Red Panda very underfarmed in this game.
Oh, Soulbind Silence on a 2. This could be good. They've got the damage to kill off the Crystal Maiden and the Phoenix. That's a
Overextending
good
there a bit.
turnaround. Yeah.
It is. Well, they have a big combo with some of their spells. Especially, like, Orchid is nice when you build into items that can be used during the Soulbind. Magic Missile, eventually you will have the shard, so it's gonna bounce 2 times and you'll have, like, 4 Magic Missiles coming out. Then you kill Vengeful Spirit, and then maybe he uses it 1 more time, so there will be a lot of stuns just from Venge and Grim combo.
Like a level 1 mage over there with Magic Missile. I don't know if... I mean, you do some RPG books. Or
I
the
do,
DM,
yeah.
You know, Magic Missile level 1? Or you just... Magic Missile. Magic Missile. That's it. That's what you feel like as a Venge. Especially when you're throwing 4 at one time, basically.
He decided to swap things around, which I really like. Not going for... He bought Blade of Alacrity on Venge, and then it's like, okay, Manta style, that seems nice. I want to be able to dispel things. Grimstroke Shard will be doing that instead of it, but Aghanim Scepter will have a much higher impact. So only 1,500 gold away from completing his Aghanim Scepter. Also will be level 2. It actually means go. So they are ready to go. Han Maelstrom now completed on him. It's going to be a lot of damage. He did manage to recover nicely, almost the most farm hero in the game.
Oy.
Same goes for Troll. Unfair, after having a bit of a bad game early on, dying 2 times. Top of the net worth.
So, Blade Mail, Orchid trying to run. A slight might do it. Undyne goes towards the tower. They've also got Troll here. So, Han able to get that kill. Undyne not having a fun time. He's already died 7 times. Yikes.
To be fair, he's the one getting swapped in the middle of a fight. And while all this is happening, great death from Undyne. So rest of the team able to close out on Roche. Blink Dagger available on Ursa. Immediately goes through the Twin Gates. Level 13. Things are going to be much easier for Ursa in the next couple of minutes. Ulu into BKB. Pretty standard stuff in terms of item build for Ursa. The one that is... like, they're very close, but as a position for Weaver, you would expect him to be more farm. This is the hero that takes a lot of farm, plays the different side of the map, is creep skipping, gets a lot of farm priority. Only Road of Atos for now.
So, he's got Blink Dagger. If they want to just jump, and they'll start working onto this Ember. And they've got the silence on him from the Phantom's Embrace. They need to keep him locked down. Yule's up into the air. Han's able to get in the sight. They're burning Ulu. He doesn't have an ult, but he'll lose that Aegis that he just got. Undyne's dead again. Butterfly Effect can't get out of the arena. That's going to be a dead Razor and a dead Venge. Dark Horse just using the aggression coming out from Kev, turning it around and blowing it up.
That was very interesting. So he gets soulbound on Ember Spirit. Phoenix dives in, and instead of being there, he completes the dive, breaks the soulbind. The soulbind connects onto him, and then he soulbinds another guy in the backline. So we're gonna see that again. Right now, he's gonna get silenced on Ember. Grimstroke ulted so that he can't run away, breaks the soulbind, and then soulbind connects onto Mars, releasing Ember Spirit. Okay. I don't know if this is intentional. I feel like dive should not be able to be cast. Maybe if you're like already casted, but I feel like it should not be able to break the soulbind. And now 5k gold lead for Dark Horse. They are cruising through this game.
Radiant's courier.
Almost baiting Red Panda, truthfully. Ooh, another courier dead for the Troll. Not sure how the fight back happens for Kev, truthfully.
XP Rune, Tormi, Tier 2 tower. Seems like Kev will not take this fight. They will be playing the other side of the map. Ursa can also take enemy Tormentor solo. Right now, Red Panda will snatch the enemy XP Rune. At least they got something out of it.
Yeah, but they lose their side on the Tormentor.
Is under attack.
Han has amplified damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not really much coming out of the map here for the side of Kev.
Dire's structures are fortified.
They will need another round of items. They need this BKB on Ursa. Butterfly Effect has his available. That's a 9-second BKB. Didn't have it for the previous fight. Aghanim Scepter also about to be completed on Shanxi. So with these 2 items, maybe 3 if Ursa finishes off his BKB, which he is relatively far away from Red Panda. Spear missed.
Spear missed, but you're running into the sides of the arena and ultimately dying.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just not finding much farm on these supports for the side of Kev at all. The aggression just has not stopped. Trolls in on Undyne, who will TP out. Trying not to die for the 9th time. As Kev doing their best to just avoid aggression.
They don't feel fight ready yet. I guess Ursa with the BKB is going to be their timing. Roche can be up in 3.5 minutes. Seems like the longer they wait, the more problems they are going to have. Troll with a BKB coming up. Ember Spirit, Yule Scepter now, which is going to get rid of that annoying Rod of Athos. Silence from Razor. So not investing to go for a BKB. Instead just tanking up as much as you can. And having a Dispel on much lower cooldown.
So BKB as the item pipeline for Kev really slowed down, and they just smoked up. They try to make something happen, can't get it done, and they're just falling further and further behind.
Let's see if they can execute.
Yeah, we'll see. Nope.
That's the problem. They played Vengeful Spirit, each team once so far in the series. But,
and both times it was off lane that didn't go that great. Oh, Undyne.
You're
Gods
getting
rebuked
down.
onto the high ground, speared down to the low ground. Inkswell trying to juke his way out of here, buying some time, but that is now the 9th death.
Red Panda, he will be creep skipping until the end of the game, pretty much. His itemization, Hex. They need that instant stun, so I think coming, if Dark Horse wins this one, in game 3, I think Venge gets ignored. This is a hero that seems to be like a losing hero. Go back to the strength offlaners that are actually doing stuff. Imagine if they had Axe, for example, instead of this Vengeful Spirit. So you can actually initiate something that Troll is going to be afraid of throughout the whole game. Forces him to itemize differently as well. Red Panda is underneath the vision, so they know.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, gets a courier there, gets Sheep's courier. And juking away from this side of Dark Horse. So it's technically buying time when all these heroes kind of rotate that way.
That's exactly how he needs to play. He needs to risk it. Otherwise, if they take these fights right now, it's way too difficult. Fighting into BKB Troll, fighting into BKB Mars, that is still 9-second BKB, even though he's holding that for a really long time. Red Panda going for the tower. Dragon Scale. Solo pushing. Tier 1 tower, no backdoor protection.
Aye.
We'll get it eventually.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
On to the next tower. Time to try it again. So, Blink BKB, Battle Fury going into the Shard next for Ulu. And they need to find their openings. Also, Roche is going to be up in another minute 50. And they've got the arena. They'll find the spear, and they'll get the kill.
Finally,
Bottom tower is under
they find Red Panda. They get him killed, which gives them enough time to farm another round of items, potentially. Vengeful Spirit, Aghanim Scepter is done. But if he can get to this Hex, and he's getting close, this is going to be like sub 30-minute Hex if he doesn't die one more time.
Yeah, just needs to get that extra gold, and what they're going to do is try and get an influx of gold if they're able to take this Roche, but it's not up for another minute. So this is allowing Dark Horse to come over and start to position for Roche, where if it was up just a moment ago, it would have been in a decent spot. So, whoa, coming right through the Twin Gate, 3-man Gleipnir. Butterfly effect, popping that BKB a little bit late, but now this is going to be all to leave. They need to get out of dodge, and they've got the Yules. They'll look for the spear. They'll miss it there. They let the Venge TP out. Ursa's going to TP. No. He's going to be rooted up. And Ulu gonna try and stand his ground. He's the one who gets caught after all this.
Oh, these are some big kills. Roshan respawning in 30 seconds will be on Dire side. This next Rosh belongs to Dark Horse. The only thing they need to do is have vision on it, play around this area, and yeah, Kev really suffering in this game.
And they might have overcooked the draft. I mean, this offlane Venge is just not working out for either team
Tower is under attack.
at all. And they kind of back out of Roche. Except for Zin. Maybe Ursa's back up in time, but down 10,000 net worth, and BKB's on cooldown, and I don't really think or see them making a jump to go for this. There's no real need to. There's no real ability to. So Red Panda, he's 700 gold away from getting this Hex. But again, the BKBs are going to be a big issue. You have to survive long enough to even get that Hex out.
At least it gives them ability to instant stun someone, instant disable, and try to bring him down so they can smoke and go for the pickoffs, try to set up some vision. This Hex is going to be a valuable pickup. It's just that they will need to leave the base, and then if they get into arena, caught him. Nobody sees what Weaver is doing right now.
No,
Except
but the answer
us.
is dying.
Except us and Dark Horse. Still getting closer, 600 gold away.
So, massive lead here for the Troll over anybody else. I don't really know where you find the openings, because Ulu's going Yules. You've got Satanic being built for Butterfly Effect, but that's far away.
Itemizing differently. Great against Troll, of course, if you can get to that Wind Waker Octarine, but yeah, you need to prolong the game for another good 20 minutes to farm all those items. Right now, Lanfair on top of your high ground is going for the buildings. With the Sunray behind him, they do have the sustain. Shiva's Arcane available on Ember. Han ready to jump in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We have the tier 3 Slight once again. Swap. And the Hex, the damage. They got the Ember. That's something. They at least get that. And this Troll is being pulled into the base. Troll? Can they hold him down? Oh my! They got him twice.
What a beautiful
They-
execution. Red Panda, he sold everything else that was in his inventory just to buy that Hex, knowing how important it is. So, double Hex into swap, they executed. They were definitely not expecting this to happen. That was such a clutch play. That's why I was hyping up the items so much, that if he gets it, they are going to be able to kill the targets from 100 to 0. And Ember was the first one immediately. Changes his item build, goes for Lincoln Sphere. Let's see what Troll decides to do.
Well, it was not only the Hex too, but the second kill is Grimstroke using Psychic Headband to push him deeper
yes.
in there
That was clutch.
and make sure he dies.
Also, Troll ulti is just a big meme. Like, I can't believe that you're still like uncontrollable in the fights where you're unable to just like lock onto a target. Sure, you can use some other things, but it still feels like a big meme in a lot of situations.
This buys another round of items for Kev. Nullifier for Ursa, like he switches it up. Maybe you finish that Satanic there for the Razor. Venge eventually gets Shard. What does Red Panda go now? What's heavy duty? Because did he sell boots and he's going boot back to boots?
He did sell everything he had. I believe he had Magic Wand, and I believe he had boots at one point. So sold everything that he had. It was just naked Road of Atos into sight.
Is under attack.
But made it work. Shard on Vengeful Spirit if Shang-Chi buys it. Let's see. First of all, he wants to see if he can get it from this Stormy. Would definitely
Fingers
love
crossed.
to pick it up. Swap to reduce that damage. Red Panda gets it.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Not what they wanted, so
not what
Shang-Chi
they
will
want.
buy his shard. We did talk about this combo that they have with Orchid, multiple magic missiles from Grimstroke, and this is before his level 15 talent. I think he should take extra Soulbind spell damage.
So, Red Panda filling his inventory again. As they 5-man smoke. They're gonna go and they're gonna try and make a move here. They get the kill to the Crystal Maiden immediately. Zin's dead.
Can they get another one? Aeon Disc already procced. That was nicely done.
Yikes.
Red Panda,
Very quick.
the savior of this team. If he buys any other item, if he goes greedy route, if he gets Gleipnir, I think game probably ends there, but managed to save the game. Amplify damage. Can he steal this? Even if he dies, he denies it into time lapse. This guy's playing out of his freaking mind right now.
Oh, Courier. Don't get baited. Don't get baited. Don't get baited. There's the Satanic. They've made it. They've made it to these items.
Nullifier and Ursa. Great against Flame Guard. Great against Aeon Disc, Phoenix with Yule Scepter, so he can actually blink on top of him and try to kill him off. Soulbind? Oh no.
Yeah, they soulbound, but Arena was committed. Broke the soulbound again, and they're gonna go. They're gonna try and make a move. They go to the haste. Red Panda's gonna buy back into the fight. They've got Butterfly Effect with the BKB. They're doing the damage out of the troll. Oh, they get the kill. They take him out. He doesn't have buyback. Swap. That's going to send the Venge in. They're going to look over with the Nullifier. They've got the Silence with the Freezing Field. They go and get the kill on Ahan. They've turned this game around completely. Ain is going to be run down. They've got a third. They all don't have buyback. There's another kill for Shang-Chi. Oh my god, Kev has blown the doors open on this one.
Oh man, this is gonna do some mental damage as well to Dark Horse. They knew they had this one in the bag. They're like, Fever's causing the issues and we have to kill him. So he comes back into a fight, they overextend. Troll, he does not have that much damage once he gets static linked, and also Razor is like, okay, with Satanic build, S and Y, I'll square up against you. I will be able to punch back.
None of them have buyback.
They're gonna pop the glyph. This is massive.
You just go mid tier 3, range racks, and break through the forest?
You take the melee barracks if you can. 12 seconds without them. So this should be the glyph reset for Dark Horse, but you do not want to use the glyph anyway for the range barracks, so we'll have that one available, and they are the first team to take set of barracks in this game.
Wow. Wow. Runes are available. Let's take a look at the replay. They got Red Panda. The Soulbind, it like changes who it goes on.
And this is the
Troll's
big one.
able to break it with this with his ult.
That's just Troll things. He should be able to break that one. And yeah, after that, Razor sitting in the middle of a fight. Troll, your damage gets stolen. That was a full duration static link. Only
they're in
damage
again.
they're dealing is with Gleipnir.
They jumped in, they smoked up, but they didn't realize they were right next to the side of Kev. This time they got the Grimstroke. He's going to buy back. They'll go for the Ursa, who's surrounded on all sides. He needs to be able to run away from this one and maybe survive. The BKB's going to last long enough for him to get out, but now they've got the root on the Razor. Freezing Field off to the side. Butterfly Effect can't get out of the arena. The Plasma Field's not going to do the damage. He's trying to survive. Oh my god, he gets a chunk back there. Takes out Andon, and Han doesn't die. Red Panda's going to look for Zin, and the Swarm misses, but the swap not quite in the distance to get that magic missile out.
And this is
And
the fight with
clone
only
frees him up.
one buyback on their side. So they had to use one buyback on the support to the previous one right now, and still winning off the fight off of that. Go for Roche. Like, don't care about this tier 2 tower. Just finish off the Roche. That's the big one. Third Roche on Dire's side. Aghanim Scepter for Ursa. Can use it while he's disabled. The Enrage.
Which would be huge in
That's
this.
massive. If he gets initiated on, like gets bashed, gets stunned by Mars Arena, he can get his BKB off, get out of it. Butterfly effect made a lot of difference. I believe he received the Inkswell at the end of it, getting a little bit of extra healing, and then with Satanic turned on. Now with Refresher, that's going to be double BKB, double Satanic. Double Avianis, just kidding. Yeah, it feels, kind of bad when you have an item that you can't use with Refresher, having SNY, having Aviana's Feather, but mischance, that this makes him super tanky. And now 14,000 net worth lead for Kev. Huge comeback. This is the biggest comeback we've seen so far.
Yeah. Really just an insane one. It felt like nothing was going their way until Red Panda was able to grab that Hex.
This is a game that shows how right itemization can win you the game. He gets anything else, game's pretty much over. Razor as well, if he doesn't have Satanic, that fight after also could have been a disaster of the fight for them.
They've really done a good job here of bringing this one back. And they've got this Aegis for a while. There's a lot they can do. We'll have to see what they do. This'll next for the Ursa as he has that Ags blessing from Roche. They'll take that tier 2 and they will search for more. What will they get? Han standing pretty far forward. Red Panda can't go through that gate. Not really worth it to try and do so, and I think that they're gonna look for the blink from Mars. Definitely need that initiation, but who are they looking to pick off?
They have Swap, but he's not ready. He's not afraid to die. Shang-Chi with the cheese immediately.
Swap. They'll bring the Mars to them. They don't want him to be the one who blinks into this one. They've got Ulu go for the damage, but now they'll focus their attention out of the Troll. They've got the Static Link. They'll take the Aegis. They've got the Supernova. Maybe they bit off a little bit more than they could chew.
Egg is in a good spot.
Supernova timing. It will hit on a Butterfly effect as the BKB runs out. The BKB is going to be popped here by Red Panda. They're going in for Han. They've got the Plasma Field. They have them low. They need to get the kill, but the Ogre Seal Totem gets all the way back to his base. Nobody dies from Dark Horse until they finally kill off the Crystal Maiden.
Another swap is available if they want to swap people in. No BKB for Ulu. Seems like they need some time. They need to reset, see what the plan is going to be. Refresher, also used on Razor. Healing Lotus will be popped. What a fight. Nobody dying, but that was such an... With Shang-Chi, he wants to die. Like, there's the swap into Hex immediately.
Oh, wow. Arena down, Shang-Chi. He's got this axe, so he doesn't quite care if he dies. They'll get the kill into Shang-Chi. They'll look over the Ursa. He's trying to survive. They get the kill onto this Troll. He'll buy back immediately. That's your winning objective right there.
Buyback from Shang-Chi. He's in.
Shang-Chi buys back, and he comes in. He's got that extra life if need be. They got the Hex, but the Troll is able to make it over to the side. He's away from the fight. That is an interesting place to be, as they will look to get the stun on Han. He'll Remnant away. They don't have a Crystal Maiden for 75 seconds. Troll, he does not have TP. Ursus found him, and they're going to try and fight. He goes into the ult, and Oo's going to have to pull him away as they put him onto the Tormentor where he kills himself.
And Neutral Creep also killing Undyne. What is this game?
He ulted and got pulled into the Tormentor. Technically, the Tormentor just got a double kill. They will kill off Han.
And that's gonna be the
nothing
game,
left
most
in the
likely.
tank for Dark Horse.
It's not fair. It
And
is
they will
not fair.
call GG.
They're playing 6v5. Tormentor turned against Dark Horse and eliminated them from TI qualifiers.
I have never seen that.
The only team who is worse at doing Tormentors is Bet Boom team, but yeah, they're already qualified for TI, so they've already been invited. And what a crazy game. Great itemization from Team Kev. Getting that Hex turns the whole fight around, and then the Psychic Headband push into the fountain just to secure the kill and troll. I mean, execution on the Dark Horse, it wasn't there. They should have been, you know, potentially prepped for this, and great comeback overall. The bit, like one of the, I would say, best comebacks in the last month or so, I would say. There's always some crazy comebacks happening, but this is, you know, teams are gonna make slightly more mistakes when we are in this, like, not tier 1 type of a territory, but still keeping their dreams alive. And Team Kev showing what they're made of in this series.
Yeah, a comeback like that is insane. Like this, it just looks like they're getting stomped out of this game. Heavily. It is insane, and the Hex is the big turnaround, and that's going to be...
And this fight with Satanic. Razor, full HP, even gets swapped in. Not really necessary, but Shanxi gets in. Also that damage from these blasts, these stuns from Vengeful Spirit as soon as he picked up the shard with the Soul Bind. Grimstroke was also such a clutch hero. Getting the Soul Binds off in this one, you didn't do too much with it, but bought you just enough time. Jesus, what a comeback from Team Kev.
And this fight's pretty tough, too, because the Razor gets a whole chunk of health back.
There it is,
And-
Inkswell. Just a little bit, and then gets Satanic.
Yeah. And then able to turn it around. And then this fight over bottom, I'm ready to see the Tormentor get a double kill.
Want to see what
The Hex
happens.
doesn't even care about reflecting it. He just wants the lockdown.
Okay, he died there already, and that was game.
Yeah.
Great game from Kev. Absolutely
Amazing
beautiful
comeback.
execution. They were, what, like 12, 13, maybe even 15k gold down, and managed to make a great comeback in this game. And 26-25 tells you a lot about the game, how close it was, especially in these fights when they managed to get the Hex off. I know we said word Hex multiple times, but for a good reason. Red Panther
sure.
risking it. He's the one...
Sold everything.
Pretty much. He sold everything. He was creep skipping, picking up the XP rune on the enemy side, denying amplified damage, using time lapse, being very sneaky. I think Dark Horse should just ignore that lane where he was playing and go other two lanes. I think that was the play. Sometimes you don't see the play, maybe. Things get chaotic. You're like, oh, this guy's being super annoying. We gotta be able to kill him off, otherwise he's gonna farm that Hex and things might be difficult. But in the end, he did get it. Shanxi also had a great game on Vengeful Spirit, getting some nice swaps. Great optimization as well. Deciding to pick up Aghanim Scepter before Manta Style to be able to have that second life and be very annoying with those multiple stuns, minus armor, amplifying damage for the rest of the team.
Right, and I'm gotta say that is really just such great itemization. Great job there by the Weaver. Red Panda, you know, some may say that he was the reason that Elephant didn't work out, but I'm gonna say that he's the reason right now that Kev's still alive for sure, and that Kev's working out. Because that is some ballsy play to do what he was able to accomplish, to really backdoor the map to get to that Hex, and it was clutch. It was huge. I didn't see them winning that game. I really didn't see them winning that game, and then the Hex came out, and it was a big change, and you were like, oh, Ember, he needs a Lincolns now. Didn't matter. Like, they overwhelmed him. They got those next items and swarmed him.
Yeah, it was a swap with the Hex, and then suddenly Troll pops the ulti, gets inside the fountain. Standout player Red Panda, absolutely beautiful performance by him. He did not have any farm whatsoever. He had Road of Athos as his first item. That was basically it. And then suddenly picks up Tiara of Salamene, turns that into Hex, continues to farm up. Can't ask for anything better from your pause 4.
No, not at all. And that was really well done. And it just felt solid from Kev overall. Take a look at today's results. Team 0 beating IG 2-1. Azure Ray beating LGD 2-1. And then 2-2-0s for Team Turtle and Team Kev. So that is the results for today. And it leaves us with 3 series for tomorrow, which is going to be starting off with LGD Current versus LGD Past, aka Team Turtle, and then IG against Kev, and then finally Team 0 Azure Ray for the qualifying spot in that upper bracket.
Ooh, we are getting to some spicy matches. LGD, as you said, old against new, to see who's gonna go further. And then you have G2XIG against Team Kev. I think this could potentially be an upset from Team Kev. And then Team 0 against Azure Ray. That's the upper bracket finals. Whoever wins that BO3 is going to qualify to TI. So big matchups coming out.
Yeah, definitely big matchups coming out here. And especially if Team 0 can continue the dream run right now. Because this is with Erica 70 Beyond, Ponlo, and ZZQ. The old roster that had CTY, Ice, instead of Ponlo and Erica was definitely strong, but they are feeling like a whole nother level here for Team 0 with these rosters. So we are going to be starting a little bit later with only 3 series on the day for China. It's going to be in that slot of the second series at 12 CST. So 12, 3, and 6. Sorry, it is racking my brain with these non-EST times for me. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a later day, and it's going to be on a rolling schedule. So remember to be with us from the beginning. You don't want to miss it. Those are 3 great matches, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. Tomorrow is going to be freaking wild. We're going to have one team already qualifying to TI, and we're going to see who's going to prevail in this lower bracket, because today we had some really good upsets in the first round. Of course, there's not going to be many, but after a day 2, day 3, things are going to get spicy.
Yeah, it's going to be a spicy day, and I'm expecting you, that's right, you behind the camera, to come join us in this next 3 series tomorrow. So come back tomorrow. We'll see you there. Stay tuned till we come on back.